Once she was sure the cub was fine, Nuan Chun handed him right back to Yuan He. Changxia sighed, grabbed Yuan He by the ear, and went over to help look after the cub. At the same time, she sternly warned Yuan He not to toss the cub again, since it could get hurt. The tribespeople by the White River laughed and watched as Changxia scolded Yuan He. Nearby, Mountain Sparrow and the others blinked as they listened. Whether they understood or not didn't matter, they were just happy to be playing with Changxia. It wasn't often they got the chance, and the cubs were having a great time. Changxia, it's time to head back to the tribe, Shen Rong said gently. By now, they had finished dealing with the wolf carcasses and were ready to return to the tribe. End of this chapter. Come on, little ones, time to go home. Changxia called out, waving as she herded the beast cubs toward the wooden bridge over the White River. With a bridge, who would bother taking the long way over the stone bridge? Behind her, Shen Rong and the others carried baskets and wolf meat. Laughing and chatting, they crossed the wooden bridge. The first thing they saw was Elder Dalai's cave dwelling. It had a primitive, simple style. Next to it stood the wall surrounding White Lake. With the new wooden bridge over the White River, the wall around White Lake would probably need to be rebuilt. How to do it would be something for the tribe to discuss and decide. Changxia, Elder Dalai called out excitedly, waving her over, his face full of excitement and anticipation. Changxia looked confused. Shen Rong and the others didn't react at all. Clearly, they all knew why Elder Dalai was looking for Changxia. It was nothing more than curiosity about her archery skills. Elder Dalai wanted to talk to her about archery. Elder Dalai, do you need something? Changxia asked. It was rare to see Elder Dalai so happy, so she went over curious. Changxia, who taught you to shoot? Dalai asked directly, smiling. I heard from the others this morning that you shot a wild goat with a single arrow. Is that true? Archery? I learned from the chief and Shen Rong. Why? Changxia replied, a bit puzzled. In truth, she was mostly self-taught. The tendon bow was a gift from the chief and Jen had given her some pointers. After that, she practiced on her own in the courtyard of her cave dwelling, shooting at targets. Shen Rong would occasionally give her a tip or two. Jen knows archery? Dalai frowned, glancing at Nan Feng, who quickly shrank back and tried to hide. After grumbling about Jen, Elder Dalai looked up at Shen Rong and asked, Shen Rong, have you studied archery? I've learned a bit, but I'm not an expert, Shen Rong replied. He'd heard the others talk about Elder Dalai's legendary archery skills. Seeing that Elder Dalai was interested in teaching Changxia, he certainly wouldn't stand in the way. Changxia, would you like to learn archery from me? Don't worry, it'll just be an hour or two every morning. It won't take up too much of your time. Dalai withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from Shen Rong and looked at Changxia again, his face full of hope. Sure, Changxia said. Really? You're willing? Archery is tough, and I'm a strict teacher, Dalai said, both relaxed and very serious. Changxia smiled and nodded again. She knew her own situation well. Strength was her weakness, no matter how much her bloodline evolved. Because of her chinchilla heritage, Changxia's strength could never surpass that of her tribespeople. Speed was the same. But archery wasn't about strength or speed. If she could master archery, it would give her another layer of protection in the forest. Elder Dalai's offer was exactly what she wanted. Hard work and strictness were just what she was looking for. Elder Dalai, where should I meet you tomorrow morning? Changxia asked directly. Hearing this, Elder Dalai was instantly overjoyed. Changxia, come to the fence by Lake tomorrow morning. I've set up an archery range over there so it's convenient to practice. Just come straight over, I'll teach you how to shoot. Dalai said quickly. Maple Leaf and the others exchanged glances. Nanfeng couldn't help but ask, Elder Dalai, aren't you supposed to patrol around the Bai Lake wall in the morning? Oh, I'll have Bai Qing do the patrol instead. Dalai thought for a moment, glanced over at Bai Qing, and casually called out his name, assigning him the patrol duty. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Elder Dalai was famous in the tribe for both his archery skills and his sense of responsibility. But today, just to teach Changxia archery, he handed off his patrol duties to Bai Qing without a second thought. This left Bai Qing and the others speechless. Bai Qing, Seeing that Bai Qing hadn't responded, Elder Dalai's expression changed, and he called his name again. Bai Qing straightened up and said, "Elder Dalai, don't worry. I'll take care of the Bai Lake Wall Patrol tomorrow morning and make sure it's done on time. Changxia, tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you at the archery range," Dalai said cheerfully, waving as he walked back to his own cave, clearly satisfied. His happy steps. Even though Nan Fong and the others couldn't see his face, they could feel his joy. Elder Dalai has this side to him too? Are the tribe's archery skills really that bad? As soon as Elder Dalai was out of sight, Nan Fong and the others started discussing. "Changxia, hurry up," Mountain Sparrow called out. The beast cubs were walking ahead, and when they saw that Changxia and the others were lagging behind, they got anxious and ran back to hurry them along. If they dawdled any longer, it would be dark soon. "All right, coming," Changxia replied, jogging forward with Lu Yu tugging her along. Nanfeng called Snake Xing, who was carrying a wolf pelt, planning to first take it back to the tribe and ask Mu Qin to help find someone to tan it. Once it was ready, they'd give it to Changxia. "Shen Rong, you take Shan Kuan and the others and set up a stove. We'll have wolf meat hot pot in the courtyard tonight." As soon as Changxia entered the yard, she asked Shen Rong to set up a stove in the courtyard. With the glowing tree sapling in the middle of the pool, they didn't have to worry about it getting too dark to see. With that, Changxia headed to the cellar. She needed to check what ingredients they had. Besides the wolf meat hot pot, she'd have to prepare some other dishes too. After all, with about a dozen adults and more than a dozen beast cubs, there'd be 20 or 30 people in total. If there wasn't enough food, it wouldn't be enough for everyone. At the same time, she invited Nan Fong, Maple Leaf, and the others to join them for wolf meat hot pot at her place. Mainly, she wanted to teach Nan Fong and the others how to make hot pot so they could pass on the recipe to the tribe. That's how she'd spread things like fried meat before, by teaching a few people and letting them teach the rest. "Changxia, do you have enough fresh meat and wild vegetables at home?" Nan Fong asked. "I'll have to check the cellar," Changxia replied. "We picked quite a lot of fresh wild greens in the wild fields, but as for fresh meat, just the wolf meat might not be enough," Nuan Chun said, glancing at a basket nearby. As for bird eggs, they had plenty. But today was mostly for fun, so they hadn't hunted or foraged much. All the food they'd hunted and gathered was eaten up at lunch. "Then let's have fish," Milu suggested. While she was dealing with the wolf carcass, she'd also caught a lot of fish and shrimp. Bai Qing and Hei Ming had helped catch several baskets. When Milu came over, she brought a basket, and the rest were sent back to the cave by Hei Ming. After the hot pot, they'd go home and dry the fish. "Grilled fish sounds good," Maple Leaf agreed. They hadn't had enough of the roast lamb at lunch, so grilled fish for dinner sounded great. When the beast cubs heard there'd be grilled fish, they clapped their hands in delight. "Grilled fish. We're having grilled fish. Humph. I want wolf meat hot pot. Grilled fish. Grilled fish." Soon, the little ones started squabbling. But before Maple Leaf or Nuan Chun could step in, they'd already made up and were playing together again. "Yuan Hei, put the cub down." Maple Leaf's eyes widened as she shouted. She saw Yuan Hei quietly grabbing a chubby cub, clearly planning to toss him like he did earlier in the wild fields. "Oh, come on." Even Nuan Chun's face changed this time. Shan Kuan reacted quickly, dashing over to scoop up both Yuan Hei and the cub before anything could happen. End of this chapter. "Yuan Hei, do you want a beating?" Nuan Chun, still shaken, quickly scooped up another cub nearby. She pulled Lu Yu over and said seriously, "Lu Yu, keep an eye on your little brothers. Don't let Yuan Hei catch them and toss them around. The courtyard is paved with stone slabs. If they fall from that height, they'll get hurt." At this point, she didn't dare just laugh it off like she did in the wild fields. Lu Yu nodded, half understanding. "What happened?" Changxia came up from the cellar, noticing everyone's relieved expressions, and asked curiously. Maple Leaf wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. "Yuan Hei was about to toss a cub just now," Maple Leaf whispered. Changxia, Sigma, LLL shocked. "The cub's all right?" Changxia asked anxiously. "It's fine." Shan Kun stopped him in time. Nuan Chun said with a sigh. Changxia, you were right. We really do need to remind the cubs what's okay to play and what isn't. If this keeps happening, I'll have a heart attack. Wu-fu. Yuan He looked confused. Changxia put down her jar of sugar, walked over, and gently picked up Yuan He. She softly ruffled the little tuft of hair on his head and said kindly, Little He, these are babies. They're still very small, you can't toss them around or they'll get hurt, okay? Yuan He was young and clever, but still acted on instinct much of the time. That's why the adults needed to teach them. Changxia didn't scold Yuan He, nor did she lecture him. She simply used the plainest words to tell him that he needed to be more careful when playing with the younger cubs. He couldn't roughhouse with them the way he did with the mountain sparrows and the others, or else the little ones might get hurt. Woo-woo. Yuan He understood what Changxia meant. He carefully walked over to Shan Kun and Nuanchuan, made a few gestures, and apologized to them. Shan Kun grinned and laughed, waving it off. It's fine, really. Xiaohei, just be a bit more careful next time when you play with the little ones, okay? Nuanchuan also smiled, not blaming Yuan He at all. Instead, she gently pulled Yuan He and the beast cubs into her arms, repeating what Changxia had said. Beast cubs are tough and resilient. But some basic common sense still needs to be taught. Nuanchuan thought to herself that tomorrow, when she sent the cubs to the tribe, she'd have to talk to Elder Yami about what just happened, so she could give the mountain sparrow cubs a little lesson in safety. Poor mountain sparrow and the others. They had no idea that a dreaded culture class was about to descend upon their young beastly lives. Changxia, Milo says she wants grilled fish again tonight, Nan Feng chimed in, breaking the silence and moving things along. Grilled fish again? Sure. What about soup? Do you want bone broth or wild vegetable egg drop soup? Changxia replied casually. She'd originally planned to make fish soup, but since Milo wanted grilled fish it was. Bone broth. Bone broth. On this point, all the beast folk agreed. Bone broth was meaty, while wild vegetable egg drop soup was vegetarian. They ate wild greens all the time, but when it came to soup, the meaty one was tastier. Changxia shrugged. Then we'll have vegetable egg drop soup and use the bone broth for hot pot. She ignored their suggestions and made the decision herself, her lips twitching in amusement. With the mountain sparrow cubs here tonight, she couldn't just let Nan Feng and the others have their way. At her words, the beast folks' expressions shifted. They instinctively wanted to protest. But when they saw the gentle smile on Changxiao's face, so much like Shen Rong's, the words died in their throats. Vegetable egg drop soup it was, then. TCH. It's not like they hadn't had it before. They sliced the meat, washed the wild greens, and prepared the skewers. After all, the mountain sparrow cubs were still little, and Changxia didn't feel comfortable letting them do hot pot themselves. Skewers were much safer. Soon, the stone pot in the courtyard was bubbling with the aroma of bone broth. Slices of wolf meat were laid out on the table, the offal cleaned and cut into various shapes and arranged with the meat. The bone broth was made from wolf bones, simmered together with 3 old hens. The enticing aroma filled the whole courtyard. The beast cubs finished playing and gathered around the stone pot, eyes fixed on the bubbling broth. Tonight was hot pot, so the stone pot was the center of attention. The prepared skewers were all put into the pot to cook. These were for the mountain sparrow cubs. The adults' food hadn't gone in yet. Changxia, can we eat yet? Nan Feng kept urging her. The smell was so tempting that even the adults were starving, let alone the cubs. Changxia said, set up the long table and get the cubs seated. I'll mix the dipping sauce and then we can start eating. She didn't waste words. She was just as hungry as everyone else. Hurry, bring the long table. Bowls and chopsticks. Get the bowls and chopsticks. This time, there was no need for more instructions. Shan Kun and Kong Shan quickly brought the long table from the wooden shed to the courtyard. Maple Leaf and Nan Feng started fishing out the cooked skewers and putting them in wooden bowls. Grilled fish, stir-fried wolf meat with chili, savory pancakes, dish after dish was brought to the table, all in the usual portions for the cubs. Lu Yu, ever the clever one, held down the mountain sparrow and had Wulio help seat the other cubs. At the same time, he shoved Yuan He into the mountain sparrow's arms. He warned the two of them not to mess around, or they wouldn't be allowed at the table. Nuanchuan didn't interfere. She was busy feeding her own cubs, who'd been rolling around on the ground, hungry for ages. Nuanchuan had a headache from their antics, so she had to give them their own little meal. Once all the cubs were settled, Changxia brought over the prepared dipping sauce and said, "There's another bowl of sauce in the kitchen. Whoever's free, go get it. Everyone take half a bowl, sit down, and let's start the hot pot." She set the sauce on the square table nearby and filled half a bowl each for herself and Shen Rong. Hot pot is all about the hot part. Without electric stoves or copper pots, they could only gather around the stone pot. It was a bit hot, but the atmosphere was perfect. Everyone tossed the food they wanted into the pot, holding their bowls of dipping sauce, looking ready to defend their territory. Seeing Changxia start eating, the other beast folk weren't about to fall behind. They followed her lead, quickly grabbing their own bowls of sauce and putting their favorite foods into the pot. While waiting, they helped themselves to grilled fish and other dishes. Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as the stone pot started bubbling, Changxia was the first to reach in with her chopsticks, pick up a piece of cooked wolf meat, dip it in the sauce, and pop it in her mouth. The motion was smooth and practiced, and she couldn't help but smack her lips in satisfaction. That familiar hot pot feeling was back. Awo! Nanfeng and the others followed suit, immediately yelping as the spicy, scalding flavors hit their mouths. They smacked their lips, but their hands didn't stop moving. This flavor is so intense. Milu, Baiqing, when you go back to the Heavenly Lion Tribe, make sure you learn everything you can about growing chili peppers. The tribe's future depends on you. Clearly, they'd all been won over by the charms of hot pot. Compared to grilled or stewed meat, this simple hot pot had opened up a whole new world of food for them, and they were completely hooked. End of this chapter. Tonight, the wolf meat hot pot left all the beast folk feeling both fiery and icy. Their expressions were twisted, almost ferocious, yet deep down, they were utterly satisfied. Clearly, they were more than pleased with the wolf meat hot pot. Besides hunting and foraging, the beasts now had something new to look forward to: a hot pot. Each of them, rubbing their round, full bellies, was already thinking about how to teach their clan the art of hot pot. They weren't the kind of selfish beastmen who kept good things to themselves. The real joy was sharing good food with the whole tribe. After asking Nanfeng and the others to help escort the beast cubs back to the tribe, Changxia was the first to head to the bathhouse to wash up. After a whole day playing in the wilderness, she felt grimy all over. Before Nanfeng and the others left, they made sure to tidy up the courtyard. Changxia went to shower, while Shen Rong and Yuan He took care of the dishes. Shen Rong washed, and Yuan He helped by putting the clean dishes into a rattan basket to drain. Man and beast, working together in perfect harmony. A short while later, the dishes were all clean. Shen Rong carried the basket back to the kitchen, then used a green cloth towel to wipe Yuan He's hands clean. Yuan He hadn't been living in the tribe for long, but he got along well with everyone. He wore a half-length animal skin skirt, little woven rattan shoes made specially for him by the tribe, and a small green cloth towel around his neck, prepared by Changxia. At first glance, he looked just like one of the tribe's beast cubs. "Xiaohei, go to your room and get your clothes. It's time for a bath," Shen Rong said. Yuan He, confused face. "What? A bath?" Yuan He was very resistant. He'd been dodging the whole bathing issue ever since he arrived in the tribe. But it was Shen Rong who spoke. Yuan He wanted to refuse, but didn't dare. So, dragging his feet, he trudged toward the bedroom, hoping Shen Rong would forget about making him bathe. He was a Wei mountain ape cub. Taking a bath was out of the question. Besides, even if he did bathe, it wouldn't make him a member of the ape tribe, would it? Refusing to bathe was perfectly reasonable. But he didn't dare say it out loud. Maybe, when he became as strong as Old Ape, he'd finally be able to refuse baths. Lost in thought about his beastly life, Yuan He's steps grew slower and slower, until finally he just stood at the bedroom door, unable to bring himself to open it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. The wooden door next to the bedroom creaked open. Creak. Yuan He snapped to attention. Oh. Xiao He, this room will be yours from now on. All your things are inside. I'll get your clothes and shoes for you this time, but next time, remember to do it yourself, Shen Rong said. He pretended not to notice Yuan He's twisted expression and spoke matter-of-factly. At that moment, Yuan He was torn and conflicted inside. He was thrilled to have his own private space, but also mournful that he couldn't escape tonight's bath. His palm-sized ape face was as expressive as a painter's palette. Shen Rong raised an eyebrow and watched quietly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a half-smile. Sure enough, nothing is scarier than someone with a hidden dark side. Shen Rong, what's going on with Xiao He? Chang Xia asked as she came out of the bath, toweling her dripping hair. She saw Yuan He sitting on the steps in the corridor, staring at White Lake, lost in thought about his beastly life, lonely, aggrieved, excited. I don't get it. Such a mix of emotions on such a tiny mountain ape cub, wasn't that a bit much? I told him to get ready for a bath, Shen Rong replied. Chang Xia paused mid-tell, then burst out laughing. Getting Yuan He to take a bath really was a battle of wits and courage. The whole tribe had been talking about it lately. She remembered when Yuan He and Mountain Sparrow returned to the cave, and Mountain Sparrow's mother, Lu Shan, tried to get him to bathe. Yuan He ran away on the spot. Lu Shan and Mountain Sparrow chased him halfway across the tribe. That night, the whole tribe was in an uproar. Xiao He, be good and go bathe with Shen Rong, then go to bed. Oh, and Shen Rong has prepared a room for you, with lots of toys you'll like, Chang Xia coaxed with a smile. The toys were little stone and wood carvings, shaped like animals, that Chang Xia and Shen Rong made while carving jade. The beast cubs in the tribe loved these things. Every cub had at least one leopard-shaped carving. The tribe members had even started learning to carve, and, to be honest, some of them turned out to be quite talented. Warm Spring had gathered a few of them together, and they often exchanged tips and techniques. Chang Xia thought their skills had already surpassed her own. Yuan He whimpered, looking utterly dejected. He hunched over and shuffled step by step toward the bathhouse. He looked so pitiful. Chang Xia covered her mouth and whispered, Shen Rong, who do you think he learned that from? Mountain Sparrow? Shen Rong guessed. Mountain Sparrow was small but clever. With Lu Yu, the tribe's little schemer, as his sidekick, he'd caused plenty of mischief in the tribe. There was always some kind of chaos, keeping everyone laughing. Maybe Lu Yu, Chang Xia said, hiding her twitching lips. He's heading to the bathhouse. Shen Rong, you'd better go after him. She gave Shen Rong a gentle push. Don't give Yuan He any chance to escape. All right, I'm going. No need to push, Shen Rong replied, smiling as he let Chang Xia nudge him toward the kitchen to fetch water for their baths. Chang Xia, still drying her hair, followed behind at a leisurely pace. There was no hair dryer here, so she'd have to go to the kitchen to dry her hair by the fire. Sleeping with wet hair would give her a headache the next day, and besides, it was uncomfortable. Don't move, let me wash you with soap berries. Yuan He. Through the wall, Chang Xia could hear Shen Rong's occasional stern voice. She smiled quietly to herself. This must be what they call the bliss of family life. Night deepened. The White Lake cave gradually grew quiet. The next day, Chang Xia woke up. Shen Rong and Yuan He were already gone from the cave dwelling. She got up, washed, and went to the kitchen to eat the breakfast Shen Rong had left for her. Then she headed to the Mountain Hollow's vegetable garden to check on the growth of the vine trees and wild vegetables. Just like the vine tree in the corner of the cave dwelling's courtyard, the vine trees in the Mountain Hollow's garden were thriving, much better than those in the southern wilderness of White Lake or along the embankment by the lake. Chang Xia guessed this might have something to do with the geography of the Mountain Hollow. After finishing up in the garden, Chang Xia headed to the tribe's plaza to check on the light tree. Once she finished channeling her bloodline ability into the light tree, she returned to White Lake, planning to go check out the southern wilderness next. Suddenly, she remembered something. The shooting range by the White Lake fence. She seemed to have completely forgotten Elder Dalai. Last night, Chang Xia had promised Elder Dalai she'd go to the shooting range by the White Lake fence to practice archery with him. Oh no! Chang Xia covered her face. She sprinted toward the White Lake fence as fast as she could. At this hour, everyone in the tribe was busy with their own tasks. No one saw Changxia's mad dash, so naturally, no one noticed how flustered she looked. Huff, huff. Changxia was breathing heavily as she stopped in front of the simple shooting range. Elder Dalai, Changxia called out, still gasping for breath. Elder Dalai was squatting dejectedly in the corner of the range. He had come early in the morning, staring longingly in the direction of Changxia's cave dwelling. But no matter how long he waited, she never showed up. Elder Dalai thought Changxia didn't want to practice archery and was so discouraged he nearly withdrew into himself. End of this chapter. Changxia. Elder Dalai suddenly sprang up, running out of the shooting range, his face a mix of excitement and complicated emotions as he looked at the breathless Changxia. Changxia felt a little embarrassed and gave a sheepish smile. Sorry, Elder Dalai. I overslept today and ended up coming late. As she spoke, she wiped the sweat from her face and explained why she was late. Really? You just overslept? Dalai asked nervously. Yes. Please don't worry, Elder Dalai. I promise to practice archery with you, and I won't go back on my word. I just overslept and forgot about archery this morning, Changxia said earnestly. Elder Dalai took archery seriously, so Changxia wouldn't dare brush him off. That's good, Dalai said with relief, relaxing. I was worried you'd find archery too tiring and wouldn't want to come to the range anymore. I didn't. Changxia quickly denied it. Dalai invited Changxia into the range to get familiar with the place. She took a moment to catch her breath before starting practice. Elder Dalai, I forgot to bring my sinew bow. In her rush, Changxia hadn't gone back to the cave to get her bow. When Dalai asked her to start practicing and was correcting her form, they realized she didn't have a bow. There are a few bows here that I made myself. Try them and see which one suits you, Dalai said, leading her to a wooden shed beside the range. On one wall hung 7 or 8 longbows, each a different color, clearly made from different materials. The bows were polished smooth. One glance told you how much care had gone into making them. Elder Dalai, did you really make all these yourself? Changxia asked in shock. The bow's strings and limbs were all made from different materials. Considering the value of the materials, most of Dalai's wealth was probably hanging right here. Yes, Dalai nodded, taking down a bow and handing it to her gently. I've spent decades making these, bit by bit. Don't worry, Elder Dalai. I'll be very careful with it, Changxia promised earnestly. She picked the bow at the very bottom. It was also the only one she could actually draw. The others were probably too strong for her. With the bow in hand, Changxia grabbed a quiver of arrows and went to the range to start practicing. Changxia, raise your arm a bit higher. Keep your back straight. Look forward, don't let your eyes wander. Once he got into teaching mode, Elder Dalai became very strict. If Changxia's posture was off, he'd tap her hand or back with a bow to correct her. Changxia didn't dare even breathe loudly. She followed every instruction to the letter. And it worked. Elder Dalai's teaching was really effective. Her shooting speed improved immediately, and her accuracy didn't drop at all. An hour passed. Elder Dalai told Changxia to stop and rest. As soon as the high-intensity practice ended, Changxia collapsed to the ground. Her sudden fall startled Elder Dalai. Changxia. Don't worry, Elder Dalai, I'm just tired. I'll sit and rest for a bit. Are you sure? Should I get Shimu to come check on you? Changxia's face was pale and drenched in sweat. She really didn't look fine. Elder Dalai, I've come to take Changxia home. Shen Rong's voice came from the shooting range door as he knocked lightly to announce himself. Changxia's face lit up with joy when she heard Shen Rong. With Elder Dalai's help, she stood up and said, I'm really okay, Elder Dalai. See, Shen Rong's here to take me home. I'll come back tomorrow to practice with you again. Shen Rong came in and took Changxia from Elder Dalai. Changxia, are you sure you're all right? Dalai asked again, still worried. Changxia put her right hand on her hip, staggering as she walked. I'm fine. So, with Shen Rong supporting her, she hobbled out of the range. Once they were out of Dalai's sight, Changxia whispered, Shen Rong, hurry up and carry me home. I'm exhausted. Oh, my arms are about to fall off and my back hurts. I never realized archery was this tiring. Long Xia kept muttering to herself. With a smile, Shen Rong bent down and carried Long Xia on his back. Then, the two of them headed toward their own cave dwelling. Shen Rong, do we still have any of those herbal bath packs that Muqin gave us? If we do, give me one. I need a soak to ease my fatigue. Long Xia lay back completely, resting on Shen Rong's back. Earlier, she'd been afraid of embarrassing herself at the shooting range. She deliberately pretended nothing was wrong. But now, with just the two of them, Long Xia wasn't afraid to let herself go, groaning and complaining nonstop. Long Xia, why didn't you remind Elder Dalai to go easy on the training? Shen Rong asked with a smile. He wasn't really worried about Long Xia. After all, if something were really wrong, she wouldn't just be whining. Besides, Long Xia really did need the training. The more intense the training, the faster her bloodline would awaken. I saw how happy and serious Elder Dalai looked. How could I interrupt him? Long Xia pouted, grumbling. I thought after the beast god's mark and my bloodline abilities evolved, I'd be able to handle something like this no problem. Who knew my body would be so weak? As she spoke, Long Xia pinched her own arm hard. It was still soft, without any real muscle definition. But she was a little stronger than before. You haven't been training long enough. Your body just needs more time to adjust. Take it slow, Shen Rong said gently. Haste makes waste. Everything takes time and steady progress. As far as he was concerned, Long Xia was already doing great. After all, she'd truly started from scratch. In the past, even hunting wild chickens had been a struggle for her. But now she could hunt wild goats and forest wolves with a bow and arrow. That was incredible progress. I'm going to nap for a bit. Wake me up when we get home so I can take a bath, Long Xia mumbled. As soon as she finished speaking, her head lolled to the side and she fell asleep on Shen Rong's back. Clearly, she was exhausted. Her body had gone into self-preservation mode. After a while, Shen Rong carried Long Xia back to their cave. He gently laid her down and settled her in the bedroom to rest, then went to the kitchen to start a fire and heat some water. Before the water was ready, there was a knock at the courtyard gate. A moment later, the gate opened. Shen Rong stepped out of the kitchen and saw Elder Dalai pulling Elder Shimu along, with Muqin and two others hurrying behind them. Shen Rong, where's Long Xia? Muqin asked anxiously. She was carrying a wicker basket, and the familiar scent of medicinal herbs drifted to Shen Rong's nose. Clearly, the basket held herbal bath packs. Shen Rong nodded toward the bedroom. She was so tired from archery practice, she fell asleep right away. I'm heating water for her bath. You did the right thing, Muqin said, nodding and headed straight for the bedroom. Elder Dalai pulled Elder Shimu along behind her. It turned out that when Dalai went to the tribe to find Shimu, Muqin happened to be there too, so the three of them came together to Baihu Cave. End of this chapter. Shimu, hurry and check on Long Xia, Dalai urged. The three entered the room quietly. Long Xia was lying on the heated brick bed, snoring softly. She seemed to be sleeping soundly. Elder Shimu shot Dalai a glare, face stiff. Quiet, Shimu said. Don't wake her. Let her sleep a while. She'll feel better when she wakes up. As he spoke, Elder Shimu stepped forward to examine Long Xia. Who would have thought that the usually calm and rational Elder Dalai would become so strict and unyielding when it came to archery, pushing Long Xia so hard in training that it nearly caused her problems. He'd gone to the tribe to find Elder Shimu. He'd nearly given Muqin a heart attack. Elder Shimu, is Long Xia all right? Muqin whispered. She's fine, Shimu replied. Just a mild muscle strain. A herbal bath and some rest will fix her right up. In fact, if this had happened to any other tribe member, they wouldn't even need a herbal bath, their body would recover on its own. But considering Long Xia's unique bloodline, Elder Shimu recommended the bath and rest. Elder Dalai, maybe, let Long Xia rest a day or two before she goes back to the range to practice with you? Muqin suggested cautiously. Dalai relaxed a little after hearing Shimu say Long Xia was fine. If something had really happened to Long Xia, Dalai would have felt terribly guilty. All right, Dalai nodded. There's no rush with archery practice. We can take it slow. He cared about Longxia too. It was just that, at the shooting range, he'd been so focused that he'd forgotten he was training Longxia and treated her like any other tribe member. Soon, the three left the bedroom. Muqin, holding the shaman-prepared herbal packs, and Elder Shimu both returned to the tribe without lingering. Dalai and Muqin stayed behind. Dalai wanted to apologize to Shen Rong, while Muqin handed over the herbal packs. Shen Rong, Dalai began, but Shen Rong smiled and cut him off. Elder Dalai, Longxia said she'll be back at the range tomorrow. Don't worry, she's really fine, just tired and sleeping. Shen Rong, I think Longxia should rest for a couple of days, Dalai said, swallowing his apology. Shimu said she's got a bit of muscle strain and needs a day or two to recover. Elder Dalai, these folk heal quickly, Shen Rong replied. Muqin silently handed the herbal packs to Shen Rong, about to say something. But hearing Shen Rong's words, Muqin understood Longxia's determination and decided not to try to persuade her otherwise. She figured she'd bring a few more herbal packs for Longxia tomorrow, and maybe ask Elder Shimu to prepare some ointment for bruises and strains. Dalai and Muqin exchanged a glance. If Longxia insists, I'll wait for her at the range tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll adjust her training routine, Dalai said seriously. I was so happy today that I didn't think everything through, which almost caused Longxia to have trouble during her training. But now that we're prepared for tomorrow, Elder Dalai will naturally adjust the archery training schedule. All right, I'll let Elder Dalai know once Longxia wakes up, Shen Rong said with a smile, taking the medicine pouch from Muqin. After Elder Dalai and the others left, Shen Rong started preparing a medicinal bath for Longxia. With the experience from last time, Shen Rong moved quickly. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of herbs. Shen Rong stood up and headed to the bedroom, planning to wake Longxia for her medicinal bath. The bath is most effective when it's hot, of course, only as hot as the skin can bear. Longxia. Shen Rong entered the room, calling softly. Longxia opened her eyes groggily and mumbled, Shen Rong, I'm so sleepy. Don't bother me, let me sleep a bit longer. I'll get up later. Her voice was hoarse and soft, and paired with her sleepy expression, it was incredibly endearing. Shen Rong felt a little embarrassed, taking 2 steps back and awkwardly pressing his legs together. Longxia, I've finished preparing the medicine. Get up and soak in the bath for a bit. It'll help you feel better. Then you can go back to sleep. Be good, come on, Shen Rong coaxed gently, reaching out to brush aside the damp hair sticking to her forehead. No. I'm super tired. Let me sleep a bit more before I take a bath. Still half asleep, Longxia instinctively refused to get up. She thought Shen Rong was just talking about a regular bath and didn't even consider it, refusing outright. Seeing this, Shen Rong knew it would be hard to wake her up with just words. He bent down, scooped Longxia into his arms, and carried her toward the bathroom. Thankfully, he'd already prepared the medicinal bath. He just needed Longxia herself. In the bathroom, Shen Rong began to undress Longxia. Normally, she'd rinse off before soaking, but seeing her state, Shen Rong skipped that step. The bath was prepared just for her, so cleanliness wasn't a concern. Besides, she could rinse off afterward. Ahem. As he undressed her, Shen Rong turned his head away, coughing awkwardly. Even though they were partners, the situation still made him a bit flustered. With trembling hands, he ultimately left her undergarments on and let her soak in the bath that way, a gesture of both restraint and respect. It's hot, really hot. As soon as Shen Rong put her in the tub, Longxia was jolted awake by the heat. She shot up, her wet undergarments clinging to her curves. Shen Rong's coughing grew louder, his cheeks flushing red, his handsome face even more striking. Unfortunately, Longxia was too distracted by the heat to notice. Is it too hot? Shen Rong asked. The bath needs to be hotter for the medicine to work better. Sit down, Longxia. Oh, it's a medicinal bath, Longxia mumbled, obediently sinking into the tub. Shen Rong, didn't I fall asleep in my room? How did I end up in the bathroom? Though still groggy, she vaguely remembered Shen Rong sending her to rest. Elder Dalai brought Elder Shimu to check on you, and Muchin came with the medicine. Shen Rong explained everything that had happened, including Elder Shimu's recommendations. You're right, Shen Rong. I'll keep going to the archery range tomorrow to train with Elder Dalai. I can't just slack off, it takes persistence, Long Xia said seriously. It was tiring, but worth it. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Long Xia wanted to go into the forest, but if she wasn't strong enough, she'd only hold Shen Rong back. With her competitive nature, she couldn't accept that. Keep soaking. I'll go make lunch. Is there anything you want to eat? Shen Rong asked. Self-reliance, that's the Long Xia he knew. It was also the spirit of the Heluo Tribe. Shen Rong had managed to fit in so quickly because they were the same kind of people. With shared values, they could go far together. End of this chapter. Something spicy, something sour, Long Xia said after thinking for a moment. The pickled vegetables I made should be ready. The clay jar is on the left shelf in the cellar, bring up the smallest one. Let's have pickled fish for lunch. After a tough morning of archery, Long Xia wanted a good meal at noon. She also planned to send some food to Elder Dalai to help him recover from the shock. After all, he'd even called Elder Shimu over, he must feel guilty. But Long Xia didn't want that. She'd agreed to train, so she shouldn't make Elder Dalai feel responsible. Besides pickled fish, maybe some pickled pork ribs or pork belly. All right, Shen Rong replied. As he left the bathroom, he walked with a slight hunch, his legs pressed together a bit unnaturally, and his steps a little unsteady. At first, Long Xia didn't realize why. But after she left the bathroom and glanced down at her body in the tub, she suddenly burst out laughing. Shen Rong. He heard her laughter, paused, and nearly stumbled in the hallway. Clearly, his awkward state hadn't escaped Long Xia's notice. The less aware someone is of their own charm, the more captivating they become. Shen Rong went to the cellar, brought up the clay jar of pickled pork, and also carried up the crock of soy sauce pork that Long Xia had been curing. Soon, it would be time to string up the pork with straw or vines and hang it in the shed to air dry for about 7 to 8 days. Meanwhile, Long Xia was still soaking in her medicinal bath when she caught a familiar scent of soy sauce. Shen Rong, did you bring up the crock of soy sauce pork? She called out, patting her forehead as she realized it was indeed time. After 2 or 3 days, the pork would be well marinated. At this point, the soy sauce cured meat needs to be taken out and hung up to air dry. The soy sauce meat is almost done marinating. I'll bring it up, string it together, and hang it in the wooden shed to dry, Shen Rong replied. Chang Xia said, Shen Rong, you're always so thorough. I almost forgot about the soy sauce meat. Do we have any straw rope or thin rattan at home? Don't worry, I prepared them early on, Shen Rong said. I'm going to the pond by Baihu Lake to catch some fish. You soak a bit longer. The medicinal bath shouldn't be too long or too short. Shen Rong kept an eye on the time, worried that Chang Xia might get impatient to hang up the meat and cut her bath short. So before heading out to fish, he reminded her again. I know I have to soak until the medicine changes color before I can get out, Chang Xia said, feeling like Shen Rong was treating her like a child. She wasn't some little mountain sparrow, how could she not know how important a medicinal bath was? Among the beast folk of the Heluo Tribe, who had taken more medicinal baths than her. If Chang Xia claimed second place, no one in the tribe would dare claim first. Ahem. Unfortunately, all those baths were for the wrong reasons, so Chang Xia didn't dare brag. After all, it wasn't exactly something to be proud of, talking about it would only embarrass herself. She practiced archery so diligently, just hoping to get stronger. And then, maybe, try fishing again. The memory of almost being dragged into the water by a fish was one she'd rather forget. But one day, Chang Xia believed she'd redeem herself. Shen Rong, catch an extra fish. Remember to send some pickled fish to Elder Dalai. He got quite a scare today. We should apologize, Chang Xia called out. Shen Rong simply replied, got it. With the hunting contest victory, Nan Feng and the others wouldn't be coming by for a while. That made Shen Rong quite happy. Yuan He would go train at the tribe's training grounds during the day and might not come back at night. After all, Shen Rong had forced it to bathe last night, and its little heart was probably still hurting. If Chang Xia didn't go fetch it, Yuanhei might not come back to the Baihu cave on its own. Everything was going according to Shen Rong's plan. A short while later, Shen Rong returned to the cave with 2 fish. Chang Xia stepped out of the bath, rinsed herself with clean water. After the medicinal soak, her tired body felt a bit better. At least the muscle aches had eased, and the pain was now within what she could handle. All done, Chang Xia? Shen Rong squatted by the water vat, starting to clean the fish. My skin's all wrinkled, Chang Xia replied. Sigh. Now she smelled like medicine again. Not long ago, she'd finally gotten rid of the ordeal of drinking herbal medicine, only to have to deal with medicinal baths now. Was she ever going to escape the clutches of medicine? Chang Xia pondered this, covering her little face with her hands and sighing. Such a pretty face, no wonder even medicine was attracted to her. After her little moment of vanity, Chang Xia got up and walked out of the bathroom. By now, Shen Rong had finished cleaning the fish and was back in the kitchen. Shen Rong, let's not make fried rice cakes for lunch. Let's have noodles instead. Pickled fish noodle soup, pork rib and pickled veggie noodle soup, pork belly and pickled veggie noodle soup, Chang Xia muttered, clearly craving pickled vegetables today. Sure. There are ribs and pork belly in the cellar, go grab them, Shen Rong agreed, not objecting to Chang Xia's plan for a pickled veggie feast. He seasoned the fish and set some dried noodles to soak. Dried noodles need some time to soak. Once they're softened, they taste much better when cooked. Of course, freshly made noodles are best, but ever since the tribe started storing dried noodles, everyone had gotten a bit lazier. Okay, I'll go get them, Chang Xia said. Meanwhile, Shen Rong took the prepared straw rope to the corridor, along with a wooden basin and a rattan sieve. He planned to fish the soy sauce meat out of the clay jar, string it up, and hang it in the wooden shed to air dry. The meat had been marinating for several days. It smelled rich and fragrant. By the time Chang Xia brought the ribs and pork belly into the kitchen, Shen Rong had already fished out a basin of soy sauce meat. He used an ironwood knife to poke holes in the meat, threaded the straw rope through, and tied it securely. Smells amazing. Chang Xia came over, nose twitching, delighted. Looks like our soy sauce meat experiment was a success. Once it's dried, we can slice it and steam it to eat. Should we tell the tribe? Shen Rong asked. No rush. Once it's dried, we'll bring a piece to Aunt Muqin. She'll know what to do after she tastes it, Chang Xia replied calmly. The tribe hadn't been out hunting much lately, so there wasn't a lot of fresh game piling up. There was no need to rush to share the soy sauce meat recipe with the tribe. Still, Chang Xia guessed that some people in the tribe had already started making soy sauce meat. Even if she didn't say anything, soon the whole tribe would be filled with that delicious aroma. Shen Rong nodded. Nanfeng, Maple Leaf, and the others have all been marinating soy sauce meat. I'd bet most of the tribe is doing it. You could tell just from the steady stream of gifts the tribe kept sending over. Smells so good, I want to taste. Chang Xia licked her lips. Shen Rong said, you can't eat it yet. You can, but it hasn't absorbed the flavor. It needs to be dried before it's real soy sauce meat. Right now, only the outside has any flavor, Chang Xia explained. Sure, you could eat it now, but it would just taste ordinary, nothing like the unique, rich flavor of real soy sauce meat. It'd be no different from regular cured meat. Then let's wait. We'll have pickled fish noodle soup for lunch, Shen Rong comforted her. End of this chapter. Don't forget, there's also pork rib and pickled veggie noodle soup, and pork belly and pickled veggie noodle soup, Chang Xia added. There was plenty of pickled fish noodle soup, but she still wanted the other flavors too. She just couldn't get enough of that tangy taste. Chang Xia couldn't help but smack her lips, savoring the memory of spicy and sour noodles in her mind. It wasn't even about being hungry, she just craved that sour flavor. If there was vinegar and sour apple starch noodles, I could make them. Maybe I should take this chance to experiment a bit? Unfortunately, the Heluo Tribe doesn't have any green bamboo. None of the nearby tribes have ever mentioned bamboo either. No bamboo means no bamboo shoots. And without bamboo shoots, there's no way to have pickled sour bamboo. Gillen rice noodles, snail noodles, those can only live on in my memories. But maybe I could try making braised pork in a pot. In an instant, Changxia's thoughts jumped from pickled vegetables straight to braised pork. You really can't underestimate a foodie's imagination. Don't worry, I won't forget. Shen Rong chuckled softly as he picked up the soy sauce-cured pork to help, hanging it up in the wooden shed. Changxia squatted down to help hang the pork. The two of them worked together, dividing up the tasks. Before long, they had hung up all several hundred jin of soy sauce-cured pork from the clay jars. Looking at the pork hanging from the beams of the shed, Changxia broke into a blissful smile and said, Shen Rong, I'm so happy. The granary is full, and there's rice in the jar. That's the greatest happiness in the world. Just looking at the pork makes you happy? Aren't you going to eat it? Shen Rong understood what Changxia meant, but seeing her happy smile, he couldn't resist teasing her. Changxia pouted and said, Of course I'm going to eat. If I wasn't, why would I go through all this trouble? Come on, let's get back to the kitchen and prepare lunch. If we wait any longer, Elder Dalai will have already eaten. After washing their hands, the two returned to the kitchen. As soon as they opened the clay jar, a unique sour aroma quickly filled the air. This smells really sour, Changxia exclaimed. This jar had pickled vegetables as well as pickled chili peppers and pickled radish. The pickled vegetables were originally made in a clay jar, but as the weather warmed, Changxia was worried they'd spoil, so she moved them into a clay urn and stored them in the cellar. The sour smell made both their mouths water. They took out 2 heads of pickled vegetables and chopped them up. The fish was sliced, and the ribs and pork belly were handed over to Shen Rong to prepare. All the seasonings were set out. They heated the stone pot and added oil. They sautéed the prepared seasonings until fragrant, then stir-fried the pickled vegetables to bring out their flavor. Next, they added broth and brought it to a boil, tossing in the fish head and bones to simmer over high heat. Meanwhile, the sliced fish was marinated and coated in egg. Once the broth was flavorful, they added the fish slices. On the side, they prepared chili peppers and hot oil, ready to pour over the cooked fish in a clay bowl. The pickled vegetable ribs and pickled vegetable pork belly were cooked one after another. Finally, they took the soaked dried noodles and boiled them in whichever broth they liked. Changxia, which broth do you want for Elder Dalai's noodles? Shen Rong asked, holding a big clay bowl. Shen Rong chose pork belly and pickled vegetable broth for himself. Changxia wanted the rib and pickled vegetable broth to go with the pickled fish. I'll have the same as you, the pork belly and pickled vegetable broth, Changxia said. The beast folk love meat, and with 3 dishes for lunch, the pork belly and pickled vegetable soup would probably suit Elder Dalai's taste best. After all, Shen Rong picked that one, so Changxia figured Elder Dalai would like it too. All right, I'll make his with pork belly and pickled vegetable broth. Shen Rong nodded, adding the cooked noodles and pork belly with pickled vegetables. Just smelling it, Shen Rong felt like he could eat 10 bowls. Meanwhile, Changxia ladled up bowls of pickled fish and pickled ribs, put them in a rattan basket, and handed them to Shen Rong to deliver to Elder Dalai. Soon, Shen Rong finished preparing the noodles and soup. Changxia, you go ahead and eat, Shen Rong said. I'll be right back, no need to wait for me. Changxia was already practically drooling. Shen Rong couldn't bear to let Changxia go hungry waiting for him. Besides, their cave dwelling wasn't far from the Baihu Wall. A round trip would take at most 10 minutes. If he hurried, 5 or 6 minutes would do. Okay, go and come back quickly, Changxia waved, urging Shen Rong to hurry up. If he delayed any longer, she'd be drooling all over the place. Shen Rong grabbed the rattan basket and dashed off toward the Baihu Wall. Changxia bit her chopsticks, thought for a moment, then popped a piece of rib into her mouth, eating slowly as she waited for Shen Rong to come back so they could eat together. A short while later, Shen Rong returned home with the empty basket. Changxia, why haven't you eaten? Shen Rong set down the basket and, seeing Changxia hadn't touched her food, smiled and asked why. Changxia replied, I was waiting for you. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Shen Rong pulled out a wooden chair and sat down, digging in heartily. When you went to the Baihu Wall, had Elder Dalai already eaten lunch? Changxia asked between mouthfuls, slurping noodles and eating pickled vegetables. The ribs and pork belly paired with the tangy pickled vegetables were so appetizing she couldn't stop eating. The tender pickled fish was even more irresistible. He'd just finished grilling some meat, but hadn't started eating yet, Shen Rong replied. He recalled the look of delight on Elder Dalai's face when he saw him. Shen Rong couldn't help but smile. When he handed over the basket, Elder Dalai was as happy as a child. There are quite a few elders in the tribe. They should really live together. Someone like Elder Dalai needs someone to look after him. Eating grilled meat all day isn't good for his health, Changxia muttered. One of these days, I'll talk to Aunt Muqin. We need to rearrange things for the elders and seniors in the tribe. We can't just let them do whatever they want. As people get older, their diet should be more balanced. Changxia knew the elders and seniors in the tribe all preferred grilled meat and rarely ate wild vegetables or fruits. You want to persuade them to eat wild vegetables and fruits? Shen Rong's face changed slightly. He didn't like those either. If Changxia wasn't watching, he'd avoid them too. He understood why the elders didn't eat them. That stuff doesn't taste good. Why force yourself? Wild vegetables and fruits are good for your health. Why do you all hate eating them? Changxia looked at Shen Rong in confusion. He didn't like them either, and only ate them when Changxia was watching. He almost never ate them on his own. Like wild vegetable and egg drop soup, for example. If Changxia didn't ask for it, Shen Rong basically never made it. Beast folk just need to eat meat. Eating grass is pointless, Shen Rong argued. To Shen Rong, wild vegetables were just grass. The rest of the tribe felt the same. Besides the elders, most people didn't like wild vegetables or fruits either. Except for some females who will actively pick and eat wild vegetables and fruits, males rarely do so. When they do gather wild vegetables and fruits and bring them back to the tribe, it's only to help everyone survive the harsh winter so that no one starves to death. Who says eating wild vegetables and fruits is useless? If you go too long without eating them, you'll get sick easily, Changxia retorted. Things like mouth ulcers from internal heat are totally normal, not to mention constipation. Don't think Changxia doesn't know about the stomach troubles people in the tribe have. A third of the medicines Elder Shimu makes are laxatives. But even so, the tribe members would rather take medicine than eat wild vegetables and fruits. Changxia really had to admire that. I never get sick, Shen Rong said confidently. Changxia was speechless. Getting Shen Rong and the others to love eating wild vegetables and fruits was going to be a long-term project. She'd have to keep working on it. After lunch, Changxia handed the dishes to Shen Rong to clean up and slumped down in the corridor, feeling drowsy as a gentle breeze brushed her face. End of this chapter. What's that delicious sour smell? Changxia, what did you and Shen Rong sneak off to eat at noon? Nanfang's loud voice carried through the courtyard gate. With a creak, she pushed the door open and came in, followed by Maple Leaf and a few others, all with dirt still clinging to their clothes. One look, and it was obvious they'd just come back from the wild forests south of White Lake. We just had pickled fish soup noodles for lunch. Why haven't you all gone back to your cave dwellings to eat yet? Changxia stood up and looked at Nanfeng and the others in surprise. Maple Leaf glared at Nanfeng and grumbled, it's all Nanfeng's fault. She said we should finish building the chicken coop and duck pen in one go, so we wouldn't have to keep going back. We believed her and ended up working from early morning until now. When we finished and passed by the lakeshore, we smelled that sour aroma coming from your place. Nanfeng got curious about what you ate for lunch and dragged us all over to ask, Warm Spring said as she headed into the kitchen, clearly hoping to scrounge up some leftovers, just like Nanfeng. Unfortunately, with Shen Rong around, there was nothing left. He'd polished off all the pickled fish, pickled pork ribs, and pickled pork belly. There wasn't even a drop of soup left. Changxia, Nanfeng whined, drawing out her voice and looking at Changxia pitifully. Changxia couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. Shen Rong, go down to the cellar and bring up another jar of pickled vegetables, Changxia called out. Then she pointed toward the kitchen and said, there's an open jar of pickled vegetables in the kitchen. Take 2 heads each for your families. By the way, I remember you all made some pickled vegetables too. Before building the kiln, Changxia had started making pickled vegetables. Nanfeng had copied her and made a batch in a clay jar. Ahem. It didn't turn out well. Most of the pickled vegetables in the jar spoiled, and the rest are inedible, Maple Leaf said. They just weren't as careful as Changxia. They thought they could just throw wild greens into a clay jar and, after a while, have delicious pickles. Turns out, cutting corners comes with a price. Except for Warm Springs' family, all the other beast folk had failed completely. Changxia, 2 heads isn't enough, Nanfeng complained. Changxia rubbed her forehead and explained, don't you know how big a head of cabbage is? Besides, I only made a few jars of pickles in total. How could that be enough for you to squander? If Nanfeng thinks it's not enough, I don't mind. Give them all to me, I love pickled vegetables, Honeydew said with a mischievous grin, rubbing her hands together and egging Nanfeng on. Anything made by Changxia was sure to be top-notch. Honeydew had never tasted these pickles before, but that didn't stop her from wanting them. Besides, now that she'd gotten close to Nanfeng and Warm Spring, she felt, as Maple Leaf said, that fighting with Nanfeng for food wasn't really fighting, it was fair competition. Nanfeng almost slipped off the corridor in shock. Honeydew, who was usually just making dirty jokes, had actually learned to jump in and compete for food? Was it the tribe that had corrupted Honeydew, or had Honeydew's arrival corrupted the tribe? This was a question worth pondering. She'd have to chat with Bai Qing about it sometime. Get lost. Whoever tries to take my pickles, I'll bring Shishing and go live and eat at your house. When it came to shamelessness, Nanfeng was well on her way to becoming the #1 in the Heluo Tribe. Given time, she'd probably surpass even the elders like Elder Pukong. Suddenly, everything went quiet. Clearly, all the beast folk were shocked by Nanfeng's shameless threat. Take them and go, Shen Rong said, bringing up another jar of pickled vegetables from the cellar and waving Nanfeng off. He never liked her much. She was always up to something when she came over. If it weren't for the fact that she was good to Changxia, he'd have kicked her out long ago. During the hunting competition, they'd agreed not to come by for a few days. And yet, not even half a day had passed before a whole group showed up. Even for a feast, they'd never all come together like this. We're not in a hurry, Nanfeng said, lifting her vine basket. Changxia, the chicken coop and duck pen are finished, and the canal and pond have been dug. We can fill them with water anytime. The chickens and ducks being kept by the lakeshore fence. When do you want to move them to the southern forest? The canal doesn't matter, but let the pond sit for a couple of days to disinfect. The coop and pen should air out for 2 days too. Put some fresh grass inside, and we'll need to make a few more feeding troughs for the chickens and ducks, Changxia said thoughtfully. By the way, Nanfeng, how many wild rabbits are being kept by the lakeshore fence? She'd been so focused on the chickens and ducks that she'd forgotten about the wild rabbits she'd tossed in there. Now that the chickens and ducks were being moved to the southern forest, the rabbits couldn't be left behind. Unlike geese, which only numbered a dozen or so, the rabbits bred like crazy. Honestly, if it weren't for eating them, Changxia wouldn't want to keep them at all. She figured, once they finished off the current batch at the lakeshore fence, she'd let the tribe know not to bring any more wild rabbits over when they went hunting or foraging. About 100, Nanfeng replied. Warm Spring added, the wild rabbits eat a ton. Most of the wild grass we picked for the chickens and ducks ended up being eaten by the rabbits. They just keep eating like they're never full. Previous page, next page, last page, top. If it weren't for the fact that roast wild rabbit and spicy cold rabbit taste so good, Warm Spring really wouldn't want to feed these wild rabbits. They eat a lot and poop even more. The air by White Lake is practically being polluted by all the rabbit droppings. Let the tribe know that from now on, there's no need to catch wild rabbits and bring them to the pens by White Lake. We're not raising wild rabbits anymore. If anyone wants to eat rabbit, they can just go hunt in the forest, Changxia said. Okay, Warm Spring replied, overjoyed. South Wind added, wild rabbit tastes great, but they eat too much and poop too much. Not raising them is honestly a relief. The beast folk like to keep things simple. They don't mind raising animals, but when it comes to wild rabbits, it's always been a bit of a headache. Today, with Changxia's decision, everyone who knew what a hassle wild rabbits were breathed a collective sigh of relief. With the chicken coop and duck pen finished, all that's left is to let them air out for a couple of days. Then, the chickens and ducks from the White Lake pens can be moved over. That means, for the next 2 days, South Wind and the others don't have to trek out to the wild hills south of White Lake anymore. After all, the work is done, no need to keep running back and forth. South Wind and the others left. Changxia knew that for the next 2 days, the tribe's focus would be on the White Lake Commercial District, and after that, the White River Wooden Bridge. Based on what she knew, the bridge at White River wouldn't be the only one near the White Lake Wall. The wild plains were vast and untouched prime land the tribe wouldn't just ignore. Especially since, this time of year, the wild plains are full of wild ferns, mushrooms, and other edible plants. The beast folk aren't big fans of vegetables, but they don't waste food either. In past years, the tribe would go out hunting and foraging on a large scale, saving the wild plains for last. But this year, with Changxia's help, there's no need to travel far to hunt or gather. Sticking close to home, the wild plains are the obvious choice. Shen Rong, is the White Lake Commercial District almost finished? Changxia asked. These days, except for when he's out hunting, Shen Rong hasn't been resting in the cave at all. Changxia guessed he must be helping out at the commercial district. Yesterday, while wandering the wild plains, the chief mentioned that the district would be done soon. Changxia wanted to know the exact completion date so she could plan ahead. End of this chapter. The White Lake Commercial District should be finished in the next couple of days, Shen Rong replied. He'd been helping to make some furniture, which would be displayed in the commercial district once the trading event started. Not only would these pieces be used by the various tribes in the district, but the methods for making them would also be shared, either for free or for trade, depending on how the tribe decided to handle it. That part wasn't Shen Rong's concern. That's pretty fast, Changxia murmured, lying down to continue sunbathing. She asked Shen Rong to move the light grass from the long table in the small living room out to the porch steps to get some sun. The light grass she'd dug up from the Weishan sanctuary had been distributed to the elders of the tribe. Changxia had checked with Muqin. The light grass was thriving, with no signs of wilting. This made Changxia even more confident in her own bloodline ability. She hadn't liked sunbathing before, but as her bloodline ability evolved, she found it quite pleasant. In fact, cloudy or rainy days made her uncomfortable, which surprised her. Was her bloodline ability evolving into a sunflower or something? I'm heading to the White Lake Commercial District in a bit. Wanna come? Shen Rong asked. Changxia was tempted for a second, but her sore limbs quickly reminded her otherwise. I'll pass. I need to rest. I have archery practice with Elder Dalai at the range tomorrow, so I'll skip the commercial district today, she said, waving him off. She lay there, continuing to soak up the sun. Once the sun wasn't so strong, she planned to check on the vine trees in the wilds south of White Lake, and then inspect the growth of the light trees in the tribe. Her bloodline ability's evolution had slowed recently. She guessed it had to do with how often she used it. The more she used it, the faster it evolved. Also, the more frequently she interacted with different plants, the more active her ability became. Su had once said, Changxia was born for the forest. At the time, Changxia thought she was just teasing. But now she could sense that Su was right. If she wanted her bloodline ability to keep evolving, she needed to go into the forest and interact with all kinds of plants. Her ability was unique, so she couldn't rely on the tribe for advice. Lately, she'd noticed Shen Rong training nonstop. She guessed he'd probably consulted the elders about evolving his own bloodline ability. She'd seen him train before. He used to be all over the place, but now his training was much more focused and purposeful. Seeing Changxia uninterested in going to the commercial district, Shen Rong figured she must be bored lying around. He suddenly asked, "Do you want me to bring you your carving tools?" Once he finished up in the cave, he planned to help out at the commercial district. The sooner it was done, the sooner everyone could get back to hunting and foraging, which they much preferred over construction work. No need. My hands are too sore to carve anything. Besides, I think it's great to let Warm Spring and the others handle it. Their jade carvings are even more delicate than mine now. Give them a bit more time, and maybe next time we can trade with the bird or fish tribes. Changxia sighed, though not with much bitterness. She'd been the first to start carving, but her energy had gone into exploring the forest for new plants and animals. Before she knew it, Warm Spring and the others had surpassed her. She was excited, but couldn't help feeling a little left out. Shen Rong couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Then be good and rest at home. I'll go help at the commercial district and be back by evening. Navigation links and site notices omitted for clarity. All right, go take care of your things. Chang Xia replied. She figured that once Shen Rong headed to the Baihu commercial district, Nan Feng might drop by in the afternoon. Now that the work in the wild forests south of Baihu was finished, there were already enough tribe members helping out at the commercial district. There was no need for more beast folk to go over. Morning was the best time for hunting and gathering. All things considered, there was a pretty good chance Nan Feng and the others would come by. A gentle breeze drifted in. Chang Xia lay on the corridor, eyes half closed, basking in the sun. As her body relaxed completely, she quietly activated her bloodline ability. In an instant, a flood of sounds filled her ears. Even though she hadn't touched any plants, she suddenly heard voices, some young and tender, some old and weathered, whispering by her ear. It's been so hot lately. Shen Rong hasn't watered me enough. I wish I could drink more. With this heat, my leaves aren't as pretty as they were a few days ago. That lush green color was so beautiful. I heard from Little Chui by Baihu that it smells terrible over there. Apparently, a few wild rabbits inside the fence have diarrhea, and it's seriously polluting the air by the lake. One voice after another opened the door to a whole new world for Chang Xia. Listening, she found it all incredibly amusing. Especially the way these plants kept gossiping about the tribe members living near the Baihu cave dwellings. The more she listened, the more entertained she became. Who would have thought that these quietly growing plants were all such busybodies at heart? Besides the plants' idle complaints, Chang Xia could faintly hear the sound of seeds sprouting and breaking through the soil. It was a very unique sensation. As she listened, she felt the aches and pains in her limbs slowly melt away. Warm and comfortable, she felt wonderful. Chang Xia, Chang Xia. In a daze, she heard someone calling her name. The voice was close yet far away. It was a strange feeling. Chang Xia groaned softly and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Nan Feng's all-too-familiar face. But unlike usual, Nan Feng looked a little anxious and tense. What was she worried about? Was it because the pickled fish she made for lunch turned out badly and she was upset about it? Chang Xia, are you all right? Nan Feng asked nervously. Chang Xia blinked in confusion. Why wouldn't I be? We've been calling you for ages and even shook you for quite a while, but you didn't react at all. If you hadn't woken up, I was about to send Maple Leaf to the tribe to fetch Elder Shimu, Nuan Chun said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She teased Chang Xia as she recounted what had just happened. Rubbing her eyes, Chang Xia replied, I was just enjoying the sun and must have dozed off. Oh, and I heard a lot of interesting things just now. She trailed off mid-sentence. Suddenly, she sat up straight, lowered her head, and stared in shock at her outstretched hands. That wasn't a dream, her sore limbs really did feel completely healed. This. Chang Xia, Chang Xia. Seeing her space out again, Maple Leaf and the others couldn't help but sigh. Did this beast cub knock her head while practicing archery with Elder Dalai this morning? But no one's ever heard of archery practice making you lose your mind. Oh, Chang Xia exclaimed, then explained, I'm fine. Something unexpected happened just now, but don't worry, it was a good thing. What unexpected thing happened? Maple Leaf looked around. There was only Chang Xia in the cave, and when they came in, she'd clearly been napping. Chang Xia stood up and stretched her limbs. Sure enough, the soreness was gone. She felt like she could practice archery for another hour. I had a dream, a wonderful dream. In it, I was chatting with lots of friends and overheard some really interesting conversations. Best of all, the muscle strains and soreness I got from archery practice all disappeared after that dream. Chang Xia smiled as she explained. Hearing this, Maple Leaf and the others exchanged glances. Chang Xia's explanation was vague and mysterious. They were all a bit puzzled, but judging by her expression, it must have been a good thing. It seemed this so-called dream probably had something to do with her bloodline ability. Immediately, they all felt a pang of envy. Especially Nuan-chun. She hadn't awakened any bloodline ability and was just an ordinary female beast folk. Changxia, stop being so cryptic, Nanfeng said, waving her hand. After making sure Changxia was all right, she stepped back and asked, "Are you coming to Woi to gather wild vegetables this afternoon?" With a new wooden bridge over the Bai River, it was much easier to go back and forth to Woi. They didn't have much to do at Baihu anyway, so they'd come to invite Changxia along. This was the best season for gathering wild greens, they couldn't miss it. Besides gathering, they could also do a bit of hunting. Woi was full of game. "I'll go," Changxia nodded after thinking for a moment, then added, "but I need to come back early. I have to check on the vine trees growing in the wilds south of Baihu, and I also need to inspect the light trees in the tribe square. Not to mention, the light grass needed to be checked again too." "Great," Nanfeng replied. She got up and headed to the woodshed to fetch a basket for Changxia, getting ready to go to Woi together. Soy sauce pork. As soon as she stepped into the woodshed, she saw several rows of soy sauce pork hanging from the beams. "Soy sauce pork, Changxia, is your batch ready?" Hearing this, Maple Leaf, Nuan-chun, and the others rushed into the shed, looking up at the glistening, mouth-watering soy sauce pork, trying hard not to drool. Honestly, after just one night of drying, the soy sauce pork looked incredibly tempting. "Yesterday, Shen Rong and I took out the cured pork and hung it up. Did you all take yours out too? You just need to air dry it indoors, no need to move it to the cave courtyard," Changxia explained. "My family's meat is already hung out to dry," Nuan-chun said. Milu nodded in agreement, indicating hers was done too. Nanfeng and Maple Leaf exchanged a glance, then quickly said, "Wait for us, we need to run home for a bit." With that, the two of them dashed out of the courtyard. Changxia couldn't help but twitch her lips, speechless as she watched their backs disappear into the distance. Well, there was no need to guess what was going on. Most likely, they'd forgotten to take their marinated soy sauce meat out to dry. If they hadn't seen the meat drying at Changxia's house today, their own would still be soaking in the clay jars. The two of them, usually so careful and meticulous with important matters, were surprisingly careless with household chores, especially compared to Nuan-chun. Ahem. Nuan-chun coughed awkwardly. "Let's just wait a bit longer." "Sure, no rush," Milu waved her hand casually. Changxia shrugged and asked, "Nuan-chun, hasn't Yadong and Dia come back to the tribe yet? It's been over a month, hasn't it? By now, Yadong should have returned." "They'll probably come back with the Dadi tribe," Nuan-chun replied. "If it weren't for this exchange event, Yadong and Dia would have returned to the Heluo tribe long ago. But because of the exchange, their return was delayed. Since they weren't back yet, it was almost certain they planned to travel with the Dadi tribe." Changxia's expression shifted slightly, and she nodded. Without Yadong to liven things up, the tribe felt too quiet. She'd been busy lately, so it wasn't so bad, but whenever things calmed down, she couldn't help but think of Yadong, who still hadn't returned. "The Dadi tribe isn't far. They could arrive any day now," Milu said. The 6 major tribes were all established around the Witches' Hall on Mount Kana, with the Heluo tribe being the closest. The other 5 tribes were spaced out in order. Normally, when a beast tribe wanted to enter another's territory, they'd first go to the Witches' Hall on Mount Kana to get the witch's approval, then pass through Mount Kana to reach the other tribe. This time was no different. You could say that the entire Twilight Forest beast tribes centered their lives around the Witches' Hall on Mount Kana. The closer a tribe was to the hall, the stronger they were considered. After all, being near the witch meant greater safety and fewer natural disasters. "We'll see." Nuan-chun shook her head and said simply. The Heluo tribe was swamped with work. She figured the other tribes that had left Heluo last time were probably just as busy. Everyone was caught up with sugar making, chili picking, harvesting golden corn, and so on. They were all busy, so arriving early was just a guess. Some might even be late, which wouldn't be surprising. After chatting for a bit, Changxia stood up and picked up her basket. "Let's go wait by White Lake," she said. With that, the 3 of them left the courtyard and headed toward the lakeshore. Along the way, the sounds of the bustling White Lake marketplace next door were easy to hear. All sorts of noises blended together, making for a lively scene. Sure enough, they didn't have to wait long. Nanfeng arrived first, followed closely by Maple Leaf. Once everyone had gathered, they headed straight for the wooden bridge by the White Lake wall without any further delay. Changxia, where are you off to? You just got hurt this morning, you should be resting at home. Nanfeng, Maple Leaf, did you two pester Changxia into coming out? Elder Dalai was lying in the sun. Hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes and saw Changxia walking in the middle of the group. Immediately, he sprang up in a flash. Elder Dalai, I'm all better now, Changxia said with a mysterious smile, miming an archery pose. We're just going to the wilds to pick some fiddleheads and mushrooms. We'll be back soon, so don't worry. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng got scolded and could only look up at the sky, not daring to talk back. They were afraid of getting hit. When the elders got angry, they didn't care if you were male or female. If they felt like it, they'd smack you without hesitation. You're all better? Elder Dalai looked skeptical. Is the witch's medicine really that amazing? I don't remember it being that miraculous. Changxia, are you trying to trick me so you can go play in the wilds? Elder Dalai, my recovery isn't because of the medicine bath, it's because of my bloodline ability. Changxia raised a finger and wiggled it. She leaned in and quietly explained the truth to Elder Dalai. Most people in the tribe already knew about her special bloodline ability. When Elder Dalai heard it was due to her bloodline, his eyes lit up. Seeing this, Changxia quickly added, "Don't get too excited, Elder Dalai." This time, the healing was triggered passively. I can still only practice archery once a day, anymore, and my body can't handle it. Afraid Elder Dalai would drag her off to the archery range, Changxia grabbed Nuanchun and Milu and dashed toward the wooden bridge, waving back at Elder Dalai as they went. End of this chapter. Haha. After Changxia and the others ran off, Elder Dalai came back to his senses and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She ran so fast, was she worried he'd drag her to the archery range? What was this little beastling thinking? Archery wasn't something you could master overnight. Besides, he was responsible for patrolling the White Lake Wall and didn't have time to hang around the archery range all day, though he did enjoy being there. However, at this moment, Elder Dalai had no idea that Changxia was planning to propose to the tribe that single members should pair up and live together so they could look out for each other. The days of Elder Dalai living alone and carefree were about to end. Changxia, why did you drag us off running? Milu looked at her in confusion, not understanding why they suddenly took off mid-conversation. Nuanchun seemed to catch on. Changxia, were you afraid Elder Dalai would make you go practice archery? Nuanchun covered her mouth and giggled. Previous page, next page, last page, top. During the long summer, Changxia said quietly, archery is pretty fun, but standing still and shooting for an hour or two gets really boring. Yeah, even though it's such a simple exercise, doing it over and over really makes you want to throw up, Miller replied. As she spoke, it was as if she remembered some terrible memory. Her beautiful face turned pale, looking quite awful. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng caught up, noticing the three of them wearing different expressions. Immediately, Nanfeng couldn't help but get curious. What's with those faces? Nanfeng blinked and asked. Ahem. Changxia quickly shook her head and replied, it's nothing. Let's hurry and cross the bridge. After crossing the wooden bridge over the White River, the group arrived at the fertile plains. The scent in the wind made it easy to sense that other tribe members had passed through here. Bracken grew everywhere across the plains. But if you wanted to find mushrooms, you had to head into the forested areas. With Maple Leaf leading the way, the group set off toward the nearest woods, carrying baskets on their backs. Along the way, they picked bracken, gathered bird eggs, and even managed to catch 2 wild chickens and a rabbit alive. Clearly, the plains were teeming with wildlife. At the same time, these wild chickens and rabbits showed no fear of the beast folk at all. Probably because their genes hadn't yet developed a fear of beast folk, they just saw them as 2-legged creatures, not worth being afraid of. When were these dirt roads built? Changxia asked in surprise. The vast plains were crisscrossed by several dirt roads. Seen from above, the roads divided the land into neat grids, like a checkerboard. Did she accidentally sleep for a day or two? Otherwise, how could the plains have changed so much overnight? It was almost unbelievable. You're not dreaming. The tribe built these roads this morning. The chief asked the elders to help out, so it went really fast. Maple Leaf pointed at the newly divided plains, her face full of pride. Nanfeng chimed in, I wanted to help too, but my dad sent me away. Seeing how everyone else seemed to know what was going on, Changxia was left speechless. Just how much had she missed this morning? Amazing! After a moment, Changxia managed to squeeze out the word. Other than that, she couldn't think of anything else to say. The tribe plans to follow your suggestion and turn the area near the White River into farmland. They'll also dig a few canals to bring water from the river to other parts of the plains, Maple Leaf explained. This was another decision the tribe had made that morning. Building canals meant filling in and leveling out the streams across the plains. That was no small task either. But since the plains were close to the tribe and the rainy season was coming, there was no rush to start. The plan was to wait a few months until the streams dried up, then begin construction. By then, the tribe would have more hands available. Transforming the plains is no small project, Changxia said with a smile. She said it was no small feat, but the smile on her face was genuine. Clearly, she fully supported the tribe's efforts to reclaim and develop the land. The plains were vast. The area near the White River could be used for farming, and the rest could be used for raising cattle and sheep. Since the plains bordered the forest, in theory, the tribe could raise as many animals as they wanted. The tribe really has vision, Milla said, her face full of admiration. The Heavenly Lion tribe could never pull off something this ambitious. After all, the climate and flora and fauna were very different between the two mountain ranges. She was still getting used to the climate here in the Heluo Tribe. Compared to the Heluo Tribe, the Heavenly Lion tribe was noticeably warmer. But over time, Milla found life in the Heluo Tribe more comfortable, and the atmosphere was more harmonious and welcoming. Auntie Tianluo, are you digging up thatch roots? Soon, the group passed a patch of thatch grass, where they saw Tianluo, Hayon, and others hard at work with stone hoes. Changxia, do you want to join us? Tianluo stood up and asked with a smile. The nearby forests had already been thoroughly dug up by Tianluo and her group. The once ignored thatch roots had all been turned into blocks of thatch root sugar and stored in the tribe's supply caves. The satisfaction from that was hard to put into words. Now, many of the elders liked to wander into the supply caves just to look around. Seeing the caves packed with supplies, the smiles never left their faces. We're planning to pick some bracken and mushrooms today, so we won't be digging up thatch roots for now. Changxia shook her head, politely declining Tianluo's invitation. Then she asked curiously, Auntie Tianluo, did you find any other kinds of roots while digging? We found some kudzu roots, and some others that look like medicinal herbs, Tianluo replied. Hearing this, Changxia looked a bit disappointed. After saying goodbye to Tianluo and the others, they continued toward the forest. Their goal today was bracken and mushrooms. Ever since they'd tasted the mushrooms and bracken from Song Mountain, Maple Leaf and Nanfeng had become obsessed. They couldn't go a day without craving them. The area around here has already been cleared by the tribe, so no need to worry. Are there still forest wolves around? No, but we've run into plenty of forest pythons. At the mention of forest pythons, Changxia couldn't help but shiver. She'd forgotten that the plains were also called Snake Plains, and suddenly she didn't know where to put her feet. To be honest, she was a bit creeped out by snakes and other slithery creatures. Are there a lot of snakes and pythons on the plains? Changxia asked, her voice unconsciously dropping, her feet reluctant to move forward. Nanfeng replied, quite a lot. Just now, one slithered off over there, and there are even more snakes, Maple Leaf said casually, pointing to the right. Snakes and pythons were everywhere on the plains, nothing unusual. When the young ones came here to train, hunting snakes and pythons was part of their practice. Of course, the adults would drive away the really big pythons. After all, the young ones were too small, If they ran into a big python, it could swallow them whole. Changxia hesitated, then said, Nanfeng, I just remembered I have some things in the cave house that I haven't finished drying. Maybe we should put off picking bracken and mushrooms for today. End of this chapter. Changxia, what are you going back to the cave to dry? We're almost at the forest, why give up now? Nanfeng was full of questions, looking at Changxia in utter confusion. Maple Leaf blinked and glanced at Changxia, hesitating. Changxia, are you afraid of pythons? Ever since they started talking about pythons, Changxia's expression had been off. But what's so scary about pythons? Last time, hadn't she even helped hunt a giant anaconda? Compared to an anaconda, a python was like a newborn beast cub, gentle and harmless. Even the largest forest python was nothing next to an anaconda, not even worth mentioning. Changxia, are you really afraid of pythons? Nanfeng was skeptical. Changxia ate snake meat. How could she be afraid of pythons? That just didn't make sense. Honeydew also looked unconvinced. Just a while ago in Misty Ridge, Changxia had helped deal with a forest python. It's not really fear, Changxia denied, lowering her voice. I just don't really like those slimy, cold, slippery creatures. You know what I mean. As she spoke, Changxia couldn't help but shudder. Sure enough, she just couldn't bring herself to like snakes. For a moment, the group looked at each other in silence. They wanted to say they didn't understand that feeling, but seeing Changxia's expression, none of them could bring themselves to tease her. We're carrying medicine pouches, pythons won't dare come near, Warm Spring said. She honestly hadn't known Changxia disliked pythons. Honeydew added, but Changxia, didn't you help hunt an anaconda? How could you be afraid of pythons when you weren't scared of an anaconda? That doesn't add up. It's not fear, really. I just don't like them. Anacondas are monsters, you can't really compare them to pythons. Actually, I don't even find snake-like beasts scary, Changxia tried to explain, though she couldn't quite put her feelings into words. She just didn't like them. You walk in the middle. Let's pick some mushrooms in the forest before heading back to the tribe, Maple Leaf suggested. Since they were already here, it wouldn't do to go back empty-handed, that wasn't the beast folk way. Changxia took a deep breath and nodded. All right. But if we really run into a python, you all have to protect me. This time, she didn't hesitate to ask for protection. Clearly, she really didn't like pythons. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you. Nanfeng patted her chest in assurance. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng took the lead. Warm Spring walked in the middle with Changxia, and Honeydew brought up the rear. Knowing Changxia disliked pythons, Maple Leaf and Nanfeng led the way straight into the forest. Soon, the group crossed the fertile fields and entered the forest bordering them. This forest was connected to the cliff where Changxia and Shen Rong had hunted the forest wolves. There was a dirt path cleared by the tribe, saving them a lot of time and making their route more direct. Changxia, look what I found. Nanfeng pointed excitedly at a cluster of mushrooms growing among the tree roots. Fresh mushrooms, delicious and tasty. Nanfeng loved mushrooms. They were one of the few wild vegetables she really enjoyed. Jackpot, Changxia said happily. It looked like they were in for a good harvest today. The group didn't split up. They squatted down together and started picking mushrooms nearby. There were no signs of previous foraging, so the tribe probably hadn't come here yet for mushrooms or ferns. That made sense. The tribe was busy building up the Baihu commercial district, so not many people were out foraging lately. Those who did go out were mostly after thatch grass. Clearly, the tribe wasn't tired of making syrup yet. Warm Spring, look, there are more over there. Changxia's eyes lit up as she spotted another cluster of mushrooms near a shrub. Wait a sec, let me finish picking these, Warm Spring replied. Since it was close by, Changxia took a few steps toward the shrub, planning to pick those mushrooms before coming back. Just as Changxia reached out toward the shrub, she suddenly felt something cold and slippery under her hand. Her pupils shrank in shock. Without thinking, she screamed, knocking over the basket beside her and stumbling backward in a panic. Changxia, Warm Spring, who was closest, rushed over and hugged the terrified Changxia. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng darted over, quickly grabbing the black snake from the shrub and tossing it away. Honeydew checked the area to make sure there were no more snakes nearby. It's okay now, Changxia, Warm Spring comforted, holding her close. Changxia was trembling. With a soft pop, she suddenly disappeared, leaving only a pile of clothes. A small furry head cautiously peeked out, nervously scanning her surroundings. Warm Spring, is the snake still there? Changxia whispered. After beast shifting, even her voice became soft and sweet. Her adorable actions and expression made Maple Leaf, Nanfeng, and the others catch their breath. In that moment, they finally understood why Mountain Sparrow was always clamoring to cuddle a kitty. The snake? Oh, Nanfeng already threw it away, Warm Spring replied, gently picking up Changxia and cradling her in her arms. She finally got to hold Changxia's beast form. So soft. So smooth. It felt amazing. Warm Spring, let me hold Changxia. Nanfeng squeezed in, reaching out for Changxia. It had been years since she'd seen Changxia's beast form, let alone held her. Last time, Elder Yami said Changxia was training in beast form, and the whole tribe had rushed to the training grounds to watch. Unfortunately, Changxia quickly got used to the training. Warm Spring, Maple Leaf edged closer, also reaching out to ask for a turn. Honeydew didn't say anything, but the longing in her eyes gave her away. She wanted to cuddle and smother Changxia with affection. I'll just hold Changxia. You all go pick mushrooms, Warm Spring refused without hesitation. This soft, smooth feeling was even better than holding her own chubby little one at home. She could hold Changxia all day and never get tired. Changxia, can I give you a hug? Changxia, let me hug you while we pick mushrooms together. Soon, a few of them started arguing. Changxia's petite beast form bounced around, swatting away Fengye's wandering hand with righteous indignation. Stop messing around. Hurry up and pick mushrooms and fiddleheads so we can get back to the tribe early. Changxia really wanted to return to her human form. But, considering the giant python, Changxia chickened out. She decided to just lie still and let Nuanchuan hold her. Her little paws kept rubbing together, as if trying to get rid of the lingering cold sensation. Hee. The victorious Nuanchuan couldn't help but let out a smug laugh. She carefully placed Changxia on her shoulder and said gently, Changxia, hold on tight. Let's keep picking mushrooms and fiddleheads. Nanfeng, don't forget the basket that Changxia knocked over. TCH. Nanfeng grumbled regretfully. Fengye also stared intently at Changxia perched on Nuanchuan's shoulder. So small, so soft. Just looking at her made your hands itch to touch. I thought the Totoro tribe's beast forms weren't that small, Milo said, her eyes full of fascination. She'd take a few steps, stop, and never took her gaze off Changxia's beast form. Fengye replied, Changxia is an exception. The shaman said it might be because she's physically weak. These folks' beast forms were usually quite imposing. Otherwise, how could they stand above the other races? Wisdom set them apart, but what truly made them stand out among the myriad races was their strength. End of this chapter. Changxia is really special, Mila said. Nanfeng countered, Changxia is just Changxia, nothing special about it. Yeah, Changxia is just Changxia, nothing special, Fengye echoed, patting Milu's shoulder lightly. Milu seemed half understanding, but didn't say anything more about Changxia. They set out as 5, but on the way back to the cave dwellings, it was 4 people and 1 beast. Changxia was determined to stay in her beast form on Nuanchuan's shoulder until they got home. She wouldn't return to her human form until then. She'd only come back to the Woi fields once the renovations were done. Otherwise, she thought it was best to keep her distance. She wasn't exactly afraid of the giant python, but it did make her skin crawl. When they passed the grassland, Tian Luo and her group had already left. The trampled grassland was neat and tidy, not a weed left behind. The tribe raised quite a few livestock, so the weeds could be used as feed. The roots of the grass could be used to make sugar, nothing went to waste. Changxia, where should I put this basket? They walked along the dirt road through Woi, crossed the Baiha wooden bridge, and returned to the Baihu cave dwellings. They dropped Changxia off at her cave, and, before leaving, asked her, who was already in the bath changing, where to put the basket full of mushrooms and fiddleheads they'd picked that afternoon. Put it next to the water jar. We'll eat them tonight, Changxia replied. Once the basket was set down, Nanfeng and the others headed back to their own caves, saying goodbye to Changxia. After getting dressed, Changxia glanced at the basket by the water jar and walked straight out into the courtyard. She still needed to check on the light tree in the tribe square and also take a look at the vine trees in the wild south of Baihu Lake. Luckily, it was still early enough. A short while later, Changxia arrived at the tribe square. She found that the square had changed dramatically, just like the Wei fields. The wooden sheds and stoves had all been dismantled, and the cave dwellings were gone too. The square, which had become cramped due to the planting of the light tree, was now once again spacious and tidy. Except for the pit next to the light tree. It did somewhat spoil the look of the square. Changxia knew the pit was reserved for the seasoning tree. Once the light tree was established, the tribe would need to decide when to go to Weishan to dig up the seasoning tree. Changxia figured it would probably be in the next couple of days. Any later, and they might not make it in time. The timing of the exchange event was flexible, but if they waited until the other beast tribes arrived before setting out, it would be too late and not appropriate. Changxia, Muqin greeted her with a smile. She always kept an eye on the light tree in the square and noticed Changxia as soon as she arrived. Muqin AMU, you haven't gone home to prepare dinner yet? Changxia waved in reply. It's still early, no rush. Are you here to check on the light tree? I just wanted to make sure everything's okay. Changxia placed her hand on the trunk of the light tree, activating her bloodline ability. At the same time, she chatted with Muqin. You're working so hard practicing archery with Elder Dalai. I'm keeping an eye on the light tree and the vine trees. They're both doing great, so you don't need to come check on them specially, Muqin said gently. Changxia was just too well behaved. Even after exhausting herself in the morning, she still worried about the light tree and the vine trees. This female is so gentle. She waters me every day and even adds that dark, muddy soil. Changxia, thank her for me. Sigh. There's no light grass nearby. So boring. Changxia listened to the light tree's complaints, as well as its praise for Muqin. She found it amusing and smiled. Muqin AMU, I'm fine. The light tree asked me to thank you. It really likes the ash and wet soil you give it. Also, it says it's bored and hopes you can bring a few pots of light grass to keep it company in the square. Plants can get lonely too. Changxia was surprised, but then again, it made sense. After all, the gossip she'd overheard at noon had really opened her eyes. If all the flowers, grasses, and trees were quiet, the plant world wouldn't be nearly as lively. Muqin's voice started out calm, but the more she listened, the more off she sounded. Her voice suddenly shot up, drawing curious looks from the distant tribespeople. The light tree said thank you to me, and wants me to bring some light grass to chat with it? Muqin clutched her chest, telling Changxia she needed a moment to recover from the shock. Pfft. Changxia chuckled softly, letting the evening breeze brush her face, lifting the loose strands of hair around her cheeks. She'd felt much the same as Muqin when she'd overheard all that gossip at noon. However, she wasn't as shocked as Guangqin. A moment passed. Guangqin gradually recovered. Tomorrow, I'll bring over a few pots of light grass for it. By the way, is it okay to use other flowers, plants, or trees? Guangqin asked. Since the light grass had already been distributed to the tribe members, if she wanted to bring some over, she'd have to discuss it with them first. So, she wondered if other flowers, plants, or trees could be used instead. That's fine, Changxia nodded in response. Changxia, you can understand what I'm saying, right? Hurry up and get Guangqin to bring me some beautiful flowers and plants. I want pretty ones. If they're not pretty, that won't do. Let me tell you, I used to be the most handsome tree in the Weishan sanctuary. There are too many two-legged beasts in the Heluo Tribe. It makes me feel unsafe. I need to see more beautiful flowers and trees. I heard you're planning to plant some sort of spice tree next to me. Is that spice tree pretty? Oh, and it'd be best if it was a beautiful female tree. As expected, chatterboxes exist in every species. The elder Shimu only turned into a chatterbox when provoked. Had this light tree been holding back too much these days and finally gone crazy? Once it started talking, it just wouldn't stop. And not just that, beautiful flowers, beautiful female trees. What on earth was all this about? Do trees in the plant world have their own sense of aesthetics? What a bunch of weirdos. Suddenly, Changxia didn't even feel like responding. If she said all this out loud, Guangqin would probably be just as flustered as she was. Guangqin AMU, just bring whatever flowers or plants you like. I'm going to take a walk in the wild south of Bai Lake, Changxia said, then turned and dashed off toward Bai Lake. She ran so fast it startled Guangqin. Why is that cub running so fast? Is she hungry, or does she need to pee? Guangqin muttered. Meanwhile, the light tree stretched out a hand, like Air Kang from a drama. Changxia, my beautiful female tree. It was as if Changxia sensed something and ran even faster. That's the trouble with intelligent plants. They're so chatty and nagging. At this moment, Changxia felt that those clueless, innocent plants were actually kind of cute. Thankfully, everything went smoothly in the wild south of Bai Lake. Changxia didn't run into any oddballs like the light tree, demanding to meet a beautiful female tree. Otherwise, she'd really have to consider how to use her bloodline abilities. After all, she didn't want to play matchmaker, especially not for plants. Honestly, it was just ridiculous. Changxia, where did you just come back from? Shen Rong was squatting by the water tank, picking ferns and washing mushrooms. Did you go to the fertile fields with Nan Feng and the others this afternoon? These ferns and mushrooms are really fresh. How about we have wild chicken stew with mushrooms and fried meat with ferns tonight? As for Changxia turning into her beast form out of fright, Shen Rong didn't mention it at all. I went to check on the growth of the vine trees in the wild south of Bai Lake, Changxia replied. I did go to the fertile fields with Nan Feng and the others this afternoon. For dinner, let's have wild chicken stew with mushrooms and fried meat with ferns, and steam a basket of dumplings. End of this chapter. Changxia walked over, squatted down, and helped Shen Rong wash the mushrooms and ferns. She told him about what happened at noon, and about the light tree's chatterbox antics in the tribe square. Shen Rong listened and chimed in, chatting happily with her. The Bai Lake Commercial District will be finished tomorrow. The chief plans to set out for Weishan in the afternoon to dig up a spice tree, and asked me to come back and get your opinion, Shen Rong said. Digging up a spice tree was much easier than digging up a light tree. There was no need to enter the Weishan sanctuary. They could even work through the night. Basically, it would be a quick round trip. I'll be practicing archery with Elder Dalai in the morning. Nothing else planned, Changxia nodded. Checking on the vine trees and channeling her bloodline power to the light tree was already routine for her. She had plenty of time to go to Weishan in the afternoon to dig up the spice tree. Do we need to prepare anything for the trip to Weishan in the afternoon? No, digging up a spice tree is simple. After the experience with the light tree, digging up a spice tree was a piece of cake for them. As they chatted, Changxia carried the washed mushrooms and ferns into the kitchen. Shen Rong poured fruit flour into a wooden basin and started kneading dough for the dumplings. By now, dusk was falling. Changxia glanced at the closed courtyard gate. Most likely, Yuan He wouldn't be coming back to stay the night again. Was bathing really that terrifying? She shook her head at the thought. The next day, as usual, Changxia went to the Bai Lake archery range to practice with Elder Dalai. Afterwards, she stopped by the tribe square. This time, she didn't dare chat with the light tree. She quickly channeled her bloodline power to it, pretended not to hear its endless chatter, and made a hasty escape from the square. After all, when it came to beautiful female trees and such, Changxia really had no idea how to handle that. The dozen or so pots of flowers and plants placed around the light tree were obviously Guangqin's doing. Judging by the light tree's feedback, it was quite satisfied with them. The only complaint was that they were too short, too small, and not very good at conversation. Changxia wanted to complain. It wasn't that the flowers and plants were too short or too small to chat. They were just scared stiff by the light tree's enthusiasm and chose to play deaf and dumb. Sigh. For the sake of the Heluo Tribe. These dozen or so pots of flowers and plants were really suffering. Shen Rong, what are you doing here? Changxia wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead and saw Shen Rong standing by Bai Lake, as if waiting for someone. I'm waiting for you to come home for lunch, Shen Rong replied. The chief has decided on a departure time? Changxia paused and asked. Yeah, we'll leave after lunch, Shen Rong said. Why were you running so fast? Was someone chasing you? No one was chasing me. I was just scared off by the light trees nagging. Other than the angry elder Shimu, I've never met anyone or any tree who could nag like that, Changxia sighed. The two of them walked back to the cave dwelling together, and Changxia happily looked at the light tree sapling and other flowers in her courtyard. Compared to the light tree in the tribe's central square, the flowers and plants growing in their own cave courtyard were just adorable little cuties, weren't they? Seeing the lingering fear on Changxiao's face, Shen Rong couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, he was quite curious about this so-called light tree. Unfortunately, aside from Changxia, no one else could hear the voices of the plants. Meanwhile, Changxia and Shen Rong went inside to eat. Elsewhere, the tribe was busy as well. Jen didn't waste any words. Just like last time, the same team that had dug up the light tree was assembled with the same wooden cart. After lunch, they gathered by White Lake. Compared to last time's tension, this departure was much more calm and collected. Let's go. Jen glanced at Muqin and gave the order. Soon, he led Changxia and the others straight toward Weishan. Now, the Heluo Tribe had everything ready, just waiting for the other tribes to arrive. This time, Changxia and her group moved with incredible speed. They set out for Weishan in the afternoon, and by dawn the next day, while the rest of the tribe was still asleep, Jen and his team had already carried the seasoning tree back to the tribe. Unlike the light tree, this seasoning tree was about 10 meters tall and resembled a fruit tree, with many branches drooping toward the ground. The branches were tied up with vines by Changxia and the others, making it much easier to transport than the light tree. They didn't even need help from the other tribespeople. Jen's group managed to carry the seasoning tree into the tribe's square by themselves. Once they finished planting the seasoning tree, the commotion in the square woke the rest of the tribe. People got out of bed and came to see what was happening. They saw a tall seasoning tree planted right next to the light tree. But, compared to the light tree, the seasoning tree seemed delicate and charming, nothing like tall at all. Chief, that was so fast this time. Seeing the seasoning tree standing next to the light tree, the tribe's people were overjoyed. Changxia covered her mouth, trying to hide the odd expression on her face. At that moment, hello, beautiful seasoning tree. I'm the light tree from the Weishan Holy Land. You can call me Little Guang. I'm 47 years old, just barely an adult light tree. Lovely female seasoning tree, how old are you? The light tree was chattering away like it had lost its mind. Changxia felt that if the light tree could move, this self-proclaimed Little Guang would probably pounce on the seasoning tree and do things that little kids, or beast cubs, shouldn't see or hear about. Changxia, Shen Rong saw Changxia pressing her hand to her forehead and immediately grew worried, thinking she might not be feeling well. Changxia whispered, Shen Rong, take me back to White Lake, quick. If she listened any longer, she'd be tempted to set the light tree on fire. At this moment, she had nothing but admiration for the seasoning tree, which remained unmoved in the face of the light tree's endless chatter. That kind of composure could rival Elder Pukang of the tribe. Definitely a tough tree. Shen Rong paused, glanced suspiciously at the light tree, and suddenly understood, most likely, the light tree was rambling on again, and Changxia just couldn't take it anymore. If you can't beat it, at least you can run away, right? Chief, we're heading back to White Lake, Shen Rong said. Jen nodded. All right, take Changxia back to rest early. With the seasoning tree planted, Jen finally felt at ease. Now he could focus on wrapping up the White Lake Commercial District. At the same time, he could walk around the tribe and see if anything needed fixing. Changxia, don't go. The female seasoning tree you brought back seems to be mute. The light tree wailed, now surrounded by many new plant companions. But none of these new friends seemed to like it, which left the light tree very confused. As the most handsome light tree, what could it possibly be doing wrong? Hurry, let's go, Changxia urged, quickly making her way back to the White Lake Cave. She made sure to channel a bit more of her bloodline power into the seasoning tree. Tomorrow, the day after, maybe she'd wait until the third day before coming back to check on the light tree and the seasoning tree. For now, She'd rest in the White Lake Cave for a couple of days. The light tree's endless chatter had really scared her off. When they'd first dug it up from the Weishan Holy Land, the light tree had been so quiet. But now, in such a short time, how had it changed so much? It was like she didn't even recognize it anymore. Truly terrifying. Pfft. Shen Rong couldn't help but laugh. Changxia, is the light tree really that scary? It's super scary. Do you know what it's been rambling about? Changxia complained. It keeps saying it's the most handsome light tree, and asking why the seasoning tree ignores it, and why the other plants don't pay attention to it either. Are all these plants mute? And it even wants me to tell Aunt Muchin to bring over more potted plants. End of this chapter. Pfft. This time, Shen Rong couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Damn. If the light tree had a mouth, it would either make people die laughing or drive them crazy. At this moment, Shen Rong really sympathized with the flowers and plants Muchin had moved to the tribe square. Those poor plants were probably going to be driven mad by the light tree's chatter. Ahem. Come on, let's go, Shen Rong said, taking Changxia's hand and hurrying away. Their steps were as urgent as Changxia's, as if they were fleeing from something. Jen and the others watched them leave, exchanging confused glances. At dawn, White Lake was shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist, echoing the rising sun on the horizon and creating a beautiful scene of misty White Lake at sunrise. Changxia yawned, looking exhausted. Shen Rong, could you tell Elder Dalai for me that I won't be practicing archery today? I'm too tired, I need to sleep, Changxia mumbled. She hadn't slept all night. Now, all she wanted was to crawl into bed. All right, I'll go talk to Elder Dalai, Shen Rong replied. A short while later, the two of them returned to their own cave dwelling. This time, Changxia didn't even bother to wash up. She went straight to the bedroom, kicked off her first shoes, took off her outer clothes, and crawled under the covers, falling asleep immediately. After all, she'd been carried on Shen Rong's back for most of the day and night, so she hadn't really broken a sweat. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just gone straight to bed like that. Shen Rong followed behind her, picking up the clothes and first shoes she'd tossed on the floor, and took them to the bathroom to soak in a wooden basin, planning to wash them together after his own bath. Soon, the sound of gentle snoring came from Changxia. Listening to her snores, Shen Rong quietly left the room. She slept straight through until the afternoon. When Changxia finally opened her eyes, her head felt fuzzy and she was momentarily confused, unsure what day or year it was. Yadong, you're something else. You brought back so much stuff from the Earth Tribe Daya didn't mind, did she? Daya is going to be a female of the Heluo Tribe from now on. These are things she asked the Earth Tribe to prepare for Changxia. The seaweed candy has brought great benefits to the Bear Tribe, so this isn't much. It's just some small things, nothing major. Stretching, Changxia listened to the voices outside. Among them was Yadong's familiar, carefree tone and a new, unfamiliar female voice. That must be Daya. Looks like the Earth Tribe had arrived. Yadong had brought Daya back to the tribe. Creak. The sound of Changxia opening the door interrupted the conversation among the beast folk. Changxia, you're awake. Come and see the gifts Yadong and Daya brought you from the Earth Tribe, seaweed candy, furs, bones, and more, a total of 10 big baskets. Nanfeng called out loudly. 3 of the baskets were filled with seaweed candy. The rest contained furs and other items. It was clear the Earth Tribe had been very generous. This was quite an impressive gift. With this, the other beast tribes from the 5 major tribes would probably bring equally generous gifts for Changxia. The thought warmed her heart. It wasn't that she was greedy for these gifts. Rather, it was the feeling of being remembered and cared for by others that made Changxia feel so content. It meant that what she'd done had truly benefited the beast folk of Misty Forest, and she'd earned their recognition and respect. Yadong, how could you let the Earth Tribe go to such trouble? Changxia scolded lightly, her gaze landing on Daya. She smiled and said, Daya, welcome to the Heluo Tribe. If Yadong ever bullies you, don't hesitate to come to us. We'll help you teach him a lesson. The beast folk didn't stand on ceremony. Yadong had visited the Earth Tribe, and Daya had come back with him to the Heluo Tribe. That was as good as being officially joined, so there was nothing odd about Changxia welcoming Daya to the tribe. Thank you. Daya replied crisply, then invited, Yadong, and I would like to invite you all to our cave for dinner tonight. Chang Xia, do you have time? Of course, I'll definitely come, Chang Xia replied cheerfully. Tonight, Daya will make the Bear Tribe's favorite seaweed roast for everyone. I think you'll all be amazed, Yadong said with a mysterious smile. As he mentioned the seaweed roast, his handsome face twisted a little, but the expression came and went so quickly that no one noticed. Except Daya, whose expression changed slightly. She glanced at Yadong's mischievous grin, guessing he was probably planning to prank Chang Xia and the others. Seaweed roast had a very unique flavor. Daya couldn't understand why Yadong couldn't get used to it. Great. I'm looking forward to Daya's specialty and to tasting the Earth Tribe's cuisine, Chang Xia said happily, her face full of anticipation. Seeing this, Daya felt a little guilty. Yadong, do you have enough ingredients at home? Kong Shan asked, his forehead covered in black lines. You're inviting so many of us for dinner. Don't tell me you haven't prepared anything? Besides us, your parents and the chief will be there too. That's dozens of people. Are you sure you have enough food in your cellar? His home was close to Yadong's, so he knew the state of Yadong's cellar. There wasn't enough food for even 10 people, let alone dozens. But Yadong just grinned cheekily and said, I came to deliver gifts to Chang Xia, and also to ask you all to go hunting with me. There's still plenty of time. If worst comes to worst, we can trade for some game at the White Lake fence, or catch some fish and shrimp from White Lake. Daya put her hand to her forehead. She really shouldn't have expected anything from Yadong. But seeing how calm Chang Xia and the others were, she felt even more helpless. She'd chosen her mate, so she'd just have to grit her teeth and support him. Yadong, let's hurry up and go hunting. Don't forget my parents and the others from the Earth Tribe will be coming to White Lake for dinner tonight too, Daya said anxiously. Not only the Heluo Beast folk, but also members of the Bear Tribe from the Earth Tribe would be attending tonight's dinner. Daya didn't want the Earth Tribe to think the Heluo Tribe didn't value her. It was Yadong's fault for being unreliable, but she couldn't bring herself to scold him. So, she could only urge Yadong to hurry up and go hunting. Huh. Nanfeng sneered. Aunt Tianluo was right, there's no point expecting Yadong to use his brain for things like this. Don't worry, Uncle Gore has already prepared the ingredients you'll need for dinner. Just go to the White Lake fence and pick out the game you want. For wild vegetables, go find my mom in the tribe. Clearly, Gore and Tianluo had prepared everything in advance. Back when Chang Xia and Shen Rong returned from the Normandy market, the tribe had wanted to throw a celebration for them, but Chang Xia had refused. At that time, both Chang Xia and Shen Rong were still recovering, and the little food left in their den had been provided by the tribe. Chang Xia was proud. How could she use food given by the tribe to invite everyone for a meal? Later, Chang Xia invited everyone to a hot pot feast, intending to make up for that missed celebration, though she never said so out loud. Heh. Yadong just grinned foolishly. Previous page, next page, last page, top. A beast cub spoiled by both parents, now that's the life. Don't get too happy just yet. Uncle Gore and the others are just waiting for you and Daya to get married and have beast cubs, Nanfeng said coldly, suddenly bringing up the topic of having children. Instantly, Yadong and Daya both went pale with shock. Nanfeng, you're just trying to scare me, right? Daya asked nervously. Beast cubs and all that. Is it really something you can just have whenever you want? Sure. Daya did want to have beast cubs with Yadong. But wasn't it a bit too soon? She still wanted to enjoy a few more years of just the two of them. Yadong put his arm around Daya's shoulders and whispered, Don't worry, Nanfeng is just trying to spook you. My parents want grandcubs, but don't you think the chief wants them too? With a quick turn, he tossed the topic of having beast cubs right back at Nanfeng and Xixing. Nanfeng's expression changed, and he secretly waved his hand as if he wanted to hit Yadong. Xixing looked completely unbothered, not affected in the slightest. In fact, he was really looking forward to having beast cubs with Nanfeng. He'd been staying at Nanfeng's house recently, but Nanfeng hadn't let him sleep in the same bed. Was this finally winning the beauty's heart, or was it just winning the beauty's heart, or maybe winning the beauty's heart? Ahem. Maple Leaf cleared his throat twice, stopping the conversation from going any further. Among all the beastmen present, only Nuanchan and Shan Kuan dared to talk about this topic. After all, they'd just had twins, which had sparked a marriage and baby boom across the Twilight Forest beast tribes. Honestly, if Nuanchan and Shan Kuan weren't family, Maple Leaf and the others would have loved to drag those two into the woods. To beat them up. Well, not really. They just wanted to have a little chat with them. Alright, enough talk. Come help sort through the gifts from the Earth Tribe. Changxia seized the opportunity and called out. If they kept chatting, things could get dangerous. Better to keep busy, less chance of trouble that way. Thanks to Gore and Tianluo's advanced preparations, there were plenty of ingredients. Yadong and Dia didn't have to worry about what to eat for dinner. So, they happily joined the unboxing crew. The joy of unboxing knows no boundaries, neither space nor distance. These 3 baskets are seaweed candy. Shen Rong, can you get Yadong and the others to move them down to the cellar? The weather's been hot lately, and we don't want the seaweed candy to melt, Changxia said anxiously, lifting the large tree leaves covering the rattan baskets and carefully checking the candy. Once she was sure it hadn't melted, she finally relaxed. Shen Rong and the others carried the seaweed candy away. Changxia continued to lift the leaves covering the other baskets. Animal skins, animal bones, these inedible items were moved aside by Maple Leaf and Nanfeng. Once Shen Rong came back, they'd organize them according to Changxia's instructions. Changxia, is this kudzu root? Nanfeng, are you blind? What about this root looks like kudzu? It's sweet and a bit crunchy. Maple Leaf was the most direct. He grabbed a piece, peeled it with his fingernail, and popped it into his mouth. Changxia could only watch in exasperation at Maple Leaf's antics. Sure, the stuff was from the Earth Tribe, so it probably wasn't poisonous, but couldn't Maple Leaf at least wait a bit before eating it? My tribe calls this sweet root. It tastes sweet. We even tried making sugar from it, but it's not like seaweed root. You can't get real sugar out of it. The syrup you get is a bit sweet, kind of like cooked wild fruit, Dia explained. This sweet root was unique to the Earth Tribe. The Bear Tribe loved sweets. Sweet root and seaweed root were both things they rarely traded with outsiders. Plus, sweet root had a low yield. If it weren't for preparing a special gift for Changxia, the Earth Tribe would never have parted with even half a basket. Changxia picked up a piece of sweet root and examined it. It looked a bit like the yakon she'd known in her previous life, a tuber that grew underground and tasted more like fruit. Dia said the syrup tasted like cooked wild fruit, which made sense. You can eat sweet root raw, just like wild grass roots. It's basically like a wild fruit, Changxia said. Since there aren't any fresh wild fruits this season, sweet root is perfect. Dia, does the Earth Tribe have a lot of sweet root? If they did, the Bear Tribe wouldn't be so stingy as to only send half a basket, Yadong joked, pointing at the half basket. Changxia, do you know how hard it is to get even this much sweet root for the tribe? If Chief Shifeng hadn't said it was a gift for you, there's no way this would have left the Earth Tribe. Seaweed had a high yield. The Earth Tribe would sometimes trade it with other beast tribes. But sweet root, other than the Wizard's Hall on Mount Kana, Changxia was the first beastman in history to receive sweet root from the Bear Tribe. It showed just how much the Bear Tribe valued Changxia. They were treating her like a shaman. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng, knowing how much the Bear Tribe prized sweets, both gave Dia a thumbs up. Dia, the Bear Tribe really went all out. Navigation links, rankings, etc. Let me know if you need the rest of the chapter or further editing. Dia, let me treat you to some delicious soup noodles and mixed noodles from the Heluo Tribe. Immediately, Maple Leaf and the others started inviting Dia as well, their smiles becoming even more genuine. As long as you're willing to treat Changxia well, we'll definitely become good friends. Changxia grinned so wide that even her gums were showing. At this moment, she was absolutely overjoyed. It wasn't just the attitude of the Bear Tribe toward her, but also the way Maple Leaf and the other beast folk protected and cared about her. What kind of relationship would make them think other beast folk as if they were family? Naturally, it's only for those closest and most cherished. Haha. Changxia covered her mouth with her hand, laughing heartily. Maple Leaf, stop eating for a second. Take a few sweet roots and wash them clean by the water tank. Peel them, cut them into pieces, and then crush up some seaweed sugar or something similar to sprinkle on top. I guarantee it'll taste even better, Changxia said with a smile. She was basically treating the sweet root like fruit, planning to make a fruit salad out of it. Sure, that sounds like a fun idea. Maple Leaf grabbed 5 or 6 sweet roots in one go. Each one weighed 3 to 5 jin, about 1.5 to 2.5 kilograms, so eating them as fruit was definitely substantial. Watching the sweet roots, Changxia started thinking about watermelons and such in the twilight forest. A melon like that would probably weigh at least dozens of jin, right? Imagining a watermelon weighing 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, Changxia thought that would really be a sight to see. Given how plants grow in the twilight forest, it wasn't impossible. After all, the Gangwa continent was a world of beastfolk. Here, both plants and animals grew even more exaggeratedly than on Earth. 100 jin watermelon, now that was something to look forward to. Is this fresh seaweed? Changxia looked at another rattan basket in surprise. Dia nodded. Yes, this is fresh seaweed. You can eat it raw like sweet root or cook it tastes delicious either way. Changxia understood. At the same time, she remembered what Yadong had said about seaweed barbecue, and a shadow crossed her heart. She felt like she could guess what was coming. Changxia had eaten sweet dishes before, but she only had one impression: never ask if you've loved before. For someone used to spicy food, eating sweet dishes. Well, Changxia felt a little uneasy. What if she wanted to refuse tonight's feast? But looking at Yadong and Dia's faces, there was no way Changxia could say anything like that. She felt stifled, anxious, and nervous. Soon after, Shen Rong finished tidying up the animal hides and bones. Some were set out to dry, while others needed to be polished before use. Among the animal bones sent by the Bear Tribe from the Great Earth Tribe this time, there was a particularly large skull. If polished well, it could be made into a bone pot. Just as Changxia had thought before, having only one bone pot at home wasn't enough, so the Bear Tribe's gift was really spot on. Thank you to Liu Qingqing.f, K's asterisk Tangua, Beautiful Wicked Witch, Mango, Brilliant Starry Sky, Shui, Misty Rain, Gakingmi, Miaozi123, Dayu Tong, Little Monkey Who Likes Sunflowers, Smile in the Sunshine, Ning Dash, Purple Tears Piggy, Mo Fong Dan, and all the others for your monthly ticket support. Thanks also to Sha, Chiochio from the Flower Planting Family, Sha, Auntie, Sha, Wooden Man, Sha, Enjoying Solitude, Sha, Compound Interest Orly, and all the others for your tips and support. The pandemic situation in Hunan has been quite serious lately, so I've been busy and tired, but I managed to squeeze in some extra updates today at the same time. I hope the pandemic ends soon, and wish our country prosperity and peace. End of this chapter. The sun was setting in the west. Kongshan glanced at the sky, then turned to Yadong. Yadong, you should take Dia to the White Lake enclosure to pick out some game. Yadong nodded, knowing Kongshan was right. It was time to choose the ingredients for tonight's dinner at the White Lake enclosure. Any later, and they'd run out of time. Dia, let's go pick out the ingredients we'll need for tonight's dinner at the White Lake enclosure. Nan Fong, can you run to the tribe and find my mother to prepare the wild vegetables for tonight? Yadong said. He had some ginkgo nuts and fruit flour stored in his cellar. There were also some river snails, thatch root sugar sent over by Gore, and flour made by the tribe. If it was just for Yadong and Dia, this would last them a month or two. But tonight, they were hosting the tribe. After this, Yadong would need to work hard hunting and foraging again. Most of the ginkgo nuts near the tribe had already been picked, some stored away in caves by the tribe, and the rest distributed to those who helped pick them. If you didn't help, you didn't get any. If you wanted some, you had to trade for it. After all, not every beastfolk was as lucky as Changxia. All right, I'll take Nuanchuan and some others to the tribe, Nanfeng replied. When it came to important matters, Nanfeng never hesitated. Besides, tonight's dinner wasn't just for the tribe, but also for the Bear Tribe guests from the Great Earth Tribe. As family, Nanfeng definitely didn't want to embarrass Yadong. Yadong, is there anything I can help with? Changxia asked. As soon as she spoke, Dia's eyes lit up, looking very excited. Seeing this, Yadong reached out and ruffled Daya's head. Changxia, I'd like your help making some beggar's chicken. The bear tribe loves beggar's chicken, especially if it's glazed with sugar, Yadong said with a grin. You can't glaze beggar's chicken with sugar, but you can with roast chicken. For beggar's chicken, how about we do roast chicken instead? Shen Rong can help roast some meat too. How about sugar-glazed roast chicken or roast meat? Changxia suggested. She just couldn't imagine what sugar-glazed beggar's chicken would taste like. But roast chicken, that was doable. After all, when it comes to roasting chicken or meat, brushing on honey makes the meat more tender and juicy. It's not too sweet, just right. Plus, you can brush on chili sauce, super spicy is best. The more she thought about it, the more excited Changxia got. Great. Daya nodded enthusiastically. She'd had Yadong's beggar's chicken before, and after the bear tribe from the Great Earth Tribe tried it once, they all fell in love with it. Unfortunately, you couldn't really make it with sugar. The bear tribe had tried, and while it was sweet enough, the taste was hard to describe. Let me know if you need any further editing or a more concise version. Changxia said you could glaze roast chicken with sugar. How could Daya not be tempted? Nearby, the others licked their lips. Their stomachs weren't even hungry yet, but their mouths kept watering uncontrollably at the thought. Kongshan, let's go catch some chickens by the fence at Baihu Lake. The chicken coops and duck pens in the wildwood south of Baihu Lake hadn't dried out yet, and the chickens and ducks by the lake hadn't been moved over. But now that the Earth Tribe had arrived, the fences by Baihu Lake would probably be dismantled in the next couple of days. Maple Leaf, remember to catch some wild rabbits too, Changxia reminded. As for the wild rabbits, Changxia had no plans to keep raising them. There were over 100 wild rabbits in the Baihu Lake enclosure, and they needed to be eaten soon. Otherwise, feeding them every day would be a hassle. Wild rabbits breed quickly. If you're not careful, you'll end up with a whole rabbit kingdom. Got it. Leave it to me, Maple Leaf said, patting her chest. When it came to food, she was serious. And so was the Heluo Tribe. Yadong led Daya toward the fence by Baihu Lake, while Changxia went into the kitchen, Shen Rong following behind her as she prepared seasonings. At Yadong's house, they probably only had salt and nothing else for flavoring. Changxia didn't want to keep running back and forth, so she decided to prepare everything in advance. If it turned out that Yadong's house did have these things, she could always just bring them back. Salt? Changxia, are you serious? Shen Rong couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief as he watched Changxia put salt into a rattan basket. Yadong's living like this, are you sure they're okay? Changxia replied, Yadong's been gone for over a month. Who knows what's left in his cave house? They're not like me, no one in the tribe worries about whether their family has food or not. At that, Shen Rong understood. The tribe had always looked out for Changxia, it was a habit from when she was young. But for other adult beast folk in the tribe, people were much more indifferent. The beast folk revered strength, and any adult beast folk was formidable enough to survive even if thrown into the forest, let alone in the tribe. So naturally, no one paid special attention to anyone else. What about fruit flour? Shen Rong asked. Should we bring a bag over for Yadong? The cellar's almost full, and the tribe keeps sending more. The Earth Tribe had been the first to arrive, bringing 10 baskets of gifts. Judging by that, the other beast folk tribes would probably bring at least as much, if not more. And of course, the gifts for Changxia would be even more carefully chosen than those for the Heluo tribe as a whole. If Changxia dug another cellar, she'd probably fill it up in no time. Let's bring 2 bags. Consider it a wedding gift for Yadong and Daya. If we gave anything else, Yadong probably wouldn't accept it, but he won't refuse food, Changxia said. Each bag of fruit flour weighed 1,000 catties, and the bags were made of animal hide, moisture-proof and insect-resistant, carefully selected for storing fruit flour. Unlike the smaller pouches Changxia and the others wore at their waists, which were made from leftover scraps and were lower quality. Of course, Changxia could give even more. After all, a few bags of fruit flour wouldn't make a dent in her cellar. But she knew Yadong and the tribe's personalities. Any more would be inappropriate. 2 bags was just right. I'll go to the cellar and carry up the fruit flour and see what else we can bring, Shen Rong said. Changxia set out the seasonings separately to avoid mixing them up. While Shen Rong went to fetch the fruit flower, she thought about what else to bring to Yadong's house. Sugar wasn't necessary. Now that Dia from the Earth Tribe was there, Yadong would never lack sugar. Oh right, there were the dried fish, Songhan mushrooms, and Songhan fiddlehead ferns brought back from Misty Ridge. Changxia put down the rattan basket and hurried to the cellar. It was the season for eating fiddleheads and mushrooms, and the dried Songhan mushrooms and fiddleheads had all been stored in the cellar. Yadong and Dia's wedding was a big event. For such a happy occasion, you had to prepare plenty of good food. Shen Rong, where did we put the dried fish from Misty Ridge last time? And the dried Songhan fiddleheads and mushrooms, let's bring some of those to Yadong's house. We can use them tonight for stewing chicken or frying meat. There's still plenty of anaconda meat, let's bring some of that too. And a jar of fried meat as well. As Changxia checked the shelves in the cellar, she muttered to herself about what to bring to Yadong's house. Thanks to the cold stones, the cellar was quite chilly. Light stones embedded in the walls kept it bright rather than gloomy. Once Shen Rong finished moving the fruit flower, he followed Changxia's instructions and started gathering other things. Before they knew it, the hallway was piled high with all sorts of supplies. End of this chapter. Changxia, what are you two doing? Nanfeng had just brought a few baskets of wild vegetables from the tribe to Yadong's house, all freshly picked from the fertile fields, like fiddleheads and mushrooms. Yadong and Dia had chosen 2 wild boars and a black-horned cow. Right now, Shankuan was helping at Yadong's house, dealing with the wild boars and the cow. Nanfeng had come with a mission, to get some salt from Changxia's house. Changxia had guessed right, Yadong's house really didn't have anything. We're just getting some things ready for Yadong, Changxia replied. Shen Rong glanced at Nanfeng and asked, aren't you helping out at Yadong's house? What brings you here? Yadong's out of salt, and I didn't want to go all the way to the tribe, so I came to get a jar from you. Later, when Yadong goes to the salt lake, he can pay you back, Nanfeng said, shrugging and spreading her hands, looking completely innocent. I knew it, Changxia said, rubbing her forehead. She pointed at the things in the rattan basket. Don't worry, I've already prepared salt and seasonings. Plus, Shen Rong brought 2 bags of fruit flour, and we've got plenty of dried fish, Songhan fiddleheads, and mushrooms. Changxia, you're the best. Nanfeng laughed. Honestly, she'd never be as thoughtful and thorough as Changxia. Even Aunt Tianluo probably wouldn't have thought of everything. After all, the beast folk lived pretty rough lives. Stop messing around and help me move these things. Changxia laughed as she pushed away Changxia's playful hand, urging her to get to work. She hadn't felt anything when she was carrying things earlier, but now, looking at the corridor piled high with stuff, Changxia just felt a headache coming on. No problem, just watch me. Nanfeng winked at Changxia and walked out the courtyard gate. Maple Leaf, call 2 people over to help at Changxia's place. Nanfeng took a deep breath, then shouted loudly in the direction of Yadong's cave dwelling. Soon, Maple Leaf replied from the other side, got it. Changxia and Shen Rong exchanged glances. They were both a bit stunned by Nanfeng's approach. All set, Changxia. Once Maple Leaf brings people over, we'll grab the stuff and head straight to Yadong's cave. Nanfeng came back in, happily reporting the situation to Changxia. Changxia silently gave Nanfeng a thumbs up. She'd give Nanfeng full marks for this move. Soon, Maple Leaf arrived with Mi Lu and Nuan Chun. Looking at the corridor full of things, Maple Leaf said enviously, Changxia, aren't you being a little too nice to Yadong? You're marrying Kong Shan, right? I'll prepare ingredients for you too, Changxia shot back. The tribe had urged Maple Leaf many times, but she always dodged it. The 2 of them lived together, but still hadn't officially become mates, which really annoyed the elders. Maple Leaf fell silent. She didn't know how to respond to that. Mi Lu, on the other hand, looked delighted. Changxia, don't forget about me. Mi Lu said happily. Changxia smiled, don't worry, there's enough for everyone. Hearing this, Mi Lu and Nanfeng exchanged mysterious smiles. Nuan Chun wasn't jealous. After all, Changxia often sent treats to her kids. If anything, she'd already gotten plenty of benefits. The fruit powder was handed to Shen Rong. The rest, Changxia and the other beast folk each took a share. Together, they headed off toward Yadong's cave. Tomorrow morning, have the chief send people to catch all the chickens and ducks from the Baihu fence and move them to the wild forest south of Baihu Lake. Then take down the fence, Chang Xia said as she walked along the embankment by Baihu Lake, looking at the fence. Originally, the fence by the lake was just for convenience. Who could have guessed the chickens and ducks would multiply so much? So soon? Nanfeng asked in surprise. Chang Xia replied, the Dotty tribe has already arrived. How long do you think it'll be before the other beast tribes show up? There are so many chickens and ducks now, you can smell them all the way at the lake. It's not acceptable. Hearing this, Nanfeng and the others understood. Chang Xia just couldn't stand the smell of the chickens and ducks ruining the beauty of Baihu Lake. Even if they couldn't see what was so beautiful about the lake, since Chang Xia had spoken, they'd do as she said. It wasn't a big deal anyway. No need to bother my father. We'll do it ourselves first thing in the morning, Nanfeng said. Maple Leaf and the others nodded, agreeing to come early and help. Great. Chang Xia nodded. She didn't care if Jen came or not as long as someone helped. With hundreds of chickens and ducks, if it was just her and Shen Rong, it would take ages to move them all to the wild forest south of Baihu Lake. Chatting as they walked, the group soon arrived at Yadong's house. Chang Xia, did you empty out your whole cellar? Tian Luo put her hand to her forehead, glaring at Yadong with eyes full of murderous intent. Yadong looked embarrassed and gave a sheepish laugh. Tian Luo, don't worry. With you and the tribe looking after my cellar, how could I possibly empty it? These are just things we'll need tonight. After all, it's Yadong's big day. We can't let the Xiong tribe look down on the Heluo Tribe. Besides, we have to give Dia some face, right? Chang Xia joked, handing the basket to Tian Luo and linking arms with her to reassure her. She knew the older females of the Heluo tribe well. When they hit, they didn't hold back. And when it came to scolding, they were absolute pros. If Chang Xia didn't explain herself properly today, Tian Luo really might beat up Yadong. And the chief and the others wouldn't stop her, they might even egg her on. Sure enough. After Chang Xia's explanation, the murderous look in Tian Luo's eyes gradually faded. In the distance, Yadong and Daya looked both happy and moved. Yadong was happy because Chang Xia finally called him brother. Among all the males in the tribe, only Bai Qing had ever gotten that honor from Chang Xia. She called everyone else by name. Even Nanfeng and Maple Leaf had only been called sister a few times before Chang Xia came of age. Chang Xia, say it again, Yadong said excitedly. Chang Xia rolled her eyes and pretended not to notice his fussing. Brother, is Linger still asleep? Chang Xia turned to Bai Qing, noticing the bulge at his chest, obviously. Bai Linger was tucked inside his clothes. Bai Qing replied, still asleep. Why is she sleeping so long this time? Chang Xia asked, puzzled. Bai Qing shrugged. He was just as clueless. They'd have to wait for the shaman to come and check if something was wrong. Chang Xia, come here, Mi Lu waved at Chang Xia, signaling her over. Chang Xia let go of Tian Luo's arm and walked over to Mi Lu, asking as she went, Mi Lu, what's up? Touch Bai Qing, Mi Lu said, pulling Chang Xia's hand onto Bai Qing's shoulder. The moment Chang Xia touched him, she shivered. He's so cold. Chang Xia exclaimed. Brother, are you okay? What could be wrong? I feel fine, Bai Qing said calmly. In fact, if Mi Lu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed anything different. Mi Lu, did you have Elder Shimu check on him? Chang Xia asked anxiously. Mi Lu replied, I asked the chief and he had Elder Shimu examine him. He said there was nothing wrong. But Bai Qing's body gets colder every day. I'm really worried. Don't worry, Mi Lu. I think the shaman will be coming to the tribe soon. When she does, we'll have her check on Bai Qing, Chang Xia said seriously. No normal person should have a body temperature like that. Something was definitely off with Bai Qing. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Bai Qing, don't go out for the next few days. Just stay in the tribe. Mu Qin came over and reminded him. If anything really were to happen, with the elders guarding the tribe, they could step in to help right away. I'm really fine, Bai Qing explained with a smile. My body temperature dropping is probably related to Bai Linger's evolution. Once she wakes up, I'll probably be back to normal. He had been carrying Bai Linger with him all along. The drop in his body temperature was likely due to Bai Linger absorbing the cold energy from his body. Don't forget, you're not to leave the tribe these days. Milu, keep an eye on him. Muqin didn't bother listening to Bai Qing's explanation and simply instructed Milu to watch over him and make sure he didn't leave. The other beastmen nearby, like Changxia, all chimed in agreement. Clearly, they all supported Muqin's suggestion. When faced with the unknown, caution is the most basic instinct. Don't worry, Muqin Amu, I'll definitely keep an eye on him, Milu promised seriously. She had already decided Bai Qing was her mate, the beastman she'd spend the rest of her life with. Of course, she'd keep a close watch on him and wouldn't let him wander off. Of course, going to the grasslands was still fine as long as she went with him. After all, her own cellar was empty, which made Milu feel uneasy. After repeatedly warning Bai Qing not to run off, Changxia looked around. Not seeing any of the bear tribe from the earth tribe, she asked, Dia, didn't Chief Shifeng and the others come? They're staying in the Baihu commercial district. They'll be here soon, Yadong replied. This time, the bear tribe from the earth tribe had brought tens of thousands of jin of seaweed candy. Judging by their intentions, they clearly wanted to make a big splash with their seaweed candy. Given how much beastmen love sweets, the bear tribe would surely get what they wanted this time. The bear tribe had arrived early and were settled in the area closest to the Baihu cave dwellings. At the same time, they could pick out whatever furniture they liked. Right now, Chief Shifeng and the other bear beastmen were probably busy admiring all the furniture. The Earth Tribe's territory wasn't suitable for building cave dwellings, so they lived in mountain caves. Most of these caves were naturally formed limestone caves, which were difficult to expand. Changxia had discussed the 6 major tribes with Suyi before. The Earth Tribe was best suited for building wooden houses, since their territory wasn't as harsh as the Lion tribes. Wooden or brick houses were enough for their climate. On the other hand, building wooden houses in the Sky Lion tribe was out of the question. Brick and stone houses were the best choice for them. Both tribes mainly used wood or stone for their houses, making use of local materials. If they wanted to build brick houses, they'd have to fire bricks. The beastmen knew how to fire pottery, so firing bricks wasn't hard for them. Still, Changxia and Suya's advice was to use local resources rather than forcing themselves to imitate others. In short, firing bricks was too much trouble. Building wooden or stone houses was much easier. Looks like they've been captivated by the Baihu commercial district, Changxia said with a chuckle. It was easy to guess why Chief Shifeng and the others were running late. They were probably distracted by something in the commercial district. Yadong, is the meat all prepped? Shen Rong needs meat for marinating and grilling. Bring it over. Nanfeng, are the chickens for roasting all ready? Soon, Changxia put away her smile and started asking about the dinner preparations, urging Yadong and the others to move quickly. Don't wait until it's dark to start rushing by then. It'll be too late. All the meat's in the kitchen. Shen Rong, which cuts do you want? Yadong answered and also asked for Shen Rong's preference. When it came to barbecue, they didn't dare offer any advice. After all, the difference between their grilled meat and Shen Rong's was like night and day. I'll go to the kitchen with you, Shen Rong replied. We've finished prepping the chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits. Changxia, how do you want to marinate them? Nanfeng pointed to a corner of the courtyard where the poultry and rabbits were kept. Ducks. Changxia paused and looked at Nanfeng suspiciously. Had Nanfeng taken it upon herself to add something again? Changxia was sure she hadn't mentioned ducks, though she had brought up wild rabbits. Nanfeng grinned and winked at Changxia. Well, no need to ask. Those ducks were definitely Nanfeng's idea. Shankuan, go dig up some yellow clay. We need to build an oven. With so many chickens, ducks, and rabbits, without an oven, we'd be roasting until the end of time before we could eat, Changxia said helplessly. Hearing this, Shankuan grabbed a vine basket and left the cave courtyard. If there's one thing the cave dwellings aren't short of, it's yellow clay. Still, he'd have to dig some up from the roadside outside. Nanfeng, you all come help marinate the chickens, ducks, and rabbits, Changxia called out, rolling up her sleeves and taking out all the seasonings from the bamboo basket. She had Daya bring over a table to lay out the spices for easy access. Maple Leaf brought over a large wooden basin, which was for marinating the poultry and rabbits. Of course, using clay jars would be even better. But with so many chickens, ducks, and rabbits, there just weren't enough jars. So wooden basins were actually more suitable and took up less space. After all, the tribe's clay jars were all made of earthenware. The big ones were really heavy. Changxia couldn't move anything like a water jar by herself. She could manage smaller jars and pots, but the big ones could only be dragged, not lifted. Meanwhile, Muqin, Tianluo, and the other beastmen started fermenting fruit flour. Tonight's staple food would be steamed buns and fruit flour pancakes. The tribe now used dried flour they made themselves. Unless someone specifically asked, everyone ate the dried flour, not the wet kind. "Chief Shifeng, this way, please." A familiar voice rang out. It was someone from the Baihu commercial district bringing over the Bear Tribe beastmen from the Earth Tribe. By now, dusk was falling and it was almost dark. For tonight's dinner, Muqin had brought over a dozen pots of glowgrass from the tribe. These glowgrass pots were placed all around Yadong's cave dwelling. Even before night fell, the glowgrass was starting to lose its color, and once it was fully dark, the whole place would be as bright as day. This scene, no matter how many times you see it, it's always breathtaking. Of course, the most magical thing is still the light tree. Its awe-inspiring beauty is beyond words, and all you can do is feel grateful for the wonders of nature. Ha ha, Shifeng grinned widely, laughing heartily. His thick beard curled up as he laughed, clearly showing how delighted he was at this moment. He was very satisfied with Yadong, this male leopard from the tribe. At the same time, he also approved of Daya's choice. If it had been any other beast tribe, Chief Shifeng would never have let Daya marry out. After all, the Earth Tribe wasn't lacking in strong, single males. "It smells amazing." Shifeng flared his nostrils happily. Could it be that Changxia is here? No ordinary beastman could make something that smells this good. Yadong had often taken charge of food in the Earth Tribe. But in Chief Shifeng's opinion, Yadong's cooking was nowhere near as good as Changxia's. Standing outside the courtyard gate, Shifeng couldn't help but swallow as he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma drifting on the night breeze. The other bear beastmen beside him were no different. Zhen wasn't surprised at all. With a proud look on his face, he said, "You guessed right, Changxia is indeed inside." Tonight's dinner was prepared by Changxia and her tribe members. End of this chapter. Then what are we waiting for? Shifeng exclaimed excitedly. His 3-meter-tall frame was like a small mountain, and his huge hands rubbed together eagerly, making a rustling sound. Zhen raised an eyebrow and said, "Please, come in." Chief Shifeng was as straightforward as ever. But Zhen didn't mind dealing with him. At least, talking to Chief Shifeng was much easier than dealing with the Snake Tribe chief. No hidden agendas, just direct and simple. Creak. Zhen pushed open the courtyard gate. "Yadong," Zhen called out, letting him know that the bear beastmen from the Earth Tribe had arrived, and to come greet them. "Chief, you're here," Yadong said cheerfully, his tone lively. "Come in, have a seat. This is sweet root juice, pressed from sweet roots by Changxia from the Earth Tribe. Everyone, have a taste." The sweet roots at Yadong's house were a wedding gift from the bear beastmen of the Earth Tribe to Daya. About a whole basket, half again as much as Changxia had received. This basket carried the bear tribe's blessings for Daya. Sweetroot juice. Chief Shifeng was full of questions. He bent down, staring at the clay bowl in front of him. The sweetroot juice was a pale yellow, and if you leaned in, you could catch a faint, refreshing sweetness, lighter than the sap of the red maple tree. Lily picked up the bowl and took a careful sip. Instantly, he was amazed by the taste of the sweetroot juice. His tiger eyes went wide and round, giving him a kind of adorably goofy look. "Lily." Seeing that Lily hadn't said a word for a while, Chief Shifeng and the others were a bit surprised and couldn't help calling his name to ask what was wrong. The bear tribe wasn't worried about Lily being poisoned by the sweetroot juice. Sweetroot was one of the bear tribe's favorite treats. What bear beastman in the Earth Tribe hadn't eaten it? They didn't believe for a second that sweetroot juice could be poisonous. "It's delicious." Lily slapped the table excitedly. Chief, this sweet root juice is amazing. It tastes even better than eating sweet root raw. Let me try. Yeah, let's see if it's really better than raw sweet root. I don't believe it. Immediately, the other bear beastmen from the Earth Tribe all spoke up, picking up their bowls and taking big gulps of sweet root juice. In no time, exclamations of surprise rang out. It was clear they were all blown away by the refreshing taste. After eating sweet root for so many years, this was the first time they realized that sweet root juice could be even tastier than the root itself. It was just like when the Heluo Tribe first tried mixed noodles and soup noodles. They discovered that compared to the usual mushy fruit porridge, the noodles were so much more delicious. All those years before felt like a waste. Father, you all better drink slowly. Once it's gone, there's no more. Dia called out loudly. When she'd tasted the sweet root juice earlier, her expression had been exactly the same as Chief Shifeng and the other bear beastmen. She'd even wanted to refuse Yadong's offer to share the sweet root juice with the bear beastmen. After all, she only had one basket of sweet root, and she was reluctant to part with it. But in the end, she was persuaded by Yadong. Ha ha! Chief Shifeng laughed heartily. He didn't look at Dia, but turned to Changxia. Chief Shifeng knew that this sweet root juice had to be Changxia's doing. Dia didn't have that kind of skill. If she could have made sweet root juice, she would have done it years ago, not waited over 20 years. If that were the case, the tribe she married into would have been even more generous with their gifts. Changxia, the chinchilla female favored by the shaman, really was extraordinary. He had to make friends with her, definitely. At that moment, Chief Shifeng was completely focused on how to get closer to Changxia. He even felt that the gifts he'd brought for her this time were too modest. Next time, when the Earth Tribe came to the Heluo Tribe for an exchange, he would have to prepare even more generous gifts for Changxia. Chief Shifeng, sweet root is really something special. Zhen's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning as he looked at Chief Shifeng, his intentions clear without saying a word. Chief Shifeng ignored Zhen's hint and said bluntly, "Don't look at me, sweet root is in short supply. Our tribe has tried to increase production, but we haven't had any luck." He was basically telling Zhen not to even think about sweet root. The bear beastmen of the Earth Tribe didn't have enough for themselves. There was no way they'd trade it with other beast tribes. The Wolf Tribe can trade golden rods. Are you bear beastmen really going to be so stingy? Aren't you afraid the other tribes will laugh at you, Chief Shifeng? Zhen went all out, trying to provoke Chief Shifeng. Chief Shifeng's big eyes widened. Chief Zhen, don't think I don't know about the Wolf Tribe falling out with the Western lands. The Wolf Beastmen are willing to trade golden rods because they don't need to cooperate with the Yuan family anymore. The news that the Sirius tribe had fallen out with the Yuan family of the Western lands had already spread throughout the entire Twilight Forest. Naturally, Shen Rong, who was busy grilling meat in the distance, overheard the conversation between the two. His hand paused slightly as he turned the meat, and a hint of joy flickered across his lips. This feeling of being valued and cherished by others, it was truly amazing. Yuan Ho had always treated him well, but the affection males showed toward cubs was always reserved and subtle. On top of that, the Yuan family was rife with competition and conflict. Shen Rong had never felt much familial warmth there. Who would have thought that a single thought before death would send him across the seas to the Twilight Forest, where not only did he meet his lifelong partner, but also rediscovered the meaning of family. Honestly, it felt fantastic. Shen Rong, are you all right? Chang Xia brought over some melted sugar for Shen Rong to brush onto the grilled meat and chicken for flavor. Hearing the conversation between Chief Zhen and Chief Shifeng, she looked at Shen Rong a little nervously. Shen Rong smiled and said, "I'm fine. Actually, I'm really happy." Though he didn't explain why he was happy, Chang Xia understood what he meant. Being protected by the Sirius tribe made Shen Rong feel truly happy. It meant he wasn't an abandoned beastman. The Sirius tribe is here for the exchange event. Remember to invite Elder Tian Tai over for a meal in the cave house. And don't forget to invite the other wolf beastmen too. Chang Xia paused, then added, "After all, I'm really interested in the Sirius tribe's golden rods. I hope the wolf beastmen will be willing to trade more of them with me." It was obvious. Chang Xia was worried Shen Rong might overthink things, so she added those last sentences. Shen Rong happily agreed. Changxia taking the initiative to suggest inviting the wolf beastmen over for a meal was beyond Shen Rong's expectations. But her friendliness toward the serious tribe made him genuinely happy. In the Twilight Forest, the beastmen called Changxia the Star of the Beastmen. It used to be just a rumor in small circles, but now it had probably spread throughout the entire forest. I'm so jealous, Nanfeng muttered. Xixing raised an eyebrow and said, when we get back to the Heluo Tribe, I'll have our people prepare a welcome feast for you. The Snake Tribe has lots of delicious food. I'm sure you'll love it. And then, we can pack some gifts for Changxia to take back to her tribe. Nanfeng's expression didn't change at first. But when Xixing mentioned packing gifts for Changxia, Nanfeng broke into a bright smile, gave Xixing a thumbs up, and said happily, Xixing, you're the best. Off to the side, Kong Shan and Shan Kuan exchanged glances. Damn. Xixing had stolen the show again. Everyone was showing off, but somehow, it always seemed like the two of them were the ones getting the short end of the stick. Sure enough. Maple Leaf and Warm Spring turned to look at the two of them in unison. Instantly, Kong Shan and Shan Kuan both shivered. Oh dear. End of this chapter. Brushing sugar on roast meat helps prevent it from burning too quickly. When roasting, food loses moisture and fat, making it dry and tough. Sugar helps keep the meat moist. Plus, sugar contains fructose, which gives the roast a pleasant, subtle sweetness, Changxia recalled from her memories of her previous life. Actually, that's the effect of brushing honey on roast meat. Here, Changxia just borrowed the method. She hadn't known before that brushing sugar syrup on roast meat or chicken could make it taste better. It probably had something to do with the seaweed sugar or thatch root sugar they'd boiled. Tonight, several types of sugar syrup were used for the barbecue. Changxia wasn't sure which one was used on the roast meat or chicken she ate, but she tasted each kind and they were all delicious. Clearly, all the sugars from the tribe could be melted into syrup and brushed onto the roast. Changxia was sure that after tonight, brushing sugar on roast meat would become a trend in the tribe. Chief Jen, when will the other beast folk tribes arrive? Xifeng asked. Jen put down his wooden chopsticks and replied, I'm not sure, but since you're here, I doubt the others will be far behind. Chief Xifeng thought for a moment and understood what Jen meant. The warm season was hunting season for the beast folk. If it weren't for the importance of the white fruit, no tribe would leave behind hunting and gathering to come to the Heluo Tribe. They came for the exchange event, but also to learn new things. In fact, Siyu had used her shaman powers to contact the chiefs of all the tribes in the Twilight Forest. The various ways to eat white fruit, along with Changxia's name, had already spread throughout the forest. The tribes came to the Heluo Tribe for the exchange event to learn how to use white fruit and would bring their own specialties as gifts for Changxia. These gifts were both presents and tokens of goodwill. This was an unspoken understanding between Suyi and the other beastfolk tribes. Navigation links omitted. Changxia knew what was happening, but was happy to see it succeed. If the beastfolk of the Twilight Forest want to develop and make progress, they must break with old traditions. Promoting new ways to eat ginkgo nuts is only the first step. The Twilight Forest is my home, and building it depends on everyone. If Changxia wants to help build up the Twilight Forest, she naturally needs the help of its beastfolk. The Heluo Tribe is the first stop. Suyi, Jen, and the elders of the Heluo Tribe had already guessed some of Changxia's intentions and were willing to support her. After all, she was one of their own, and even if she stirred up trouble, they would still protect and spoil her. What's more, Changxia wasn't acting out of selfishness. Everything she did came from a genuine desire to make the future better for all beastfolk. Who wouldn't be especially fond of such a kind-hearted child? Maybe we should get a good night's sleep. By tomorrow morning, more beastfolk will probably have arrived. The warm season makes it easy to travel, hunt, and gather, so it's much more convenient for everyone to get here, Muqin said with a gentle smile. That night, the elders didn't join the dinner. This allowed the bearfolk from the Earth Tribe to feel more at ease. After all, the Xifeng chief had led the bearfolk here without any bearfolk elders accompanying them. The Heluo Tribe would never betray such trust. Trust is hard to build, but all too easy to break. Chief Xifeng thought about it carefully. He agreed with Mu Jin. No beast folk tribe would want to miss out on this exchange event with the Heluo tribe. Look, they had brought sweetroot and received sweetroot juice in return. Unfortunately, the Earth tribe's territory was barren, and the bear folk hadn't found many edible plants. Clearly, Chief Shifeng now saw Changxia as someone on par with Suyi. Not a shaman, but even more impressive than one. Their cravings had been satisfied, both mouth and stomach. Now, Chief Shifeng and the other bear folk had the leisure to look around at Yadong's cave dwelling. Their eyes soon fell on the glowing grass arranged around the room. Chief Jen, what are those? Shifeng's breath caught, his big round eyes narrowing with excitement and joy as he asked loudly, Chief Jen, are those light stones? No, wait, light grass, is that light grass? He had been to the Weishan Holy Land before. Chief Shifeng was no stranger to light grass. However, until now, the Twilight Forest beast folk had only known about lightstones as glowing objects. For a moment, Chief Shifeng was almost tongue-tied. Yes, that's light grass. It comes from the light tree groves in the Weishan Holy Land. Our tribe even transplanted a light tree to our plaza, Jen said proudly. On their second trip to Weishan to dig up seasoning trees, they had originally planned to bring back a half-grown light tree as a gift for the shaman hall at Mount Kana. But when Jen contacted Suyi thought it over and declined the idea. She told Jen to wait until after this exchange event before going back to Weishan to dig up a light tree. Her main concern was that Changxia's health might not be able to handle it. Jen had told Changxia about this in private, and Changxia was delighted by Suya's consideration. She promised that after the exchange event, she would personally go to the Weishan Holy Land to pick out a beautiful light tree for Suyi, preferably a female one, to send to the shaman hall at Mount Kana. Chief Jen, is light grass or light trees part of this exchange? Shifeng asked excitedly. The other bear folk looked at Jen with equal eagerness. Seeking light is an instinct for intelligent life. No one can resist the allure of brightness. Sorry, we can't exchange light grass or light trees for now, maybe in the future. Jen shook his head gently and explained, first, it's not the right season. Second, our tribe was only able to successfully transplant light grass and light trees because of Changxia's special bloodline abilities. If you want to transplant light grass, you'd need a beast folk with the same awakened bloodline as Changxia. It wasn't that Jen was stingy or unwilling to trade light grass or light trees. Well, that was part of it. But more importantly, even if other tribes took the light grass or light trees, there was a high chance they wouldn't be able to keep them alive. In that case, the exchange would actually be doing them harm. That's a shame, Shifeng said with regret. He understood that Jen wasn't lying. After all, there was no reason for Jen to make up such a story. If he were lying, the Heluo tribe wouldn't have put the light grass out in the open. Don't worry, Chief Shifeng. Once our tribe figures out how to cultivate light grass and light trees, we'll definitely trade with you, Changxia said. Displaying the light grass wasn't about showing off. Changxia wanted to use these magical plants to make friends with other beastfolk tribes and do some mutually beneficial trades. Stingy? That was never an option. Really? Shifeng's spirits, which had been low, suddenly soared. It was like a thirsty traveler in the desert suddenly finding a well. Changxia smiled and said seriously, really? Changxia's right, our tribe isn't stingy. Once we figure out how to propagate light grass and light trees, we'll definitely trade them with other tribes. After all, I've been annoyed with those burfolk from the Qinghai Plateau for ages. Jen winked, and he and Chief Shifeng shared a mischievous grin. End of this chapter. That night, the laughter of Chiefs Jen and Shifeng, sly and conspiratorial, marked the end of the day. The next morning, the Baihu Commercial District welcomed another distinguished guest. This time, it was the Yuanhu Tiger tribe, arriving after the Earth Tribe, led by their chief Tej. Clearly, for this exchange event organized by the Heluo Tribe, every tribe had chosen to send their chief as the leader. Besides mutual understanding, it was probably Suya's influence behind the scenes. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air. The shooting range by the Baihu wall was bustling. Changxia wiped the sweat from her forehead with a blue cloth towel, took a drink of water, paused her archery practice, and curiously glanced toward the Baihu commercial district next door. She asked, "Elder Dalai, which tribe has arrived this time?" If it was the Tianlang Wolf tribe, she'd need to make some preparations. After all, she'd promised Shen Rong to host the wolf beast folk from the Tianlang tribe, and she couldn't go back on her word. Tiger tribe. Dalai looked at Changxia with a face full of affection and relief. Changxia was weak and not particularly fast, but her talent for archery was the strongest Dalai had ever seen among the beast folk. Given time, surpassing him would be no problem at all. The Yuanhu tribe. Changxia raised her eyebrows. She'd been thinking about the tiger tribe's beans for a while now. She'd been looking forward to making some bean products herself this time. Changxia, do you like the Yuanhu tribe's beans? Dalai asked with a smile. Changxia replied, "Elder Dalai, the Yuanhu tribe's beans can be prepared in so many ways, no less than ginkgo nuts. I should remind the chief to trade more with them. We can't miss out. Candied broad beans, those really are delicious, but they're a bit tough on the teeth," Dalai said, covering his cheek with a slightly embarrassed expression. Those beans were tasty, fragrant, and irresistible. But they really were hard on the teeth. Pfft! Changxia burst out laughing. "Elder Dalai, I'm not making candied beans this time. I'm making tofu. Tofu can be pan-fried, deep-fried, or even eaten raw. If you eat it raw, you can add sugar, salt, chili, whatever you like," Changxia said mysteriously, picking up her bow and arrows to say goodbye to Dalai. "I'll head back to the cave to wash up first. See you in a bit, Elder Dalai." "All right." Dalai nodded, secretly looking forward to the tofu Changxia had mentioned. Likewise. Changxia was full of anticipation too. There are endless ways to enjoy tofu, that's no joke. "Changxia, you're back." Shen Rong poked his head out from the kitchen. "I'll fetch some water for you. Do you want to wash your face or take a bath first?" "Oh, by the way, the Yuanhu tribe has arrived. You've been talking about all their different beans. Should we take some over to the Baihu market? I'll take a bath. And yes, of course we should go." Changxia nodded quickly, then asked, "Is everything set up in the wild forest south of Baihu Lake?" That morning, Changxia and the others had cleared out the fence by the lakeshore. They'd moved all the chickens and ducks to the coops and pens in the wild forest south of the lake, and even caught the wild rabbits and brought them over. Now, only a few dozen geese remained inside the lakeside fence. There weren't many geese, so they hadn't moved them yet. Nanfeng had been craving goose, saying that if she couldn't have goose, she'd settle for Songhan chicken. Changxia, unable to resist her pestering, agreed to make braised goose for dinner. After all, compared to Songhan chickens, geese were easier to catch. Of course, it wasn't that Changxia was playing favorites with the Songhan chickens. She was craving braised goose too. The Songhan chickens are in a separate coop, the other wild chickens roam free, and the wild rabbits and ducks are kept together. Nanfeng's been very attentive to all this. Nothing will go wrong, Shen Rong explained. He knew Changxia was mostly worried about the Songhan chickens. The other wild chickens weren't a big deal. Even if some died, it wouldn't be a huge loss. But if it was a Songhan chicken that died, Changxia might actually cry. She couldn't bear to eat them. She'd brought them back from Songhan specifically to breed more, hoping that someday they'd have enough to eat whenever they wanted. These few dozen Songhan chickens have to be safe. "I'm counting on being able to eat them whenever I want in the future," Changxia muttered. Honestly, she wasn't sure if the breeding would be successful right now. She could only feel her way forward. After all, you have to have hope. What if it works out? Knock, knock. Changxia had just finished washing her face and was about to enter the bathroom when someone knocked at the courtyard gate. "Who is it?" Shen Rong called out. "Shen Rong, is Changxia home?" A familiar voice, Maple Leaf, came from outside, and then the gate swung open. Maple Leaf said, "Shen Rong, Chief Tage from the Yuanhu tribe, brought a gift for Changxia to thank her for sharing her knowledge. Last time, it was ginkgo nuts. This time, it was gratitude for teaching the Yuanhu tribe how to eat beans." With Changxia's guidance, the tiger beast folks menu had become much more varied. If it weren't for their love of meat, the Yuanhu tribe could probably get by without hunting or foraging at all. Their territory grew so many kinds of beans, It was enough to feed the whole tribe. Chief Tej, please come in. Changxia just got back from archery practice and is washing up. Please wait a moment, she'll be right out, Shen Rong said with a smile, inviting Chief Tej and the other tiger beast folk into the cave courtyard. Sure enough. Just like the Earth Tribe, the Heluo Tribe had brought 10 large baskets of gifts. Shen Rong couldn't help but wonder if they'd coordinated this beforehand. These 10 baskets of beans are a small gift for Changxia. I heard she really likes our tribe's beans. Once we finish building the road to the Heluo Tribe, we'll bring even more beans for Changxia, Chief Tej said generously. His words hinted at road construction. Shen Rong and Maple Leaf exchanged glances, guessing that the shaman must have done something at Mount Kana. Building a road was no small matter. Chief Tej said they'd open up a road from the Heluo Tribe to the Heluo Tribe. That was a huge undertaking. The two territories were thousands of miles apart. Even for beast folk, building such a road was no easy feat. Please, everyone, have a seat. Shen Rong moved the tables and chairs from the wooden shed, arranged them neatly, and invited Chief Tej and the others to sit. The tiger beast folk were clearly sincere, coming straight to the Heluo Tribe to find Changxia. Naturally, Shen Rong couldn't be a poor host. He sent Maple Leaf to the kitchen to prepare some sweet root juice for the tiger beast folk, while he stayed to entertain Chief Tej. At the same time, he kept an eye on the time. The chief should be arriving soon to greet Chief Tej. Sure enough, there was another knock at the gate. Jen entered with Bai Ching and the others. Chief Tej, it's been over a month. You look even more energetic. Jen joked as he walked over, taking the seat Shen Rong pulled out for him and exchanging pleasantries with Chief Tej. Chief Tej smiled and replied, "No matter how energetic I am, I can't compare to you. The Heluo Tribe just keeps getting better. It's really enviable. Chief Jen, how about letting Changxia come stay with our tribe for a while? The Tiger Tribe would love to host her." TCH. That old fox is dreaming. Website promotional text and navigation omitted for clarity. Jen's lips twitched as he inwardly cursed Chief Tej for being so shameless. "Oh, if Changxia is willing, I'd be more than happy," Jen replied with a smile. He didn't believe Changxia would actually go to the Heluo Tribe. After all, the Heluo Tribe was quite far from Heluo. Just the round trip would take nearly half a month, and Changxia was never one to waste time on travel. Maybe one day. If the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest ever built proper roads, that would be a different story. End of this chapter. Chief Jen, are you serious? Tej looked thrilled, and the tiger beastmen sitting nearby all lit up with excitement. Clearly, they were all looking forward to having Changxia visit the Heluo Tribe. Of course, Jen nodded, smiling. Changxia has always been frail since childhood. The shaman, understanding her weak constitution, has always had her drink various medicinal soups. She only started entering the forest after coming of age and getting married. Visiting the Heluo Tribe would be a good thing. As her elder, I would never stop her from going out. As soon as he heard this, Chief Tej's face darkened. He'd been so focused on inviting Changxia to the Heluo Tribe that he'd forgotten she was different from other beast folk. Changxia was weak and often ill. Before coming of age, she hadn't even left the Heluo Tribe, let alone gone hunting or foraging in the forest. Under these circumstances, expecting Changxia to agree to visit the Heluo Tribe was wishful thinking. Maple Leaf walked over carrying a tray of freshly made sweet root juice, the corners of her mouth curving up in a smile. She secretly gave her own chief a thumbs up. When it came to witty comebacks, their chief never disappointed. The same could be said for Nanfeng. "Chief Tej, please try this." Soon, with Shen Rong's help, Maple Leaf served Chief Tej and the other tiger beastmen large bowls of sweet root juice. "What's this?" Tej asked curiously. The tiger beastman next to him picked up his bowl and sniffed the sweet root juice. A refreshing sweetness wafted up, making the tiger beastman's eyes light up. He quickly took a sip. "Sweet root juice," Shen Rong explained. The sweet roots were a gift from the bear tribe of the Earth Tribe. Changxia juiced and filtered them to make this drink. "Please try it. The sweet roots are limited, so we can only offer half a bowl to each of our friends from the Heluo Tribe." It wasn't that Shen Rong was being stingy. There really weren't many sweet roots. Being able to serve half a bowl to each guest from the Heluo tribe was already quite generous. Originally, Changxia had wanted to share the sweet root juice with her own people, but there was just too little of it. Since the other tribes might bring gifts for Changxia, Shen Rong decided to save it for the guests. This sweet root juice is made from the bear tribe's sweet roots? Tej exclaimed in surprise. Sweet roots are the bear tribe's lifeblood. I can't believe that blockhead Shifeng was willing to part with them this time. The sweet roots were a gift to Changxia from the bear tribe, Jen said proudly. In the entire Twilight Forest, who but Changxia received such treatment? To be loved and respected by all the beast folk until now, only the shaman had ever achieved that. Now, there was Changxia. Jen's pride was understandable and Chief Tej could relate. If Changxia were a tiger beastman from the Heluo tribe, Chief Tej would be even more smug than Jen. Chief Tej, hello. Changxia came out of the bathroom, freshly washed and neatly dressed. She smiled and waved at Chief Tej. Chief Tej burst out laughing, his voice booming like thunder. Changxia, I heard you like beans, so I brought you 10 baskets this time. It's not much, but I hope you don't mind. Chief Tej, you're too kind. If you have time, please stay in the Heluo tribe a bit longer. Let's experiment together with different ways to cook beans. Also, could you please set aside some of the beans, soybeans, red beans, and mung beans and not trade them all away just yet? Changxia was straightforward and open. She wanted to make tofu, red bean cakes, and mung bean cakes. So, she asked Chief Tej directly. As soon as she spoke, Chief Tej and the tiger beastmen were overjoyed. Even Jen's eyes sparkled. It was the first time in history that Changxia had ever asked for something. What a surprise. Of course. Since Changxia asked, none of the beans we brought this time will be traded. They're all for you to experiment with, Tej said grandly, waving his hand and declaring that there would be no trade. The Heluo tribe had already learned how to prepare ginkgo nuts. Tiger beastmen didn't lack food. Besides, if Changxia figured out new ways to eat beans, the ones who'd benefit most would be the tiger beastmen of the Heluo tribe. Chief Tej, you're too generous. I don't need that many beans for my experiments, Changxia said, startled, quickly waving her hands. The Heluo tribe had brought at least 100,000 jin, about 50,000 kilograms, of beans for the exchange. There was no way Changxia could use that much. Besides, those beans were the tribe's entire seasonal harvest. The tiger beastmen were counting on Chief Tej to bring back supplies from the exchange. Chief Tej, listen to Changxia. Our tribe is willing to trade flour for some of your beans. You can set aside a share for Changxia, and we'll also support her with some beans for her experiments, Jen said, stopping Chief Tej before he could say more. Since Changxia wanted to experiment with beans, Jen would of course support her. Whatever Changxia discovered would benefit the tribe and all beast folk. Tej met the determined gazes of Changxia and Jen and had no choice but to compromise. Secretly, he decided that next time he'd double the gifts he brought for Changxia and increase the amount set aside for exchange with the Heluo tribe by 30%. I'll do as Changxia says. In the end, Chief Tej relented. After all, the tribe was counting on them to bring back new supplies from the exchange. Lately, all sorts of news had been spreading through the Twilight Forest, the Heluo tribe's flour, the Earth tribe's seaweed candy, the Sky Lion tribe's chili sauce. All of them were wildly popular among the beast folk, including the tiger beastmen. To be able to come with Chief Tej to the Heluo tribe for the exchange, the tiger beastmen's totem warriors had fought fiercely for the chance. Now, sitting in Changxia's cave dwelling, the tiger beastmen were completely satisfied. Turns out, fighting for a spot was the right call. Otherwise, how would we get to drink delicious sweet root juice and eat all kinds of tasty candies? The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. At the same time, she couldn't help but look forward to the next exchange event. She'd had sweet root juice and tasted the candies. Now, Chief Tej stood up and left with Chief Jen for the Baihu commercial district. After all, they hadn't even settled in yet. They'd just dropped off their things and rushed over to Changxia to deliver gifts. Now that everything that needed to be discussed had been discussed, Chief Tej was eager to bring some more beans to Changxia, but also wanted to hurry back to the Baihu commercial district to get things in order. She was also interested in checking out the commercial district herself. She'd heard that the Bear Tribe from the Earth Tribe had arrived yesterday, and she wanted to chat with them and maybe exchange more seaweed candy with Chief Shifeng. Changxia, you're amazing, Maple Leaf said with a smile. Changxia laughed, gently patting Maple Leaf and teasing Maple Leaf. Haha, Maple Leaf laughed loudly. If you need help researching beans, just ask us directly. Aunt Muchin and the others are hosting at the Baihu commercial district, so us young beast folk don't need to worry. Let's pour out the beans the Heluo Tribe brought first. I want to check if they're dry. Beans spoil easily if they're not dried properly. Changxia didn't stand on ceremony with Maple Leaf, pointing to the 10 baskets of beans Chief Tej had brought. Maple Leaf glanced out the courtyard gate and shouted, Nanfeng, how long are you planning to hide out there? Get in here and help already. Maple Leaf, when did you spot me? Nanfeng called out. She pushed open the door and came in with warm spring and honeydew. This time, there was also Daya. The 4 of them entered the courtyard, laughing and joking, each with their own unique charm. Changxia was so stunned by the sight that she couldn't look away. End of this chapter. What's this all about? Changxia looked at the 4 of them in amazement. Their outfits were so modern, still made of animal hides, but today's clothes were different from what they usually wore. Nanfeng grinned and winked at Changxia. She spread her arms and spun around, showing off her animal hide clothes from every angle. Daya made these. She loves sewing all kinds of animal hide outfits. These 2 sets are for you and Maple Leaf. Do you want to try them on? Both Daya and Maple Leaf were striking beauties. Nanfeng's features were more defined, but compared to Daya and Maple Leaf, she was a little less dazzling. Warm Spring was the delicate, girl-next-door type, while Honeydew, the first thing Changxia noticed about her was her chest. Her looks were almost an afterthought. Daya, you're amazing, Maple Leaf exclaimed. She took the clothes Nanfeng handed her. She and Daya looked a bit alike, though Maple Leaf's aura was colder and more glamorous, while Daya's was more heroic. Still, someone not paying close attention might mistake them for sisters. Changxia happily accepted the animal hide clothes Daya had made for her, beaming with joy. She'd been wondering how she'd sew clothes if Shen Rong ever managed to make cotton or linen. She'd secretly sketched out a lot of designs, but now, seeing the animal hide outfits Daya had made, Changxia realized she didn't need to worry about that anymore. She could just leave it to Daya, who would definitely do a better job than she could. Come on, try them on, Nanfeng urged. Maple Leaf and Changxia exchanged a glance and headed to the bedroom. Unlike Nanfeng and the other short outfits, Changxia's was a long one. It was obvious Daya had put a lot of thought into it. Changxia was more sensitive to the cold than the others, so even though the weather was warmer, she still wore long clothes. She'd only switch to short ones when it got even hotter. Daya is so meticulous. I've never seen anyone in the tribe sew clothes with such care. Every edge and corner is carefully trimmed. Making a set of animal hide clothes like this must take a lot of time, and the amount of thread used is astronomical, Maple Leaf said, stroking her new outfit with delight. Changxia took off her old clothes and put on the animal hide outfit Daya had made. Compared to Maple Leaf's, the hide on hers was even softer. Changxia guessed that Yadong must have told Daya she was particular about animal hide clothes. If they weren't soft enough, she'd get a rash or an allergic reaction. Maple Leaf, this outfit is really valuable, Changxia said hesitantly, feeling a bit guilty about accepting it. Maple Leaf finished changing and turned to help Changxia straighten her clothes. Don't worry about it. Daya will be living in the tribe from now on, so just look after her when you can, Maple Leaf said calmly. Daya wouldn't have been able to make so many sets of animal hide clothes without the support of the Bear Tribe from the Earth Tribe. The Bear Tribe supported Daya because they hoped she'd live in the Heluo Tribe and be looked after by the Leopard Tribe beastfolk. If Changxia refused, it would only make Daya feel bad. Without explanation, Changxia immediately understood. She no longer insisted on refusing the valuable animal hide coat. After changing into her new clothes, Changxia looked down at her vine sandals and said regretfully, These clothes are beautiful, but the vine sandals don't really match. Animal hide shoes would look better, but they're not comfortable. Maple Leaf smiled and said, then sew some animal hide onto your vine sandals. That's right, Changxia said excitedly. Let's go find Daya and see if she can sew animal hide onto the vine sandals. Leather shoes would definitely be more comfortable than plain animal hide shoes. But making them wouldn't be easy. Daya, Changxia called out. All the beast folk in the courtyard turned to look. Instantly, everyone was stunned by Changxia's beauty. Unlike Maple Leaf's striking looks, Changxia was gentle and graceful, her face radiant with a sweet smile that could lift anyone's spirits. But what stood out most were Changxia's eyes. Lively, passionate, and full of life. In a corner, Shen Rong quietly watched Changxia. He held his breath, as if afraid that even breathing might scare her away. He wanted to protect her, to keep her at her best. Changxia, you look beautiful in that outfit. Her pale golden hair was no longer dull, but had a hint of exotic flair. Nefeng came over and took Changxia's hands, looking her up and down with admiration. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Daya makes such beautiful clothes, Changxia said. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly avoided the curious gazes of the other beast folk. She glanced at Shen Rong out of the corner of her eye, and her blush deepened. Exhaling softly, she pulled her hand free from Nanfeng's grip and gently fanned herself, trying to cool the heat and embarrassment on her face. Daya, I feel like these vine sandals don't really match the clothes I'm wearing. Do you think you could find a way to improve the vine sandals or maybe combine them with the leather shoes? Changxia quickly changed the subject, unable to handle the intensity of Shen Rong's gaze from afar. I really love the feather shoes of the bird tribe, but unfortunately, they're not suitable for hunting or gathering outside, Daya replied. The vine sandals from your Heluo tribe are super comfortable, but they wear out easily. Both vine sandals and leather shoes have their pros and cons. If we want to improve them, we'll need to experiment. Clearly, Daya was very interested in Changxia's suggestion. As she spoke, she was already itching to get started. Just then, Maple Leaf spoke up, Changxia, weren't you going to count the beans sent by the Heluo Tribe? Let's take care of the shoes after you finish with the beans. There's nothing else urgent today, so you and Daya can take your time figuring out how to make better shoes. Among the beast folk, it was common to just wrap their feet in animal hide or go barefoot when traveling. Their soles were thick and calloused, so going barefoot was no problem for them. Changxia, from the Heluo tribe, was the only picky one. She never liked wrapping her feet in animal hide, but she was also physically weak and hadn't trained much, so her feet were tender and she couldn't walk barefoot. Oh right, I totally forgot about the beans. Changxia smacked her forehead and said to Daya, let's deal with the beans first, then we can talk more about shoes later. And about making beautiful clothes, you're so talented, we can't let that go to waste. Nearby, Maple Leaf and Warm Spring whispered to each other. Warm Spring, do you think Changxia is still thinking about the bird tribe? I think you're right this time. But Daya really is skilled. I never thought animal hide clothes could look so nice. The only problem is they use up a lot of thread. What's the problem with using thread? Once we find the cotton and flax Shen Rong mentioned, we won't have to worry about running out of thread for sewing clothes. Not just thread, we'll have cotton and linen fabric too. Their conversation made Honeydew's heart burn with excitement. The beast folk had suffered under the bird tribe for so long. Lightstones, blue cloth, thread, and more. But now, with the tribe having light trees and light grass, she believed they'd soon have cotton and linen as well. When that time came, who would care about the bird tribe anymore? Nanfeng, come help us over here. Changxia called out, interrupting Nanfeng and the others' conversation and beckoning them over. Coming, Nanfeng replied. Shen Rong smiled as he walked over and said softly, Changxia, you look amazing in these leather clothes. I guess I need to hurry up and find some cotton and flax. Are you saying I didn't look good before? Changxia retorted playfully, her eyes full of embarrassment, but her tone refusing to admit defeat. At the same time, she was delighted by Shen Rong's compliment. After all, women always want to look their best for the ones they care about. End of this chapter. Haha, my Changxia has been beautiful since she was a child. Shen Rong, you'd better hurry up and get us some cotton and flax. We're all waiting. In an instant, Maple Leaf, Nan Feng, and the others all chimed in, teasing Shen Rong and urging him to get the cotton and flax. Shen Rong rolled his eyes helplessly and said, making cotton and linen fabric isn't hard, but first we need to find cotton trees and flax. I can't just conjure cotton and linen out of thin air. The chief should send people to the shaman hall at Mount Kana to ask the shaman for help. Lately, whenever he had spare time, Shen Rong had been tinkering with the spinning wheel. He had seen spinning wheels before and even tried using one himself. The Yuan family was known for their weaving, so most of the family members knew a bit about weaving and dyeing. However, the most advanced techniques and secrets were kept by the core members. For example, Shen Rong only knew a little about dyeing. But he had learned the basics of weaving, from drawing out fibers to spinning and weaving. Shen Rong knows how to weave? Daya exclaimed excitedly. Honeydew was equally thrilled. The Heluo Tribe really was a treasure trove. They were so glad they had chosen to marry into the Heluo Tribe. It was the best decision ever. I just know a little, Shen Rong replied modestly. Changxia sighed, if we want to weave cloth, we have to find cotton trees and flax first. Only then can we get cotton and linen thread, and then weave them into fabric. The Heluo tribe hasn't found any cotton trees or flax yet, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. What do cotton trees and flax look like? Can you describe them? Maybe the Earth tribe can help, Daya said straightforwardly. Honeydew nodded in agreement. The Sky Lion tribe can help too. The beast folk were all one people, and if the Heluo tribe prospered, so would all the beast folk of the Twilight Forest. Daya and Honeydew didn't hesitate to offer their help, knowing the tribe wouldn't refuse to look for cotton and flax. Over the years, the beast folk had always been oppressed by the bird and fish tribes, which made them feel stifled. But now, Changxia had given them hope for a turnaround. Shen Rong has drawn pictures of cotton trees and flax. I'll show them to you later, Changxia said. As she spoke, she lifted the leaves covering a vine basket beside her and tiptoed to peek inside. All the beast folk were over 2 meters tall. This was a huge disadvantage for Changxia. Maple Leaf, Nan Feng, and the others were all over 1.9 meters, with Warm Spring being a bit shorter, but still about 1.9 meters tall. Changxia herself had recently grown a bit and was now over 1.8 meters. But standing next to Maple Leaf and the others, she was still clearly a head shorter. Still, Changxia was happy to stand next to Honeydew. She used to be much shorter than Honeydew, but now that she'd grown, she felt like she was almost as tall as her, which was great news. Changxia had seen other females from the Sky Lion tribe. They all seemed to be as tall as Maple Leaf and Nan Feng. It turned out Honeydew was an exception in the Sky Lion tribe. Thinking about this, Changxia couldn't help but feel amused. Taking advantage of this exchange event, let's have Shen Rong draw a few more pictures, then distribute them to the other beast tribes. If the 6 major tribes can't find cotton or flax, maybe those plants grow in even more distant forests. Daya was quick to react, while some beast folks' thoughts stayed on the surface. Hers always went a level or 2 deeper. Daya, you're absolutely right. Mila nodded in agreement. I believe that as long as cotton and flax grow in the Twilight Forest, the beast folk will find them. I think we could post the drawings of cotton and flax on white paper in the Baihu commercial district. That way, any beast folk who come to the Heluo tribe will see them, Nan Feng suggested, her mind working quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, all the beast folk turned to look at her. What's wrong? Nan Feng stammered, a little unsure. Maple Leaf clapped both hands heavily on Nan Feng's shoulders, grinning. Nan Feng, you've gotten a lot smarter lately. Did you join the Snakewalkers or something? TCH. Nan Feng rolled her eyes and brushed off Maple Leaf's hands, her face flashing with exasperation to show her innocence. I'll draw a couple of large pictures later, Shen Rong said. If they were going to be posted in the Baihu commercial district, the paper couldn't be too small. The ones they had at home wouldn't do. Changxia narrowed her eyes and stayed silent for a while. Nan Feng and Maple Leaf didn't disturb her. Whenever Changxia wore that expression, it meant she was deep in thought. Diane noticed Changxia hadn't spoken and reached out to nudge her, but was quickly stopped by Warm Spring beside her. Shoo! Chang Xia is thinking. She'll snap out of it in a moment, Warm Spring whispered. Dia was a little surprised and quickly pulled her hand back. While Chang Xia was lost in thought, the others opened up all 10 baskets of gifts sent by the Heluo Tribe, pouring them out onto the rattan trays. Unlike last time, all the beans from Heluo had already been shelled. Half of them, 5 baskets, were soybeans. There was 1 basket each of red beans and mung beans, and the remaining 3 held broad beans, green peas, and other types. The beans filled up all of Chang Xia's rattan trays. Shen Rong, what do you think about setting up a task board in the Baihu commercial district? Chang Xia came back to herself, her face lighting up with excitement. If they set up a task board there, every tribe could post tasks, as well as list the goods they wanted to trade and the ones they had to offer. Wouldn't that save a lot of trouble, just like the guild boards in games? What exactly is a task board? Shen Rong asked. At that moment, everyone was busy pouring beans into the trays, but when they heard Chang Xia's excited voice, they all gathered around curiously. It's something for the tribes to communicate with each other. Set it up on the main street of the Baihu commercial district, and each tribe can write down what they want to trade for, as well as what they have to offer. Chang Xia explained in detail, trying to make the purpose of the task board as clear as possible. By the time she was running out of breath, Shen Rong and the others' eyes were shining with excitement. A task board is kind of like a traveling merchant, but even more transparent. Traveling merchants are all shady. There's no way Chang Xia's task board is like them. I think it's a great idea. If all the beast folk in Twilight Forest take part, next time we have an exchange event, everyone can prepare what they want to trade in advance, without worrying about bringing too much or too little. No one there was a fool. Once Chang Xia explained it, they instantly understood the benefits of a task board and all expressed their enthusiasm for the idea. Since everyone likes it, I'll talk to the chief when I have time. Wow, you've already spread out all the beans to dry. Chang Xia clapped her hands happily. Looking out at the courtyard, she saw the rattan trays filled with beans of all colors, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Who told you to zone out? Nanfeng teased. Clearly, the idea for the task board had come to Chang Xia while she was daydreaming just now. End of this chapter. The beans were dried. Shen Rong went back to his room to prepare new drawings of cotton and flax. Chang Xia stayed in the courtyard, turning the beans over and checking how dry they were, deciding when to start experimenting with ways to cook them. Maple Leaf and the others helped out. These beans are only half-dried. They'll need another day in the sun, Chang Xia said, stirring the soybeans in the tray. The soybeans from the Heluo Tribe were plump and round, clearly top quality. The mung beans and red beans were also in great shape. Unfortunately, they were only half-dried. It was almost impossible to eat them fresh, which made Chang Xia a little disappointed. We can't have beans today? Nanfeng said regretfully. Chang Xia paused, glanced at the mung beans, and said, "How about we try making some mung bean cake?" She was thinking of the traditional kind, simple and not complicated. No need to add anything else, just grind the mung beans into flour and steam them. Great! Nanfeng jumped up. Chang Xia, tell us what to do. Yeah, just say the word, Maple Leaf urged, her eagerness making Chang Xia a little stunned. Warm Spring squeezed in two, her actions saying everything even though she didn't speak. Nanfeng, go get a clean clay bowl from the kitchen. I'll scoop out some mung beans and grind them into flour first, Chang Xia said. The traditional mung bean cake was simple to make. You could choose to peel the mung beans or not. If you peeled them, the cake would be yellow. If not, it would be green. Chang Xia liked the green version, so she chose not to peel them. After all, peeling mung beans was easy, unless you messed up, in which case it could make you question your life choices. Very soon, Nanfeng came over carrying a large clay basin. Nanfeng, are you serious? Chang Xia stared at her with dead fish eyes, speechless. If she remembered correctly, she'd asked for a clay bowl. What on earth did Nanfeng bring? With a basin that size, they'd be using up 100 pounds of mung beans. Ahem. Chang Xia, can I use this? Nanfeng asked, aggrieved. Off to the side, Maple Leaf and Warm Spring quietly gave Nanfeng a thumbs up. Diamello, ever clever, turned away and pretended not to see. After all, if Changxia was finally willing to make mung bean cakes, the more the better. Too little, and there definitely wouldn't be enough to go around. At that moment, they all wished they'd agreed to Chief Tai's earlier suggestion to save all the beans for Changxia's experiments. That way, they could taste all sorts of delicious bean dishes. No way, the basin is way too big. Go swap it for clay bowls, you can bring several, Changxia said, unable to resist when she saw Nanfeng's pitiful face. But when she noticed the calculating glint in Nanfeng's eyes, she quickly added, 6, no, 7 bowls at most. Not a single one more. We're only testing this out. If we make too much and it fails, it'll just waste the beans. Of course, Changxia knew perfectly well. There was no way the mung beans would go to waste. Even if the cakes failed, they could still eat them. But she felt that sun-dried mung beans made for tastier cakes, so she had to tell a little white lie. Okay. Nanfeng froze for a second, then her whole body lightened as she happily dashed off to the kitchen. The others snapped back to attention. Changxia, do we need to wash the mung beans? Changxia, let us handle grinding the beans into flour. Changxia, if mung beans can make cakes, can we use soybeans or red beans for other kinds of cakes? In an instant, the women were chattering away, peppering Changxia with questions like they'd been injected with chicken blood. Changxia rubbed her forehead and said, enough. If you keep this up, I'm not making any mung bean cakes. She had to admit that threat was devastatingly effective. The group immediately fell silent, as if nothing had happened, switching moods and expressions in a heartbeat. Nanfeng returned, carrying a stack of clay bowls. She handed them out, keeping 2 for herself. Maple Leaf, you don't have to fill them so full, really, Changxia said, amused. Warm Spring replied, we have to. Who knows who might show up later? Staying in Changxia's cave house was bound to attract attention from the tribe. Plus, since Changxia had mentioned experimenting with beans, once the Heluo Tribe settled into the Baihu commercial district, other beast folk would definitely come by. Warm Spring believed in being prepared. After all, she didn't want to work hard all day and end up with nothing. The tribe's elders-in-chief could be even thicker-skinned than the Baihu wall. It was a good thing Elder Pukong wasn't around, or it would be even more outrageous. Warm Spring's right. My father will definitely come by, Nanfeng said seriously. Their absence had already sent a signal. Changxia was probably experimenting with beans at home. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't miss the chance to come snoop. Not all the tribe's women would show up, but there'd definitely be a delegation. If women like Muqin and Hayun really came, Nanfeng and the others wouldn't dare fight them for food. Unless they didn't mind getting beaten up, or worse. The women in the tribe could be even fiercer than the men when it came to fighting over food. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. She knew that Nanfeng and the others had grown up constantly outwitting the rest of the tribe. Life was a daily battle. That's why the tribe assigned elders to watch over the beast cubs, experience learned from Nanfeng's generation. The cubs' energy had to be exhausted, or else their parents would suffer. Don't worry, you'll all get to eat mung bean cake, Changxia promised. Worst case, when the cakes were done, she'd just cut them into smaller pieces so everyone could have a taste. As she thought about it, her expression stiffened. She hadn't even made the cakes yet, and she was already worrying about how to divide them up. She was definitely being influenced by Nanfeng and the others. They scooped out the mung beans from the rattan sieve and used the most primitive method to grind them, transforming their hands into beast claws and crushing the beans into flour the old-fashioned, brute force way. At this point, Changxia chose to watch from the sidelines. With her small hands, grinding mung beans by hand was a pipe dream. She'd be better off daydreaming, since anything was possible in dreams. She couldn't help with the grinding, but she was in charge of sifting the mung bean flour. Looks like I'll need to ask Shen Rong to make another bone pot soon, Changxia thought as she sifted the flour and loaded it into the bone pot for steaming. There was a lot of flour, so it would need to be steamed in several batches. Changxia handled the first batch herself. After that, she could leave the rest to Warm Spring and Maple Leaf. Soon, the first pot of mung bean flour was steamed. The flour hardened, and Changxia used a spatula to break it up, then hollowed out the center and poured in crushed sugar. This time, she used seaweed sugar. Yesterday, the Earth Tribe had sent over several large baskets, more than enough for Changxia's experiments. She added water to dissolve the seaweed sugar, then mixed the mung bean flour and sugar water together. If there were any large lumps, she sifted them out, saving the fine powder and regrinding the coarse bits, repeating the process several times. Next, she fetched a mold for making sweets, wrapped the sifted mung bean flour in a clean green cloth, and pressed it into the mold. Finally, she placed the mold in a steamer for 20 to 30 minutes. Of course, the exact time depended on the thickness of the mold. End of this chapter. Changxia, is that all there is to it? Nanfeng stood outside the kitchen door, tiptoeing to peek inside. She saw Changxia put the mold filled with mung bean flour into the steamer and couldn't help but ask. By contrast, Warm Spring was more sensible. She poured more mung bean flour into the bone pot to steam the next batch. This is the simplest way to do it. Changxia nodded in agreement. She had brushed a layer of oil on the blue cloth to make it easier to remove the mold. Still, she wasn't sure if the mung bean cake would stick to the cloth. After all, this was just an experiment. Judging by the smell, the mung bean cake shouldn't taste bad. It really is simple. I think I could make it myself, Daya said. Nearby, Milu's expression changed slightly as she whispered, Daya, are you serious? Last night, your roasted seaweed meat almost sent us to the afterlife. It was so sweet it was cloying. I honestly don't know how you bear folk can handle that. At those words, all the beast folk, Changxia, Maple Leaf, and the others froze. At Daya and Yadong's wedding feast, Daya had personally cooked dishes like roasted seaweed meat and seaweed chili stir-fry, and nearly drove the leper folk from the Heluo Tribe away. The taste was truly indescribable. They were all extremely grateful that Changxia and Shen Rong had also made roasted meat and chicken. It wasn't as bad as you all make it sound. Daya protested. Mila nudged her chin toward Changxia and the others. If you don't believe me, ask Changxia. Daya turned around, stopped sifting the mung bean flour, and looked at Changxia hesitantly. Changxia, was the roasted seaweed meat really that bad? It wasn't bad, exactly. It's just that we're not used to sweet roasted meat. The dishes last night were on the sweet side, and we're just not accustomed to that, Changxia explained carefully, choosing her words so as not to hurt Daya's feelings. To be honest, beast folk generally have strong tastes. You can tell from how much they love roasted and stewed meats. But the bear folk's love for sweets had really shocked Changxia. After tasting Daya's dishes last night, she almost questioned her own existence. Sweet. Very sweet. Incredibly sweet. All she could taste was sweetness, nothing else. Changxia suspected that besides seaweed, Daya had dumped in a ton of seaweed sugar as well. They hardly dared to touch their chopsticks, while Daya and the other bear folk were happily digging in. Chief Shifeng even praised Daya's cooking, saying she'd improved a lot. That nearly made them spit out their food. Really? I didn't think it was sweet at all, Daya said, confused. She looked up at Changxia and the others, only to find them all giving her indescribable looks. Daya was stunned. Thinking back on Yadong's strange expressions at mealtimes, she suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Daya, your roasted seaweed meat wasn't just sweet, it was extremely sweet, Milo said bluntly. Nefeng chimed in, way too sweet. I admire Yadong for being able to eat it. Daya, you should be nicer to him from now on, don't bully him so much. He's really too pitiful. Pfft. This time, Changxia couldn't hold back her laughter. Nanfeng's words were just too much, Daya almost choked. If you hadn't said anything, I honestly wouldn't have noticed, Daya said with a wry smile. Looks like when she got back to the cave, she'd have to ask Yadong about it. Was her cooking really that sweet? No wonder Yadong had been disappearing at mealtimes lately, and barely eating when he was there. Daya had even worried he might be sick. That silly male, if the food was too sweet, why didn't he just tell her? Now she'd been teased by Milu and Nanfeng. She definitely wouldn't let Yadong off easy tonight. Changxia, come take a look, are these portraits the right size? Shen Rong called out. Changxia brushed the mung bean flour off her hands, told Nuanchuan and the others to watch the stove, and walked over to Shen Rong. At that moment, Shen Rong came out of the room holding 2 sheets of white paper with drawings on them. Changxia took the papers and looked at the sketches. They were a bit like pencil drawings, but more abstract. Still, it was easy to tell what plants they depicted. She studied the pictures of the cotton tree and flax. They looked about 60% similar to the ones she'd seen on Earth. Shen Rong had drawn them very carefully, including not just the mature plants, but also the cotton bolls and young seedlings, and the same for the flax. It was clear Shen Rong had actually seen these plants before. Changxia knew she could never draw with such detail. After all, her knowledge of the plants on the Ganghwa continent was only so-so. If she tried, she might end up misleading the beast folk. Changxia, is this okay? Shen Rong asked. Changxia gave him a thumbs up. Shen Rong, you're amazing. These look so real. I can't wait for the beast folk to find cotton and flax so we can weave beautiful cotton and linen clothes. Should I go post these in the Baihu market now? Shen Rong asked, happy at her praise. The delicious smells wafting from the kitchen were making him hungry. Changxia waved her hand, carefully rolling up the papers. No rush. Let's wait until all the tribes have arrived, and I've talked to the chiefs about the task board, then we'll decide. Changxia, don't roll them up. Let us have a look, Maple Leaf called out. Let Daya and Mila see them too. Maybe they've seen cotton or flax before? At that, Changxia paused, then carried the papers toward the kitchen. Come out to the corridor to look. It's dirty and damp in the kitchen, and I don't want the papers to get ruined, Changxia said. Shen Rong had worked hard on these drawings, and she didn't want anything to happen to them. A moment later, Changxia spread out the sketches. She called Daya and Milu over to look at the pictures of the cotton tree and flax. So these are cotton and flax? They look pretty ordinary. Kind of familiar, but I can't be sure I've seen them, Daya said, running her fingers through her short hair. Mila had the same expression. Clearly, she and Daya were thinking the same thing. The Twilight Forest was home to all sorts of strange plants, and to them, most plants looked more or less the same. Actually, that was true for most beast folk, otherwise, they wouldn't call every root vegetable root and every fruit wild fruit. Do cotton trees bear edible fruit? Suddenly, Nanfeng asked a rather odd question, and all the beast folk, Maple Leaf and the rest, looked up at Changxia and Shen Rong. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Let me know if you need further editing or want the translation for a specific section. This time, Changxia couldn't even be bothered to speak up. No, you can't. Cotton is essential for weaving cloth, and the bolls are actually the seeds of the cotton plant. If you eat them, you might get poisoned. But if you really want to try, I won't stop you, Shen Rong said coolly. Instantly, Nanfeng and the others fell silent. So, not every fruit that grows on a tree is edible after all. Huh. Changxia covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She'd always known Shen Rong had a sharp tongue, but she hadn't expected this kind of dark humor from him. He could roast someone to death without batting an eye. Changxia, is the mung bean cake done steaming? Nuanchuan shouted, breaking the silence. At that moment, the kitchen and courtyard were filled with the unique, tempting fragrance of mung beans. End of this chapter. Lift the steamer lid and take a look, Changxia said. The beast folk quickly dropped the topic of cotton and flax, following Changxia into the kitchen and craning their necks to peek at the stove. Nuanchuan lifted the lid, and a cloud of steam billowed out, obscuring her face. At the same time, a rich aroma of mung beans wafted through the air. It's green, and it smells amazing, Nanfeng whispered. Seeing Nuanchuan about to reach for the mold, Changxia quickly warned, Nuanchuan, don't touch it yet, it's hot. Wait for it to cool down a bit or use something to hold it. What's a little heat? Nuanchuan waved her hand dismissively, then reached right in and took out the mold with the mung bean cake. The beast folk stared at the cake on the cutting board, eyes full of wonder. Changxia, can we eat it now? Maple Leaf asked softly, rubbing her hands together, her eyes glued to the cake. It smelled incredible, the aroma of mung beans mixed with the unique sweetness of seaweed sugar. Just the smell alone was making their mouths water. Wait for it to cool a bit, Then we can cut it and eat, Changxia replied. She eyed the cake on the board and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like the mung bean cake had turned out well. Next up, she'd have to tackle tofu. Making tofu required gypsum or stinky water. She couldn't find gypsum anywhere. The only option was stinky water, the liquid drained from tofu making, which, after settling, gives off a pungent smell. Of course, brine could also be used to curdle tofu. But since brine is toxic, Changxia didn't dare try it lightly. Nuan-chun, bring the mung bean cake to the table in the corridor. It'll cool faster outside, Nanfeng suggested after a moment's thought. Nuan-chun did as she was told. These beast folk really would do anything to get their hands on the mung bean cake as soon as possible. Maple Leaf washed the knife, clearly worried that the cake would cool before the knife was ready. Daya came into the kitchen carrying a jar of sugar, apparently planning to dip her cake in sugar. This Bear Tribe beastfolk sweet tooth was truly unshakable. Milu was unusually quiet. But that was only if you ignored her squatting by the table, swallowing her drool with all her might. Changxia, can soybeans be made into cakes like this? Shen Rong asked, glancing at the beans drying on the bamboo sieve in the courtyard, already calculating how many cakes they could make. At the same time, he was thinking about the tribe's next round of bone pot making. The first time was when Changxia made rice noodles. This time, the mung bean cake was sure to spark another wave of excitement among the tribe. Shen Rong had eaten cakes in the western lands before, some delicate, some coarse. But one thing was always the same. Whether delicate or coarse, the beast folk there always mixed all kinds of spices into their cakes. After eating them, Shen Rong could never tell if he was eating cake or just spices. Spices were deeply woven into every aspect of life in the Western lands: clothes, food, shelter, travel. None of it was without spices. That's why spices were so valuable in the West. The wealth and status of noble families were measured by how many spices they owned. Red beans and peas can be used. As for soybeans, grind them into flour and mix with sugar. They make a great dipping powder. Soybeans are better for making tofu, silken tofu, firm tofu, tofu skin, spicy strips. As she spoke, Changxia's mind was filled with thoughts of spicy strips. Spicy strips, her lifelong nemesis. Changxia, stop! Nanfeng shouted. Maple Leaf was the most direct. She put down the knife and clamped a hand over Changxia's mouth. If they let Changxia keep talking, everyone would drool themselves dry. Just hearing those names made them hungry. They couldn't let her go on. Nuan-chun took the knife Maple Leaf had left on the table and unmolded the mung bean cake. With a few quick chops, she cut the rectangular cake into 8 pieces. Come on, don't be shy. 1 piece each, let's see how it tastes fresh out of the steamer. She didn't hold back either. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up a piece and carefully brought it to her mouth. She took a small bite. Soft, sticky, fragrant, the 3 flavors exploded in her mouth. Nuan-chun squinted her eyes in delight, too happy to even speak, and quickly took a second bite. Seeing this, Nanfeng and Maple Leaf quickly reached for their own pieces. Changxia, this mung bean cake is amazing. I can taste the seaweed sugar, it's so sweet. There was no need to look up to know it was Daya who said that. No one else in the group had such a sweet tooth. Hurry up and steam another batch. Nanfeng licked the crumbs off her fingers, urging Nuan-chun to get the next batch going. She muttered, we'll need to make a few more bone pots. Changxia, can we use the new clay bowls for steaming? They should work. Give it a try, Changxia replied. The tribe's new clay bowls and pots were pretty good, some were even modeled after the bone pots. When Changxia first saw the pottery the tribe had made, she immediately knew the potter was a meticulous beast folk, someone reliable. All they could think about was getting more mung bean cake as soon as possible. Nanfeng and the others abandoned the molds and grabbed ceramic bowls instead. The molds were made of wood, which conducts heat more slowly than pottery. For the sake of good food, Nanfeng and her friends really went all out, but it was worth it. Changxia, it smells amazing. Through the courtyard wall, the familiar voice of the clan leader, Jen, drifted in. Maple Leaf, Fengya, clenched her fists in frustration, covering her eyes with a pitiful expression. Why did they get here so fast? And with such perfect timing? The second batch of mung bean cakes had just finished steaming when Jen and Muqin walked into Changxia's courtyard. It turned out to be just Jen and Muqin. Maple Leaf and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions were so obvious that Jen and Muqin were left speechless. These little beast cubs were just too honest. It made you want to give them a good smack. Changxia, did you come up with a new way to eat beans? Muqin smiled, her eyes sweeping over the mung bean cake crumbs at the corner of Nanfeng's mouth, her tone full of certainty. Changxia replied, I tried making mung bean cakes with mung beans. They just finished steaming. Would you and the clan leader like to try some? Yes, Jen answered decisively. He knew, with Nanfeng around, if he hesitated even a little, this beast cub would finish off all the mung bean cakes herself. Having raised her, Jen understood Nanfeng better than any other beastman. Nuanchuan, go ahead and cut them, Changxia said. With that, she gestured to Shen Rong, who immediately understood and went inside to fetch the drawings of the cotton and flax plants. The sliced mung bean cakes weren't even plated. Each beastman grabbed a piece, and in no time, they were all gone. Jen and Muqin praised them enthusiastically. The two exchanged a glance, already thinking about how to trade for more beans from the Heluo Tribe. They weren't picky, any kind of bean would do. As long as the Heluo Tribe was willing to trade, the Heluo Tribe was happy to make the exchange. After the mung bean cakes were finished, Changxia left the task of steaming more cakes to Nuanchuan and the others. There was still plenty of ground mung bean flour, enough for 7 or 8 more batches. With Nuanchuan and the others busy steaming more cakes, Changxia pulled Jen and Muqin aside to discuss setting up a task board and the matter of posting Shen Rong's drawings of cotton and flax. End of this chapter. The drawings of the cotton and flax plants need to be posted, absolutely. The sooner we find them, the sooner the beast folk can enjoy the freedom of wearing clothes. The shaman will definitely support this, and so will the other beast tribes. As for the task board, I agree. Leave the construction details to Shen Rong. Whatever you need, just say the word. As soon as Changxia finished explaining the two matters, Jen agreed right away. At the same time, he wanted to take the drawings to the Baihu commercial district to post them, but Changxia quickly stopped him. She persuaded Jen to wait until the rest of the beast folk arrived at the tribe before posting the drawings of cotton and flax. Changxia, I'll go back to the tribe and talk with the elders about the task board. As for the beans, let the tribe handle it. With that, Jen stood up and hurried off to the tribe, eager to discuss the task board with the elders and get Shen Rong started on building it as soon as possible. Watching Jen rush off, Changxia turned and grabbed Muqin. Mama Muqin, don't leave just yet. Wait for the next batch of mung bean cakes to finish steaming, have some before you go. Muqin thought for a moment and agreed. It was almost noon anyway, and after eating some mung bean cake, she could head back to the tribe to prepare lunch. Judging by how excited Jen was, he probably wouldn't be hungry for a while. With that thought, Muqin sat down and started chatting with Changxia about the traditional mung bean cakes, asking about the process. Once the tribe traded for beans from the Heluo Tribe, mung bean cakes would surely become popular in the tribe. Nefeng, where's Shishing? You didn't send him out hunting again, did you? Don't always order him around. When you get back to the Heluo Tribe, you'll have a hard time. After finishing the topic of mung bean cakes, Muqin turned to Nefeng, who was eyeing the cakes, and started scolding her. Nefeng rolled her eyes and deadpanned. Shishing went to the Baihu commercial district to see what's going on. He's not like Shanjue, I don't have to keep him on a leash all the time. If he dares give me a hard time when we get back to the Heluo Tribe, I'll deal with him myself. When it came to being fierce, the Heluo Tribe females weren't afraid of anyone. Who are you going to deal with? Muqin's expression changed. She grabbed Nefeng and started giving her a good smack. This beast cub always needed a beating to keep her in line. She might be an adult, but she still acted like a child. It was enough to give anyone a headache. Slap, slap. The rhythmic sound of smacking filled the air. Changxia and the other beast folk stifled their laughter, quietly watching the scene. Daomi looked a little embarrassed, standing there awkwardly, unsure whether to intervene or just watch. In the end, it was Maple Leaf who broke the silence. Don't worry, this is normal, Maple Leaf said. Hearing that, a strange expression crept onto Diami's face. Was Nanfeng really this wild? Getting smacked was normal? That was pretty bold. Stop hitting me. If you keep it up, I'll eat all the mung bean cakes and leave you none. Nanfeng threatened, dodging and trying to escape Muqin's reach. Her mother's smacking skills hadn't dulled a bit over the years, it still hurt like crazy. Oh ho! Muqin sneered, not slowing down at all, and even hitting harder. Soon, Nanfeng's wails of pain echoed through the courtyard. After a while, the wailing stopped. Nanfeng clutched her swollen cheek, glaring at Changxia and the others with dead fish eyes. Don't you guys have any empathy? Just standing by and watching me suffer, I really misjudged you all. Oh. Maple Leaf humored her with a perfunctory "oh." Wanchuan ignored Nanfeng's dramatic complaints. Changxia covered her mouth, laughing so hard she started hiccuping. Shen Rong brought her a glass of water, telling her to calm down before she laughed herself sick. Diami was dumbfounded. She and the others had no idea how to react to the scene. In the end, they decided to follow Maple Leaf's example, chiming in with an "oh" and wisely retreating to the sidelines to watch. After some playful chaos, they used up all the ground mung bean flour to make more cakes. During the long summer, Changxia had Muqin bring some of the green bean cakes back for the tribe members to try. The rest were packed up for Nanfeng and the others to take back to their own cave dwellings. As noon approached, Nanfeng and her group took the green bean cakes home to prepare lunch. After lunch, they came back to Changxia's cave to make red bean cakes and other treats. It was clear that, until the other beast folk arrived, Changxia would be spending most of her time working with beans. Shen Rong, can you go to the tribe and get some brine from the chief? Changxia said. She needed the brine to make tofu that afternoon. However, she didn't plan to promote the use of brine widely. She was worried that if her first attempt at making tofu with the stinky water didn't work out, she'd need the brine as a backup. Afterwards, she'd use the stinky water to make tofu. Changxia had discussed this privately with Shen Rong before. Shen Rong supported her decision. When it came to brine, you could never be too careful since it was toxic. Don't worry, I won't let the tribe find out, Shen Rong replied. Changxia smiled and said, it's fine even if they do. As long as we explain, they'll understand. I just wanted to ask, what do you want for lunch? Cold mung bean noodles with a topping made from fried meat, Shen Rong answered quickly. Lately, they'd been eating a lot of dried noodles made by the tribe, and Shen Rong was craving the mung bean noodles he used to have. Freshly made noodles had a great texture, and with a spoonful of chili, they were addictive. All right, I'll make the noodles with fruit starch paste, Changxia agreed happily, glad to make the cold noodles for Shen Rong. At the same time, she was thinking about making some fish balls. With a fully stocked kitchen, the fish balls she could make now were far better than before. Go catch a couple of fish from the pond by White Lake. I'll make fish balls for lunch. It's been a while since we had them, I've been craving them. Okay. Fish balls were something special between the two of them. Shen Rong was especially fond of them, and Changxia had promised to make them for lunch. Shen Rong grabbed a rattan basket from the wooden shed and headed off toward White Lake, wondering if he should catch some shrimp and crabs along with the fish. Changxia's spicy stir-fried river snails were unforgettable after just one taste. Unfortunately, river snails and mussels had to be kept alive for 2 or 3 days after being caught, so they couldn't be eaten the same day. Plus, Nanfeng, Maple Leaf, and the other beast folk loved to drop by unannounced. If they found out Changxia was making something delicious, their noses would lead them straight to her door. Shen Rong couldn't help but sigh. It really wasn't easy for him. Shen Rong, are you having fish for lunch at your place? Just as Shen Rong reached the pond by White Lake, he ran into Kong Shan and a few others. It looked like they'd just come back from the commercial district by the lake. Changxia said she wanted fish balls for lunch, so I'm here to catch a couple of fish, Shen Rong replied. At that, Kong Shan and the others' eyes lit up. Ahem. We'll catch a couple of fish too and have fish balls for lunch, Shan Kuan said, showing rare quick thinking. Too bad Nuan Chun wasn't there to see it. The other beast folk burst out laughing. Fish balls, Xing blinked, a little hesitant, but he didn't waste any time. He knew that if Nanfeng found out Changxia was making fish balls for lunch, she'd definitely want to join in. Xing hadn't been in the Heluo Tribe for long, so he didn't have much memory of fish balls. But as a smart male, he decided to follow suit. Soon, Kongshan and the others each carried 2 fish back to their own caves. Shen Rong watched them go, the corner of his mouth twitching. Good thing he hadn't mentioned they were also having cold mung bean noodles. End of this chapter. Shen Rong, who did you run into? Changxia tilted her head as she poured the fruit starch paste into the bone pot to steam. Seeing Shen Rong back, squatting by the water jar to clean the fish, she was a bit surprised he'd been gone a while, and why hadn't he cleaned the fish at White Lake? What do you mean? Shen Rong replied with a question. Changxia smiled as she put the lid on the pot. You were gone a while, and you brought the fish back to the tribe. You can go get the brine from the chief after lunch. Their own salt jar was clean, there was no brine at home. Otherwise, Shen Rong wouldn't have needed to go out for it. I ran into Kongshan and the others by the lake. They were coming back from the commercial district. When they heard we were having fish balls for lunch, they all decided to catch a couple of fish to make fish balls at home too, Shen Rong explained, sounding a little aggrieved. Changxia had told him to get the brine after lunch, and he'd agreed. Now, Changxia started steaming the noodles. Lunch would be ready soon, so it wasn't a good time for him to go to the tribe. Pfft. Changxia covered her mouth and giggled. You didn't tell them we're also having cold mung bean noodles, did you? Luckily, I didn't get the chance, Shen Rong laughed too. Looks like the scent of fish balls would be wafting over White Lake at noon today. Haha. Changxia was delighted. To make cold mung bean noodles, you needed a bone pot for steaming. Stone pots wouldn't work, and while ceramic bowls or pots might do, they weren't as good as the bone pot. In the past, only Changxia had a bone pot in the tribe, but after everyone tasted her cold noodles and soup noodles, some tribe members had made their own bone pots. But as far as Changxia remembered, Yadong and Kongshan's families didn't have one. Nanfeng and Wanchun's families probably did. Every time they ate something delicious at Changxia's, Nanfeng was always the first to copy her. Use scallion and ginger water to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor, then add other seasonings. Shen Rong finished cleaning and chopping the fish, and Changxia added scallion and ginger water to remove the odor, plus other seasonings. Shen Rong watched quietly. This time, Changxia's fish balls were more complicated than before. We're running out of shrimp powder, I need to make more, Changxia muttered. The tribe has mushrooms and wild chickens, maybe I should make some chicken essence? Changxia, what's chicken essence? Shen Rong asked curiously. Every time Changxia mentioned a new term, it meant a new kind of food. During his time with Changxia, Shen Rong had really enjoyed all the new dishes, and he understood why Nanfeng and the others loved to drop by. Even if he didn't like it, he couldn't bring himself to stop them. As a fellow foodie, he couldn't make things hard for other foodies. Of course. But more importantly, the foodie team is just too big. Shen Rong can block the southern wind, but he can't block the falling maple leaves, let alone the coming of warm spring. Yes, it's a kind of seasoning made by simmering wild chicken and mushrooms. It works just like shrimp powder, adding umami to food, Changxia replied. Making chicken essence is complicated, but Changxia could make a simpler version. She could simmer wild chicken and mushrooms to make a basic chicken essence. This is actually easier to make than shrimp powder, and you can make it in larger quantities. Every time you make shrimp powder, you have to dry the shrimp shells, roast them, grind them, and in the end, you only get a tiny bit. Even if Changxia wanted to be generous, there just wasn't enough to share with the whole tribe. Even if she taught the tribe how to make it, not many people actually bothered to do it. Why? Because it's just too much trouble. This afternoon, I'll head to the wild forest south of Lake Baihu and catch a few wild chickens. We just happen to have fresh mushrooms in the cave, Changxia said, always quick to act. She was already planning to make some red bean cakes this afternoon and could squeeze in making chicken essence as well. This time, all the tribes had come to Heluo Tribe for the exchange event. Changxia thought the chicken essence would be perfect for showing off the tribe's hospitality. The ingredients for the simple chicken essence could all be gathered at this time of year. It was a stroke of luck. Aside from wild chicken, the mushrooms were picked from Woi, including shiitake mushrooms, which Chang Xia recognized. Their rich aroma made them a key ingredient for chicken essence. I'll go. Shen Rong volunteered. Chang Xia waved him off, saying, "You need to go to the tribe to get the salt brine." She didn't need help catching a few chickens. She figured Nan Feng and the others would want to come along anyway, so she politely declined Shen Rong's offer. The wild forest south of Lake Baihu was close by. All right, but if you're going to the forest, be sure to invite Nan Feng and the others. I'm sure if you mention you're making chicken essence, they'll be more than happy to help, Shen Rong said. He knew Nan Feng and the others well enough. Even if Chang Xia didn't say anything, they'd still want to tag along. The steamed rice noodles were cooling, ready to be cut up for later. The fish balls sheet-shaped were going into the pot, and the fried meat topping was already done. Once the fish balls were cooked, it would be time to eat. Chang Xia added a spoonful of shrimp powder and a bit of salt to the fish ball soup. When the fish balls changed color, she scooped them out into a clay bowl. Shen Rong started mixing the rice noodles. The chopped chili fried with the meat was fragrant and spicy. He mixed it spoonful by spoonful into the noodles. Just looking at it made your mouth water. Shen Rong, here are the fish balls. Chang Xia brought the bowl to the table, and the fresh aroma quickly filled the air. These fish balls smell amazing, Shen Rong exclaimed. The tribe has lots of seasonings, and these fish balls are made from freshly minced fish, so of course they taste sweet and fresh, Chang Xia explained, pulling out a wooden chair and sitting down. A bite of cold noodles, a bite of fish ball, then a sip of fish ball soup at the end. The taste was just incredible, so fresh and delicious. Chang Xia ate 8 fish balls and a big bowl of noodles before she was full. Shen Rong, seeing she was done, finished off the rest of the fish balls and noodles himself. Shen Rong, aren't you too full? Chang Xia asked with concern. She worried he'd overeat and get a stomachache. I'm fine, Shen Rong replied. He still felt like he hadn't had enough, mainly because the fish balls were just so good. As he spoke, he ladled out the rest of the fish ball soup and drank it down, one mouthful after another. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Shen Rong said confidently. Hey, there was no way he was saving any fish balls for Nan Feng and the others, not even the soup. That way, they wouldn't keep pestering Chang Xia to make more fish balls for them. So really, the most reasonable thing to do is to finish everything and leave no trace. As long as you're sure you won't get sick, Chang Xia said, speechless, and didn't try to persuade him further. Shen Rong got up to clear the dishes and wash them. After he finished, he got ready to go to the tribe to get salt brine from General Chang Xia, looked at the time and called out, Shen Rong, you just finished eating, take a break first. No need to rush to the tribe at this hour, the chief is probably still eating lunch. It's fine, I'll be back soon. You rest in the cave, I'll be right back, Shen Rong replied. He figured if he was quick, Nan Feng and the others wouldn't have to go with Chang Xia to the forest. Chang Xia couldn't argue with him, so she let him go. She dragged out a lounge chair to the corridor, lay down and planned to take a nap. End of this chapter. Creak. The courtyard gate was pushed open hard. Nan Feng called out as soon as she entered Chong. Shoo. Maple Leaf reacted quickly, covering Nan Feng's mouth and scolding. Chang Xia is sleeping, don't shout. Did we come too early? Daya asked. It's fine, let's go in, Maple Leaf whispered. Honeydew and Warm Spring hadn't arrived yet. The 3 of them had come straight after lunch. Nan Feng pouted and whispered, Chang Xia finished lunch so fast? It must be Shen Rong's doing, he's so sneaky. I wanted to try Chang Xiao's fish balls, but I guess there's no hope now. Nan Feng, would you dare say that in front of Shen Rong? If not, then keep your mouth shut, Maple Leaf warned in a low voice. She knew how cunning Shen Rong could be, and if Nan Feng kept talking, she'd just be asking for trouble. Nan Feng was silenced by Maple Leaf and shut her mouth. Daya was totally confused. She actually thought Shen Rong was pretty nice, handsome, gentle, and polite. Honestly, among all the male beast folk she knew, none could compare to Shen Rong. She'd heard that Chang Xia had picked him up at the Normandy Grand Market and brought him back to Heluo Tribe. Daya was almost certain that next year, the market would be packed with unmarried males and females from every tribe. Why would such an outstanding and exceptional male be labeled as sinister by Maple Leaf and South Wind? After speaking, Maple Leaf glanced at Daya, who looked confused. Daya, don't mess with Shen Rong if you don't have to, Maple Leaf said after thinking for a moment. If you're really curious about him, wait until you're back home and ask Yadong. He'll tell you the reason. This was the male wolf beastman who had beaten up nearly every young member of the Heluo Tribe. He was so outstanding that no one even dared to be jealous of him. No wonder the Sirius tribe cut off cooperation with the Yuan family of the Western lands because of him. It was fortunate that Changxia could keep him in check. Otherwise, the tribe might have started to become wary of him. Changxia blinked sleepily and mumbled, Maple Leaf, what are you all muttering about? We just had lunch. Why aren't you resting at home? What brings you here? Changxia, did your family have fish balls for lunch? South Wind asked. Changxia replied, yeah. We had fish balls, cold mung bean noodles, and fried meat with chili sauce as toppings. As she spoke, Changxia looked up at South Wind. Damn. Shishing didn't ask clearly. What a loss. South Wind pouted, dissatisfied. She hadn't had cold mung bean noodles in ages and was really craving them. Maple Leaf licked her lips on the side. She wanted cold mung bean noodles too, especially with fried meat and chili sauce on top. Daya, however, remained calm. Yadong had made them for her before, but she thought they tasted just average. Still, seeing how Maple Leaf and South Wind were drooling, Daya grew curious. Could cold mung bean noodles with fried meat and chili sauce really be that delicious? As they chatted, the three of them walked onto the veranda. Each pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. Where's Shen Rong? Maple Leaf asked. Given how attached he was to Changxia, it was odd not to see him around. Changxia found Maple Leaf's question a bit strange. He went to the tribe. I asked him to get something from the chief, Changxia replied. Changxia, are you making mung bean cakes again this afternoon? South Wind licked her lips, letting go of her earlier grumbling about lunch as she recalled the taste of mung bean cakes, her mouth watering. If you want to eat them, just make some. Mung bean cakes aren't hard to make, Changxia replied casually. Unfortunately, she didn't have many mung beans left at home. Otherwise, she'd have told South Wind to take some home and experiment. But with Maple Leaf and Warm Spring also there, if she gave some to South Wind, she'd have to give some to the others too, and the mung beans sent by the Heluo Tribe wouldn't be enough to go around. So, Changxia decided to let them all try making them at her place. Everyone could have a taste. Once the exchange event started, they could figure out how to trade for more mung beans with the other tribes. After that, Changxia wouldn't bother with it anymore. Did Shen Rong go to the tribe to get things for making tofu? Maple Leaf asked, blinking. Changxia had mentioned that making tofu was a bit complicated and required some prep work. Changxia nodded. Something like that. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered the idea of making a simple chicken bouillon. Later, come with me to the wild forest south of White Lake. I want to catch a few wild chickens to make chicken bouillon, Changxia said. Chicken bouillon. Are you planning to make chicken soup with the wild chickens? I like roast chicken. In an instant, the three of them perked up. When it came to food, they were all serious. Hold on, Changxia sat up, stopping them from continuing to discuss how to eat the chicken. She explained, I'm not catching wild chickens just to eat them. Well, we'll eat them, but not the way you're thinking. I want to make chicken bouillon, which is a kind of seasoning, sort of like shrimp powder. It enhances the flavor of food. Using wild chicken as a seasoning? The three looked at each other, completely baffled. Chicken bouillon is made by simmering old hens with mushrooms. Never mind, even if I explain it 100 times, you probably still won't get it. Once I make it, you'll understand. Changxia waved her hand, giving up on further explanation. It was just too much effort to explain. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go. South Wind jumped up, urging them on. Changxia stretched her limbs and didn't refuse. Ever since she'd gotten her cheat, her physical fitness had soared. In the past, after practicing archery in the morning, she'd need to lie down and rest for half a day. Now, with her plug-in activated, she was instantly back to full strength, good as new. Bring a basket, we'll go catch wild chickens at the chicken coop in the wild forest south of White Lake, Changxia instructed. As soon as she finished speaking, South Wind darted into the wooden shed and grabbed a basket. Maple Leaf called out to the absent-minded Daya, and the four of them set off leisurely toward the wild forest south of White Lake. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, they ran into Warm Spring and Honeydew. "Where are you all going?" Warm Spring asked. South Wind rattled off an explanation. Soon, their group had 2 more beastmen. "What kind of trees are these? And why are their trunks wrapped in leaves? It's so strange." Daya pointed at the vine trees on both sides of the White Lake embankment, full of curiosity. Changxia chuckled and explained, "These are vine trees. The tribe transplanted them from Misty Ridge. The leaves wrapped around the trunks are mainly to keep the rattan warm, just like the straw mats we lay on the ground. The climate in Misty Ridge is warmer than here in the Heluo Tribe, so I was worried the vine trees wouldn't adapt, so I made these protections." Daya listened in a daze, not really understanding, but still sensing it was impressive. Nearby, South Wind and the other beastmen stifled their laughter. Daya's confused look was just too cute. Did she pretend not to understand so Changxia wouldn't feel bad? Haha. Over the years, Changxia had said so many weird things that the Heluo tribe was used to it. Changxia herself was used to it, too. Daya had just joined the Heluo tribe, so it would take her some time to get used to Changxia and the tribe's ways. Chatting idly, the group of beastmen reached the wild south of White Lake. They passed through the vine tree grove and entered the forested area. End of this chapter. A short while later, Changxia and her group of beastmen entered the forest and arrived at the chicken coop. The wild chickens with their wings clipped were foraging in the forest, occasionally clucking as they pecked around, looking quite at ease. "Changxia, how many wild chickens should we catch?" Nanfeng asked. Changxia replied, 5. Any more would be too much to cook at once. 5 was just right. "All right, leave it to us." Nanfeng patted her chest and dashed excitedly into the woods. Milla grinned and said, "How could I miss out on catching wild chickens?" With that, she followed Nanfeng at a run. "Save one for me," Maple Leaf shouted, chasing after them as well. Soon, only Changxia and the other 2 were left standing there, a bit dumbfounded. Daya hesitated, then whispered, "Do we still need to help?" With 3 beast folk, all of them totem warriors, going after 5 chickens, it was total overkill. "Let's just wait," Changxia said calmly. She knew this was bound to happen as soon as Nanfeng and the others joined in. Beast folk loved hunting, it was in their bones. This passion didn't distinguish between male or female. Every time they entered the forest, they just had to do something. "Changxia, are we still having stewed goose tonight?" Warm Spring suddenly asked. That reminded Changxia. She'd almost forgotten about it if Warm Spring hadn't brought it up. After all, she'd promised Nanfeng. If she really forgot, Nanfeng would never let her hear the end of it. "We're having stewed goose for dinner," Changxia confirmed. "How many?" Warm Spring asked seriously. "1 wouldn't be enough. Anyone who knew Changxia was making stewed goose tonight wouldn't be able to resist coming over. There are only a few dozen geese by White Lake. Are you planning to eat them all at once?" Changxia said with a wry smile, helpless. When it came to food, Warm Spring was just as particular as Nanfeng, and Changxia really couldn't say no. 5, same as the wild chickens, Warm Spring replied quickly. She knew not to push her luck, otherwise, she'd just make Changxia angry, which wasn't worth it. Better to take it slow and enjoy more delicious meals in the long run. "All right then," Changxia sighed, nodding. Daya stared wide-eyed at Warm Spring, who winked back with a mysterious smile. Daya took a deep breath. She felt like she'd learned something, but also like she hadn't learned anything at all. The Heluo tribe really was unfathomable. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Nanfeng and the others returned carrying chickens. "I said to catch 5 wild chickens, didn't I?" Changxia asked, puzzled. Nanfeng replied, "We're having stewed goose tonight, so we can roast the extra chickens. Last time at Daya's place, we didn't get our fill. Since it's just us beast folk tonight, let's have a real feast." Nanfeng grinned as she spoke. Last time, there had been bear folk and Jen and Muchin were there too. Nanfeng hadn't dared to go all out and had felt a bit restrained when eating. Tonight, it was just the young beast folk, so they could really let loose. Suit yourself, Changxia said after a moment's silence. But don't get too cocky. If Shilling or Mountain Sparrow show up, let's see how you handle it. With Baiqing's introduction, Shilling and the others had gotten much bolder. Every few days, they'd sneak over to White Lake with Mountain Sparrow and the other beast cubs to freeload off Changxia. With her big household, Changxia never turned anyone away. After all, most of what was stored in her cellar had been given by the tribe. When Shilling and Mountain Sparrow came over, sharing food with them was a way of giving back to the tribe. The tribe all knew about Shilling and Mountain Sparrow coming over to eat, so they started sending even more food to Changxia's house. It was a happy problem to have. Crap, the plant. Nanfeng quickly lowered her voice, exchanging glances with Maple Leaf. Let's keep a low profile. We can't let those cubs catch wind of this. Oh, and let's make some mung bean cakes to send to the tribe later, to keep them happy. Changxia was busy researching beans. The tribe would probably help keep the cubs away. If it weren't for her bean research, Nanfeng suspected those cubs would have already come running to White Lake to play with Changxia this morning. With the arrival of the Earth Tribe and Heluo Tribe, the Heluo Tribe had basically gone on break, no more hunting or foraging trips. At most, people would stroll around the fertile fields. With a new wooden bridge over the White River, they didn't even have to detour to the stone bridge downstream. They could just cross from the White Lake wall straight to the fields. This saved everyone a lot of time. As a result, the tribe had more free time than ever. Changxia's home had become livelier than ever. Some came to ask her about cooking, others to identify new things. It was like the tribe had been let off a leash. Everyone happily flocked to Changxia's cave house by White Lake. Nanfeng's suggestion is a good one. We really should make some mung bean cakes for those cubs in the tribe. Hearing Nanfeng, Maple Leaf, and the others talk, Daya and Milu exchanged glances, feeling like they'd learned another trick. Carrying the wild chickens, they headed for Changxia's cave house by White Lake. Passing the fence by the lake, Nanfeng handed her chickens to Daya. She and Maple Leaf were off to catch geese. Stewed goose, once you've tasted it, you never forget the flavor. Unfortunately, there weren't many geese left near the tribe. They couldn't have stewed goose whenever they wanted. Still, since Nanfeng and the others had caught these geese themselves, it was fine. If the rest of the tribe had helped, Changxia wouldn't have let them eat so freely. Ahem. After all, hogging food was sure to make others jealous. The geese inside the fence by White Lake were basically Nanfeng and her friend's private stash. Even if they finished them off, no one in the tribe could say anything. The tribe's been eyeing these geese for ages. I'm really afraid Nanfeng will go crazy one day and eat them all, Changxia joked. Nanfeng had been craving stewed goose for a long time, but Changxia had been holding back, worried there wouldn't be enough to go around. We didn't find any other flocks of geese near the tribe, and some people are still waiting to eat stewed goose. I heard some of the tribe members say they went upstream along the White River and found traces of wild geese, Nuan Chun whispered. If they could find more geese, everyone in the tribe would get to eat stewed goose. When Nuan Chun ate the stewed goose, her guilt would ease a little. Really? Changxia asked excitedly. It's true, Nuan Chun replied. That's great, Changxia said. Nanfeng's been talking about wanting stewed goose nonstop. I'm really afraid she'll lose patience and just go catch one herself. There are only a few dozen geese, which isn't nearly enough. Tonight when we stew the goose, set aside 2 to send to the tribe, 1 for the children to try, and the other for the elders. Okay, I'll remember, Nuan Chun nodded. She had suggested catching 5 geese, partly with the idea of saving some for the tribe. These folk have big appetites. If they really let themselves eat as much as they wanted, one of them could finish off a whole goose by themselves. Good food is even tastier when shared. The Heluo Tribe had always been united. It was rare for anyone to keep good food to themselves. End of this chapter. Changxia, has the Heluo Tribe always been like this? Daya asked softly. Milu turned, gazing at Changxia and Nuan Chun's faces. During her time living in the Heluo Tribe, she had truly felt how different it was. Been like what? Changxia was momentarily taken aback, looking confused. Daya gestured, as if unsure how to put it into words. Milu glanced at her and said, Daya means, has the tribe always been this united and caring? My own people are united too, but we rarely share food with each other. Bear folk are used to living alone. Other than teaming up to hunt or gather, there's not much interaction or communication between tribe members when we return home. Daya thought for a moment and added, following Milu's words, revealing her true feelings. Yadong had lived in the Earth Tribe for over a month and nearly changed the whole tribe. Daya hadn't thought much of it before. She'd assumed it was just Yadong's personality. But after coming to the Heluo Tribe and living here, Daya realized she'd been wrong. Yadong's willingness to interact and communicate with others wasn't just his personality, it was a habit, something he'd picked up from the Heluo Tribe. Nuan Chun, is what they're saying true? Chang Xia asked in surprise. Nuan Chun touched her nose and replied, maybe. But the Heluo Tribe has always been close and friendly. The tribe is lively every day, and I think that's great. Yeah, I like it lively too, Chang Xia nodded happily. Nuan Chun ignored the scrutinizing looks from Daya and Milu. Actually, before Chang Xia came to the Heluo Tribe, things here weren't much different from other beastfolk tribes. Maybe the relationships between tribe members were a bit better, but it was never as harmonious as it is now. When the shaman brought Chang Xia, who was weak and sickly, the tribe naturally interacted more to take care of her, and with more interaction, relationships grew closer. Honk honk. Suddenly, the sharp cry of a goose rang out. Nan Feng and Feng Yi came back looking bedraggled. Chang Xia swallowed nervously. No matter what world you're in, the local bully is always scary. She was glad she hadn't insisted on going to catch geese with them, or she'd be the one looking a mess right now. Nan Feng, did you two fall into the reeds? Milu teased, trying not to burst out laughing at the sight of them. Daya covered her mouth, giggles escaping through her fingers. Nuan Chun glanced at them and explained, don't laugh, geese are vicious. If you piss them off, they'll bite you and it really hurts. She'd been bitten by a goose before. It was so painful she'd rather be bitten by a wild animal. We were unlucky the big white goose didn't go out to forage, Nan Feng said. The big white goose was the leader of the flock. It was a huge, fierce goose, almost as big as a wild sheep. Nan Feng got bitten twice on her butt and thigh, while Feng Yi, who reacted faster, only got bitten once on the arm. No need to look, they'd definitely be bruised. If Feng Yi hadn't held her back, Nan Feng would have tried to catch the big white goose herself. She'd have stewed it for dinner right then and there. Feng Yi urged, let's go home. My arm got bitten and it hurts. I need some medicine, and Nan Feng got it worse. She was bitten twice. All right, let's go home, Chang Xia said. With that, she hurried back to her own cave dwelling. Daya and Milu exchanged a glance, each taking a goose and following along. Nan Feng carried 2 geese, limping along step by step. Feng Yi glanced at her, grabbed one of the geese from her left hand, and told her to slow down. Daya, seeing this, quickly took the other goose, feeling a new respect and a bit of wariness for the bird in her hands. Nan Feng looked pretty banged up. Were these geese really that scary? Chang Xia. Just as they stepped into the courtyard, Shen Rong came out to greet them. Chang Xia didn't stand on ceremony. She handed him the wild chicken she was carrying and said, Shen Rong, can you take care of the chicken and geese? I'm going to help Nan Feng and Feng Yi put some medicine on their wounds. Shen Rong took the chicken and watched as Chang Xia hurried down the corridor and opened the cave next to Suyes. That cave was used as a storeroom for all sorts of medicinal herbs, and inside were all kinds of ointments Suyi had prepared. Chang Xia went to the second shelf and took down a jar of ointment. Nan Feng, Feng Yi, wash your hands before coming in. I'll put medicine on your wounds, Chang Xia said, shaking the ointment. This is a blood-circulating ointment made by the shaman. You both got bitten by geese. Those bites will definitely bruise. If you don't put medicine on them, they'll swell up. The flock of geese by the fence at White Lake were the ones Chang Xia and the others had caught. That scene was so wild that none of them wanted to remember it. Nan Feng and Feng Yi didn't need reminding. They obediently washed their hands and followed Chang Xia inside. Feng Ye's arm wasn't too bad, but Nanfeng's thigh and butt were badly bruised and already swollen. No wonder she'd been walking funny on the way back. South Wind, try to bear with it. I need to spread the ointment so your wound can heal faster. Chang Xia scooped a dollop of ointment from the jar, rubbed it between her palms, and then firmly applied it to South Wind's thigh. South Wind cried out in pain, her scream piercing the air. Chang Xia was startled, nearly bumping her head on the bed frame. Maple Leaf immediately took 2 steps back. After a moment, both Chang Xia and Maple Leaf looked up at South Wind. Ahem. South Wind looked a little embarrassed and forced a laugh. It just hurts so much. Out in the courtyard, the other beast folk exchanged glances. That scream sounded absolutely tragic. What on earth were they doing in there? Wasn't it just applying some medicine? Did it really have to sound like torture? Maple Leaf, why don't you take over? Chang Xia moved aside, letting Maple Leaf handle the next wound. After all, she wasn't as strong as South Wind. If South Wind started thrashing, Chang Xia wouldn't be able to hold her down. The wound on South Wind's butt was clearly worse than the one on her thigh. Just looking at it was enough to make anyone wince. All this, just for a bite to eat. South Wind had really paid a heavy price. Chang Xia made a mental note to save a goose leg for South Wind when she stewed the goose that evening. Maple Leaf rolled up her sleeves, scooped out some ointment, spread it in her palms, and then pinned South Wind down, applying the ointment with little mercy. A chorus of screams erupted from the room. Chang Xia's hands shook so badly she almost dropped the ointment jar. Letting Maple Leaf handle the job was definitely the right call. If Chang Xia had done it, South Wind might have sent her flying by now. Knock, knock. Chang Xia, what's going on with South Wind? Warm Spring came over and knocked on the door, asking with concern. Holding the ointment jar, Chang Xia opened the door and explained, "It's nothing, just putting on some medicine. Totally normal." Outside, Warm Spring and the other beast folk looked at each other, their expressions hard to describe. Was this really just totally normal medicine application? It sounded more like torture. Maple Leaf, be gentle. Ow, ow, it hurts so much. South Wind kept screaming, making the others outside want to laugh. Maple Leaf rolled her eyes and grumbled, gentle? If I go gentle, the ointment won't spread. Shut up, or you're not getting any stewed goose tonight. With that, Maple Leaf raised her hand and smacked South Wind's injured butt. Smack. South Wind let out another blood-curdling scream. This time, her voice rang out loud and clear, echoing through the entire White Lake Cave dwelling. South Wind, keep your voice down, Warm Spring kindly reminded her. If you keep screaming like that, the whole tribe will hear you. She couldn't help but rub her forehead. With that last scream, everyone in White Lake Cave probably heard it. South Wind. You're a bit late with that warning, Warm Spring, Maple Leaf chimed in mercilessly. With how loud South Wind was just now, I bet even the White Lake Commercial District heard it. She rubbed her hands together, looking like she was ready to go another round. She really looked like she wanted to do it again. South Wind turned sideways, pulling up her shorts, eyeing Maple Leaf warily. This crazy female always meant what she said. How could South Wind not be on guard? Maple Leaf, don't mess with her. Once the medicine's on, get up. We've got work to do this afternoon, so no slacking off, Chang Xia instructed. They were going to try making tofu that afternoon, and Chang Xia had already soaked 2 basins of soybeans, about 20 pounds in total. Any more, and she was afraid of wasting them. She hadn't yet discussed the tofu molds with Shen Rong. But with South Wind and the others around, Chang Xia wasn't worried about being overwhelmed. While Chang Xia was applying medicine for South Wind, Shen Rong had slaughtered 5 wild chickens and placed them by the water vat. The kitchen fire was already lit, and the stone pot on the stove was filled with water, ready to boil for plucking the chickens. Shen Rong, I need your help making 2 sets of tofu molds, Chang Xia said, putting the ointment jar back in the medicine room and finding Shen Rong to explain the tofu molds in detail. There was some leftover wood in the corner of the shed from building the corridor and eaves. It wasn't quite enough for furniture, but it should be fine for making tofu molds. Shen Rong fetched some white paper and, following Chang Xia's description, sketched out the tofu molds, with Chang Xia helping to make adjustments. Besides the draining molds, they also needed a stone mill for making tofu. It was quite a project, but luckily the soybeans weren't fully soaked yet, so Shen Rong had time to work on the mill and molds. After talking with Shen Rong, Chang Xia went to find Dia, who was picking through the beans. Dia, could you help me sew some tofu bags? Sew tofu bags? Sure, but you'll have to teach me how, Chang Xia. Let me know if you need any part refined or further adapted. Dia and Chang Xia went back to the house to fetch the blue cloth. The tofu bag needed to be a bit larger than the one Chang Xia had sewn before for filtering. That's why she asked Dia for help to sew a new one. There wasn't much of the blue cloth left that Sui had given Chang Xia. Chang Xia was full of hope. She wished that, during this exchange event, some beast folk would recognize cotton or flax plants. If that happened, the tribe would finally have cotton and linen cloth. Maple Leaf and South Wind came out of the room. Maple Leaf was fine, but South Wind was still limping. It looked like it would take another day or two for her to fully recover. That just showed how fierce that big white goose had been. South Wind, are you all right? Warm Spring asked nervously. Seeing that South Wind was still limping after applying medicine, she was a little worried and couldn't help but ask quietly. South Wind grimaced and replied, I'll be fine. It just hurts a bit right after putting on the medicine. I'll be okay in a while, Maple Leaf said. Why haven't you started grinding the mung beans and red beans? Why are you squatting there picking mushrooms? Chang Xia asked us to pick out this kind of mushroom. She said it's needed for making chicken essence. The soybeans aren't soaked yet, and grinding mung beans and red beans doesn't take long, so we're not worried about the delay, Warm Spring explained. The mushrooms in the basket were really fresh, probably a gift from another tribe member to Chang Xia. She remembered that Chang Xia had been practicing archery at the White Lake shooting range early in the morning and hadn't gone to the wild fields. Besides, with all the snakes there, Chang Xia probably wouldn't want to go back. Shen Rong seemed to be helping out in the White Lake Commercial District and wouldn't have had time to gather mushrooms either. So, it was obvious that the fresh mushrooms must have come from someone else in the tribe. Does it have to be this kind of mushroom? Maple Leaf asked suspiciously. Milu, who was helping nearby, nodded and said, Chang Xia said it has to be this kind. She called it Xianggu shiitake mushrooms. They really do smell good. These mushrooms taste amazing stewed with wild chicken. South Wind chimed in. She was sprawled out beside the square table, groaning in pain. She'd probably need to rest a while until the ointment took effect before she could bounce around again. Maple Leaf nodded, half understanding, and crouched down to help pick through the mushrooms. Looking at Shen Rong, who was grinding stones, she asked curiously, Is Shen Rong making a stone pot? I remember Chang Xia's house has all kinds of stone pots stored up. They shouldn't be short on pots. Why is Shen Rong still making one? He's not making a stone pot, but a stone mill. Yes, Chang Xia said it's a stone mill, Warm Spring recalled, confirming the words. The mill is for grinding soybeans. Besides the mill, we also need wooden molds for making tofu. Too bad Shankuan is nowhere to be found, or we'd have him help. Meanwhile, 2 beast folk tribes had arrived at the White Lake Commercial District. They needed tribe members to patrol over there. Warm Spring wasn't sure if Shankuan was helping out at the commercial district. Hearing this, Maple Leaf frowned. Her own partner was missing too. What were all these males busy with? Baiqing was called away by the chief to help at the commercial district, Mila said. Baiqing had been helping build the White River wooden bridge and was really interested in carpentry. He was thinking of renovating his own cave dwelling. Corridors, eaves, stone-paved courtyards, and so on. And there was also Bailinger's big pool. Lately, they'd started stockpiling wood and stone. They could start working once they got back from the Skylion tribe. Stone didn't need to be dried, just polished, but wood was different. For big projects, the wood had to be thoroughly dried first. Honestly, Baiqing and Milo were pretty busy. Yadong said he went to the wild fields, Dia said, coming out of the room with the cut blue cloth and a spool of thread. Chang Xia was still inside looking for a bone needle. Maple Leaf thought for a moment and said, maybe he went hunting in the wild fields to get fresh meat for the White Lake Commercial District. Of course, the hospitality from the Heluo tribe wasn't free. Each tribe had to exchange goods. At this, Warm Spring and the others thought it made sense. The commercial district didn't need that many people for patrols, but for hunting, the more the better. Just then, Changxia found the bone needle and handed it to Dia. Dia, will this bone needle work? Dia took the needle and nodded. Yes, leave it to me. I'll have it sewn up in no time. Once the mushrooms were sorted, Warm Spring and the others started washing them. Meanwhile, the water on the stove was boiling. Maple Leaf got up to pour hot water over the chicken to scald the feathers. Changxia wanted to help, but Maple Leaf pushed her away. The water's too hot. Stay back. Once I'm done scalding, you can help pluck the feathers, Maple Leaf said. Warm Spring and Milla carried the basin of mushrooms away from the water tank, clearly worried about getting splashed by the boiling water. Thank you to JRY Yo-Yo, Reader 151102080533913, Reader 110504120953124, Reader 6451002, Axel. Reader 533 by 514, Sorrow, and 78, and everyone else for your monthly ticket support. Hey, Changxia, why are you two standing so far away? Maple Leaf glanced at Warm Spring and teased. Warm Spring replied, I'm afraid you'll pour the water too fast and splash me. Getting scalded by boiling water really hurts. Don't ask how Warm Spring knows. When Changxia first suggested everyone drink boiled water to avoid getting sick, the tribe members were so careless that quite a few got burned. During that time, Elder Shimu was the most popular person around. Changxia, does drinking boiled water really help prevent illness? Milu asked curiously. Among all the beast folk tribes in the Twilight Forest, only the Heluo Tribe drank hot water. Changxia explained, drinking unboiled water can make you sick. It's safer to boil it first. These folk tended to be rough and careless. When they were out hunting or gathering, they'd just drink water wherever they found it if they were thirsty. Navigation links and end of chapter notes omitted. If it's fresh spring water, drinking it usually isn't a problem. But if you come across stagnant pools or still water, 9 times out of 10, you'll get sick. Explaining all this in detail is too complicated, so Changxia just had the clan leaders step in and tell everyone to always boil their water and let it cool before drinking. Everyone in the tribe knew Changxia was looking out for them. Even though boiling water was a hassle, no one refused. Gradually, the Heluo tribe naturally got used to drinking hot water instead of raw, untreated water. Milla nodded, half understanding. Beside her, Nuanchuan and Maple Leaf didn't say much either. Dia, sewing tofu bags, chimed in, our tribe has also started drinking boiled water recently, at Yadong's suggestion. The young ones haven't had any more stomach problems, and the elders say drinking hot water feels much better. Bear tribe beastmen eat all sorts of things and often have diarrhea. But after following Yadong's advice to boil their water, the Earth tribe noticed that those who used to complain about diarrhea stopped mentioning it. Really? Milu's eyes widened in surprise. Really? When the lion beastmen from the Sky Lion tribe come over, you can tell them too. I think drinking hot water is much better than drinking it raw. Besides, have you ever seen Changxia do anything pointless? Dia suggested. If the lion beastmen are reluctant, just use Changxia as an example for the Sky Lion tribe. Milu nodded quickly and thanked her. At the same time, she was already planning to talk to the tribe leader when he arrived. She was determined to discuss the benefits of drinking hot water with him. The Earth tribe was following the Heluo tribe's lead, and the Sky Lion tribe couldn't be left behind. As for Changxia, she just shrugged and stayed quiet. Beastmen are strong, and most common illnesses are like mosquito bites to them. They recover quickly. But some diseases can still be fatal. Drinking hot water helps avoid some of these, and if the habit spreads, it'll be a good thing for all beastmen. Besides that, regular washing and hygiene should be encouraged too. Illness often enters through the mouth. If beastmen can get used to washing up and drinking hot water, it could cut their illnesses in half and improve the survival rate of their young. Changxia had also promoted new ways to eat ginkgo nuts, helping solve the tribe's food shortages. It's easy to imagine that the birth rate among the beastmen of Twilight Forest will rise in the future. Food will always be the main factor limiting their numbers. Changxia, come take a look. Does the millstone need any more work? Shen Rong called out. A moment later, Changxia was startled. Shen Rong, isn't this millstone a bit too big? She asked hesitantly. The millstone in front of her must weigh 400 or 500 jin, about 250 kilograms. There's no way she could move it. She'd wanted Shen Rong to make a small millstone, something she could use herself to grind cornmeal or whatever she wanted. But this massive millstone, who could possibly move it? It's not too big, it's just right, Shen Rong said, lifting the stone with one hand and weighing it. He thought the weight was perfect, plus, it could be used for arm workouts. Changxia looked utterly defeated and muttered, It's so heavy, I can't move it at all. No problem, I'll do the grinding, Shen Rong replied seriously. Changxia glared at him, pouting. Make me a small one too, about the size of the smallest wooden basin. I want to keep it in the kitchen or the small living room. Once we trade for rice, wheat, or beans with other tribes, I can grind them into flour or paste. Bamboo leaf cakes, soybean cakes, golden corn cakes. Changxia still missed all the snacks she'd eaten in her previous life. Once she found rice, she could make them anytime. Actually, fruit flour would work too. The tribe had been busy lately, and she hadn't had time to try making cakes with ginkgo flour, but she promised herself she'd do it after the trading event, starting with soybean cakes. All right, I'll make you a small millstone, Shen Rong agreed. Changxia's pitiful look was too much for him to resist. Besides, making a small millstone wouldn't take much time. With beast claws and 1,000-year ironwood, the whole set could be finished quickly. Changxia, did you think of another tasty recipe? Nanfeng suddenly straightened up, staring at Changxia. She'd watched Changxia grow up, and nothing escaped her notice. Changxia fell silent, a bit helpless at Nanfeng's sharp instincts. With several pairs of eyes on her, Changxia reluctantly nodded. Don't get your hopes up. Today I need to work on processing beans and making chicken essence. As for food, wait until the trading event is over, then you can come find me and we'll cook together. If she didn't make it clear, Nanfeng would never let it go. Changxia didn't plan to hide anything, so she just laid it all out. Otherwise, Nanfeng and the others would keep pestering her, making it impossible to get anything done. Don't be fooled by how rough and boisterous Nanfeng and the others seem. They can be as clingy as anyone, and it could drive Changxia crazy. With Changxia's promise, Nanfeng and the others grinned from ear to ear. Shen Rong carried the assembled millstone into the wooden shed, washed it clean with a bucket of water, and set it out to dry. Then, using the leftover stone, he started making the small millstone for Changxia. Once that was done, he'd make the tofu molds. After checking the millstone, Changxia squatted down by the wooden basin where the soybeans were soaking. She grabbed a handful. The beans had been soaked in hot water to speed up the process. Now, the plump soybeans were fully soaked and could be crushed easily with a little pressure. Seeing this, Changxia knew the soybeans were ready. It was almost time to start making tofu. Nuanchuan and Milla cleaned the mushrooms and set them to drain in a woven basket. Changxia, come help pluck the chicken, Maple Leaf called, placing the scalded wild chicken on the porch steps. Nanfeng was already there, helping pluck feathers. Coming, Changxia replied cheerfully. Note, the last paragraph is a meta-note from the original website, not part of the story, so I'll leave it out unless you want it included. Let me know if you want the website navigation and notes translated as well. Here is a natural, fluent English translation of your provided Chinese text. This wild chicken is so fat. That's an old hen. Changxia specifically told me to catch it. Changxia, why did you pick an old hen? It's so fat, it probably doesn't taste good, right? Changxia was getting a headache. These old hens weren't meant to be eaten, they were for making a simple version of chicken bouillon. But Nanfeng and the others didn't care about that. They stared at the wild chickens, practically drooling, as if they wanted to swallow them whole. Don't ask, just pluck the feathers, Changxia said with a dark expression, urging them on. Her head was spinning from all of Nanfeng and the others' questions. Why were they so curious? She simply told them not to ask anymore, If they kept pestering her, she wouldn't make mung bean or red bean cakes. As soon as she said that, Nanfeng and the others immediately quieted down. Maple Leaf, clean the stone pot on the stove and start cooking the mushrooms, Changxia said, plucking the wild chicken as she instructed Maple Leaf to start simmering the mushrooms. This would take a while, so she wanted Maple Leaf to get started. Once the chickens were ready, they'd need to be cooked too. At her words, Maple Leaf stepped forward, brought the drained mushrooms into the kitchen, washed the stone pot, added water, and poured in the mushrooms. Finally, she added more firewood to the stove. By the time Shen Rong finished grinding the small stone mill, Changxia had already cleaned the 5 old hens for making chicken bouillon. She carried the cleaned hens into the kitchen and placed them whole next to the stone pot where the mushrooms were simmering. Changxia, are you really just boiling them without any seasoning? Maple Leaf asked curiously. Usually, when Changxia cooked, she'd add all sorts of seasonings. This time, she was boiling mushrooms and wild chicken without adding anything, which made Maple Leaf a little uneasy. No seasoning, Changxia replied. The simple chicken bouillon is made by combining the broth from the boiled mushrooms and the old hens, then mashing the chicken meat and bones into the combined liquid, mixing it all together, letting it cool, and then crushing the naturally solidified chunks into powder. The resulting powder is chicken bouillon. Honestly, making this simple chicken bouillon was really quite easy. With their experience making wet powder by pressing, Changxia believed her tribe would quickly master this method. It wasn't hard at all. Changxia, is that really all there is to making chicken bouillon? Nanfeng sniffed the air, catching the strong aroma of mushrooms. The chicken in the stone pot hadn't started to release its fragrance yet, so the chicken broth smell wasn't strong. The whole house was filled with the mushroom aroma. It was almost overwhelming. Don't rush. We have to wait until the mushrooms and chickens are cooked to mush, then strain them. After that, we'll mix the 2 broths together, mash the chicken meat and bones into it, and so on. Changxia briefly explained the process of making chicken bouillon. Nanfeng and the others understood, but they couldn't help but doubt whether this chicken bouillon would actually taste good. No seasoning at all, how could it have any flavor? Nanfeng and the others weren't newbies anymore. They refused to eat unseasoned food. That's right, they were that picky. Changxia, be honest, is chicken bouillon actually tasty? Warm Spring asked seriously. In an instant, all the beast folk looked up at her. Changxia rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, I've said before, chicken bouillon is a seasoning, just like shrimp powder. It's used to enhance the flavor of dishes when cooking. Soon, all the beast tribes will be arriving at the Heluo Tribe, and I plan to take this chicken bouillon to the Baihu Commercial District so our tribe can use it to entertain the other beast folk. She knew that unless food was involved, Nanfeng and the others never listened. Still, she was pleased that they now understood that unseasoned food tasted bad. It meant her efforts feeding them these past months had paid off. Immediately, Warm Spring and the other beast folk were stunned. If Changxia hadn't explained, they really would have thought chicken bouillon was meant to be eaten directly. Heh. After a few embarrassed laughs, they quickly got busy, pretending nothing had happened. They started grinding mung beans and red beans, planning to make mung bean and red bean cakes. With the mushrooms and chicken simmering, there wasn't much else to do for now. Changxia asked Warm Spring to keep an eye on the stove, while she went out to the courtyard to check on Shen Rong's progress. The soybeans were soaked and ready to be made into tofu. Everything was running smoothly, and Changxia quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Changxia, where should I steam the mung bean cakes? Nanfeng asked. The kitchen stove was already being used to simmer mushrooms and chicken, and it looked like it would take a while. That meant there was no place to steam the cakes. Build 2 stoves in the courtyard, Changxia said as she washed the soybeans. Use one to steam the mung bean cakes and the other to make tofu. Shen Rong had already finished making the tofu mold. All that was left was to polish and assemble it. They were moving at an impressive speed. You need a stove to make tofu? Nanfeng asked in surprise. Changxia looked at her silently and replied, if you don't use a stove to make tofu, what do you think you should use? I thought it was something like the oil press. Nanfeng said, gesturing as she tried to recall. Nifeng, Changxia asked me to sew tofu bags, so tofu definitely needs to be strained. Think about the chicken bouillon simmering in the kitchen. Daya smiled as she put down her bone needle, bit off the thread, and waved the tofu bag at Changxia. Changxia, I've finished sewing it. Come see if it's what you wanted. Hold on, let me finish washing the soybeans, Changxia replied, looking up. At that, Daya got up with the tofu bag and walked over to Changxia. Using green cloth for tofu bags, how extravagant. Nifeng muttered under her breath. Green cloth came from the bird tribe and few beast folk could afford it. Only Changxia in the Heluo tribe would use green cloth for something like this. If it were any other leopard beastman, do you believe they wouldn't beat someone up 3 times a day for this? Making tofu requires a tofu cloth for straining, and besides, I didn't use the blue cloth and waste it, so how is that extravagant? Changxia retorted, defending herself against the accusation of being wasteful. Soon, she finished washing the soybeans in the wooden basin and put them into a wooden bucket. Shaking the water off her hands, Changxia took the tofu cloth Daya handed over. After checking it twice, she gave Daya a thumbs up. Daya, this tofu cloth is really well made. You'll need to rinse it twice with clean water, wring it out, and hang it up to dry. Later, after we grind and cook the soybeans, we'll use it to strain the tofu pulp. Okay, Daya replied happily. In the distance, Shen Rong was assembling the tofu mold. He brought it over to the water vat to rinse it and let Changxia inspect it. Shen Rong, your craftsmanship is amazing. Changxia picked up the tofu mold and examined it, growing more satisfied the longer she looked. Receiving Changxia's approval, Shen Rong said, if you think it's good, I'll make a second set. By the way, now that the soybeans are soaked, should we start grinding them? Yes, Changxia nodded. Shen Rong set up the stone mill inside the wooden shed. After rinsing it several times, Changxia thought since it was freshly made, she'd rinse it a couple more times before grinding the soybeans to make sure all the stone dust was gone. You won't be able to turn the big stone mill. How about I make the second tofu mold a bit later? Shen Rong hesitated. He definitely didn't want Changxia to try turning the mill. He'd made it himself. It was heavy, and no one knew better than him how much it weighed. Changxia waved her hand and nodded toward Nanfeng and Feng Yi. I'll try the small mill. As for the big one, I'll leave it to Nanfeng and the others. She knew her limits. The big stone mill weighed over 1,000 jin, and just one of the millstones was 400 or 500 jin. There was no way Changxia could handle that. We can help too, Daya and Milla chimed in enthusiastically. The stone mill looked really interesting. They were more than happy to help. Changxia valued her soybeans, so the tofu was bound to be delicious. They were also eager to learn from Changxia, so they could go back and make their own stone mill and tofu mold at home. At the same time, they understood why Changxia had Shen Rong make 2 sets of tofu molds. One of them was definitely for the tribe. End of this chapter. You two start building the stove and set up the stone pot. Changxia nodded, urging them to hurry up with the stove. She also mentioned she wanted to send mung bean cakes to the Shieling Mountain sparrow cubs. If they dawdled, those beast cubs would finish training and come over. The stones for the stove were piled in the corner by the wall. Once moved over and mixed with wet clay, the stove could be built quickly. The stone pot was heavy, so the stove had to be sturdy or it would collapse. That's why wet clay was needed as an adhesive, to make sure the stones bore the weight evenly. Changxia, how long do the mushrooms and wild chicken need to stew? Nuan-chun poked her head out of the kitchen, asking. The aroma in the kitchen was so strong it made her dizzy. Just smelling it made her feel like her stomach was about to burst. But she hadn't eaten anything yet. Without turning around, Changxia replied, the mushrooms and wild chicken need to stew until they're really tender. There's still plenty of time, don't rush. I think it'll take several hours. The stone pot would stew slowly. It wouldn't be ready anytime soon. Hearing this, Nuan-chun quickly left the kitchen. As soon as she came out, Nanfeng and the other beastmen all turned to look at her. Nuan-chun's heart skipped a beat. Why are you all looking at me like that? Nuan-chun, you smell delicious. The aroma of mushrooms mixed with chicken broth. You're practically marinated already. Nanfeng licked her lips, her gaze full of hunger. Nuan Chun felt her stomach tighten. Don't talk nonsense, you're the one who's marinated. Nuan Chun waved her hands, hoping to dispel the strong aroma clinging to her. Luckily, her cub was off at the tribe's training grounds. Otherwise, with this smell, she was afraid her own child would go crazy and take a bite out of her. Didn't you see? The looks in Nan Fong and Feng Ye's eyes were full of danger. Haha. Chang Xia couldn't help but burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. On the kitchen stove, mushrooms and wild chicken were stewing, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. In the courtyard, Daya and Mila finished building the stove and brought over a suitable stone pot from the shed. The mung beans and red beans hadn't been ground yet, and neither had the soybeans, so there was no rush to light the fires under those stoves just yet. At the moment, all the beastmen were gathered in front of the shed, around the stone mill. Chang Xia had Shen Rong set the small stone mill near the water vat, not far from the shed. She fetched water and carefully washed the small stone mill. Chang Xia, the stone mill is clean now. Can we start grinding the soybeans? Feng Yi asked excitedly. Nan Fong and the others were all inexplicably excited too, eyes fixed on Chang Xia, just waiting to try grinding tofu. There's an old saying on Earth, there are 3 hardships in life: rowing a boat, forging iron, and grinding tofu. But looking at Feng Yi and the others, so eager and expectant, Chang Xia couldn't help but wonder if grinding tofu was really that hard. Give it a try, Chang Xia said. Scoop out half a bowl of soybeans with a clay bowl, add a bit of water. Be careful, not too much water, but not too little either. If the mill feels dry, just pour in more water. As she spoke, she demonstrated. Chang Xia gripped the handle and gently pushed the small stone mill. The mill was less than 30 centimeters in diameter, so she could turn it easily. Chang Xia looked at the stone mill with satisfaction. She could use it to grind chili powder and other things in the future, which would be much easier than grinding by hand. After all, grinding by hand was something Chang Xia really couldn't manage. This is soy milk. Amazing! Just by gently turning the stone mill, the soybeans turn into soy milk. Come on, let's try too. Nan Fong and the others crowded around Chang Xia to learn, and after a while, they felt they'd gotten the hang of it. Then, they all rushed over to the big stone mill in the shed. Nan Fong, you pour the soybeans into the mill, I'll try turning it first. The rest of you watch, and if anything seems off, let me know right away, Feng Yi said, rubbing her hands together, looking like she was ready for a big job. Dayami and Milu each took a step back, choosing to watch from the sidelines. Nuanchuan helped Chang Xia feed soybeans into the mill, while Shen Rong watched from a distance, his hands never slowing. Nan Fong, that's too much. There are too many soybeans in the mill. Chang Xia says it'll be hard to grind. How is that too much? Chang Xia's small mill is tiny. How can you compare it to this big stone mill? Trust me, it's definitely not too much. Chang Xia turned around and glanced at them. She smiled at Nuanchuan, but didn't go over to say anything. Grinding tofu is all about strength, not skill. After a few tries, they'd get the hang of it, knowing how many soybeans and how much water to add. There's no way to really teach it, you just have to practice. After that, the sound of Nan Fong and the others squabbling over who got to grind the tofu rang out from time to time. Meanwhile, at the small stone mill, Nuanchuan was now the one turning the mill, with Chang Xia feeding in the soybeans. Creak. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Chang Xia, what are you all making? The smell is wafting all over the Baihu cave. Muqin's gentle voice came nearer. Muqin and Hayun stepped into the cave. Looking up, they saw Chang Xia and the others working the mill. The stone mill was a new contraption, and Muqin, curious, hurried over from the gate. Chang Xia, what's this? Something new made from stone, it looks interesting. Wait, is that white stuff some kind of paste? No, that's soybean milk, ground from soybeans. Muqin squatted down, leaning in to stare at the wooden basin under the stone mill, watching the soybean milk collect. Soon, she looked up at the mill, then back at the soybean milk, her face full of curiosity and excitement. Hayun didn't say anything, but she circled the mill twice, pushed aside Fengya and the others, grabbed the mill handle, and started grinding tofu herself. Muchin, this is amazing. Hyun was thrilled. Watching the soybeans go into the mill and come out as soybean milk in the basin, it was all so novel and fun. Muchin AMU, this is a stone mill, used for grinding soybeans. Shen Rong is making tofu molds over there, which are used to shape the tofu, Changxia explained. She'd been researching beans, and the whole tribe knew about it. Even the Heluo Tribe was aware. Can these soybeans be made into bean flour? Muchin tilted her head, thinking of ginkgo nuts, and couldn't help but mention bean flour. Changxia grinned at that. No wonder she could handle the tribe leader. She really was clever. Muchin AMU, soybeans can be made into bean flour. But what I want to make is tofu. Grind the soybeans into a slurry, boil and filter it, then add a special ingredient to make it solidify into blocks. I call these blocks tofu. Tofu can be pan-fried, stir-fried, deep-fried, or made into other bean products. When it came to eating tofu, Changxia could talk for ages. She hadn't finished speaking before Muchin and the other beast folk were already swallowing hard. Well, there was no doubt about it. This tofu was definitely something good. Nuanchuan, move aside. Let me grind the tofu. You're all too slow, Muchin said briskly. Weren't you going to make mung bean cakes this morning? Leave the tofu to me. You all go make the cakes. And make extra for me. I want to take some back to the tribe. The cubs back home have heard about your bean experiments and are practically going crazy. With that, Nuanchuan had no more thoughts of fighting Muchin for the right to grind tofu. Her own cubs were in the tribe. She needed to hurry and make the mung bean cakes to send over. Otherwise, if they all came charging over, Nuanchuan couldn't even imagine what that scene would be like. End of this chapter. Milu, can one of you come help grind the mung beans? Nuanchuan picked up a winnowing basket full of mung beans and called for help. Hyun had already taken over the big stone mill, so Fengya and the others had no chance of getting a turn. Just leave someone to help feed the soybeans. We'll do it together. Nanfeng raised her hand and handed the wooden bucket to Fengya. Competing with Hyun AMU for the stone mill? Did they want to get beaten up more, or was the last time not enough? The females in this tribe were far scarier than the males. Nanfeng knew her limits, and so did Fengya. She obediently carried the bucket, not daring to say a word to Hyun. The tribe's females were gentle and virtuous only to Changxia. For everyone else, it was all about tough love. And they could really hit hard. You all grind the mung beans and red beans. I'll go turn over the beans drying in the courtyard, Changxia said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Sure enough, if you wanted to keep Nanfeng and the others in line, you had to let Muchin and the others take charge. They'd made mung bean cakes that morning. Changxia didn't get involved again. She had to keep an eye on the soybean milk and see which side finished first, so she could start boiling it. To be honest, this was her first time making tofu, and she was a little nervous. Soon, Changxia finished turning the beans and went straight to the kitchen to add more firewood. The mushrooms and wild chicken in the stone pot still needed to stew for another hour or two to be fully tender. That hour or two would be enough to make tofu and steam the mung bean cakes. Changxia, what delicious thing are you making in the kitchen? Muchin asked as she pushed the small stone mill, glancing toward the kitchen. When she saw Changxia come out, she couldn't help but ask. Changxia replied, I'm stewing mushrooms and wild chicken in the kitchen. I plan to make chicken essence. Chicken essence? Yes, chicken essence. Just hearing the name, Muchin knew it was something new. Muchin was delighted. Is chicken essence edible? Yes, chicken essence is a seasoning that adds flavor to dishes, Changxia explained. Once I'm done, I plan to take some to the Baihu commercial district to treat beast folk from other tribes who visit. Instantly, Muchin felt reassured. This chicken essence was probably something good. You want to use chicken essence to trade with other beast folk? Muchin quickly caught on to Changxia's plan and scolded her. Changxia, if you need anything, just tell the tribe. Let us help you trade. You don't need to tire yourself out like this, always busy with one thing or another. Can your body handle it? Life in the tribe was getting better and better, and there was no shortage of food. Muchin couldn't bear to see Changxia overwork herself. When she heard Changxia mention taking chicken bouillon to the Baihu commercial district, Muchin immediately guessed what she was thinking. The young beastling was probably worried that the tribe didn't have anything impressive to offer and was afraid that during the exchange event, the leopard tribe would lose face. The tribe has plenty of good things, but not much that's suitable for trading. As for flour, the tribe's people eat it themselves. We can't just give it all away for supplies, Changxia said softly. Nearby, Nanfeng, Maple Leaf, and the other beast folk listened in. Their expressions turned a little awkward. Ahem. It seemed they really hadn't paid much attention to these important tribal matters. Looks like they still had a lot to learn. Chicken bouillon was a bit easier to make than shrimp powder and could also be produced in large quantities. After weighing her options, Changxia decided that using chicken bouillon for trade was a pretty good choice. You all should learn from Changxia. Don't just think about eating all day. Go out hunting and foraging more often, and stop pestering Changxia at her house every day, Muqin said, deliberately letting her gaze linger on Nanfeng for a few seconds. Nanfeng's hand, grinding mung beans, froze. What the heck? What did her mother mean by that? Was she implying that Nanfeng was the only one who liked to eat and always bothered Changxia? Was she really that kind of beast folk? Absolutely not. That afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. A gentle breeze brushed by, making everyone feel drowsy. Changxia yawned, struggling to stay awake. Her nap at noon had been too short, and now she was feeling a bit sleepy. Though not as exhausted as before, it still affected her somewhat. However, as her physical condition improved, the beast god's mark on her forehead was gradually fading. As long as Changxia's emotions stayed steady, the mark was almost invisible. But if Changxia got too emotional, the beast god's mark would reappear between her brows. This situation felt strange to Changxia, but Shen Rong and the rest of the tribe were happy about it, thinking it was a good thing. Changxia, you didn't nap at noon? Noticing Changxia yawning repeatedly, Muqin couldn't help but look over. She remembered that Changxia always took a short nap at noon. Did she skip it today? As soon as she asked, Nanfeng, Maple Leaf, and the others' faces changed. Changxia had actually been sleeping soundly at noon, but it seemed, maybe, she'd been woken up by them. If Muqin found out about this, they'd probably get a scolding at the very least. I slept for a bit, Changxia replied. She wasn't stupid. If she admitted she'd just fallen asleep at noon and Nanfeng woke her up, Nanfeng would definitely get in trouble. On the other side, Heyun was the first to finish grinding over 5 gin of soybeans. Changxia asked Maple Leaf to bring over the soy milk so she could start boiling it. Once the soy milk came to a boil, it needed to be filtered through a tofu bag 2 or 3 times. Then, after boiling it again, the soy milk could be drunk as is. After boiling, adding gypsum or brine would make the soy milk coagulate into curds. This was silken tofu. At this point, you scoop the curds into a tofu mold, press out the water, and finally, you get delicious tofu. It sounded simple, but actually doing it was quite tedious. Filtering the soy milk repeatedly was hard work, and adding the gypsum or brine required experience. You couldn't add too much or too little. Too much, and it wouldn't work. Too little, and it wouldn't work either. Nanfeng, who had planned to steam mung bean and red bean cakes, quietly slowed down her movements. All the beast folk watched Changxia intently as the soy milk in the stone pot came to a boil. Changxia ladled the soy milk into an empty wooden bucket, then placed an H-shaped wooden rack over the stone pot. This was the tool for filtering the soy milk. She set the rack in place and put a rolling pin-like wooden stick beside it. Just like the rack, the stick was used for filtering the soy milk. She opened the tofu bag and ladled in the hot soy milk. Once the bag was about a third full, Changxia took the wooden stick and placed it along the edge of the tofu bag, then began to roll it. The tofu bag filled with soy milk sat on the rack. As Changxia rolled the stick, the soy milk seeped out of the bag and dripped into the stone pot below. So complicated. We'll need to watch a few more times. All the beast folk wore serious expressions, carefully memorizing Changxia's every move. It was Heyun's first time using the stone mill, and she pushed it too fast, so the soybeans were ground quite coarsely. Filtering was hard work for Changxia, but fortunately, her body had been strengthened by the beast god's mark, and her own bloodline abilities were strong. Otherwise, she might not have been able to roll the stick at all. Soon, Changxia finished filtering the soy milk. She asked Nanfeng to dump the leftover soybean pulp into a wooden basin. It could be eaten or used to feed livestock. She took a wooden lid and covered the stone pot. Then Changxia went to the kitchen to prepare the brine. She kept diluting the brine that Shen Rong had brought back from the tribe. Then, carrying a large bowl of brine, she came out of the kitchen, carefully placing the rest on the top shelf of the cupboard. If she couldn't control the amount of brine, it'd be safer to use stinky water to curdle tofu in the future. It's boiling. The soy milk is boiling. Just as Changxia came out with the prepared brine, she heard Nanfeng's excited shout. Anyone want some soy milk? If you do, go get a clay pot from the kitchen. I really like mine with sugar. If you're not used to the taste, you can try adding salt or soy sauce, Changxia said, setting the brine aside for later. Before making the tofu, she wanted everyone to taste the soy milk. Come to think of it, it had been years since she'd had soy milk herself. As she spoke, Changxia couldn't help but lick her lips. She was craving it too. Sugar, I want sugar. Daya raised her hand, delighted. Whenever there was a chance to eat something sweet, Daya was always the first to react. The other beast folk, seeing her excitement, all smiled knowingly. Very soon. Navigation. Rankings. All the beast folk in the Yaodong courtyard stopped what they were doing. They took bowls from Nanfeng and eagerly walked over to the stone pot to ladle out some soy milk. Changxia accepted the soy milk that Shen Rong handed her. A rich, beany aroma wafted up, enveloping her senses. The soy milk was fragrant and slightly sweet. As she took a sip, the flavor filled her entire mouth. This soy milk is delicious. Yeah, it tastes completely different from sweet fruit juice, surprisingly good. AMU, tell Afu to trade for more soybeans with the Heluo Tribe. The new flavor exploded on their taste buds, stunning all the beast folk. At the same time, they couldn't help but marvel. Every time Changxia made something, it brought the tribe a whole new experience. Heluo, what did you add to your soy milk? Muqin savored the lingering bean fragrance in her mouth, but suddenly turned and noticed the color of Heluo's soy milk was off. She was a little startled. Heluo replied, Changxia said you can add soy sauce. I gave it a try. She stirred her bowl with wooden chopsticks, lowered her head, and took a sip. The rich bean flavor of the soy milk, mixed with the salty aroma of the soy sauce, was surprisingly enjoyable. Heluo actually liked it a lot. Muqin's mouth twitched. It smelled kind of sour and weird. Muqin cautiously took 2 steps back. She didn't think she could get used to soy milk with soy sauce. What's that smell? Did it go bad? With their sharp sense of smell, the beast folk quickly noticed the strange scent coming from Heluo's bowl. Instantly, all the beast folk except Changxia and Shen Rong took a collective step back. Daya even darted far away. Soy sauce in soy milk, was that even drinkable? Daya, used to sweet soy milk, felt like her world was spinning. Was everything she knew about food about to collapse? Does it really smell that bad? I think it's great. It goes down smooth, Heluo said, taking another big gulp and licking her lips, her face full of happiness and satisfaction. That almost maniacal smile. It scared the beast folk so much they retreated even further. Even Shen Rong couldn't help but take 2 steps back this time. Only Changxia remained calm. In this world, beast folk came in all shapes and personalities. Naturally, their tastes were just as varied. In her previous life, Changxia had seen plenty of sweet and savory camps. Adding soy sauce to soy milk was nothing strange to her. Besides, in the north of her homeland, there was a mysterious snack called doji. The taste was indescribable, but those who loved it couldn't go a day without it. Similarly, in the south, there was the notoriously stinky luosafen. People who liked it couldn't get enough, no matter how bad it smelled. Soy milk with soy sauce? That was nothing. Heluo AMU, would you like another bowl? Changxia asked calmly. Heluo finished her bowl of soy sauce soy milk in one go, still wanting more. She nodded at Changxia and said loudly, yes, another bowl. Muqin, are you sure you don't want to try? No, thank you. No need. All the beast folk shook their heads in unison at Heluo's offer. This kind of divine flavor was just too much for ordinary beast folk to handle or even dare to try. After finishing the soy milk, Changxia began the tofu-making process. At this step, all the beast folk held their breath, watching Changxia's hands intently. She had said this was the most crucial part of making tofu. Changxia poured brine into a clay bowl, added water, and shook it a few times. Then she ladled some soy milk into the bowl, stirring constantly with a spoon. She repeated this process several times, then poured the well-mixed liquid into a large wooden tub of soy milk. "Changxia, is it done?" Muqin asked nervously. She saw Changxia cover the tub with a wooden lid and couldn't help but ask. Changxia nodded. "Now we just wait for the soy milk in the tub to coagulate into curds. Then it's done." Hearing this, all the beast folk let out a collective sigh of relief. They had been holding their breath the whole time Changxia was mixing the brine, afraid that even the sound of their breathing would disturb her. Clap, clap. Muqin clapped her hands and turned to glare at Nanfeng and the others. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and steam the mung bean cakes and take them to the tribe for the kids. If you delay any longer, they'll really come running over here," Muqin said coldly. With that, she walked over to the big stone mill in the wooden shed. Compared to the big stone mill, the small one was much less efficient. Of course, Muqin wouldn't say that out loud. After all, the small mill was clearly made by Shen Rong for Changxia, so naturally, it was for her use. With Muqin's shout, the beast folk snapped out of their daze and got busy. Changxia went into the kitchen, where the aroma of mushrooms and wild chicken had fully developed, so tempting it made her mouth water. If the tribe's kids came running over, she doubted she'd be able to keep these 2 pots for herself. She lifted the lid and gently stirred with a spatula. The smell made her swallow involuntarily. Maybe they should have chicken soup tonight? They'd just had roast chicken a couple of days ago. But with stewed goose planned for dinner, the chicken soup could wait. Changxia walked out of the kitchen, her expression unchanged. No one noticed her momentary inner struggle. Soon, Nuanchuan cut up the steamed mung bean and red bean cakes, packed them into a rattan basket, and prepared to take them to the tribe's children to try. Changxia walked over to the wooden tub of soy milk. She lifted the lid and looked inside. "Failed," Changxia said regretfully. The soy milk hadn't fully coagulated. Well, some of it had, but not enough. Clearly, there hadn't been enough brine. She scooped out some soft tofu, put it in a bowl, and tasted it. Not bad, but it's a pity it didn't work out. Muqin set down the stone mill and walked over to comfort her. "It's okay, we can try again." In the distance, Shen Rong put down the second set of tofu molds he'd made. He walked over to the tub and hesitated. "Changxia, can't you just add more brine now?" "No, that won't work," Changxia shook her head. "Changxia, is the soy milk still drinkable?" Nanfeng asked quietly. "Let me know if you need the translation for just the story part, or if you want the website navigation and promotional text omitted." Changxia hesitated and said, "It should be fine, I guess." "Why are you asking?" "As long as it's drinkable, have Nuanchun take it to the tribe," Nanfeng replied with a sly grin. With so many people in the tribe, if every beastman gets a bowl, there's no way it'll go to waste. Hearing this, Changxia's mouth twitched. She was left speechless. Nanfeng really was a clever little fox. "Nanfeng, stop making a fuss. Grab the wooden bucket and come with me to the tribe," Nuanchun retorted, not to be outdone. She picked up the green bean and red bean cakes she'd prepared and told Nanfeng to take the failed soy milk to the tribe. Nanfeng froze. She really didn't want to go to the tribe. End of this chapter. Changxia, did this batch turn out right? The beastmen crowded around, squatting down and staring intently at the soy milk in the wooden bucket. The liquid soy milk now looked like crushed ice. It looked a lot like the tofu Changxia had described. "Halfway there," Changxia said. She'd added more brine, but the soy milk still hadn't set into a solid block. Was the brine too diluted? "Let's just leave this bucket of tofu pudding for now. We'll try another batch. Muqin AMU, I'll mix the brine, you handle straining the tofu. I need to go filter the mushroom and chicken broth." Changxia drank half a bowl of watery tofu pudding. Unfortunately, it was another failed attempt. "Changxia, do you need help?" Dia asked anxiously. She saw Hyun pick up the soy sauce fruit and immediately walked over to Changxia. One look and Dia guessed Hyun was planning to drink the tofu pudding. Soy milk or tofu pudding mixed with soy sauce was a flavor Dia truly dreaded. Changxia pressed her lips together and smiled. Yes, come with me to the kitchen to deal with the mushroom and chicken broth. Muchin and Hyun took over the tofu making. Shen Rong was grinding the remaining soybeans, and the little stone mill was now monopolized by Nan Fong. She'd waited a long time for her turn, and finally got it. Earlier, when they went to deliver the green bean and red bean cakes to the tribe, she and Nuan-chan had been swarmed by the little ones. Luckily, they handed over the snacks in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. No wonder Muchin always said she was here to collect debts. Beast cubs really were terrifying. Wow, that smells amazing. Dia swallowed hungrily as Changxia lifted the lid off the pot. The mushroom and chicken broth simmered in the stone pot, their enticing aromas mingling into an irresistible scent that made everyone's mouth water. Yeah, it's all cooked down, but it really took some time, Changxia said, stirring with a spatula and ladling out a bit of broth to check. She looked satisfied. Dia, go call Muchin Amu in here. I need to teach the tribe how to make chicken essence sooner or later, and I don't want to waste time. Have her come take a look and I'll explain the process. Making soy milk took time, so Muchin and Hyun were free for now. Might as well put them to use. Muchin Amu, Changxia wants you in the kitchen, Dia called out from the hallway toward Muchin in the courtyard. Hearing this, Muchin wiped her hands and headed to the kitchen. Hyun followed, carrying her bowl of tofu pudding with soy sauce, sipping as she walked. Dia's face darkened at the sight. Looks like hiding in the kitchen was useless. A moment later, the kitchen lesson began. Dia hid in a corner, covering her mouth and nose as she watched and listened. The three of them poured the mushroom and chicken broth from the stone pot into clay jars, separating out the cooked mushrooms and the chicken meat and bones. There wasn't much residue left from the mushroom broth, so filtering was easy. The chicken broth was trickier. They had to fish out the shredded chicken and bones, then pound them on a cutting board for later use. Dia, use the spatula to stir the mushroom and chicken broth together. Not too fast, or you'll splash it, Changxia instructed. Dia took a few breaths, relieved that the strange smell in the air had faded. She quietly sighed in relief and, following Changxia's instructions, began slowly stirring the mixed broths. Hyun kept squeezing the mushroom broth back, while Muchin used a wooden stick to pound the chicken and bones. Once Dia finished stirring, they added the pounded chicken and bones. They stirred again and let it sit until it set into a block, then broke it up and ground it into powder to make chicken essence. Of course, the semi-solid blocks could also be used in cooking. Grinding it into powder just made it easier to store. Changxia, is this good enough? Dia asked. Changxia poked her head over to look into the clay jar and nodded. Looks good. Now, pour the mixed broth into the big clay vat, then add the pounded chicken and bones, and stir gently. Dia picked up the jar and poured the broth into the big vat. Muchin dumped in the pounded chicken and bones. Hyun grabbed the spatula and stirred vigorously. Changxia, did you make chicken soup? Nan Fong called out. Can I have a bowl? It smells so good, I'm starving. Get lost. Changxia replied, exasperated. This kid was always thinking about food. She'd been busy all afternoon. When would she have had time to make chicken soup? It really does smell amazing. Changxia, are you sure we can't just eat the chicken essence as is? Suddenly, a chorus of voices came from outside. Judging by the sound, they were very close. Changxia turned to look outside the kitchen. She saw Nan Fong and the others all crowded at the kitchen door, craning their necks to stare at the vat of broth Hyun was stirring. Stop thinking about the chicken essence. Tonight, I'll add some to the stewed goose so you can all taste it, Changxia said, waving them away. These beastmen really were gluttons. She'd already told them chicken essence wasn't for eating directly, but they still couldn't stop thinking about it. You're making stewed goose tonight? Muchin said in surprise. Changxia replied, Nan Fong kept pestering me. When I was out catching wild chickens this afternoon, I caught 5 geese too. I'll stew them and send 2 to the tribe, one for the elders to try, and one for the beast cubs to enjoy. Changxia, save some for me, Heyun said. Heyun never stood on ceremony with Changxia. As expected, Changxia nodded directly and said, "All right. When the time comes, I'll have Nanfeng bring a bowl to the chief. Tonight, you'll have dinner at the chief's house." As she spoke, Changxia flashed a mischievous grin. There wasn't much stewed goose, so it was impossible to share it with all the tribe members. Since Muqin and Heyun had come over today, Changxia would naturally save a portion for them. "Muqin, I told you, out of all these little beast cubs, Changxia is the most obedient and filial," Heyun said happily, stirring the soup with even more vigor. A moment passed. Changxia told Heyun to stop stirring. Then, she carried the ceramic jar filled with chicken essence into the small living room, placed it on the long table, and left it to cool and set. Just then, suddenly, Finya's startled cry rang out. "It's solid. It's in chunks. Changxia, come quick, Shen Rong made tofu." It turned out that Muqin and Heyun had lingered in the kitchen, and the soy milk in the courtyard had already come to a boil. So, Shen Rong called Finya and Nanfeng over and personally filtered the soy milk, getting right to work. At first, Finya hadn't expected much. But when she lifted the lid, she was stunned. Her exclamation startled the 4 people in the kitchen. "Oh no! We forgot about the soy milk on the stove. We really did forget about it." Muqin and Heyun froze, then gave an awkward laugh. They'd been chatting with Changxia about chicken essence, and while talking, they'd started helping filter the mushroom and chicken broth. In all the hustle and bustle, they'd completely forgotten about the soy milk outside. In a panic, they rushed out of the kitchen. "Changxia, look," Finya pulled Changxia over to see the tofu in the wooden bucket. This time, it was real tofu pudding, not the previous crumbled tofu or just soy milk. Changxia was shocked. "Who made this tofu?" "Shen Rong," Finya replied. Nanfeng and the others nodded, giving Shen Rong a thumbs up. Shen Rong was reliable. When something needed doing, he'd always step up and get it done. "Shen Rong, how did you do it?" Changxia stared at him in amazement, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Shen Rong smiled slightly. "I tweaked the brine a bit. What should I do next?" End of this chapter. Scoop the tofu pudding into the mold to drain the water, Changxia instructed. The brine was her own recipe, but since Shen Rong said he'd adjusted it, Changxia wondered if maybe hers had been too diluted. "Don't mess with it, let Shen Rong handle it," Muqin stopped Changxia, insisting Shen Rong see it through. Shen Rong was good for Changxia, and Changxia was good for the Heluo Tribe. In the end, it was a blessing for the beast folk. Shen Rong took the ladle Changxia handed him. The ladle was made from the shell of a certain fruit, quite sturdy. With a bit of polishing, it became a perfect scoop for water or soup. It was ideal for ladling soy milk or tofu pudding, and the water ladle in Changxia's home was made from this same fruit shell. After the tribe members saw it, they stopped burning the shells as firewood and instead polished them into ladles of various sizes. Very elegant. "Don't rush. Scoop it out one ladle at a time," Changxia said gently. "Leave one last ladle for everyone to taste the tofu pudding. It should be tastier than the crumbled tofu from before. You can eat it just like soy milk, sweet, savory, or with soy sauce, however you like." As soon as she finished speaking, Nanfeng hurried in with freshly washed ceramic bowls. Ceramic bowls were quicker to clean than wooden ones, and Nanfeng was glad she'd chosen them earlier. Dia, quick as ever, grabbed the sugar jar. She was worried Heyun would suggest trying it with soy sauce, which actually tasted pretty good. "This tofu pudding is so tender. It just slides down your throat. It tastes like milk. The elders in the tribe will love it." As people age, their teeth loosen, and eating roasted meat becomes inconvenient. Usually, they ate more stewed meat, but as Muqin drank the tofu pudding, she quickly realized she needed to trade for more soybeans with the Heluo Tribe. This way, the elders would have something easier to eat. Too much stewed meat could get tiresome, and other foods were hard for the elders to manage. Now that Changxia had figured out tofu, it was wonderful. Shen Rong covered the tofu mold and placed a stone on top to press it. "Changxia, how long does the tofu need to be pressed?" Shen Rong asked softly. Once the whey drains out, just remove the stone and it's done, Changxia replied. Tonight, she was planning to stew goose, but suddenly thought of Muqin mentioning the elders. An idea flashed through her mind. She'd ruined 2 batches of tofu earlier, but had 1 successful pot. There were still 2 pots left to make, so Changxia decided to finish them and have Muqin take them back to the tribe, so the elders could have an extra dish tonight. Shen Rong, keep boiling the soy milk. Make the last 2 batches of tofu and have Aunt Muqin take them back to the tribe. Tonight, they can have Crussian carp stewed with tofu as an extra dish for the elders, Changxia said. We'll have stewed goose. We can't let the tribe folks feel left out. Hearing this, no matter how much Nianfeng might complain, she didn't dare act up. There were soybeans drying in the tribe's cave dwellings, so tofu could be made anytime. It was just a matter of having it sooner or later. Hearing this, Muqin smiled and said nothing, but reached out and gave Changxia's hair a good ruffle. In the distance, Nianfeng, Fengye, and the other beast folk all glanced over. Unconsciously, they all smiled gently. At dusk, all the beast folk sat happily in the corridor, resting. It had been a busy afternoon, but a satisfying one. The tofu was done, and the chicken essence had finished simmering. On the square table, there were neatly sliced mung bean and red bean cakes. The one who should have been busiest, Changxia, was actually the most relaxed. So, she took some mung beans and went to the kitchen to cook a pot of mung bean soup. Soon, she came out carrying the finished soup. She'd chilled it in the cellar with cold stones, and the sweetened mung bean soup gave off a refreshing coolness. Note: the rest is website navigation and not part of the story. Let me know if you need a more concise version or have any other requests. Changxia had just walked out of the kitchen. Everyone stared at her, eyes wide. It's cold. Changxia, how did you do it? Nianfeng, get the bowls ready. I'm treating everyone to iced mung bean soup. Laughing, Changxia set down the wooden bucket. When cold stones are put in water, they release a chill. Changxia had found a large wooden basin, placed 2 cold stones inside, then set the bucket of mung bean soup into the basin. Just like that, she'd improvised a simple refrigerator. Of course, she didn't dare leave it in too long, worried the soup would freeze into popsicles. But this gave Changxia an idea. Once the tribe entered the heat of summer, maybe she could make popsicles and similar treats. Hiss! Taking the clay bowls, everyone could feel the chill of the iced mung bean soup even through the bowl. All the beast folk looked at Changxia in shock. Waving her hand, Changxia explained, "Don't overthink it. I just put the bucket of mung bean soup into a basin with cold stones, and voila, iced mung bean soup. Cold stones are rare though. If we get a chance to trade with the bird tribe for ice crystal grass, and I use my bloodline ability to cultivate it, maybe one day all the beast folk can enjoy iced mung bean soup." As her bloodline ability evolved, Changxia was confident she could cultivate ice crystal grass suited to the twilight forest. But first, she'd have to trade for it with the bird tribe. Everyone knew that wouldn't be easy. It was like the light trees and light grass. The Heluo Tribe wouldn't trade those lightly. Still, Changxia believed where there's a will, there's a way. "Changxia, we'll be waiting for your ice crystal grass," Muqin said with a laugh, and the others all looked at Changxia with anticipation. After drinking the iced mung bean soup, Muqin and Hayun took some tofu back to the tribe. Changxia had wanted Muqin to take all the tofu, but in the end, she relented and kept half a block to make tofu and carp stew for dinner. Nianfeng and the others started slaughtering geese, while Shen Rong was in the courtyard shelling beans. The stove they'd built today wasn't dismantled. They'd probably need it again tomorrow, since Muqin hadn't taken the tofu mold back, and for now, only Changxia's family had a stone mill. Nianfeng. Before long, Shishing arrived. Before he could come in, Nianfeng called out, asking him to go catch carp at the White Lake Pond. Yadong quickly followed him. Baiqing, Kongshan, and the other 3 beast folk totem warriors walked into the courtyard, watching their partners busy at work. No need for small talk. They just stepped up to help, asking what had happened today. When they heard about mung bean cake, red bean cake, soy milk, tofu pudding, tofu, and mung bean soup, Baiqing and the others turned green with envy. "Brother, don't be jealous. I saved you some mung bean soup." Once Yadong and Shishing are back, I'll serve you some. But for soy milk and tofu pudding, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, Changxia said with a smile, directing Shen Rong to move the beans into the shed. They'd dry them again tomorrow, mainly because she still wanted to experiment, so there was no need to store them in the cellar yet. Haha. Baiqing laughed heartily, delighted. Changxia, you really spoil your brother. I spoil you too, Milla said softly. I saved you a bowl of soy milk in the kitchen, but there's no tofu pudding, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. As soon as Milla spoke, Kongshan and Kongshan both looked hopefully at their partners. Unfortunately, they were met with nothing but cold stares from Wanchuan and Fingya. The two men instantly felt dejected and unloved. P.S. The end of this chapter. Chun'er. Shankuan's honest face took on a look of innocent pleading, like a baby deer. Wanchuan was so disgusted she almost gagged. Since when did her blockhead of a mate learn to act cute? If he were handsome, maybe it would work. But, Shankuan, with that square face of yours, you really think you can pull off cute? No way. Kongshan, ever cautious, quietly sidled up to Fingya, slipped his little hand around Fingya's waist, and whispered, Fingya, you really didn't save me even a little? As he spoke, he pinched his fingers together to show just a tiny bit. That gesture made Fingya burst out laughing. He turned, hugged Kongshan around the neck, kissed his cheek, and smiled. All right, stop acting up. Go to the kitchen, I saved you a bowl. Chun'er, look, Shankuan was utterly aggrieved. Baiqing got some. Kongshan got some. Shishing and Yadong would surely get some too. So, was he the only one left out? Ever since they had a cub, Wanchuan didn't seem to dote on him like before. Shankuan's suspicions were confirmed. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. This big, burly man was on the verge of tears. Pfft. Changxia burst out laughing. Chun'er, if you tease Shankuan any more, he's really going to cry. And then you'll be the one embarrassed. Changxia. Wanchuan stiffened and shouted. Chun'er, what kind of nickname was that? Shankuan really was a blockhead. What had she done to deserve such a mate? Wanchuan was so angry her liver hurt. Go to the kitchen. Wanchuan snapped, smacking Shankuan hard on the back a few times and shooing him away, out of sight, out of mind, so she wouldn't get even angrier. All right, I'm going. Shankuan grinned and ran to the kitchen. Haha. Laughter rang out over the courtyard of Changxiao's home. Clearly, everyone was amused by this sweet interaction between Wanchuan and Shankuan. What are you all laughing at? Hurry up and get ready, it's almost dark. We promised to send 2 geese to the tribe, and we can't be late. If those beast cubs have to wait too long, they won't be nearly as patient as they were during the day. Wanchuan's voice called out, full of warning. To keep the cubs calm, Wanchuan hadn't gone to pick up her own little one. Let me know if you need further adaptation or have specific style requests. She was just afraid that, with one careless move, she'd end up not with 2 little beast cubs, but a whole group of lively, mischievous youngsters. Just imagining that scene made Wanchun's scalp tingle. It would be too much to handle. Instantly, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. It was obvious. All the beastmen had been scared by Wanchun's words. Dia, I'm back with some carp. Yadong's cheerful voice drifted over the courtyard wall into the cave dwelling's yard. Compared to the quiet Shishing, Yadong was a whirlwind of noise. Wherever he was, silence was impossible. He was the undisputed life of the party. During the time he'd been away, the entire Heluo tribe had fallen unusually quiet. At first, the tribe's people just couldn't get used to it. Yadong, Dia called out, hurry to the kitchen. I had Changxia save you some soy milk. Baiqing and the others are already there drinking theirs. At that, Yadong's footsteps quickened. But he was loyal too. Shishing, don't just stand there. Pick up the pace. Kongshan isn't exactly a good guy. If you're too slow, he'll drink all the soy milk before you get there. Baiqing, he didn't dare to tease. Shankuan was an honest fellow. But when it came to Kongshan, Yadong's tongue was sharp as ever. Maple Leaf listened speechlessly as Yadong badmouthed Kongshan in front of Shishing. She opened her mouth and called out softly, Yadong, want to spar? Her own mate. Only she could tease him. If Yadong dared to run his mouth, she'd make sure he regretted it. Yadong instantly shut up. He picked up the cleaned carp, grabbed Shishing, and the two of them snuck off, dashing into the kitchen. Soon enough, a chorus of shouts and curses erupted from the kitchen, punctuated by the occasional thud and bang. Outside, the people in the cave courtyard were very quiet. None of the beastmen had any desire to go in and watch the chaos. Chopping up goose, slicing fish. Shen Rong was marinating meat and wild chicken. When they'd caught wild chickens that afternoon, Nan Feng had made sure to catch extra, hoping to try roasted chicken glazed with sugar again. For the stewed goose, Changxia didn't add any root vegetables, just pure spices and goose. Too bad there was no wine. This year, when they went foraging for wild fruit, they'd have to get the tribe to help pick as much as possible to brew fruit wine. Grain wine wasn't an option yet. After all, they hadn't found all the grains they needed. Golden corn could be used for wine, but it was too monotonous. They'd have to wait. Changxia, how are we going to send the stewed goose to the tribe? Wan Chun asked. Changxia thought for a moment. We'll use a couple of clay pots. They're big enough. She'd already discussed the goose with Muqin. Tonight, Muqin would definitely organize a meal for the elders in the tribe's plaza. Right now, the plaza must be bustling with activity. The stewed goose they were sending over probably wouldn't be the main dish. One goose wouldn't be enough for everyone. After hearing this, Wan Chun went to wash the clay pots. The courtyard was filled with the rich aroma of food. The stewed goose was almost ready. Night had fallen. The glowing tree in the tribe's plaza shone brightly, lighting up nearly half the Heluo Tribe. From the White Lake cave dwellings and the commercial district, you could see the sky lit up by the tree, and even hear laughter and cheerful voices drifting over. Soon, Changxia announced the goose was ready. Wan Chun and Maple Leaf started ladling it out, getting ready to deliver it to the tribe. Baiqing called Kongshan to help move tables and chairs. Shan Kuan dutifully learned how to roast meat and wild chicken from Shen Rong, with Shishing and Yadong watching from the side. Shishing wanted to learn more. After all, Nan Feng's cooking was just so-so. Yadong's reason was simpler. He was sick of Daya's seaweed roasted meat. He wanted to learn from Shen Rong to make barbecue that tasted good and suited Daya's palate. It wouldn't be easy. He'd need to practice. Come on, everyone, take a seat. After a long day's work, this meal was their reward. Changxia didn't waste words. When she saw Wan Chun and Maple Leaf return, she called everyone to the table to eat. Wan Chun, didn't you bring your twin cubs? Nan Feng asked, holding a clay bowl, eyeing Wan Chun's empty hands suspiciously. Had she abandoned her cubs for food? Wan Chun's pretty face twisted for a moment. Maple Leaf covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and explained, the two of them are still at the plaza. They didn't want to come home with Wan Chun. I think the smell of the stewed goose lured them in. They figured if they stayed at the plaza, there'd be good food, but if they came back to the White Lake Cave, they'd miss out on the goose. Everyone laughed as they sat down. Looking at the long table full of delicious food, all the beastmen couldn't help but swallow hungrily. Changxia, should we start with the fish soup? Shen Rong asked. Changxia nodded. Let's try the carp and tofu soup first, see how it tastes. They were all craving the stewed goose, but also curious about the carp and tofu soup. They'd made tofu, but hadn't tasted it yet. Tonight, the carp and tofu soup was a test. It's really fresh. Shen Rong ladled out a bowl of soup for Changxia, with both fish and tofu, and didn't forget to get one for himself, too. Unlike the others, who went straight for the goose, the two of them started with the carp and tofu soup. Fresh, tender, and smooth. Changxia took a sip of soup, then tried the tofu, and finally the fish. She smiled in satisfaction. The tofu had turned out well. If no other beast tribes arrived tomorrow, the Heluo Tribe might come to the cave dwellings. Changxia thought she could teach them how to make tofu. Changxia's plan to teach the Heluo Tribe how to make tofu didn't work out, because after that day, the other tribes began arriving at the Heluo Tribe one after another. The White Lake Commercial District was bustling with activity. Nan Feng and Maple Leaf were summoned by the tribe to help out. Gradually, Changxia's cellar, guest rooms, wooden shed, and the cave courtyard all filled up with baskets, gifts from the other beast tribes to Changxia. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Big tribes, 10 baskets each. Small tribes, 6 baskets each. No matter high or low status, what matters is the thought behind the gift. Changxia didn't go to the Baihu commercial district during the long summer. Instead, she stayed in the cave dwelling, counting and organizing these gifts. Every evening, Nanfeng and the others would come find her to chat about what happened that day in the Baihu commercial district. The various tribes had started exchanging resources. At the same time, they left comments on the task board, expressing what they hoped to trade for in the next exchange event. Shen Rong, have the wolf beastfolk from the Tianlang tribe not arrived yet? Changxia asked, sifting through the mud beans in a rattan sieve. The Heluo Tribe had arrived yesterday, and all the mud beans drying in the courtyard came from them. According to Shixing's explanation, the Heluo Tribe wanted to give Changxia even more mud beans. However, out of consideration for the unspoken rules among the tribes, the Heluo Tribe also brought 10 baskets of gifts. The remaining mud beans would be sent to Changxia in Nanfeng's name after she and Shixing completed the betrothal ceremony at the Heluo Tribe. It had to be said, the snake beast folk of the Heluo Tribe really understood how to handle relationships. Likewise, Changxia wasn't stingy. She let Shixing tell Chief Shi of the Snake Tribe about pressing oil from mud beans. She also compiled various ways to cook mud beans and had Shixing pass them on to the snake beast folk of the Heluo Tribe. If you treat me sincerely, I will respond with enthusiasm. That was Changxia's principle. I haven't heard any news yet. Shen Rong shook his head, a trace of worry in his eyes. The Tianlang tribe was located in the Qingwei forest, not too far and not too close to the Baiha River region of the Heluo tribe. By all accounts, the wolf beast folk from the Tianlang tribe should have arrived at the Heluo tribe by now. Could something have happened? Changxia frowned and said softly, Granny Sui and Baiqing haven't come either. It's worrying. Kana's sacred mountain was close to the tribe. If something had really happened, there's no way Changxia wouldn't have heard about it. Their delay in arriving probably meant something had happened in one of the beastfolk tribes. Combined with the absence of the Tianlang tribe's wolf beastfolk, Changxia couldn't help but worry. Don't overthink it. Maybe the Tianlang tribe was just delayed on the road. The shaman and Baiqing are probably handling beastfolk affairs at the shaman hall. They might arrive this afternoon, Shen Rong reassured her. Changxia sighed and looked up at the blue sky above. Let's hope so. As she spoke, she finished turning over all the mud beans drying in the courtyard. There were still more than half the rattan baskets stacked in the corner that hadn't been sorted yet. The Tianshi tribe had sent chili peppers this time, half of which were dried. Knowing this, Changxia wasn't in a hurry to sort them. The rest were gifts from some of the smaller tribes. When those beastfolk came to deliver gifts, they were accompanied by leopard beastfolk from the Heluo tribe. Seeing the gratitude on their faces made Changxia very happy. It meant she had truly brought change to the beastfolk, allowing them to experience real benefits. These benefits might seem insignificant, but in the cold season, they could help more beastfolk survive. Let's not dwell on it. Let's move these rattan baskets and count the gifts from each tribe. Didn't you say you wanted to make a list, so you could prepare return gifts for each tribe based on what they gave? Shen Rong said gently. He was worried about the Tianlang tribe, but not overly so. As one of the 6 major tribes of the Twilight Forest, the wolf beastfolk were no pushovers. Shen Rong's only concern was whether the Yuan family of the Tianyuan tribe in the western lands had done something. Since the Tianlang tribe had cut ties with the Yuan family, and knowing how domineering the Yuan family was, they probably wouldn't let it go easily. Smack. Changxia slapped her forehead, shaking off her worries. She asked Shen Rong to help move the rattan baskets so they could count the gifts from each tribe. Over the past 2 days, she had met the cat, rabbit, and deer tribes. These were weaker tribes, so they traveled together to the Heluo tribe, so they could look out for each other if they encountered predators. Yes, let's see what's in these baskets. These are tokens of goodwill from each tribe. We can't let them go to waste. Maybe we'll find something interesting or useful, Changxia said, rubbing her hands together, ready to start looting the loot. Unfortunately, Nanfeng and the others were busy. Opening the baskets was usually their favorite thing to do. Shen Rong brought over the nearest rattan basket. Changxia stood on a low stool and peeled back the leaves covering the basket, layer by layer. It felt great, exciting even. I smell the fresh scent of fruit. Could it be fruit? That's unlikely. At this time of year, except for the Weishan Sanctuary, there shouldn't be any ripe wild fruit in the mountains around Kana's sacred mountain. Although the climate varied from mountain to mountain nearby, the wild fruit generally ripened around the same time. At most, it might be a month or half a month earlier, but now that it was just the start of the warm season, there shouldn't be any ripe wild fruit in the nearby tribes. Maybe some distant tribes had some, but by the time they brought it here, it would probably have spoiled. After all, the beast folk didn't have ice crystal grass and couldn't refrigerate anything. Huh? Changxia exclaimed in surprise, staring at the large fruit in the basket that looked like a coconut. She had never seen this before and didn't recognize it. Shen Rong, do you know what this is? It's a fragrant fruit, a rare and expensive wild fruit. I've eaten it in the Western lands, but I didn't expect to find it in the Twilight Forest. Looks like it was sent by the Deer Tribe, Shen Rong replied. Knock, knock. Changxia tapped the fragrant fruit lightly. It made a crisp knocking sound. Was something this hard really edible? Peel the shell. The flesh inside is sweet, juicy, and stores well, Shen Rong said. Want to try one? I'll peel it for you so you can taste it. Listening to him, Changxia thought it sounded a bit like a watermelon. But watermelon rinds are thin. You don't need to peel them, just drop them and they'll split open. This fragrant fruit clearly wasn't a watermelon. Go ahead and peel one. I want to taste it. It's strange, I've never eaten this in the tribe before. Did we never interact with the Deer Tribe before? Changxia muttered, full of curiosity. Maybe it's just that the tribes are far apart and haven't had contact, Shen Rong said. In his memory, the tribes of the Western lands were all very distant from each other, always on guard, with very little communication. Usually, they only interacted through traveling merchants. This led to strict internal hierarchies within the tribes, and the atmosphere was anything but harmonious, tense, even. Cite promotional message and navigation omitted for translation. Let me know if you need the promotional/footer part translated as well, or if you want this further polished for a specific context. Usually, it's the tribal elders and chiefs who have the final say. Ordinary tribe members have no voice at all and live extremely hard and impoverished lives. Not far, I don't think. Maybe the reason is that there aren't many fragrant fruits produced, and the Deer Tribe gives all of them to me. As you said, fragrant fruit is an expensive wild fruit in the Western lands, which must be related to its low yield, Changxia analyzed. Merchants always chase profit, and since fragrant fruit is so valuable, the nobility would never miss a chance to make money from it. Of course, that's talking about the Western lands. In the Twilight Forest, fragrant fruit isn't well known. That leaves only one possibility, it's just too rare. It's like the goldenrods from the Sirius tribe, everyone among the beast tribes knows they're valuable. But since the Sirius tribe used to cooperate with the Yuan family in the Western lands, the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest naturally couldn't trade for many of them. Changxia, the shaman is here. Outside the courtyard, Nanfeng's loud shout rang out. Immediately after, hurried footsteps could be heard. Judging by the sound, Nanfeng must have run over. Let's wait to peel the fragrant fruit until the shaman arrives. We can greet them together, Changxia said happily, patting Shen Rong's arm to get him to put down the fruit so they could go welcome Suyi and Bai Qing, and maybe check if the Sirius tribe had arrived at the Bai Lake Commercial District today. All right, just walk slowly, don't trip, Shen Rong said, following Changxia toward the courtyard gate. With a bang, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Changxia, Nanfeng panted, the shaman and the Sirius tribe have arrived together at the tribe. They're all at the Bai Lake Commercial District now. Are you going over? Yes, let's go, Changxia nodded happily. Beside her, Shen Rong's usually calm face showed a hint of relief. They just arrived? Yes, just now. How did Granny Suyi and the Sirius tribe arrive together? Nanfeng shrugged and spread her hands. I'm not sure. I saw them arrive at the Bai Lake Commercial District and rushed over to tell you. If you want to know why they came together, you can ask the shaman in a bit. The shaman still hadn't come over, and Changxia was getting anxious. The Heluo Tribe wasn't worried, though. Who could possibly harm the shaman living atop sacred Mount Kana? The shaman is far from as gentle and kind as she appears. Those who know, know. And those who don't, the shaman will make sure they learn. Before they even entered the Bai Lake commercial district, the sound of lively chatter and bustling activity reached their ears. It was obvious that all the beast folk were in high spirits. This meant that the Heluo Tribe's current exchange event had been embraced by all the tribes, and so far, it was a success. Of course, the final outcome would only be clear once the event ended. Changxia, would you like to check out my tribe's shop? Changxia, we have delicious food in our shop. Come in and have a seat. As soon as Changxia entered the Bai Lake commercial district and stood on the street lined with shops, beast folk from all tribes happily came forward to invite her in. At first, everyone found the commercial district a bit unfamiliar. But as they gradually got used to it, they began to love the setup of Bai Lake's commercial district and even started to enjoy bathing in the Bai River. Many beast folk would go 10 days or half a month without bathing by choice. But in the Bai Lake commercial district, bathing once a day was required. It was the warm season and temperatures were rising. The Bai River's water was warming up, and with the beast folk's strong bodies, they could easily bathe in the river. That's one reason the Heluo Tribe dared to require daily bathing. The other was that the Bai Lake commercial district was newly built, and the Leopard Tribe didn't want it to become as dirty and messy as the Normandy Grand Bazaar. I heard the shaman has arrived, so I'll go see her first. I'll come back to visit your shops when I have time. If you're free, be sure to check out my tribe's shop. I've put a lot of things there. Changxia didn't rush off, but patiently chatted with the beast folk, explaining before heading toward the largest shop in the commercial district. It was called a shop, but in fact, it was a space set aside for meetings. Changxia had named it the Council House. It was a place for all the tribes to gather and discuss matters. At the same time, the task board Changxia had recently proposed stood on the open ground in front of the council house, a panel made of ironwood, shaped like a giant beast's silhouette, standing tall at the end of the commercial street, symbolizing protection. After a brief delay, Changxia and the others finally left the bustling commercial street and arrived at the council house. At this time, the previously empty council house was packed with beast folk. When they saw Changxia, they quickly made way and greeted her. Shaman. Drawing out the word, Changxia called out to Suyu. Hearing her, Suyu's usual cold and solemn expression melted into a gentle smile. Changxia, you got here fast. I missed you, shaman. Changxia replied sweetly. Immediately, the beast folk in the council house chuckled. To have Changxia act so sweetly with you, how lucky. No wonder the shaman values Changxia so much and wishes she could stay in the Heluo tribe forever. If only our tribe had such a sweet and adorable female, maybe the shaman would want to live with us too. Let me know if you need further polishing or a more literary tone. Haha. At the thought, the beast folk exchanged glances and laughed. All you know how to do is act cute to win me over. Xi lifted her hand and gently tapped Changxia's forehead with her fingertip. She noticed that the beast god's mark between Changxia's brows had faded to a barely visible trace, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The beast god's mark was of great importance. If it could be hidden, all the better. Changxia liked to go into the forest. The beast folk of Twilight Forest treated her with sincerity and would never harm her. However, there were always beast folk from outside who would sneak into Twilight Forest. Those vicious, ruthless wandering beast folk, they wouldn't care who Changxia was. Elder Tianai? After snuggling with Xi for a bit, Changxia greeted Bai Qing as well. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the members of the Skywolf tribe. She saw Shen Rong chatting with Elder Tiantai and was a little surprised. After all the tribes had sent their chiefs for this exchange event. Was the Skywolf tribe choosing to be the exception? Don't overthink it. Elder Tiantai just wanted to visit you and Shen Rong. This is Chief Gawa, leader of the Skywolf tribe. He's also Bai Qing's father. Xi lightly patted Changxia's head and introduced Gawa to her. Last time, Chief Gawa hadn't come. It was Elder Tiantai who led the group, so this was Changxia's first time meeting Chief Gawa. By blood, Chief Gawa was Shen Rong's uncle. Among beast folk, the strong ruled. Gawa had become chief of the Skywolf tribe based on his own strength. After all, beast folk didn't practice hereditary succession. If you wanted to become a chief, you either needed unmatched strength or extraordinary wisdom. If you lacked both, you could forget about ever becoming chief. Hello, Changxia. Gowa's face was expressionless as he forced his cheeks into what could only be described as a twisted, terrifying smile. It was obvious that Chief Gowa was usually a stern man who rarely smiled. That smile. It was straight out of a horror movie. Off to the side, Chief Jen covered his face, baring his teeth as he complained, "Chief Gowa, please don't smile. Really don't. That's way too scary. I'm afraid you'll frighten Changxia. Just use your normal expression, okay? Seriously, don't smile." Hearing this, Chief Gowa immediately wiped the smile off his face and returned to normal. Instantly, all the beast folk in the council room breathed a sigh of relief. Chief Gowa's smile was just too terrifying. If a beast cub happened to wander in right now, there was an 80 or 90% chance they'd burst into tears. Don't be nervous, Changxia. Chief Gowa's face is stiff. He's not good at smiling, Jen said gently. Elder Tian'ai raised his staff and, with a loud smack, hit Chief Gowa on the back, scolding, "Gowa, who told you to scare little Changxia? Behave yourself and stop grinning like that. Do you really need us to tell you what you look like when you smile?" "Yes, I'll remember," Gowa replied earnestly. At the same time, hearing that he didn't need to smile, Chief Gowa also breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling was just too hard. Changxia was a bit dumbfounded. Was Chief Gowa's inability to smile really not because Elder Tian'ai had beaten it out of him? Truly, the beast folk didn't hesitate to use force. They'd start a fight at the drop of a hat. End of this chapter. Elder Tian'ai. Shen Rong grunted twice, reminding Elder Tian'ai to mind the occasion. Don't embarrass the wolf tribe and become a laughingstock for the other beast folk. In the council room, dozens of beast folk sat in a circle. They were all chiefs from various tribes, here to participate in the Heluo Tribe's exchange event. "Why did you arrive so late this time?" Shen Rong asked. Elder Tian'ai sighed and replied, "We were delayed because of the Yuan family from the Western lands. After we learned what happened to you, our tribe cut ties with the Yuan family. They got angry and hired wandering beast folk to sneak into Twilight Forest, hoping to strike at the wolf tribe." Hearing this, Shen Rong's handsome face darkened with a murderous look. "The Yuan family underestimated the beast folk of Twilight Forest and my Sky Wolf tribe," Elder Tian'ai sneered, his words dripping with disdain for the Yuan family. "Our tribe took out the wandering beast folk who infiltrated the Clear Moon Woods, and while we were at it, we found their lair and sent the Yuan family a little gift in return." Chief Gowa's deep voice sounded. Vengeance was the law of the jungle among the beast folk of Twilight Forest. Especially when it came to invading wandering beast folk. The beast folk of Twilight Forest would fight to the death. Destroying a wandering beast folk lair this time was a great victory for all the beast folk of Twilight Forest. "I've already informed the bird tribe and fish tribe about the western lands crossing the border. There should be some action in the western lands soon. The Yuan family's Tianyuan tribe is probably in for a wild ride," Si said with a light laugh. "If the Yuan family dared to reach into Twilight Forest, they'd better be ready to get slapped down. The eastern lands preferred peace, but they weren't afraid of war. If the western lands wanted to stir up trouble, Si wasn't about to let them get away with it. If one comes, kill one. If two come, kill two." She wanted to see if the beast folk of the western lands could survive her wrath. Wandering beast folk might be fierce and fearless, but that was only because not enough of them had died yet. Once enough blood had been spilled to stain the ground of Twilight Forest, even the bravest would learn the meaning of fear. The fish tribe hates those warmongering tribes from the western lands the most. They'll definitely take action. After all, their sea borders the western lands, and with all the harassment from the west, the fish tribe will be the first to lose patience. As for the bird tribe, unless the western tribes try to enter Twilight Forest via the Qinghai Plateau. Jen chuckled as he spoke. For some tribes in the western lands, entering Twilight Forest via the Qinghai Plateau was much easier than taking the sea route from the east. But the bird tribe of the Qinghai Plateau was no pushover. They were famous for their arrogance and hostility toward outsiders. If you tried to cross the plateau, you'd better be ready to get thrown off a cliff by the bird tribe. At that, the beast folk in the council room couldn't help but laugh. The Yuan family of the Heluo Tribe was in for it this time. Forget about getting revenge on the Skywolf tribe, they'd be lucky to escape with their own skins. Unlike the peaceful coexistence between the Eastern Land's beast tribes, there has never been peace among the tribes of the Western Land. War and plundering are eternal themes here. Haha. Shifeng burst out laughing and asked, Chief Jua, how many golden rods did the wolf tribe bring this time? Leave some for the bear tribe. I'll trade seaweed candy with the wolf tribe for them. Chief Jua, don't forget the tiger tribe. We from the deer, cat, and rabbit tribes would also like to trade for some golden rods. I heard from Changxia that golden rods can be ground into flour, just like ginkgo nuts. Unlike the stronger tribes, the weaker ones aren't as skilled at hunting. Because of this, their diet relies more on plant roots and wild vegetables as staple foods. Don't worry, Jua replied unhurriedly. Our tribe has cut off cooperation with the Heluo Tribe of the Western Land. From now on, all the wolf tribe's golden rods will be brought to the Heluo Tribe for trade with everyone. Every tribe will get a share. But you can't be stingy with the wolf tribe either. We've been eyeing the good things from your tribes as well.
As you know, on this channel, we don't leave stories unfinished, we go all the way to the final page. So if you're enjoying the journey so far, make sure to like the video, subscribe for the full series, and share it with someone who loves a great story as much as you do. And if you'd like to go even deeper, there's now a website linked below where you can unlock an exclusive bonus chapter, a little extra beyond what you'll hear here today. Check the details in the description or pinned comment, and now, let's get back into the story.
Though Jua looked stern, he was actually a skilled negotiator. His words made all the beast folk in the council room feel the wolf tribe's growing sincerity. At this, everyone burst out laughing. All sorts of strange laughter echoed through the council room, even reaching the White Lake business district outside. Changxia, besides golden rods, the wolf tribe brought a special plant this time, said Elder Tianai, looking troubled. Our shaman checked it, it's non-toxic and edible, but it scratches the throat when eaten. It was rare to find a new plant, but unfortunately, it tasted terrible. Thinking of this, Elder Tiantai remembered Changxia was in the Heluo Tribe. So, he had his people pack the plant in a rattan basket and asked Chief Jua to bring it to Changxia, hoping she might find a way to make it tasty. A new plant. Hearing this, all the beast folk in the council room grew curious. A while back, Siu had mobilized the beast folk of the Twilight Forest to search for new plants. As long as they were non-toxic and edible, they were collected and sent to the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana. Unfortunately, this news hadn't spread everywhere yet. For this Heluo Tribe exchange event, each tribe mainly brought their own specialties. There weren't many new items. After all, traveling through the forest isn't easy, even for the stronger tribes, who can't afford to be careless. Can I take a look? Changxia asked excitedly. The deer tribe had just brought over fragrant fruit, which she hadn't tasted yet and was still thinking about. Now, hearing Elder Tianai say the wolf tribe had brought a new plant, Changxia was overjoyed. Let Shen Rong take the rattan basket to your cave dwelling, Elder Tianai said. When they arrived at the White Lake business district, they'd entered the council room together with the shaman. All the rattan baskets brought by the wolf tribe had been stacked in the warehouse, as Root had instructed. Apparently, when each tribe arrived at the Heluo Tribe, their baskets were temporarily stored in the warehouse. Once their cave dwellings were assigned, they could move their things there or to a shop in the business district. If there's nothing else, I'll head to Changxia's place first, Xi said. She'd mainly come to the council room to greet the other tribes and let them know she was here. Now that the greetings were done, she didn't want to waste time with this rowdy bunch. Jua, take Shen Rong to the warehouse and deliver the gift for Changxia, Elder Tiantai instructed. He needed to lead the wolf tribe beast folk to pick their cave dwellings with Root, since the wolf tribe had arrived late and most of the caves had already been chosen. Chief Jua got up, took 2 wolf beast folk, and headed to the warehouse in the White Lake business district. It was really just a huge wooden shed, no walls, just an open space perfect for storing rattan baskets. Shen Rong called a few beast folk from Kongshan to join him and Chief Jua at the warehouse. Meanwhile, Changxia led Su Yi and Baiqing back to the White Lake cave dwellings. Baiqing, your father is so serious. Did you learn that stern face from him? Changxia whispered to Baiqing, holding Su Ye's hand and leaning close. Baiqing's mouth twitched as he retorted, "Nonsense, I don't have a stern face. And my father isn't serious, he just doesn't smile much, that's all." Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips. End of this chapter. Granny Su Yi, what are you smiling at? Changxia was taken aback. She'd just been about to tease Baiqing when she caught Su Ye's odd, half-smiling expression out of the corner of her eye. Su Yi glanced at Baiqing and said quietly, "A few years ago, Baiqing asked me to examine a bespoke totem warrior. He suspected the warrior's face was injured, making it stiff and unable to show emotion." Shaman. Baiqing stiffened, growling in embarrassment. He'd been young and naive then. When he grew up, he made the shaman promise to forget the whole thing and never tell a fifth bespoke about it. Back then, Baiqing had asked the shaman to check Chief Jua's face. Baiqing's mother knew about it, which is why Baiqing insisted that not a fifth person could find out. Pfft. Changxia puffed out her cheeks, struggling not to laugh. Oh no. She could barely hold back her laughter. What should she do? Baiqing, didn't your father scold you afterwards? Changxia whispered. Granny Su Yi, was Chief Jua's face injured, or was he just born that way? He was born that way, Su Yi replied. Baiqing lowered his head, ignoring Changxia's teasing. Although Su Yi and Changxia spoke in low voices, they were surrounded by beastfolk totem warriors. Everyone could hear them clearly. Baiqing wished he could return to the shaman hall on Mount Kana right now, immediately. Navigation. Baiqing, your father has such a good temper, he didn't even beat you. Nan Feng exclaimed in amazement. She herself had gotten hurt plenty as a child, and even someone as strong as Maple Leaf hadn't escaped a few beatings. In the entire Heluo Tribe, except for Changxia, almost every male and female around Nan Feng's age had been beaten at some point. The only difference was how often. Shut up. Baiqing looked up, casting a gloomy glance at Nan Feng. If only I were more skilled. Baiqing's gaze swept over Nan Feng and the other beastfolk, a murderous urge rising within. How humiliating to have so many people know about this. Ugh. Baiqing's hand itched. Fight them? Probably can't win. Poison maybe? Nan Feng and the others suddenly felt a chill on the back of their necks and instinctively reached up to touch them. So cold. Is someone thinking about us? Seeing Baiqing's unfriendly expression, Changxia stifled a laugh and quickly changed the subject. Granny Su Yi, I have some fragrant fruit that the deer tribe sent over. Shen Rong said that in the western lands, fragrant fruit is a rare and expensive wild fruit, juicy, sweet, and absolutely delicious. Fragrant fruit? The deer tribe really is generous, Su Yi said with a gentle smile and a nod. Nearby, Nan Feng and a few other beastfolk looked puzzled. Fragrant fruit? Does the Twilight Forest even have this kind of wild fruit? Granny Su Yi, have you eaten fragrant fruit before? Changxia asked. Su Yi replied, yes, I have. The three tribes have sent some to the Kanasha Holy Mountains Shaman Hall a few times. The yield is low, so for the deer tribe to give you some, you should look after the three tribes a bit more. The three tribes? Changxia asked curiously. Does that mean a tribe formed by the deer, rabbit, and cat tribes? No, Maple Leaf shook her head and explained. The three tribes is one of the few mixed tribes in the Twilight Forest, led by the deer tribe, who joined with the rabbit and cat tribes and took in beastfolk from other tribes as well. So, besides the deer, rabbit, and cat tribes, there are other beastfolk living together in the three tribes? Changxia mused. That's right, Maple Leaf nodded in agreement. Normally, beastfolk form tribes with their own kind, but there are exceptions. For example, the Heluo Tribe took in Changxia, and other tribes sometimes take in beastfolk from other races due to various circumstances. After all, weaker tribes that only gather among their own kind can't hunt large prey, and without hunting, there's no meat. Even the weaker beastfolk need to eat meat. Not to mention, the vast Twilight Forest is prone to natural disasters, and it's not uncommon for entire tribes to be wiped out because of them. The Heluo Tribe is a large tribe with hundreds of totem warriors. In the whole Twilight Forest, there are only 5 other major beastfolk tribes like it. So, banding together became a natural way to survive. The Deer Tribe sent over some vine baskets. I just opened one, and it was full of fragrant fruit. The rest are still sealed. When we get back to the cave, I'll keep opening them to see if there's anything good that could help the 3 tribes, Chang Xia said. She'd originally wanted to open the new plants sent by the Skywolf tribe, but after hearing about the 3 tribes, she thought it was better to stick to the plan. The 3 tribes are famous for their wild vegetables. My tribe always trades with them for wild veggies and fruits, Milu squeezed in, saying, the Sky Lion tribe's wild veggies are nothing special. The ones we eat are all traded from the 3 tribes. This season, they have lots of tasty wild veggies, like purple fruit and white fuzz fruit. Stew them with meat and chili, and they're amazing. Purple fruit and white fuzz fruit, Chang Xia was sure these weren't fruits, but probably some kind of gourds. Purple fruit, maybe eggplant? She couldn't guess what white fuzz fruit was. Maybe when she opened the vine baskets back at the cave, she'd recognize them. Beastfolk liked to call all vegetables wild veggies, and gourds were usually called 20 fruit, with the color as a prefix. Now that Milu mentioned it, I'm even more interested in the vine baskets from the 3 tribes. But don't you all need to help out in the White Lake Commercial District? Chang Xia asked, noticing Nan Feng and the others had followed her all the way back to the White Lake Cave instead of staying in the market. Maple Leaf waved her hand. Most of the nearby tribes have already arrived. The ones that got here in the last couple of days have all been settled, so they don't need us on duty for now. I've walked around the market several times these days and haven't found anything new or tasty, Nan Feng said bluntly. She really was helping out, but she was also there to have fun. Most of the interesting things came from the Heluo Tribe, and most of those were from Chang Xia. If it was related to Chang Xia, Nan Feng was already familiar with it. All right then. Come back to the cave with me. You can help sort through the gifts from all the tribes. There are so many vine baskets, and Shen Rong and I have been busy drying the mud beans from the Snake Mountain tribe. We haven't even started sorting the rest. She wasn't bragging, it was true. 10 baskets, all packed to the brim. Except for the seaweed candy from the Earth tribe, everything else needed to be dried or sorted. The cellar space was limited, and while the cave courtyard was big, there still wasn't enough room to dry everything. So, they had to prioritize the most important things. Chang Xia, is your cellar full already? Nan Feng asked curiously. Chang Xia nodded. It's full. Even the empty caves are piled high with vine baskets, so we need to hurry up and sort them, dry what needs drying, wash what needs washing, and store what needs storing. Shen Rong had suggested digging another cellar behind the vegetable garden, but with the tribe busy hosting all the different tribes at the White Lake Commercial District, Chang Xia didn't want to cause any trouble right now. P.S. Thank you to Shi Xian Yuya, Chanwan Hua Kai, Jia Jia Mei, Dai Wu Jing Xian, Siyu, Dan Mei Xiao Shu Chong Shu, Ting Feng Wang Shi, Xiang Shou Du, Lan Yulu, Sha, Was Xiang Mai Ping Quan Quan Shui, Zizai Fei Hua Qing Si Meng, 202002002 Shuyu, Maybes, Yo-Yo, Qing Tian Zhang De Wei Xiao, Yerian, Luo Dan, Reader 20210626131716742841822, Buqiyu De Miao, Guanjia, Ao Jiao De Pingzi, Shu 20210202174842396, Shu 475, Chue Air 2, Song Li Nayu, Xiaozhong Xiao Xian Envy, Ma, Li Jian, Mi Dai Ji, and everyone else for your monthly vote support. Thanks also to Sha, Ting Feng Wang Shi, Sha, Auntie, Sha, Mi Dai Ji for your reward support moi. End of this chapter. Creak. Chang Xia pushed open the gate to her courtyard. She let Si enter first, then stepped over the threshold herself. Bai Qing and the other beast folk followed them inside one by one. The yard of the cave dwelling was filled with baskets woven from vines, and the ground was covered with mud beans laid out to dry. These sights immediately caught the eyes of the beast folk. Just looking at the courtyard brought a sense of harvest joy to their hearts. All this food in the yard is so reassuring, Mila said softly. Dia nodded in agreement, yes. Seeing all this food piled up makes me feel at ease. My family has also picked a lot of wild vegetables recently. We followed Changsha's instructions to dry them and make pickles, so when the cold season comes, we'll have something to eat. Beast folk are picky eaters, but not always. During the warm season, beast folk are choosy because the forest is abundant with edible food, enough for them to pick and choose. But as the twilight forest enters the cold season, they become less picky, gathering anything edible to survive the long, harsh winter. My mother has been experimenting with the salted bird eggs Changsha mentioned, and I hear it's going well. You too, remember to remind Yadong and Baiqing, if they come across bird eggs while hunting, don't let them go to waste. Be sure to bring them back, Nanfeng reminded. Salted bird eggs were something Changsha brought up after returning from Misty Ridge. She told Muqin about it, since she was busy with other things and wanted to look for new plants in the forest. Afraid she'd forget about the bird eggs, she asked Muqin to take care of it and taught her how to make both salted bird eggs and pine pollen eggs. The tribe arranged for people to try making them when they had time. The method for making salted bird eggs and pine pollen eggs isn't hard. The challenge is making them taste good. Both require time to make successfully. Since Changsha is always busy with one thing or another, she isn't suited for such meticulous work. Hearing Nanfeng mention it today, Changsha was delighted. It turned out to be the right decision to hand the salted bird eggs and pine pollen eggs over to Muqin. There are plenty of bird eggs in the forest, Siyi said with a light laugh. Looks like the tribe will reap a great harvest from this exchange. In the Eastlands, under Suye's leadership, the Twilight Forest beast folk are different from those in the Western tribes. Here, there's no talk of noble or lowly bloodlines, no slavery, and certainly no knowledge hoarding. Changsha taught Muqin how to make salted bird eggs and pine pollen eggs, and Muqin would surely pass it on to the other beast folk in the Heluo Tribe. Once the Heluo Tribe proves that the salted and pine pollen eggs can be made successfully, it's only a matter of time before the knowledge spreads throughout the Twilight Forest beast folk. These baskets were sent by the Deer Tribe. They should be gifts from the 3 tribes. Help me move all the baskets over, and be careful not to knock over the trays of mud beans on the ground. They're still a bit damp and need 2 more days of drying before they can be stored, Changsha called out. After that, she quietly asked Suyi and Baiqing if they were hungry. Getting a no, Changsha didn't ask further. She turned and fetched a jar of sugar from the storage, placing it on the square table in the corridor. There weren't any other snacks at home, but there was plenty of sugar. Is this the fragrant fruit? I heard fragrant fruit is juicy and sweet, but I can't smell anything. Don't be silly, Nanfeng. The shell of the fragrant fruit is thick enough to withstand wild boars rooting around for it. If you could smell it through the shell, something would be wrong with you. Soon, Feng Yi and the others worked together to move all the vine baskets from the 3 tribes to the open space in front of the corridor, lining them up in a row. At this point, the entire courtyard was packed. There really wasn't much room left for more baskets. Soon, Shen Rong would lead the wolf beast folk from the Sky Wolf tribe to deliver over a dozen more baskets, so they needed to quickly sort through the ones already here to make space. A whole basket of fragrant fruit. The Deer Tribe must have sent all the fragrant fruit from the 3 tribes to Changsha's house. The Heluo Tribe probably doesn't have any left either. They really put their hearts into this, Siyi said with satisfaction. Changsha's efforts being recognized by the 3 tribes made Siyi genuinely happy. It felt even more rewarding than if the 3 tribes had sent the fragrant fruit to the Wizard Hall on Mount Kana. Changsha paused at these words. Can I really accept all this? She said awkwardly. The beast folk of the 3 tribes were so sincere that Changsha felt a bit undeserving. Most of the 3 tribes are weaker and can't hunt large beasts. The way you taught them to eat white fruit has greatly eased the pressure on them. Now, as long as they stockpile enough white fruit before winter, they don't have to fear losing people to the cold. That's a huge favor, Feng Yi said seriously. Milu and Dia nodded in agreement. Beast folk are generous and open-hearted. But they're not foolish. If they weren't truly grateful for the knowledge Changsha shared, would these tribes be willing to send so many gifts? As Feng Yi said, this is a great favor. It means that no matter how many gifts the tribe send, Changxia deserves them. After all, what she's about to share through the Heluo Tribe will benefit all the Twilight Forest beastfolk at no cost to them. In the end, the Twilight Forest beastfolk are still the ones who benefit. Ahem. Changxia felt the atmosphere getting a bit too serious. So, she quickly picked up a fragrant fruit and held it up. "Let's open one up and have a taste," Changxia said. Seeing her shift the topic, the beastfolk exchanged smiles and followed her lead, dropping the previous conversation. Nanfeng took the fragrant fruit from Changxia, insisting she wanted to open it herself. It was her first time seeing one, and she was just as curious. "Changxia, get a knife. Use a knife to open it," Fengyi said, exasperated as she watched Nanfeng struggle to pry it open with her hands, getting nowhere. Nanfeng grinned sheepishly. "Oh right. But who needs a knife? Watch this." As she spoke, she beastified her right hand, and with her sharp claws, she scratched 5 marks into the fragrant fruit. Slap, slap. Maple Leaf raised her hand and gave Nanfeng 2 sharp smacks on the back of the head. "Did you even wash your hands? Digging with your claws, why not just stomp on them with your feet while you're at it?" Maple Leaf fumed, snatching the fragrant fruit from Nanfeng and marching off toward the kitchen. Pfft. The other beastfolk in the courtyard burst into laughter at Nanfeng's scolding. Moments later, a crisp chopping sound came from the kitchen. Soon after, a rich, sweet aroma of fruit wafted through the air. "No matter how many times I smell that, it always makes my mouth water," Sie said with a soft chuckle. The other beastfolk, including Changxia, swallowed hungrily and craned their necks to peer into the kitchen. After a moment's thought, Changxia ran to the water jar and asked, "Anyone want to wash their hands?" Clearly, Maple Leaf's earlier question had left an impression. Changxia was determined not to get on her bad side, so she quickly fetched water to wash up. "Yes, we'll all wash." Nanfeng responded in a flash, darting over to Changxia and squatting down to wash her hands. Nuanchun and the others weren't about to be left behind. They all hurried over as well. Siu glanced at Bai Qing and said, "Bai Qing, don't forget to wash your hands. Fragrant fruit isn't like other wild fruits. You have to hold the flesh to eat it." End of this chapter. In an instant, all the beastfolk simultaneously looked up at Suyu. "Grandma Suyi, is there a special way to eat fragrant fruit?" Changxia blinked, puzzled. Was there more than one way to eat wild fruit? Wait a second. Suddenly, Changxia thought of jackfruit, durian, and mangosteen. Those fruits are eaten differently from the usual ones. Could fragrant fruit be the same? Thinking back, even wild boars couldn't break open these fruits. Maybe they really weren't ordinary wild fruit. "Wow!" Siu didn't answer. Just then, an exclamation came from Maple Leaf in the kitchen. Everyone paused. "Changxia, come in and look at the flesh of the fragrant fruit." Maple Leaf called loudly. Forgive her lack of words, she honestly didn't know how to describe what she was seeing. In no time, Changxia shook the water off her hands and walked into the kitchen. There, on the cutting board, was the fragrant fruit Maple Leaf had just sliced open. Unlike its dark brown shell, the flesh inside was pure white and translucent, looking like the finest snow salt or the clearest white jade. The first glance was simply stunning. At the same time, a fresh, sweet fragrance filled the air. Gulp. Changxia couldn't help but swallow. She'd only ever smelled such a scent in the wild fruit groves of the Weishan Holy Land. But that place was special, while fragrant fruit was just an ordinary wild fruit growing in the 3 tribe settlements. Changxia couldn't help but imagine, if fragrant fruit were transplanted to the wild groves of Weishan, how incredibly delicious would it become. "The flesh is divided into segments, and it smells amazing," Maple Leaf said, not daring to touch it yet, but leaning in to take a deep sniff, her eyes full of wonder. "There are 24 segments in each fragrant fruit. Maple Leaf, you and Nanfeng bring the fruit out so everyone can have a taste," Sie said, breaking the spell of everyone staring and drooling over the fruit. "Hurry up, Maple Leaf. I can't wait to try it," Nanfeng urged. Nuanchun and the others didn't say anything, but their silent anticipation was obvious. If Changxia hadn't been in the kitchen, they'd have rushed in and carried Maple Leaf out themselves. "It's so pretty," I almost don't dare to eat it. Good thing the little ones aren't here. If they saw this, they'd just grab it and stuff it in their mouths, no matter how beautiful it is. Hee hee. Laughter broke out among the beast folk. Maple Leaf held the fragrant fruit out for Suyi and Bai Qing to take first. After Chang Xia took a segment, she helped herself, then placed the rest on the table for Nan Feng and the others to try. Chang Xia popped a segment into her mouth. It melted instantly, flooding her mouth with sweet, fragrant juice. It was reminiscent of mangosteen and watermelon, but even sweeter. And there were no seeds, just pure, juicy flesh. The taste was truly incredible. So good, this is amazing. If we could chill it, I bet it'd taste even better. For a moment, everyone was completely captivated by the flavor, lost in enjoyment. Chang Xia, what are you all eating that smells so good? A familiar voice called from afar. It was Yadong, and Shen Rong had brought the Heluo Tribe chief and 2 other wolf beast folk over from the Bai Lake market. Yadong and Kongshan followed, each carrying a large rattan basket as they strolled through the gate. Chief Gawa, you're here. Come in, please. These fragrant fruits were a gift from the deer folk of the 3-tribe settlement. We just cut one open to try, Chang Xia said, giving Maple Leaf a meaningful look. Maple Leaf, understanding, picked up another fragrant fruit and went to the kitchen. Each fruit had 24 segments, and there was still half left on the table. But since this was Chief Gawa's first visit, it would be rude to serve leftovers. Besides, they had a whole basket of fragrant fruit, no need to be stingy. Fragrant fruit, Chief Gawa exclaimed. The 3-tribe settlement is generous. This must be their entire stash. The 3-tribe settlement had the largest population among all the beastfolk tribes, but their strength was average. Feeding everyone was no easy task. However, ever since Chang Xia introduced new ways to eat white fruit, their burden had eased. The misty forest was full of white fruit, and with a bit of effort, they could gather enough to last the whole year. So, it made sense for them to send fragrant fruit as a gift. This year, no one in the 3-tribe settlement would go hungry. And with the new house-building techniques the shaman had shared, maybe they wouldn't have to freeze in the cold season either. Navigation. Rankings. Previous page. Next page. Last page. Top. With so many good things piling up, it wasn't just the 3 allied tribes who were thrilled and overjoyed. How could the other 5 major tribes not feel the same way? The Sirius tribe sent 10 baskets of gifts, plus 5 baskets of new items and 5 baskets of miscellaneous goods, Shen Rong reported. These 5 baskets of miscellaneous goods were specifically for Shen Rong. Last time, the Sirius tribe had come in a hurry and, since they hadn't officially acknowledged Shen Rong yet, Elder Tiantai had played it safe and didn't bring him any gifts. After all, Shen Rong had just joined the Heluo Tribe, and the Wolf Tribe didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Now, hearing that Shen Rong had found his footing in the Heluo Tribe, they felt it was only right to make up for what was owed. Naturally, the Sirius tribe didn't want to be looked down upon by the other beast tribes. Changxia wore a wry smile. 20 baskets in total. Just as they'd cleared some space, it was now completely filled again, not even a crack left. Clearly, they'd have to speed up the process of sorting through the baskets. Shen Rong, congratulations, Maple Leaf said, holding a plate of sliced fragrant fruit as she thanked him. At the same time, she invited Chief Gawa and the others to come and try the fruit. Soon, Nan Feng and the other beast folk also began thanking Shen Rong. Those 5 baskets of miscellaneous goods were definitely prepared by the Sirius tribe for Shen Rong, symbolizing their recognition of the relationship between him and Changxia. Afterwards, Changxia would need to visit the Sirius tribe. Changxia, when you have some free time, come stay with Shen Rong at the Sirius tribe. The clear moon forest is beautiful. You won't be disappointed, Xi said with a gentle smile. Changxia smiled and nodded. All right, once things settle down here, Shen Rong and I will come stay at Clear Moon Forest for a while. I hope the Sirius tribe won't mind having us. Of course, Chief Gawa replied, wanting to smile but remembering Elder Tiantai's earlier instructions. He forcibly held back his smile, a sight that made the other beast folk visibly tense. Once you've washed your hands, come try the fragrant fruit, Changxia quickly interjected, seizing the moment. Changxia, I'm Qingsen. Changxia, I'm Sanglin. Chief Guo composed himself and introduced the two wolf beast folk who had come with him. Nice to meet you. Please, try some of the fragrant fruit from the 3 allied tribes. It's delicious. I'm sure you'll love it, Changxia said warmly, inviting Chief Guo and the others to take a seat along the veranda. Nanfeng and the others helped move out several wooden chairs from the small living room. The weather was nice, and it was much more comfortable to sit in the pavilion along the veranda. Before long, exclamations of surprise and delight could be heard. Clearly, everyone was amazed by the taste of the fragrant fruit. Honestly, it's hard for anyone to dislike the flavor of this fruit. End of this chapter. After tasting the fragrant fruit, Chief Guo didn't stay long. He took Qingsen and Sanglin and left the Baihu cave dwelling, returning to the Baihu commercial district. With Changxia's courtyard now filled with baskets, it would take time to sort everything out. Meanwhile, the Sirius tribe had just arrived at the Baihu commercial district. There was a lot to organize and arrange. Changxia discussed with Chief Guo and invited the wolf beast folk from the Sirius tribe to come to her home at the Baihu cave dwelling for lunch the next day. Afterwards, she had Shen Rong see Chief Guo and the others off. Maple Leaf, could you help move the fragrant fruit into the cellar for storage? I'll start unpacking the other baskets. Nanfeng, Warm Spring, please help gather up the dried mud beans from the trays to free up space. Then we can start sorting the rest of the baskets from the 3 allied tribes. Changxia didn't waste words, quickly swallowing the fragrant fruit in her mouth and efficiently assigning tasks to Maple Leaf and the others. Granny Suyi by Qing, are you tired? If you are, go rest in your rooms. If not, feel free to sit in the pavilion along the veranda, she said, not waiting for Suya's reply before heading over to Nanfeng and Warm Spring, who were carrying baskets. Changxia stepped onto a small stool and began removing the leaves covering the baskets. These leaves didn't need to be thrown away. They could be piled up in a corner to dry and later used as firewood. Changxia, the basket Daya and I brought over should have purple fruit inside. I saw them through the gaps, Honeydew said happily. Honeydew loved purple fruit stewed with meat. And this one's white. It's white fuzzy melon, Nanfeng said, quickly pulling off the leaves covering another basket. Each white fuzzy melon weighed 40 or 50 pounds, and they filled Nanfeng and Changxia's view. Winter melon, Changxia exclaimed in surprise, then smiled. This white fuzzy melon looked very similar to the winter melon Changxia knew, only larger. Fresh vegetables don't keep long, so Changxia planned to keep some for herself after unpacking all the gifts from the 3 allied tribes. The rest would be sent to the tribe for everyone to enjoy. Many hands make light work. The 10 baskets of gifts from the 3 allied tribes were soon unpacked. 2 baskets of purple fruit, 2 baskets of white fuzzy melon, and the rest were common vegetables like cabbage and radishes. These might seem ordinary, but considering the season, these 9 baskets of vegetables were quite valuable. The vegetables from the 3 allied tribes are so fresh, Changxia praised. The Heluo Tribe had cabbage and radishes, but compared to those from the 3 allied tribes, theirs looked rather inferior. Each mountain in the Twilight Forest gave the beast tribes living there different harvests. It seemed the 3 allied tribes specialized in gourd-like vegetables. That was a good thing. It meant the beast tribes wouldn't fight over resources. Changxia couldn't help but wonder, did the Gangwa continent really have a great beast god watching over it? Vegetables? Aren't those just wild greens? Nanfeng asked. Changxia smiled. Nanfeng, you're not quite right. Wild greens are vegetables, but not all vegetables are wild greens. She casually corrected her, not bothering to explain further. It was a complicated distinction, and she didn't intend to change the beast folks' terminology. She just wanted to clarify her wording. Besides, knowing Nanfeng, she wouldn't press the issue. Sure enough, Nanfeng didn't ask any more about the difference between vegetables and wild greens. I'll keep a small portion of these vegetables, and the rest will go to the tribe for everyone to try. Do you want to take any? Changxia asked. Honeydew rubbed her hands together excitedly. Changxia, can I take 2 purple fruits back to my cave to stew with meat? And if you cut up the white fuzzy melon, I'd love a piece too. Navigation. The mention of Honeydew. The orcs, like Maple Leaf, who had originally shown little interest in vegetables, suddenly had a change in expression at the mention of honeydew. One after another, they began to speak up. Each family took 2 purple fruits and 2 white-furred fruits to cut open later. They sliced off a piece from each to take back to their cave dwellings, planning to try making the honeydew-recommended dishes, purple fruit stew and white-furred fruit stew. Maple Leaf, take South Wind and deliver these baskets of vegetables to the tribe. We need to clear some space in the courtyard. I still have to unpack more vine baskets. Let's try to finish clearing all the baskets today. The courtyard is piled high with them, and it would be rude if orcs from other tribes came by and saw this mess, Changxia instructed. Thankfully, when they built their cave dwelling, they made it extra large, including a spacious courtyard. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be anywhere to put all these baskets, and that would be truly embarrassing. All right, Maple Leaf nodded in agreement. South Wind pouted and said, "Let Kongshan and the others deliver the vegetables to the tribe. I want to stay and keep unpacking the vine baskets." Shen Rong went to see off the 3 orcs from the Heluo Tribe. A few orcs from Kongshan's group hadn't left yet, so South Wind caught them and asked them to help deliver the vegetables, insisting she wanted to stay and enjoy the fun of unpacking the baskets. Hearing this, Kongshan and the others cheerfully agreed. They even left Maple Leaf behind as well. When it comes to heavy lifting, the males are better suited for the job. Besides, all the females present were their own mates. Even if they didn't care about the others, they had to look out for their own partners, right? After clearing out the gifts sent by the 3 tribes, the courtyard finally had some space. Changxia had South Wind and Maple Leaf continue moving and unpacking the vine baskets. Whenever they found something good, all the orcs would crowd around excitedly to take a look. After a round of sorting, by midday, only the 20 baskets of gifts from the Sky Wolf tribe remained. Of these, 5 belonged to Shen Rong. When Shen Rong returned from the White Lake trading area, Changxia had him sort through his own 5 baskets of miscellaneous items, which mostly contained animal skin clothing and weapons made from polished animal bones. Changxia had Shen Rong move his baskets aside to sort on his own. She and the other orcs didn't go over. "Changxia, should we open the Skywolf tribe's baskets now?" South Wind asked, rubbing her hands together impatiently. Maple Leaf and the others were a bit speechless at her eagerness, but they were all just as curious about the gifts from the Wolf tribe. No need to guess, they were sure golden rods would be the main item. But aside from the golden rods, what was even more intriguing was the new plant Elder Tiantai had mentioned, non-toxic and edible. That meant endless possibilities. For a moment, all the orcs in the courtyard turned their eyes to Changxia. "Let's open them. We'll start with the 5 baskets containing the new plant." Elder Tiantai's words have me so curious, Changxia said, taking a deep breath and clenching her fists. Like South Wind, she was full of anticipation for this new plant. "The baskets marked with red paint contain the new plant," Shen Rong said. "Red paint. Over here, there are 5 vine baskets marked with red paint." Soon, 5 differently colored baskets were brought forward and placed in front of Changxia. She stepped onto a small stool and began to peel away the leaves covering the baskets, one leaf after another. Watching Changxia's movements, all the orcs grew tense. Suddenly, Changxia stopped, turned around to look at everyone, and said, "What are you all standing there for? Come help me open these." They'd been happily unpacking before, but now everyone was standing around, getting all sentimental, which left Changxia speechless. So she decisively called everyone over to help. It was almost noon already. If everyone just stood around, were they planning to leave the rest for the afternoon? "Changxia, what's this? Grass seeds? They're hard and a bit tough to chew." "They look like grass seeds to me too." As the leaves covering the vine baskets were lifted, the true contents of the red baskets were revealed. Inside animal skin pouches were things that looked like grass seeds. Each grain was small, with a pale yellow shell. "Millet?" Changxia was surprised and overjoyed. This was millet, one of the 5 staple grains. So there was millet growing in the forest of Clear Moon. Whether or not this was exactly the same millet she knew, it was still an edible staple food. This was another storable grain, besides the white fruit. For the orcs of the Twilight Forest, this discovery was nothing short of a miracle. Golden rods and millet. The Skywolf tribe really was blessed by the beast god. What a stroke of luck. Changxia, what's millet? Si stepped forward to ask. Seeing Changxia's face full of shock and joy, Si sensed that this millet was something special. Changxia explained excitedly, Grandma Suyi, millet is a type of grain. Like the white fruit, it can be stored and used as a staple food for the orcs. Considering the differences between the two worlds, Changxia hadn't previously explained the 5 staple grains in detail. But in conversations with Southwind and the others, she had occasionally let slip some information. The orcs understood the concept of staple grains. Now, hearing Changxia say that the grass seed-like things in the red baskets were a type of grain, all the orcs' faces flushed with excitement. Their heavy breathing betrayed the turmoil in their hearts. Good, very good. Suyi, usually calm, actually showed rare excitement and said in a low voice, Changxia, is millet hard to grow? Website promotional text omitted for clarity. Granny C, you'll have to ask the wolf tribe about that. I know what millet is, but I've never grown it myself. Still, if the Sirius tribe could send over 5 baskets, I'd say there's no shortage of millet in the Forest of Clear Moon. Changxia replied calmly. The beast tribes want to develop. Step 1. Solve the food problem. Only then can they move on to construction. Ginkgo nuts, golden corn, millet. Everything is moving in a better and better direction. Next up is building roads, connecting the 6 major beast tribes with a network of paths to unite them. You all carry on. I'll take Baiqing to the Baihu commercial district, Si said. It was obvious. Si couldn't wait. She wanted to ask the Sirius tribe about how their millet was growing as soon as possible. Millet was different from ginkgo nuts. Ginkgo could be found everywhere in the Twilight Forest, but so far, only the wolf beastmen had discovered millet. The butterfly effect. Changxia was like a butterfly that had landed on the Manhwa continent. With a gentle flap of her wings in the Heluo Tribe, a fresh breeze radiated out from there, quickly spreading across the entire Twilight Forest. Changxia, what are you smiling about? As Si hurried off with Baiqing toward the Baihu commercial district, Maple Leaf and the other beastmen noticed the sudden smile blooming on Changxia's face and couldn't help but ask, Do I look like a butterfly to you? Changxia replied with a smile. Nanfeng said, You don't look like a butterfly. You look like a kitty. As she spoke, Nanfeng winked mischievously at Changxia. Changxia's adorable beast form was always on everyone's mind, but unfortunately, she never wanted to transform. Get lost. Changxia rolled her eyes and glared at Nanfeng. Go get a few rattan sieves and pour out the millet to dry. There were more and more things to dry in the cave dwelling, and they were running out of sieves. Changxia thought to herself that she'd have to ask Shen Rong to weave some larger winnowing baskets and drying mats. Those would make drying things much easier. Changxia, do we need to dry these golden corns too? Shen Rong asked, pointing to a nearby rattan basket filled with plump, golden corn cobs, each one shining brightly and looking very appetizing. Let's pour them all out and take a look, Changxia said, hesitating. Shen Rong added, Chief Gowa said one of the baskets has unripe golden corn. Since you mentioned last time you wanted to try it, Elder Tianai had the wolf beast men pick some especially for you. Tender golden corn? Quick, find that basket. We'll steam some for lunch. I've been craving it since last time, Changxia said, bouncing with excitement, almost delirious with happiness. Her reaction made the other beastmen curious. Was tender golden corn really that delicious? Changxia was acting like Nanfeng did when she got overexcited. This basket still has green leaves on the corn, Yadong called out. At that, all the beastmen crowded around. In no time, they stripped the leaves off the rattan basket. So this is what unripe golden corn looks like. Squeeze it, and the kernels ooze juice. It's sweet. Can you eat it raw? Nanfeng, ever the daredevil, took a bite of the tender corn. Immediately, everyone else covered their eyes. Nanfeng, it tastes even better cooked, Changxia said, twitching at the corners of her mouth. Sure, you could eat it raw, but was it really necessary? What was Nanfeng thinking? Heh. Nanfeng just grinned and played dumb. Ahem. Nanfeng said, it tastes pretty good raw too, really. No matter how much Nanfeng tried to talk it up, none of the other beastmen followed her lead. Changxia had said it herself, cooked was better. Why eat it raw if you didn't have to? Were they crazy? After a while, with everyone's help, they finally finished sorting through all the rattan baskets piled up in the courtyard. Changxia let out a sigh of relief. Instead of finding a chair, she just plopped down on the corridor floor and said, finally done sorting all the baskets. I'm exhausted. Nowadays. Aside from the kitchen and bedrooms, the small living room and C's pharmacy were filled with baskets and animal skin bags stuffed with all sorts of things. After all, these were gifts from the other tribes. Unless it was something perishable like vegetables, Changxia couldn't just send everything to be distributed among the tribe members. So, her own cave dwelling was packed to the brim. Changxia, what's for lunch? Purple fruit stew and white fur fruit stew with meat. Changxia replied weakly, repeating what she'd said to Milla earlier. Now that all the gifts from the tribes had been sorted, this was just the beginning. Next, Changxia would have to organize them, figure out how to prepare and eat everything, and get ready for the exchange event between the tribes. Afterward, she'd return some of these items as gifts to the other beast tribes. There's an old saying on Earth, don't rush to be king, stock up on grain. Changxia wanted to build up the Twilight Forest, and the first step was making sure the beast tribes had enough to eat. Only with full bellies would they have the energy to get things done, like building roads, which was hard labor. The Heluo Tribe rarely suffered from natural disasters, but the vast Twilight Forest was a different story. Disasters and troubles were common. Building up a forest like this was no easy feat. Luckily, the beastmen were strong and tough. Let's just eat something simple for lunch and head to the Baihu Commercial District this afternoon. All the tribes are open for trading today. It'll be fun, Maple Leaf reminded her. Changxia shook her head and said, you all go ahead and have fun. I need to sort through all the gifts from the tribes. It'll take a while. Since the exchange event doesn't last long, I have to finish before everyone leaves. End of this chapter. Need any help? Maple Leaf asked. Changxia waved her hand. No need. You wouldn't be able to help anyway. I can handle it. All right, we'll get going then. Tomorrow you're inviting the Sirius tribe over for a meal. Do you need us to come help out? There are more than a dozen orcs from the wolf tribe this time. That's quite a crowd. Will you and Shen Rong be able to manage on your own? Nanfeng, hearing that Changxia had things to do, didn't stay for lunch. Instead, she asked about Changxia's plans for hosting the Sirius tribe the next day. If you're not needed in the Baihu Commercial District, then two of you can come over, Changxia thought for a moment and said, Granny C will help welcome Elder Tiandai, and I think Muchin AMU might come help too. In other words, if they're busy, they might not all be able to make it. With the exchange event starting, the Baihu Commercial District was bound to be bustling. As hosts, the Heluo Tribe would have to take care of all sorts of things and lend a hand wherever needed. Changxia figured that Fengya and the others might not have much free time tomorrow. All right, we'll see how things go tomorrow. Fengya and the other orcs nodded, picked up their things, and headed back to their own caves to prepare lunch. At the same time, they felt a little regretful about missing out on a free meal at Changxia's place. Changxia, how about steamed tender golden corn for lunch? Shen Rong picked up Changxia, who was sitting in the corridor, and gently laid her down on the long bench. Nanfeng and the others had taken some tender golden corn, but there was still more than half a basket left. Let's steam a pot of tender golden corn for lunch. And make some rice noodles, soak a bit extra, just in case. Granny Suyi and Bai Qing might come back, Changxia said hesitantly. Suyi and Bai Qing had gone to the Baihu Commercial District to find the wolf tribe, so Changxia wasn't sure if they'd return to the Baihu caves for lunch. Normally, they probably wouldn't. But there's always the chance of exceptions. So, Changxia asked Shen Rong to soak more noodles, just in case Suyi and Bai Qing did come back, they wouldn't go hungry. You're not having stewed purple fruit with meat or white-furred fruit with meat for lunch? Shen Rong asked. He wasn't picky, but remembering what Changxia had said to Nanfeng, he wondered if she was thinking about the vegetables sent by the three tribes. Changxia shook her head. We'll have that for dinner. Lunch will just be rice noodles, something simple. If you want it, I'll make it, Shen Rong said. From Chang Xia's expression, it was obvious she wanted to eat it. Saying she didn't was just because it was a hassle to make. Forget it, Chang Xia said. Let's just have something simple for lunch. After we eat, help me sort through the gifts from the other tribes. Once we're done, we'll need to try making them ourselves. That all takes time and energy. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Chang Xia prioritized food first. For shelter, the Heluo Tribe had their caves. As for the other beast tribes, Su Yi and the 6 major tribes had already spread the methods for building stone, wood, and brick houses, so Chang Xia didn't need to worry about that. For clothing, until they found cotton and flax, beast skins were the only option for the tribes again, nothing Chang Xia needed to get involved with. That just left transportation. With the beast tribe's strong bodies, even if roads were built in the future, things like wooden carts would probably have to be figured out by the tribes themselves. At present, industrial development wasn't possible in the Twilight Forest, and water and transportation infrastructure were still a distant dream. So Chang Xia focused on non-productive projects like housing and sanitation as a starting point, gradually working to improve life for all the beast tribes in the forest. It was a long-term goal. Chang Xia was still young, just come of age. She could spend the rest of her life building up this forest and advancing the civilization of the beast tribes. The road ahead might be long. But with Shen Rong, Su Yi, Bai Qing, the Heluo Tribe, and all the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest, Chang Xia wasn't alone. All right, I'll listen to you, Shen Rong said gently. Whatever Chang Xia decided, he would go along with. After leaving behind a life of fighting, even the most trivial chores felt pleasant to him. He was happy to help. He went to the kitchen to soak the noodles. Chang Xia lay on the long bench, eyes closed, enjoying the gentle breeze and a rare moment of leisure. In the kitchen, Shen Rong added water to the pot and put the tender golden corn, leaves and all, into the stone pot. Chang Xia had said steaming or boiling was fine, but since steaming took longer, Shen Rong chose to boil them. Chang Xia, is there any topping you want with the noodles? Shen Rong asked. Chang Xia didn't open her eyes and just replied, anything's fine. I don't really have an appetite. After spending the whole morning sorting through the baskets, all Chang Xia wanted now was to lie down and rest. She didn't care what she ate. Take a nap. I'll call you when it's ready, Shen Rong said, hearing Chang Xia's drowsy voice. He stepped out of the kitchen to check on her and replied softly. Chang Xia murmured, and soon drifted off to sleep. Shen Rong crouched down, not rushing back to the kitchen. He gently brushed the stray hair from Chang Xia's face, gazing at her sleeping form, feeling like he could never get tired of looking at her. He pulled over a bench, set it next to Chang Xia, and lay down. Closing his eyes, breathing in the scent of Chang Xia carried on the breeze, he felt completely at peace and comfortable. For now, he wasn't in any hurry to cook the toppings. He decided to enjoy this quiet, restful moment with Chang Xia. Xia returned and saw Shen Rong and Chang Xia resting on the pavilion in the corridor. She was startled and hesitated. Shen Rong, what's going on here? Bai Qing, you're back. Shen Rong opened his eyes and sat up. We finished sorting the baskets and Chang Xia was tired, so I told her to take a nap. Have a seat, I've soaked the noodles. Is rice noodle soup okay for lunch? The tender golden corn is boiling in the kitchen, but it's not done yet. It'll need a bit more time. Rice noodles, can I have some with anaconda meat? Bai Qing licked her lips and asked quietly. Now that she was more familiar with Shen Rong, Bai Qing was a bit more lively. Plus, since Shen Rong had accepted gifts from the Sirius tribe, it meant their relationship was no longer distant. They were kin family. Chang Xia had said that family could make requests freely. There's anaconda meat in the cellar. I can make anaconda meat noodle soup. Shen Rong nodded and headed for the cellar. Xi wandered around the corridor. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a special, savory aroma. Following the scent, Xi entered the wooden shed and looked up to see soy sauce-cured meat hanging from the rafters. Her face immediately showed a look of curiosity. She stood on tiptoe to take down a piece of soy-cured meat, then carried it to the kitchen. Shen Rong, Xi called softly. Shen Rong had just come up from the cellar, holding a piece of smoked anaconda meat in his hand. Shen Rong, how do you eat this meat? Suyi asked. It smells rich, with a strong aroma of soy fruit. The flavor is really unique. Grandma Suyi, that's soy-cured meat, Chang Xia replied, her voice hoarse and still tinged with sleepiness. But after a short nap, her fatigue had vanished. Let's make some for lunch, I'm craving it, Suyi said bluntly, handing the soy-cured meat to Shen Rong. The Beast Tribe really hit the jackpot with the gifts for Chang Xia. This soy-cured meat was clearly a method of preserving meat. After fried meat, smoked meat, and dried meat, soy-cured meat was another excellent choice. End of this chapter. Chang Xia, how do you cook soy-cured meat? Shen Rong put down the anaconda meat and held up the soy-cured meat. The savory aroma was really tempting, no wonder Suyi suggested having it for lunch. Steam it, slice it, and dip it in sauce, Chang Xia replied. Shen Rong nodded. Do we need to wash it first? Rinse it, then steam it in a basket, Chang Xia said after thinking for a moment. The soy-cured meat was already well marinated, so simple steaming brought out its pure, rich flavor, no fancy cooking required. Chang Xia, is soy-cured meat hard to make? Suyi asked. She really liked the aroma and was already thinking about asking Chang Xia to make some for her to take back to the Kanashan Witch Hall. It's not hard, actually, it's quite simple, Chang Xia said. The trickiest part of making soy-cured meat was the soy fruit. The seasoning tree only grew on Mount Wei, so the supply of soy fruit was limited and reserved for the leopard clan of the Heluo Tribe. It was hard for other tribes to get any through trade, at least for now. But, knowing the tribe as she did, Chang Xia figured they'd probably offer a small amount of soy fruit for trade with other tribes this time, just not much, since there wasn't a lot to go around. The Heluo tribe only traded what their people could spare. But Chang Xia paused, meeting Suyi's gaze. Grandma Suyi, soy-cured meat needs to be marinated with soy fruit. The seasoning tree doesn't bear much fruit, so our tribe can't offer more for trade with the other beast tribes. Suyi immediately understood. No wonder Chang Xia hadn't explained how to make soy-cured meat. Unlike fried meat, soy-cured meat required soy sauce for marinating, which was a hurdle for all the beast tribes except the Heluo. The seasoning tree only grew on Mount Wei. Outside of Mount Wei, no one had found it yet. It seems that, for now, only the Heluo tribe can enjoy this delicious soy-cured meat, Suyi said with a sigh. She'd been to Mount Wei and knew all about the seasoning tree, so she knew Chang Xia was telling the truth. Suyi sent Bai Qing to the kitchen to help Shen Rong prepare lunch. She and Chang Xia took some blank paper and began sorting through the gifts sent by the various tribes. Honestly, aside from Shen Rong, Suyi was the best person to help Chang Xia with this task. As the witch of the beast tribes, Suyi knew the Twilight Forest and its tribes better than anyone. Chang Xia, you're so thoughtful, Suyi said gratefully. Chang Xia replied, the tribe sent so many gifts, I feel undeserving. I'm just doing what I can. Good cub. Suyi smiled, reaching out to gently ruffle Chang Xia's hair. With Chang Xia's help organizing everything, the exchange between the tribes was truly worthwhile. They'd really benefited this time. This year, not a single beast tribe in the Twilight Forest would go hungry or cold. Thinking of this, Suyi felt overjoyed. It was what she'd always wished for. And now, thanks to Chang Xia, her wish had come true. The soup noodles are ready. Shen Rong called from the kitchen. Do you want to eat in the corridor pavilion or the small sitting room? The pavilion, it's cooler there, Chang Xia answered. She put down her pen and stacked the papers neatly. Stretching her neck and body, she finally understood why the beast tribes didn't like studying. Writing was exhausting. Tired. Suyi chuckled. You sort out one copy, and I'll take it to General. He can have the other tribes' people copy down their own parts. The beast tribes could read, thanks to Suyi. She decreed that all beast cubs under 10 had to train and study, including learning to read and identify basic plants and animals. In terms of spreading literacy and culture, the Twilight Forest beast tribes were far ahead of the Qinghai Plateau bird tribes and the East Sea fish tribes. Those two had copied plenty from the Twilight Forest in recent years, but Suyi didn't mind. It would take time to change the stereotype of the beast tribes as wild and uncivilized. 10 years. 20 years. 50 years. maybe even 100. No matter how long it took, Siyu believed that as long as they kept at it, they'd succeed. Of course, Grandma Siyu always has a way, Chang Xia said happily. The beast tribes could read, but not many could write. After all, the white paper came from the witch hall, and Siyu would distribute it to the tribes. But since most beast people didn't like writing, even though most young people could read, writing was another matter. Paper was limited, and few had the patience to practice writing on the ground. In the Heluo Tribe, the elders' handwriting was often indescribable. Some couldn't write at all. The younger generation, like Maple Leaf and South Wind, were better. Jen and Muqin had basically forced them to learn. Still, only a few wrote well. Maple Leaf and South Wind, of course, weren't among them. With everything tidied up and settled, Chang Xia felt herself instantly relax after the long summer. She bounced into the kitchen to help Shen Rong carry the bowls. Can you go check if the tender golden corn is done? Bai Qing, take the noodle soup out to the pavilion in the corridor. Shen Rong refused Chang Xia's help, asking her instead to check on the corn. He was busy slicing soy braised meat with his ironwood knife. Chang Xia nodded and walked over to the stove. She reached out and lifted the lid. A delicious aroma of tender golden corn immediately filled the air. Looking at the now colorful leaves, Chang Xia carefully fished out a cob with her chopsticks, peeled back the husk, and revealed the pale golden kernels. Lowering her head, Chang Xia took a bite. It's so sweet. The golden corn from the Heluo Tribe is amazing. Her eyes lit up with delight. She found a sieve in the kitchen and took out all the cobs from the pot. Shen Rong had cooked 8 cobs, 2 for each person, more than enough. Come on, everyone, try the tender golden corn sent by the Heluo Tribe. Chang Xia called out as she carried the sieve over. Siyu looked around but didn't see Yuan He. Chang Xia, where's Yuan He? Siyu asked. Rolling her eyes, Chang Xia replied helplessly, he didn't come. Last time, Shen Rong caught him and gave him a bath, and he hasn't come back from the tribe since. Siyu is speechless. He hated bathing that much? Didn't anyone in the tribe make him bathe? Chang Xia always said to keep clean, and Siyu didn't think the beastmen of the Heluo Tribe would let Yuan He avoid bathing. Bai Qing chimed in, Shilling helps him wipe down, but I don't think he's actually bathed. Bai Qing, who told you that? Chang Xia slurped her noodles, picked up a piece of soy braised meat without dipping it in sauce, and popped it into her mouth. The rich, savory flavor was excellent. She'd call this batch a success. Shilling said so, Bai Qing replied. Chang Xia nodded. Wiping down isn't enough. I'll talk to Shilling next time. Yuan He was just as rambunctious as Shan Ke and the others. If he didn't bathe, she couldn't even imagine the smell. Meanwhile, Siyu reached for the soy braised meat with her chopsticks. The tender golden corn was still a bit hot, so Shen Rong peeled the husks for everyone before they started tasting. But just the aroma alone was enough to whet their appetites. Huh. Siyu chewed the soy braised meat in her mouth and let out a soft exclamation. She'd expected the meat to be tough and dry, but to her surprise, it was tender and juicy, just like freshly boiled pork. As she bit down, the meat juices burst between her teeth, accompanied by a rich, savory aroma. It was a flavor Siyu had never tasted before. Tender but not greasy, and so flavorful. Chang Xia, save me a few pieces of this soy braised meat. I want to take some back to the witch's hall at Mount Kana. Actually, make some more for me. I want to eat this often. Siyu made her request directly, clearly captivated by the taste. Chang Xia smiled and nodded, of course. It was rare for Siyu to ask for something, so Chang Xia was happy to oblige. Besides, the soy braised meat really was delicious. Even if Siyu hadn't asked, Chang Xia would have made it regularly. Unlike plain boiled pork, the rich, savory flavor of the soy braised meat was enough to drive any beastman who loved soy sauce crazy. When Chang Xia ate it, she dipped it in a little vinegar fruit. The slight tang combined with the rich soy flavor was irresistible. Unlike Siyu and Chang Xia, Shen Rong and Bai Qing simply dug in, eating heartily. Haha. Seeing this, Siyu and Chang Xia exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. After tasting the soy braised meat, Chang Xia turned her attention to the now cooled tender golden corn. The slightly yellow cobs, once peeled, revealed pale golden kernels that looked incredibly appetizing. She took a gentle bite. The flavor of the golden corn exploded in her mouth. What a shame. Suyi sighed. How did we never realize tender golden corn was this delicious before? Changxia, you really know how to eat. By the way, what do you plan to do with the corn the Sirius tribe sent? At that moment, Suyi was eating from her bowl while eyeing the pot. She couldn't help it, the golden corn was just too tasty. She couldn't stop thinking about the corn she hadn't tried yet. At the Sirius tribe, after Elder Tiantai and Chief Jua heard from Suyi that corn, like golden corn and white fruit, could be a staple food for beastmen, they were overjoyed. If Suyi hadn't stopped them, they would have come straight to Baihu Cave to ask Changxia how to cook corn. Make porridge, cakes, steamed dumplings, steamed ribs, Changxia recalled. There were so many ways to eat corn. Besides what she'd mentioned, corn cakes were also delicious. The methods for cooking grains were pretty much the same, so Changxia wasn't worried about how to prepare the corn. She was more concerned there wouldn't be enough to go around. Sure enough, hearing Changxia list so many ways to cook it, Suyi was thrilled. Changxia, let's have steamed ribs with corn tonight, Bai Qing suddenly said, looking up. For Bai Qing, the focus was on the ribs. At his age, he was at the perfect stage for eating well. Just hearing steamed ribs was enough to get him excited. He and Si lived at the Witch's Hall on Mount Kana. They never lacked food, but good food was another matter. After all, Suya's cooking skills were SOSO, and Bai Qing couldn't cook at all. Most of the time, they just made do with whatever was available. Luckily, Siyu had recently changed her mind and allowed other beastmen into the Witch's Hall. Lately, Bai Qing's meals had improved dramatically. And he'd grown taller, too. Now, standing next to Changxia, they were the same height. At this rate, in about a month, Bai Qing might even surpass Changxia in height. You have to know, Bai Qing is the same age as Xiling and the others. Yet, in terms of height, they're all about to overtake Changxia. No wonder Changxia isn't keen on going to the tribe to play with the beast cubs anymore. It must be too much of a blow to her confidence, leaving her feeling discouraged. Okay, Changxia nodded, agreeing to Bai Qing's request. Tomorrow, they'd invite the wolf beast folk from the Sirius tribe over for a meal in the cave dwelling. It wouldn't hurt to try out a few corn-based dishes in advance tonight. Besides, Changxia was craving them too. Maybe she could make some corn and red bean zongzi? They happened to have both corn and red beans at home, so corn and red bean zongzi would be perfect, combining both ingredients. She was sure that when the Sirius and Yuanhu tribes found out that corn and red beans could be eaten together, they'd be delighted. After the meal, Changxia took a short nap. When she woke up, she called Suyi and the other 3 beast folk over to help sort through various records. These documents mainly recorded the items sent by different tribes. Bai Qing helped copy them, and Changxia wanted to keep a backup for herself. That way, if she ever wanted to eat something specific, she could just flip through the compiled tribal logs to find the source. Thinking about this, Changxia couldn't help but smile. At the same time, if she ever had the chance to leave the Heluo Tribe and travel, these logs would serve as a guide, a truly useful resource. Time slipped by as they busied themselves. In the afternoon, Nan Feng and the others didn't come by. Likewise, no one from the Baihu commercial district came looking for Suyi. This actually surprised Changxia a bit. At dusk, Nan Feng and Xixing brought food for Suyi and Bai Qing, half a slab of meat, flour, fresh fiddlehead ferns, and so on. It was only then that Changxia realized why no one had come by that afternoon. It turned out that all the tribes had gone to the tribal square to see the light tree and the seasoning tree. Jen was worried that too many beast folk might cause trouble, so he had Nan Feng and the others go over to help. I'm exhausted. Nan Feng flopped onto the long bench, grumbling. Xixing handed the food to Shen Rong and greeted Si respectfully. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Changxia with a look full of awe. After all, aside from Changxia, no other beast folk could get so close to Suyi. There wasn't any trouble, was there? Changxia asked lightly. Xixing poured Nan Feng a bowl of water and let her drink before replying no. The beast folk from all the tribes behaved themselves. Of course, with the shaman sitting right here in Changxia's cave, no one from the other tribes would dare stir up trouble. Even if the shaman didn't react, their own tribes wouldn't let them off easy. After seeing so many good things in the Heluo Tribe, everyone was eager to participate in the next exchange event. Anyone who caused trouble now would be digging their own grave. Don't worry, no beast folk would dare cause trouble over something this important. It was just really noisy and chaotic. Everyone was so curious. I talked so much my mouth is dry, Nanfeng said helplessly. The Heluo Tribe had changed because of Changxia. This difference had sparked the curiosity of beast folk from all the other tribes. They wanted to ask about everything, even the weeds by the roadside. The result? Well, you can imagine. Changxia nodded slightly, gathering up the papers. She planned to give them to Suyi, who would then pass them on to Jen, the tribe leader. After that, Suyi wouldn't ask any more questions about what to do with them. She figured that if no other beast folk tribes came by, she'd have time to visit the Baihu commercial district. Changxia hadn't yet experienced the special activities of other tribes. For example, she wasn't keen to try the Dadi tribe's seaweed barbecue again. But aside from the 5 major tribes, nearly 30 other tribes had arrived at the Heluo Tribe this time. It was the lesser-known tribes that intrigued Changxia the most. Nanfeng and Maple Leaf would tell her about the 5 major tribes, but even they didn't know much about some of the smaller ones. After all, they had only just come of age, and their knowledge of the Twilight Forest was limited. End of this chapter. Changxia, did you have tender golden corn for lunch? Nanfeng twitched her nose, catching a lingering whiff of the corn in the air. She licked her lips, savoring the memory. Changxia nodded. We did. It was really good. What about you? I cooked some too, it was delicious. But the purple fruit stew and white fur fruit stew were just so. Maybe I didn't cook them right, even though I followed the way Milo taught me, Nanfeng said, rubbing her forehead in confusion. Xing's expression froze for a second, looking a bit awkward. Clearly, the purple fruit stew and white fur fruit stew at lunch hadn't tasted great, but Xing hadn't said anything out of consideration for Nanfeng. You followed Milu's method for stewing meat? Changxia was speechless. Have you really forgotten how Milu used to cook? Milu's way of stewing meat was the most basic, no marinating or rinsing, and the purple fruit was probably just tossed in whole. Stew it until it's soft, then add salt. That method isn't exactly wrong. Back when beast folk hadn't tasted Changxia's cooking, that kind of stew was a rare treat. But after being spoiled by Changxia's dishes, going back to that old way just doesn't cut it anymore. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go back. For a moment, Nanfeng and Xing were both stunned. They'd only remembered Mila saying that purple fruit stew and white fur fruit stew were delicious, but forgot that you can't just blindly follow her method. Luckily, they'd only made a little for lunch, so there was still time to fix it. First, stir-fry the fresh meat and purple fruit or white fur fruit, then stew them. Don't add too much water, just enough to cover the ingredients. Put the lid on and simmer until the water is almost gone, then stir-fry again before serving, Changxia explained. Purple fruit or white fur fruit stew can taste great, but not if you make it Milu's way. Snake, remember this. Tonight, when we get back to the cave, let's try it again, Nanfeng said excitedly. Now that she had a partner, she couldn't just stay at Changxia's house for dinner anymore. But at least she didn't have to cook herself. There were pros and cons. I've got it, don't worry, Snake replied. Changxia, I'm heading back to the cave to get dinner ready. See you tomorrow. Once Nanfeng made sure Snake had memorized all the steps Changxia had explained, she jumped up and pulled Snake outside. If she didn't leave now, she'd be tempted to stay for dinner. Wait, Changxia reached out, wanting to give Nanfeng some millet to take home. But before she could say anything, Nanfeng was already dragging Snake out the gate. Changxia rolled her eyes at Nanfeng's hurried departure. I wanted her to take some millet home, maybe make some steamed ribs with millet for dinner. Who knew she'd run off like she was being chased by a ghost? She's afraid if she stays any longer, she won't want to leave, Siyu said softly, smiling. Now that Nanfeng had a partner, she'd matured a lot. If Snake hadn't been here, Nanfeng would almost certainly have stayed for dinner tonight. Is that so? Changxia shook her head with a smile. Shen Rong, could you shell some millet? I'll go gather up the things drying in the courtyard. The sun was sinking in the west, dusk was approaching. Another day was ending. A new day would soon begin. Can we use the stone mill to shell the millet? Shen Rong asked. We can, but it'll crush the millet, Chang Xia said, tilting her head. You could make a stone roller instead, and use that to shell the grains. What's that like? Shen Rong filled a basin with millet and sat down next to Chang Xia, clearly interested in her idea. Chang Xia pointed to the stone mill and explained that both the stone roller and the mill were made from stone, but they worked differently. The stone roller used leverage and impact to shell the grains, unlike the mill. Sounds complicated, Bai Qing said, flexing his beast claws with a scraping sound. I think using beast claws would be way easier. Bai Qing, what about the deer tribe? They don't have claws, how would they shell grains? Siyu pointed out. Weaker tribes like the cats and rabbits didn't have the strength of the stronger tribes. Maybe the cats had sharp claws, but what about the rabbits? Were they supposed to gnaw the shells off with their teeth? Tools were essential. As for the fish tribe, who knew? But the bird tribe would definitely appreciate these tools. If you have time, Shen Rong, make a stone roller for me to see, Siyu said seriously. Tools could make life much easier for the beast tribes, why not use them? Sure, Shen Rong agreed. He found these things interesting anyway, even if Siyu hadn't asked. He would have tried making a stone roller himself. Bai Qing fell silent, reflecting. He realized his thinking had been too narrow. No wonder the shaman always said he was still young and didn't think things through. Today, Bai Qing truly understood those words. Chang Xia, what do you think about building a road to connect the 6 major tribes? Suyi asked, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon. Chang Xia paused, then looked up sharply. Grandma Suyi, are you serious? She asked, shocked. As expected of the Beast Tribe's shaman, when she finally spoke, it was astonishing. Building roads to connect the 6 major tribes would be a huge undertaking. I want your opinion. Do you think it's possible? Using the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall as a hub, we could link the 6 nearby beast tribes in a circle, and then, Siyu traced a circle in the air. At first, the circle landed on the Shaman Hall. Then it spread to the 6 tribes. Gradually, the idea was to use the 6 tribes as a base and expand out to the whole Twilight Forest. This idea was inspired by Chang Xia. To be honest, Siyu had never dreamed so big before of turning the entire forest into a city. But the more time she spent with Chang Xia, the more her thinking changed. Her vision was no longer limited to just the Shaman Hall. Thump thump. Chang Xia and the 3 beastmen followed Suya's gesture, their hearts pounding. When Siyu spread her hand wide, it felt like the only sound left was their own heartbeats. Excitement, awe, ambition. In that moment, all sorts of emotions surged up at once. It's possible. Grandma Suyi, your idea can work. With roads between the tribes, communication and trade would be easier, and if any tribe was in danger, help could arrive faster, Chang Xia said seriously. With Suyu overseeing things, there would be no looting or violence in the Twilight Forest. Peace meant more possibilities. Better transportation would help the beast tribes develop faster. Chang Xia had thought Chief Tej was joking when he mentioned building roads, but now Siyu is saying the same thing. The 6 tribes must have discussed it already. Even for beastmen, building roads in the forest wouldn't be easy. If I put you in charge of this, would you be willing? Siyu looked Chang Xia in the eye and said, word by word, go to each tribe, survey the routes, and build a road connecting the 6 tribes and the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall. Chang Xia stared at Siyu in shock. End of this chapter. Grandma Siyu, are you sure? Chang Xia was first surprised, then delighted, then confused. Before, Siyu had restricted her, not even letting her go into the forest. Now, Siyu had suddenly changed her mind and wanted Chang Xia to be in charge of surveying the routes for the 6 tribes. Chang Xia was a little bewildered. She didn't understand why Suya's attitude had changed so suddenly. The ginkgo recipes you shared have saved the beast tribes from hunger. I've already informed all the tribes about house construction. Now, you've given them new ways to prepare food. In some ways, the beast tribes don't lack for anything now, Siyu said honestly. The East Land was different from the West. The tribes of the Western continent were constantly at war, mired in chaos. Meanwhile, the Eastern continent was peaceful and harmonious, but harmony often breeds complacency. Siyu worried that the beast folk might grow too comfortable in such an environment and lose their drive, so she began to think of ways to get them moving. Chang Xia's suggestion to develop the Twilight Forest was, without a doubt, an excellent idea. Besides, sending Chang Xia to survey routes between the 5 major beastfolk tribes didn't mean she'd be leaving the Heluo Tribe alone. Shen Rong or other beastfolk could accompany her. Suya's main reason for having Chang Xia visit the other tribes, aside from route surveying, was to encourage her to interact more with the wider beastfolk world, to broaden her horizons beyond just the Heluo Tribe. Some things can only be truly understood and cherished after experiencing them firsthand. The tribe won't be at ease with this, Shen Rong said. Suyi smiled slightly. Jen will agree. The younger generation of the Heluo tribe, like Bai Qing, also needs to be tempered. The Heluo tribe was setting sail. The other beastfolk tribes couldn't afford to fall too far behind. By sending Chang Xia out to survey routes, Si also hoped she could help the other tribes with their development and offer some advice along the way. At this, Shen Rong understood. So it wasn't about sending Chang Xia off alone after all. If Bai Qing and the others went along, the Heluo tribe would probably agree. Building roads to connect the 6 major beastfolk tribes, Jen, as the Heluo tribe's chief, wouldn't refuse. In fact, he'd likely support it wholeheartedly and do everything he could to make it happen. Let's give it a try, Chang Xia said excitedly. Surveying the 6 tribes and building roads, it sounded fascinating, and Chang Xia felt her spirits ignite. You guys get dinner ready. I'll head to the tribe for a bit. Bai Qing, have you finished copying the documents? Once you're done, I'll take them to Jen, Si said, standing up to go find Jen and the elders to set things in motion. Bai Qing put down his pen and handed the stack of papers to Suyi. She flipped through them, then put them away carefully. She walked down the steps and out the courtyard gate. As soon as Suya's figure disappeared, Bai Qing fixed Chang Xia with a serious look. Chang Xia, ask the shaman to let me go with you to survey the routes. Compared to staying cooped up in the Kanasha Holy Mountains Wizard Hall, going out and traveling sounded much more interesting. Besides, this road-building project involved all 6 major beastfolk tribes. It was bound to be a big deal. Just thinking about all the tribes working together made Bai Qing's heart race. He really wanted to be part of it. Do you think that's likely? Chang Xia rolled her eyes. Grandma Si wants me to connect the 6 tribes with roads, but it's not just about building roads. I'll also have to help identify the plants and animals of each tribe. It sounded complicated and troublesome. But the smile on Chang Xia's face only grew brighter. It was clear she was in a great mood. Sure, the forest was dangerous and camping out was tough. But the thought of discovering new ingredients filled Chang Xia with excitement. Bai Qing was speechless. Shen Rong raised an eyebrow and pushed a wooden basin toward Bai Qing. Don't just stand there, Bai Qing. Start shelling the corn if you want steamed pork ribs with corn for dinner, Shen Rong said with a smile, urging him on. TCH. Bai Qing muttered under his breath. He and Shen Rong quickly started shelling the corn, while Chang Xia gathered the dried mud beans, golden millet, and chili peppers into a rattan basket. Once Shen Rong finished with the corn, she'd have him carry the basket into the woodshed or the cave. Bai Qing, soak some red beans in a wooden bowl. Later, I'll try steaming some corn and red bean zongzi. Eating zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival, is that a tradition here? Actually, I don't think it's the right time of year yet. Chang Xia muttered to herself, counting on her fingers. After a while, she realized she couldn't convert the dates between the 2 worlds. The beast folk didn't have a strong sense of time. 5 minutes, for example, they didn't really keep track, nor did they have a way to. The only one Chang Xia knew who truly understood time was Suyi. Among the tribe elders, she guessed some might know as well. The rest probably relied on experience. She'd stared at the sundial in the tribe square for ages before she could make any sense of it. Maple Leaf and Nan Feng seemed to understand it easily, which Chang Xia figured was a matter of perception. With memories from her previous life, she instinctively tried to apply her old knowledge. As a result, She always approached new things with a critical eye. Siyi and the other tribe members often joked that they worried Changxia was a little fool, not entirely in jest. In the past, Changxia had been so frail she lived in her own world, unable to absorb the knowledge of this one. She must have seemed like a bit of a simpleton. Luckily, Siyi and the Heluo tribe never gave up on her, raising her to adulthood. Shen Rong listened quietly, not interrupting. Bai Qing scooped 2 bowls of red beans into a wooden basin and asked, Changxia, are 2 bowls enough? That's plenty. There's only 4 of us, how much can we eat? Changxia nodded. The corn and red bean zongzi would be dessert. She didn't plan to make much, just enough to test the flavor. Don't worry, we'll finish it, Shen Rong said calmly. If they couldn't, there was always Nan Feng and the other foodies. Honestly, he was grateful to the tribe. If Nan Feng, Yadong, and the others hadn't all found partners, their cave would never be this quiet. He liked the bustle, but sometimes he wanted to be alone with Changxia. As for Bai Qing, Shen Rong simply ignored his presence. I'm also planning to make a porridge with golden millet and corn. The zongzi will be dessert, so 2 bowls of red beans is enough. Bai Qing, remember to soak the red beans in hot water. It'll help them soften faster, Changxia instructed. Bai Qing carried the bowl off to soak the beans as Changxia had told him. Changxia, what's porridge? Shen Rong asked curiously. It's made by boiling grains together. If it's thick, it's called rice. If it's thin, it's porridge. At least, that's how I understand it, Changxia replied. Shen Rong nodded, half understanding. Is porridge tasty? Note, the rest is site navigation and promotional text, which doesn't need to be translated for narrative purposes. It's just SOSO. I prefer eating rice. Porridge is nothing special to me. But I do like the taste of things like cured meat porridge or lean meat and vegetable porridge. Changxia reminisced and said, once we've gathered all the grains, I'll steam some rice for you. Compared to porridge, rice is the real deal. Noodles are great, but rice is my true love. On this point, Changxia has never wavered. All right, I'll be waiting, Shen Rong replied happily. Bai Qing chimed in, don't forget about me. I want rice too. And tonight, I want some of that golden millet corn porridge. Don't worry, there'll be plenty for you, Changxia replied with a smile. Shen Rong, after you finish grinding the corn, peel 2 more ears of golden corn, Changxia instructed. Tonight, the whole family would have a feast. The tribe had asked Nan Feng to bring fresh meat, so roasted meat was a must. Bai Qing, what kind of soup do you want tonight? Changxia asked. Bai Qing tilted his head and said, can we have Songhan chicken stewed with mushrooms? Songhan chicken is out, but how about regular wild chicken stewed with mushrooms? If that works, you'll have to go to the chicken coop in the wild woods south of Baihu Lake and catch one yourself. I'll cook it for you, Changxia shook her head gently, turning down Bai Qing's request for Songhan chicken and mushroom stew. There aren't many Songhan chickens left. She couldn't give in. If they ate one today and another tomorrow, they'd soon be gone. So she couldn't set this precedent. There's no shortage of Songhan mushrooms and Songhan ferns, though. Elder Pukong guards Songhan, and the tribe often sends people there to deliver supplies. Others go to collect resin, hunt, or forage. Thanks to Changxia, the tribe is very careful when hunting Songhan chickens. Even if they do catch one, it's just for a taste. After all, if beast folk really wanted to fill up, they could eat a dozen in one sitting. We can't have Songhan chicken, but there are plenty of fresh and dried Songhan mushrooms and ferns in the cellar. You can choose whichever you like, whether it's stewed with chicken or stir-fried. Both taste great. Worried Bai Qing would be disappointed about missing out on Songhan chicken and mushroom stew, Changxia added. I'll have wild chicken stewed with Songhan mushrooms. Just wait, I'll go catch a chicken from the coop in the wild woods south of Baihu Lake right now. With that, Bai Qing dashed out of the cave, full of excitement. Bai Qing's gotten a lot more lively. Looks like the shaman's suggestion to let beast folk stay at the Kanashan Shaman Hall was a good one, Shen Rong said with a smile. At first, Bai Qing was like a little stone-faced kid, just like a mini version of the Heluo Tribe chief. Now, he finally acts more like a kid his age, full of energy and life. Once this exchange event is over, the tribes will arrange for beast folk to enter the Kanashan Shaman Hall. But as for Hula Company by Qing, it seems they haven't decided yet, Chang Xia muttered, thinking it was silly to drag this out. Shen Rong said, they'll probably have a contest. The strongest will go to the Kanashan Shaman Hall. Yeah, I bet that's how it'll end up, Chang Xia nodded, agreeing with Shen Rong. Bai Qing is the next shaman in training. Whoever accompanies him should naturally be the strongest among the beast folk totem warriors. From the Heluo Tribe, Xiling and Muning are the most likely candidates. They're about Bai Qing's age, have been in and out of the forest many times, and as leopard beast folk, their strength speaks for itself. Chang Xia clapped her hands and started tidying up the things drying in the courtyard, waiting for Shen Rong to come move the rattan baskets. After washing her hands, she went to the wooden shed, took down a piece of soy sauce cured meat, and said, I noticed Granny Sui really likes soy sauce meat, so I'll steam a bowl for her tonight. Chang Xia, should we keep the corn husks? Shen Rong asked. He'd finished shelling the corn in the wooden basin and was soaking it in water. No need, just burn them in the stove, Chang Xia shook her head. From now on, they wouldn't be short on corn, so there was no point keeping the husks. Burning them was easier anyway. Every corner of the cave was already piled with stuff, and there wasn't much space left. Hearing this, Shen Rong took the rattan sieve of corn husks to the kitchen and dumped them into the stove to burn when he lit the fire. Chang Xia put the soy sauce meat away in the kitchen, picked up 2 ears of golden corn, and started shelling them, while Shen Rong went and moved the rattan baskets. They hadn't said anything, but that unspoken understanding between them seemed to quietly fill the courtyard. Warm and peaceful. The sun set below the horizon. Bai Qing came back with 2 wild chickens, with a couple of feathers stuck in his hair. Chang Xia put down the corn and laughed. Bai Qing, did you get into a fight with the chickens or what? Cough, cough. Bai Qing looked a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. He'd just been messing around, chasing the chickens for fun. Usually, as the shaman in training, Bai Qing couldn't fool around. But since there were no beast folk watching him today, he took the chance to play with the chickens for a bit. Was it fun? Chang Xia leaned in and whispered. It was fun, but the chickens were a bit too weak, Bai Qing blurted out. Then, realizing what he'd said, he forced a smile and added, Chang Xia, I don't know what you're talking about. Pfft. Don't pretend, I know exactly what you're thinking. Chang Xia waved her hand, trying to stop laughing. Next time you want to play, have Shen Rong take you into the forest. With him there, Granny Sui won't stop you. Once the exchange event is over, Granny Sui will pick playmates for you and arrange all kinds of training, so you won't get bored. This is the age for having fun. If Bai Qing was too quiet, Granny Sui would arrange other kinds of training anyway. As a shaman of the beast folk, Bai Qing can't afford to be weak. To be chosen as the shaman's successor, Bai Qing's talent must be truly exceptional. Otherwise, how could he have stood out among so many orcs his age? Really? Bai Qing's embarrassment vanished, replaced by excitement. His usually wooden, expressionless face was now full of anticipation and joy. Would I joke about something like this? Stop dawdling, go kill the chicken, hurry up. Chang Xia waved him off, not bothering to say more. It was getting dark. Time to prepare dinner. Bai Qing, brimming with excitement, carried the chicken into the kitchen. His little eyes kept sneaking glances at Shen Rong. Going into the forest wasn't just Chang Xia's wish, it was Bai Qing's as well. He'd traveled to many places with Suyi, but as a child, Suyi would never let him enter the forest alone. In fact, Bai Qing's situation wasn't much better than Chang Xia's. Bai Qing, are you really that happy to go into the forest? Shen Rong asked in surprise. Bai Qing nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Just look at Chang Xia and you'll know why I'm happy. Shen Rong paused, then understood what Bai Qing meant. Their situations were different, yet similar. But as the shaman's successor, Bai Qing would have plenty of chances to enter the forest in the future. The only worry was that, in time, he might not want to go anymore. Bai Qing, for the wild chicken and mushroom soup, do you want fresh mushrooms or dried ones? Chang Xia asked as she washed the peeled golden corn kernels and put them in a clay bowl, ready to go to the cellar for mushrooms. Which tastes better, fresh or dried? Bai Qing asked. They taste different, but both are delicious, Chang Xia replied. Whether fresh or dried, mushrooms stewed with chicken always taste great. Let's have fresh ones tonight and dried ones tomorrow, Bai Qing said, looking at Chang Xia. His meaning was clear, he wanted both, and was asking if she'd agree. Sure, Chang Xia agreed readily. End of this chapter. Chang Xia, don't spoil him, Shen Rong said, his voice low and husky. His usual gentle demeanor was suddenly tinged with a subtle darkness that silently enveloped Bai Qing. Bai Qing stiffened, looking up at Shen Rong in alarm. Xiling had told him before that Shen Rong was strong and cunning, supposedly. This was the conclusion drawn by the elders of the Heluo Tribe. Bai Qing hadn't believed it. But now, feeling Shen Rong's cold, piercing gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. Damn. So this is what Shen Rong is really like. Bai Qing stared at Shen Rong, his face blank. Shen Rong seemed not to notice Bai Qing's glare and said directly, as the shaman's successor, he can't be spoiled. It's better if he faces some hardships. You really? Chang Xia hesitated. It's just a few meals of wild chicken and mushroom soup. That can't count as spoiling, right? Besides, if Granny C starts the road-building project with the 6 beast tribes, we might have to leave the Heluo tribe for a while. At that time, she wouldn't even have time to make chicken soup for Bai Qing. True. We'll do as you say tonight, Shen Rong said, satisfied with her answer. Off to the side, Bai Qing's expression grew darker. Shen Rong really is a piece of work. He regretted ever speaking up for him in front of Elder Tiantai and his father. The guy couldn't even bear to let him have 2 meals of wild chicken and mushroom soup, stingy and scheming. Wait. Bai Qing's gaze suddenly shifted to Chang Xia. Was Shen Rong being petty because he was jealous? The thought made Bai Qing's gloomy expression suddenly turn excited. Chang Xiajia, Bai Qing wanted to test his theory, so he shyly called Chang Xia sister. In all the years they'd known each other, Bai Qing had called her sister less than 5 times. As soon as he said it, Chang Xia lit up with joy. Bai Qing, what did you just call me? She asked happily. Bai Qing's usually stiff face seemed to melt, and he gave a shy smile. Chang Xiajia, can I have some braised pork tonight too? You know, at the shaman's hall on sacred Mount Kana, the shaman and I usually only get roasted meat. Of course. Whatever you want to eat, your sister will make it for you, Chang Xia promised, patting her chest. It was so rare for Bai Qing to call her sister, she'd make him anything he wanted. Bai Qing smiled, his awkward shyness making him look a bit odd. Chang Xiajia, just one more dish of braised pork is enough. As he spoke, Bai Qing lowered his head and shot a provocative look at Shen Rong. Shen Rong, you scheming male, did you really think I'd lose? Shen Rong narrowed his eyes, meeting Bai Qing's challenge head-on. Damn me. This little brat's got guts. Really, that's enough? Chang Xia confirmed, then turned to Shen Rong with a delighted smile. Did you hear that, Shen Rong? Bai Qing called me sister. She winked at him, caught up in her happiness and not noticing the silent battle of glances between Shen Rong and Bai Qing. That's enough, Chang Xiajia. I heard. Bai Qing, you've really grown up, so sensible. Shen Rong nodded, reaching out to ruffle Bai Qing's hair. It looked affectionate, but Bai Qing felt his scalp go numb. Shen Rong was about to rub his hair right off. This guy really is black-hearted and heavy-handed. What are you all talking about that's making you so happy? Siyu walked in from outside, her back to the starlight. The young light trees cast a gentle glow, illuminating most of the courtyard. As Siyu entered, she saw Shen Rong's hand on Bai Qing's head and Chang Xia smiling at them. Siyu paused, her expression softening at the warm scene. Bai Qing just called me sister and said he wanted braised pork, Chang Xia said with a laugh, greeting Siyu. So, what did the chief and the elders say? Are we building the road? If so, where do we start? Don't rush, go prepare dinner. We can talk slowly, Siyu said. She smiled as she glanced past Shen Rong and Bai Qing. The two of them looked a bit off, probably hiding something between themselves. Still, Siyu didn't pry. Whatever was going on, Shen Rong knew his boundaries. Since it wouldn't cause any real trouble, Siyu was happy to sit back and watch the show. Bai Qing's constant stern face was boring to look at all day. He'd been much more interesting back in the Heluo Tribe, with a wider range of expressions and more vibrant emotions. With that, Si joined in. The four beast folk worked together to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Night fell. The long table in the small living room was soon filled with dishes. Golden millet porridge, steamed pork ribs with millet and red bean zongzi, wild chicken stewed with songhan mushrooms, braised pork, steamed soy sauce pork. What a feast. Not even the annual harvest festival has food as lavish as this. I don't think I'll be able to look forward to this year's harvest festival after tonight, Si said as she sat down. She didn't start eating right away, but couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Bai Qing nodded in agreement. At the harvest festival, it's mostly roast meat. Honestly, after so many years, I get a bit sick just seeing all that roast meat every festival. During the harvest festival, Su Yi and Bai Qing would usually preside over the Canner Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall. Each beast folk tribe would bring their own food, most of it roast meat. Too much hot roast meat gets cloying, not to mention the cold leftovers. The taste really isn't anything to write home about. Grandma Su Yi, could you spend this year's harvest festival at the Heluo Tribe? Chang Xia asked as she served Si a bowl of golden millet porridge. Tonight, there were no steamed buns or fried nut cakes and no flour-based dishes at all. The main courses were golden millet porridge and roast meat. Of course, the millet and red bean zongzi could also serve as a staple. Since they'd already prepared so much food, Chang Xia hadn't bothered with buns or cakes. Siu took the bowl of golden millet porridge from Chang Xia, mimicking her by gently blowing on it before taking a small sip. I can't say for sure yet. If we can finish building the road connecting the 6 major tribes, I should be able to spend the harvest festival at the Heluo Tribe. Then I'll do my best to make sure the road gets built, Chang Xia said. That settled it. No need to ask the tribe's opinion anymore. Suya's words meant the Heluo Tribe supported building the road and also endorsed Chang Xia as the one to survey the route. Do your best. All 6 tribes will send totem warriors to help on this trip. If the road is finished before the harvest festival, I think the other tribes won't mind sending beast folk to celebrate at Heluo together, Si said calmly, though her words hinted at much more. At this, Chang Xia and Shen Rong exchanged glances. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. All right, I'll do everything I can to make it happen, Chang Xia promised. Si shook her head gently and said softly, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Chang Xia. After this exchange event, I plan to have the Heluo Tribe build a road directly to the Canner Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall. End of this chapter. What? This time, it wasn't just Chang Xia and Shen Rong who were surprised. Bai Qing, who was sipping his golden millet porridge nearby, also looked up in shock at Su Yi. Building a road from the Heluo Tribe to the Canner Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall, if the other bespoke tribes found out, it would cause a huge stir. What was Su thinking? This decision would undoubtedly disrupt the balance between the 6 major tribes and could easily lead to big problems. Don't worry. I'll be officially discussing this with the other tribes tomorrow. They should agree, after all, the Canner Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall isn't just building a road to Heluo, but to all the tribes, Si said calmly. The idea was to use the Canner Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall as a hub, connecting all 6 tribes. This was no small matter. To link the 6 tribes, the Shaman Hall naturally needed to shorten the distance to each tribe. Building roads was the best solution. The difference in travel time before and after the road between Heluo and Weishan was proof enough. Beast folk are strong and can walk through the forest as if it were flat ground. But having a road is just more convenient, so why not build one? Since taking over as the shaman of the Twilight Forest beast folk, Siyu had been devoted to improving their lives. Now that building roads could do just that, she was determined to push the project forward. At this, Chang Xia suddenly understood. Just as Xi said, the other tribes wouldn't object. Because soon, the other 5 tribes would also be building their own roads to the Canner Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall, under Suya's guidance. Actually, I have my own reasons for putting you in charge of surveying this road. Each tribe has already harvested their first round of white nuts, and the second round will be ready soon, which means the beast folk won't be short on food anymore. Next, the tribes will need to start building houses to prepare for the cold season. While you're surveying the route, I hope you can also advise them on house construction. Suya's expression was serious, and her tone was earnest. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Shen Rong as well. Chang Xia was creative, Shen Rong was skilled with his hands. Together, they could work wonders. Xi knew that the nobles of the western Tianyuan tribe lived in yurts like Mongolian tents, but there were also wooden and brick houses in the west. The nobles, priding themselves on their status, disdained wooden or brick houses, believing yurts brought them closer to the beast god. Of course, Xi thought that was nonsense. After hearing Suye's words, Chang Xia looked as if everything made sense now. If there wasn't something important, Xi would never have let her into the forest so easily. The first step, stockpiling food, was done. The second step, preparing for the cold, meant the old beast folk dwellings needed to be rebuilt. Building houses was now a must. Luckily, the warm season was long enough for the beast folk to finish rebuilding before winter. After that, they discussed the situation in each tribe in detail, preparing for the actions under the long summer. Night deepened. The sounds of conversation gradually faded, replaced by the chirping of insects all around. The next morning at dawn, Muqin arrived early with Nan Feng and Maple Leaf in tow. Miliadea didn't come. They went to the White Lake Commercial District to be with their own clans. It seemed today would be a busy day for everyone. "Wu, you're up," Muqin said with a smile, stepping forward. Suyu replied, "Changxia went to the shooting range to practice archery, and Shen Rong is in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Changxia is hosting the Tianlang tribe for lunch, so I came over to check in," Muqin explained. This time, inviting the wolf beast folk from the Tianlang tribe for a meal was significant. Muqin came early to help, not wanting Changxia to make any mistakes and be looked down upon by the wolf tribe. In terms of closeness, Muqin treated Changxia like her own child. But compared to the roughly raised Nan Feng, Muqin was much more anxious about Changxia. Last time, when they hosted the snake beast folk, Muqin hadn't been this nervous. Nan Feng pouted and nagged at Muqin all morning. As a result, she earned a knock on the head from Muqin. Her swollen forehead was proof of her nagging. "Muqin AMU, would you like to have breakfast with us?" Shen Rong poked his head out from the kitchen and asked gently. Muqin replied, "Sure, I'll mooch a meal at your place this morning. Are all the ingredients ready for the Tianlang tribe's lunch? If anything's missing, just tell me. I'll have Maple Leaf and Nan Feng fetch it from the tribe." At this, Nan Feng pursed her lips, wanting to imitate Elder Shimu's endless nagging. Maple Leaf's face darkened, and she smacked Nan Feng on the back of the head. Why doesn't this kid ever learn? She just got hit, and now she's starting up again. Does she think she hasn't been beaten enough? Ow! Nan Feng yelped in pain. Muqin shot her a warning glare, telling her to behave, or there'd be consequences later. Xi smiled slightly, watching their lively interactions. Changxia said she'd roast a whole cow for lunch and make some dishes with golden millet and corn, Shen Rong explained. He and Changxia had decided on the menu together last night. To host the wolf beast folk from the Tianlang tribe, Changxia chose to use ingredients they had gifted. Of course, the staple foods of the Heluo tribe would also be prepared. The main reason for making dishes with golden millet and corn was to teach the wolf beast folk how to prepare these foods. After all, nothing leaves a deeper impression than sharing a meal. Of course, one meal isn't enough. So, they'd just have another. Will there be enough golden millet and corn? Muqin asked hesitantly. There's plenty. We tried making some last night and had a meal. Wu tasted it and said it was delicious. Unfortunately, it's too late now, so you'll have to wait until lunchtime to try the golden millet and corn, Shen Rong replied. Tender golden millet is really delicious when boiled. Nan Feng licked her lips, perking up at the mention of food. She even forgot about nagging. After all, eating was more important. Maple Leaf nodded. It's tasty. I'm not talking about tender golden millet, but mature golden millet. Golden millet and corn porridge is rich and sweet, really delicious. There's also corn-steamed ribs, corn and red bean zongzi, and steamed buns made from golden millet flour, Shen Rong calmly listed off a string of dishes, making Muqin and the others' mouths water. Nan Feng let out a howl of regret. If I'd known you were making delicious food last night, I would have shamelessly stayed to eat and drink. Maple Leaf stayed silent, but her regret was written all over her face. Shen Rong couldn't help but roll his eyes. Trust Nan Feng to say something like that. Stop fooling around. You'll be heading to the Heluo Tribe soon. Have you prepared everything you need? Nan Feng, your mission this time won't be easy, so you need to take it seriously, Xia reminded her sternly. Now that relations between the Heluo and Heluo tribes were easing, she didn't want Nan Feng to mess things up. Her tone was unusually serious as she spoke. Nan Feng sobered up and nodded earnestly, taking Suye's words to heart. Nan Feng, looks like you won't be able to join Changxia on this trip. Maple Leaf teased. They'd already heard rumors about Suyi visiting the tribe's roots and elders yesterday. Quietly, everyone had started discussing and competing for spots. Nan Feng's face froze. She turned to Muqin and whispered, "Amu, can I go to the Heluo tribe a bit later? It's too dangerous for Changxia to go into the forest alone. I could help protect her. She doesn't need you to worry about her safety. Just wait for the exchange event to finish, then go to the Heluo tribe with Xixing as planned. Don't even think about delaying it," Muqin replied sternly. Worried that Nan Feng would cause trouble, Muqin gave her a firm warning. The plan was set from the start. As soon as the exchange event ended, they would head to the Heluo tribe. Unless something unexpected happened, there was no way to delay it. It's not like I'm in a hurry to go to the Heluo tribe, Nan Feng grumbled. Changxia going into the forest sounded so exciting, how could she bear to miss out? If it were anyone else, she wouldn't care at all. But this was Changxia. Nan Feng was instantly fired up. She was sure every member of the tribe would feel the same. She knew exactly why there was suddenly more training and sparring at the training grounds. Everyone was already competing for a spot. Nan Feng, just listen to your AMU and go to the Heluo tribe, Siyu said gently. Changxia will be surveying the routes between the 6 major tribes and will pass through the Heluo tribe. If you go ahead, you can help her connect with the snake beast folk. When she arrives, you'll have a chance to go into the forest with her, won't you? Unlike Muqin's tough approach, Xi chose a softer, more tactful way. Nan Feng responded better to gentleness than force. Xi knew this well. In fact, most beast folk in the Twilight Forest were like this. No matter how tough they looked, they couldn't resist a gentle word. Of course, Xi would never say such things outright. Really? Nan Feng paused, looking at Xi in surprise and delight. Actually, she knew very well that discussing things with Muqin was just bickering for the sake of it. No one understood her own AMU's personality better than Nan Feng herself. Complaining to Muqin was simply because she felt unwilling to accept things. This time, the route Changxia is scouting is mainly to connect the Canner Sacred Mountain Sorcerer Halt with the 6 major tribes, so the path will pass through all 6 beast tribes. The Heluo tribe is naturally among them, Xi explained honestly, not hiding anything. There was no need to. Similarly, Bai Qing would also take Milu back to the Heavenly Lion tribe. All of this had been arranged from the start. Even if something required Bai Qing's presence, the itinerary wouldn't change. Because if it did, the other beast tribes would think the Heluo tribe was fickle, unreliable, and unpunctual, which would have a big impact. What about Bai Qing? He'll take Milu to the Heavenly Lion tribe first, then handle other matters. Hearing this, Nan Feng felt much better. She no longer had any objections to returning to the Heluo tribe with Xixing. After spending time together, she had already accepted Xixing as her mate. Their relationship had progressed rapidly and was going well. Stop chattering and come help Shen Rong prepare breakfast. In a bit, call Kong Shan and Xixing over to help Shen Rong butcher the cattle. The Baihu commercial district will be busy today. We've invited the wolf beastmen from the Tianlang tribe for lunch, so time will be tight, Muqin called out loudly. If Xu hadn't spoken up just now, Muqin would have wanted to give Nan Feng a good beating. One beating and there'd be no more problems. No more unwillingness, no more sulking. All those feelings would disappear. By the time Changxia returned, Shen Rong, with Muqin and the others' help, had already prepared breakfast. Changxia put down her bow and arrows and hurried to the bathroom for a shower. Muqin AMU, Why are you here so early? Changxia asked playfully, smiling. Muqin reached out and pinched Changxia's cheek, replying, I was worried you and Shen Rong wouldn't have enough help, so I came early. Today, all the tribe members are wandering around the Baihu commercial district, and there's nothing else going on in the tribe, so I figured I'd come over early to see if you needed help. Nanfeng pouted and complained, so biased. You're the most biased. Nanfeng, stop fussing and eat. Do you want me to send you to Elder Shimu to have your head checked? Muqin's face twitched as she glared at Nanfeng. This kid just can't help but stir up trouble if she doesn't get a beating for a day. The older she gets, the more mischievous she becomes. Recently, Xing's been spoiling her so much she's almost spoiled rotten. I need to find a chance to talk to Xing. Nanfeng can't be spoiled like this, or she'll just get more and more out of hand. Nanfeng immediately shut her mouth and fell silent. Maple Leaf twisted her face, barely holding back her laughter. Only Muqin Amu could keep Nanfeng in line. She'd been chattering nonstop all morning, and Maple Leaf had wanted to smack her several times, but with Muqin here, she held back. Haha. Changxia didn't hold back and laughed out loud. Nanfeng, be good. I'll make you something delicious for lunch. As for scouting the route, you can help out at the Heluo Tribe too, so what's the rush? Changxia said gently. She guessed Nanfeng had been restless all morning because she knew Changxia was going into the forest. Hearing this, Nanfeng cheered up and said, Humph. I knew Changxia wouldn't make fun of me. Breakfast was lively and noisy. After the meal, Shen Rong went to the Baihu wall to catch a cow. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng followed to find Kongshan and Xing to help out. Muqin stayed in the cave to help Changxia shell golden corn and grind millet. Changxia soaked red beans and soybeans. The red beans were for steaming zongzi with millet, and the soybeans were for making tofu. If it weren't for how busy the Baihu commercial district is these days, Chief Tage from the Heluo Tribe would have come looking for you already. Tofu, mung bean cakes, red bean cakes, they're driving the tiger beastmen crazy. The beans brought by the Heluo Tribe were divided up by all the tribes early on. Many beast tribes couldn't get any beans, so I bet they'll be worried today. As Muqin shelled corn, she chatted with Changxia about the Baihu commercial district, a smile never leaving her face. It was clear this exchange event was a big success. All the tribes were very satisfied. It was just a pity that the preparations hadn't been thorough enough the first time. Muqin Amu, did you have the tribe members teach the beastmen how to make tofu at the Baihu commercial district? Changxia asked curiously. That sounded just like the Heluo Tribe style. They never intended to keep these things to themselves or use them to threaten other beast tribes. Since that was the case, of course they'd openly teach the beastmen. You guessed right. Granny Wu was in charge of teaching them this time. Making tofu is complicated. You can't explain it in just a few words. It's better to do it hands-on, Muqin nodded, then added, they'll probably make some mung bean and red bean cakes too. The white paper you had the shaman send over was copied by the tribe and distributed to all the tribes. Muqin said the Baihu commercial district would be busy and lively. It was all thanks to the things Changxia had sent. With the beastmen's eager personalities, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist trying it out. When it comes to food, all the beast tribes are pretty much the same. End of this chapter. Wow! Changxia was delighted. Just listening, she could tell the Baihu commercial district would be especially lively today. Such a bustling scene was rare. Aside from the Normandy Grand Market, the beast tribes seldom gathered together. Most of the time, they kept to themselves. Even among the same tribe, they maintained a certain distance, let alone between different tribes. Opportunities like this exchange event, where everyone gathered together, were few and far between. What, you want to go have some fun? Si asked with a gentle laugh. Muqin said, if you want to go, then go take a look. Leave things here to me. Seeing Changxia's expression, Muqin couldn't help but speak up. If it were Nanfeng, she would definitely be scolded for this. But when it came to Changxia, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. I didn't really want to go, I just thought it would be lively over there. Changxia shook her head. She wasn't a big fan of overly crowded places, they always felt too noisy to her. You really don't want to go? Muqin asked again. No. I don't like noisy environments. I was just curious, that's all. I can't stand being packed in with a crowd. Chang Xia shook her head quickly. She was happy to skip out on the bustle. Among the beast tribes, only the Heluo tribe had a habit of bathing regularly. The rest still kept to their primitive ways. Just imagining the smell was enough to make Chang Xia feel queasy. Xi smiled and said, "Are you worried that the beast folk from other tribes haven't bathed and will smell too strong, too stinky?" Hee. Chang Xia giggled foolishly and didn't answer. "I've already told the chiefs of each tribe that if they want to participate in the exchange event, they need to keep clean. Besides, Jen has arranged for the leopard beast folk from the Heluo tribe to keep an eye on everyone. Before nightfall, they'll herd the beast folk to the White River to wash up, so you couldn't help but laugh as she spoke about it." As dusk approached, lines of beast folk from the White Lake Commercial District would queue up at the White River to bathe. It was quite a sight, amusing and impressive. At first, some beast folk refused to go. But as soon as they refused, Jen would send the totem warriors to use their fists and toss the stubborn ones straight into the White River. The word was, anyone who doesn't keep clean can't sleep in the cave dwellings, can't enter the White Lake Commercial District, and can't even participate in the exchange event. After that, the beast folk from each tribe started behaving themselves. "Don't worry, Chang Xia. All the beast folk entering the White Lake Commercial District are clean," Mu Qin said confidently. "Anyone who wasn't clean would be thrown into the White River for a soak. If once wasn't enough, they'd be dunked a few more times. After enough times, they'd naturally learn to stay clean." There were even a few houses built right by a section of the White River, specifically for the other beast folk to scrub themselves, get haircuts, bathe, and trim their nails, a full service. The Heluo tribe had everything arranged perfectly, and beast folk from other tribes simply weren't allowed to refuse. At first, some beast folk weren't used to it. But after being forced to bathe a few times by the Heluo tribe, they gradually got used to it. And it also helped the Heluo tribe keep the visiting beast folk in line. Back then, every nightfall, you could hear all kinds of wailing by the White River, some loud, some pitiful, each unique in its own way. After a few days, those miserable cries gradually faded away. Bathing and washing hair are manageable, but the real headache is using the toilet and rinsing mouths, Mu Qin sighed, rubbing her forehead. Bathing and washing hair could be enforced at the river, but using the toilet and rinsing mouths relied on self-discipline or mutual supervision. No wonder you needed so many tribe members to help out. Chang Xia rubbed her forehead, black lines appearing in exasperation. So sending tribe members to patrol the White Lake Commercial District was not just to help, but more to supervise the beast folk from other tribes so they wouldn't relieve themselves anywhere? Suddenly, Chang Xia's face twisted a little. She couldn't tell if she wanted to laugh or cry. "Give it time, they'll get used to it," Siyu said calmly. She had experience training beast folk. It might be tough at first, but if you stick with it, the results would be worth it. After chatting about the little things in the White Lake Commercial District, the conversation turned to Nan Fong and the others heading to the Snake Mountain and Sky Lion tribes. What should they prepare to bring? Flour and sugar are must-haves. But what else? I really don't know what to prepare. In the past, it was simple, but now things are different, Mu Qin said, clearly troubled. She'd been asking Elder Yami about this a lot lately. The elders were just as stumped. When Daya returned, the Earth Tribe had sent nori sugar, nori, sweet roots, and some other odds and ends as gifts. But the Heluo Tribe's situation was different from the Earth Tribe's. The Earth Tribe's bear folk produced plenty of nori and nori sugar, so it was easy for them to give those. Not to mention, the bear folk even offered precious sweet roots. That was already a very generous return gift, and it wouldn't be right to expect more. Flour, maple sugar, seasoning fruit, green oil. The green fruit isn't ripe yet, otherwise we could include that. As for light grass, light trees, and vine trees, we can't give those out for now, Chang Xia murmured. The Heluo tribe had a lot of good things, but not many that could be given away at the moment. Mu Qin's hesitation was understandable. Our tribe has managed to grow light grass. Nan Fong and Bai Qing can each take a pot of light grass to the Snake Mountain and Sky Lion tribes, and also send one to the Earth Tribe. For the rest, just prepare as usual, Suyi suggested. At that, Muqin and Changxia exchanged a glance and nodded. If everyone else is preparing gifts, shouldn't we send a pot to the Sky Wolf tribe too? Muqin thought for a moment and asked. Xi nodded. We should. The Wei Mountain Sanctuary had plenty of light grass. If the Heluo tribe needed more, they could always go dig some up from the sanctuary. Harvesting light grass was much easier than transplanting light trees, which was why Siyu suggested giving away light grass. It was impressive and generous, and none of the other tribes could complain. However, this would probably put the spotlight on the Heluo tribe, especially their single, unpaired males and females. Thinking of this, the three beast folk in the courtyard exchanged glances, all sharing a knowing look. They really were racking their brains for the sake of the tribe's future. Wu, you've really helped us out, Muqin said with relief. With the shaman's suggestion, she finally felt at ease. She'd make sure to get this sorted out when she returned to the tribe in the afternoon. Light grass could help solve the problem of single males and females finding partners, and Muqin believed the elders would be happy to contribute some. They'd gone decades without light grass before. Waiting a few more days wouldn't matter. Harvesting light grass was easy. The hard part was getting it to grow. But with Changxia and the tribe, that wasn't a problem. Soon, they finished shelling the golden corn kernels for lunch. Then, Changxia brought over a bowl of mud beans. For lunch, let's fry up some mud beans. Mud beans go great with wine. The more you eat, the more you want. This year, I'll harvest more wild fruit and brew some fruit wine for us to enjoy, Changxia said happily. Let me know if you'd like the website promotional content at the end translated as well. Siyu paused in surprise and exclaimed, Changxia, you know how to make wine? A little bit, Changxia replied. Make more, I want to drink it, Siyu instructed seriously. She'd been to the Western lands, tasted their barley wine and other spirits. Unfortunately, the Western nobility kept a tight hold on their brewing secrets, and she'd never had the chance to learn how their wine was made. It was the same elsewhere. The bird tribe of the Eastern Plateau and the fish tribe of the Eastern Sea were both stingy. As a result, the beast tribe of the Twilight Forest rarely got to drink wine. So when Changxia mentioned she knew how to brew, Siyu was instantly excited. End of this chapter. Wine. Muqin licked her lips, clearly intrigued. She'd only ever heard the elders talk about it, never tasted it herself. If even the shaman wanted to drink it, it had to be something special. Changxia, don't worry. This warm season, I'll make sure the tribe collects plenty of wild fruits. By the way, is there anything special we should look for when gathering them? No, any wild fruit will do. Mulberries, wild grapes, green plums, all of these could be used for brewing. Mulberries and green plums needed to be soaked in alcohol, but wild grapes could be fermented directly. However, by the time wild fruit season came around, Changxia might have found more grains as well. Actually, golden millet can be used to make wine. But right now, the beast tribe is short on grain. Once the tribes have stockpiled enough food next year, we can use golden millet for brewing, Changxia said quietly. Golden millet wine, also known as xiaojiu, distilled liquor, was aromatic and sweet, with alcohol content ranging from 25% to 70%. It had a clear, orange-yellow appearance, free of impurities, and was rich in nutrients, a fragrant, sweet wine. Since the Wolf tribe has cut ties with the Yuan family of the Tianyuan tribe in the Western lands, they're not short on golden millet. Muqin, have the Heluo tribe trade for more golden millet, Xi said, staring intently at Changxia. Changxia felt a little embarrassed. She understood what Suye's look meant. If the tribe can trade for more golden millet, I can try brewing some golden millet wine, Changxia said with a wry smile, nodding. Golden millet wine doesn't sound good. Let's just call it golden wine, Siyu decided. Muqin patted her chest excitedly and promised, all right, I'll make sure Jen handles the golden millet trade. With our tribe's relationship with the Wolf tribe, I doubt Chief Gowa will refuse, and the other beast tribes will give us some face too. She wasn't exaggerating. The Heluo tribe was in its prime. If Jen asked to trade for more golden millet from the Wolf tribe, they and the other beast tribes would likely agree. The Heluo Tribe had already promised to set aside more beans for the Heluo Tribe as thanks to Chang Xia for figuring out new ways to prepare and cook beans. Tofu, mung bean cakes, red bean cakes, all these recipes came from Chang Xia. Any tribe that could trade for beans from the Heluo Tribe would have a chance to learn these methods. Such a favor was not easily forgotten among the beast tribes. Chang Xia, I can't wait to taste your golden wine, Si said, rubbing her hands together in delight. Chang Xia rubbed her forehead and said quietly, Grandma Su Yi, don't forget. After the trading event, I have to leave the tribe to help plan the road construction between the 6 major tribes. Brewing will probably have to wait a bit. Si was stunned. Mu Qin rolled her eyes and said, Chang Xia, can't you brew the golden wine before leaving to survey the roads? Road building isn't a 1 or 2 day job, leaving a day or 2 later won't matter. Surveying the route was easy. The real work was in building the road. That's why Mu Qin suggested Chang Xia could delay her departure by a day or 2. The road would be built by beastmen from all 6 tribes, and with their efficiency, it should be finished before the cold season. During this time, Chang Xia would also help the other tribes build houses for the winter. If she focused solely on the road, the timeline could be shortened even more. Hearing this, Si looked at Chang Xia with eager anticipation. Seeing the hope in Xia's eyes, Chang Xia couldn't bring herself to refuse. All right, Chang Xia agreed. Have the chief trade for the golden millet as soon as possible. We'll need to shell and dry it in advance to get ready for brewing. I'll need to experiment a bit. Just like making tofu, Chang Xia wasn't sure she'd succeed on the first try. The brewing process for grains was similar, but whether she could actually make wine would depend on luck. She was a beginner, not a professional brewer, so she couldn't guarantee success right away. I'll go find Zhen right now and have him talk to Chief Gohua about the golden millet trade. We'll get the tribe to bring the millet back and shell it, Mu Qin said eagerly. It was rare for the shaman to want something. Mu Qin didn't waste any time. She finished speaking and hurried out the door. Chang Xia reached out as if to call her back, but after a moment's thought, she understood Mu Qin's intentions and let her go, pretending nothing had happened. Si smiled, clearly pleased. She'd guessed Mu Qin's thoughts as well. Si really did crave wine, and she decided to indulge herself this once. If this golden wine could be brewed successfully, the beast tribe would finally have their own wine and wouldn't have to envy the other tribes anymore. Clip-clop. Not long after Mu Qin left, heavy footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. Chang Xia looked up to see Shen Rong push open the gate, with Kong Shan and Xixing carrying a black-horned ox inside. Behind them, Feng Yi and Nan Feng were dragging a yellow goat. Chang Xia was a little surprised. Shen Rong, what's with the goat? Last night, Shen Rong and Chang Xia had planned to roast a whole ox for lunch. Early that morning, Shen Rong had already set up the roasting spit. Now, Kong Shan and Xixing brought in the prepared black-horned ox. They could take it straight to the spit, season and marinate it, and start roasting. Shen Rong explained. Elder Dalai said, if we're roasting a whole ox, we can't do without a whole goat as well. In other words, this yellow antelope is a gift to go along with the black-horned cow. When it's done roasting, remember to send some roast lamb to Elder Dalai, Changsha said after a brief pause. She didn't refuse Elder Dalai's kindness and accepted the yellow antelope warmly. The yellow antelope had already been prepared, but they still needed to set up a place to roast it. After talking with Changxia, Shen Rong started moving rocks to build the roasting pit. The spit was simple, and Shen Rong didn't have much trouble putting together a rack for roasting the whole lamb. He asked Maple Leaf and Nanfeng to place the yellow antelope on the rack. As for seasoning the meat, that was something either Changxia or Shen Rong had to do. Changxia, where's my AMU? Nanfeng looked around and, not seeing Mu Qin anywhere, asked curiously. Changxia replied, she went to talk to the chief about something. She'll be back soon. Hearing that Mu Qin had gone to see Jen, Nanfeng quickly pulled her head back and didn't ask any more questions. If Jen was involved, it must be something important. Maple Leaf, you and Nanfeng help Bai Qing grind some mung beans and red beans. We'll steam some mung bean cakes for lunch, Changxia said, asking Maple Leaf and Nanfeng to help out. Today, she was determined to make Shen Rong look good. For the table set for the Tianlang tribe, if not 10 dishes, then at least 8. Su had no objections. After all, the more Changxia prepared, the more they'd get to eat. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng felt the same. Compared to orcs like Milu and Daya, they could even enjoy a free meal. A little extra work was nothing. Besides, it wasn't really that tiring. Coming, Nanfeng replied with a playful grin. Maple Leaf rubbed her hands together and looked at the soybeans soaking by the water jar. Changxia, are we soaking soybeans to make tofu? We are, Changxia replied. Tofu stewed with fish or meat tastes great. How do you want to eat it? Delicate dishes like wensi tofu were too complicated for Changxia to make. But she could definitely handle simple pan-fried tofu with meat, or Crucian carp stew with tofu, which was also delicious. End of this chapter. Crucian carp stew with tofu. I want tofu stewed with meat. As they chatted, Maple Leaf and the other orcs worked busily, moving over to help Bai Qing grind mung beans and red beans. Changxia put the peeled mud beans into a bowl, planning to fry them at noon. Shen Rong went into the kitchen to get seasonings and started marinating the whole roasted cow and lamb. He took out about a dozen ripe oil fruits, peeled them, and put the pulp in a bowl. The sauce was also prepared in a ceramic bowl. Salt, chili powder, sugar, and other seasonings were all placed neatly in bowls. For a brush, he used willow branches, cutting them to make simple brushes for applying the sauce to the roasting meat. Changxia, why are you shelling so much golden corn? And Millet, why are you shelling that too? Turning their heads, Maple Leaf and the others noticed a wooden basin by the table, filled with shelled golden corn and millet, and asked curiously, "We'll need them for lunch, so I shelled some in advance," Changxia replied. Kongshan Shishing carried a bowl and watched Shen Rong mix the sauce, learning as he watched. At the same time, he helped Shen Rong brush the sauce onto the roasting cow and lamb. Once the mung beans and red beans were ground, Maple Leaf went to grind the tofu. Changxia took Nanfeng into the kitchen to start steaming mung bean and red bean cakes. The cakes were steamed in advance and eaten cold for a richer, more flavorful taste. Bai Qing watched Maple Leaf work the grinder with curiosity. There weren't many soybeans soaking today, so Maple Leaf didn't use the big millstone. Instead, she used the small stone grinder Shen Rong had made for Changxia. This is a stone grinder, used for grinding things, Maple Leaf explained. She even let Bai Qing try it out a few times. Siyu came over, took Bai Qing's hand, and joined in to feel what it was like to use the grinder. She praised Changxia for her cleverness. While the stone grinder might not be much use for the strong tribes, for the 3 smaller tribes, it was definitely a valuable tool. This is great, Siyu said. Changxia, have you documented how to make this stone grinder? I think if you gave one to the 3 tribes, Chief Senlu of the Deer tribe would be thrilled. I'll have Shen Rong put together some instructions later and send them to the 3 tribes, Changxia called back from the kitchen. When organizing the materials, the first thing to consider was the gifts sent by the various tribes. After all, those were each tribe's specialties and would be most useful to them. The sun climbed higher. A gentle breeze carried a hint of warmth. Muqin had already returned and was now in the kitchen helping to wrap dumplings. Shen Rong and the other 3 orcs turned the spits over the fire, roasting the whole cow and lamb. Nearby, there was even an oven, with Shen Rong in charge of roasting the meat. Muqin, how much longer until Jen gets here? Sui asked. Muqin replied, soon. He'll be bringing the wolf orcs from the Tianlang tribe with him. Do you want Changxia to go out and greet them? Let's wait a bit. If the wolf tribe hasn't arrived soon, we'll have Changxia and Shen Rong go to the Baihu commercial district to pick them up. The kitchen is almost ready. Maple Leaf and Nanfeng can move the tables and chairs, Si said. Just then, Changxia heard the conversation and came over. Clearly, she had the same idea as Suyi. If the wolf orcs from the Tianlang tribe didn't show up soon, she planned to take Shen Rong to the Baihu commercial district to fetch them. Lunch preparations were all done, now they were just waiting for Elder Tiantai and the others. Haha, I can smell something delicious. Elder Tiantai's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard gate. A moment later, Jen led a group of orcs from the Tianlang tribe through the gate and into the courtyard. They're here. Changxia's eyes lit up. She exchanged a glance with Suyi, called out to Shen Rong, and went up to greet them. Elder Tianai, Chief Gawa. Welcome. Please come in. Changxia smiled, and together with Shen Rong, they welcomed the wolf orcs from the Tianlang tribe inside. Maple Leaf and Nan Feng set up the long table under the pavilion in the corridor. Another table was placed in the small living room. With the sun blazing in the courtyard, it was too hot to eat outside like before, so they couldn't just set up the tables and chairs in the open. Sorry to intrude during the long summer, Elder Tiantai said kindly. At the sight of Elder Tiantai's gentle demeanor, the wolf beastmen nearby couldn't help but shiver. It was obvious that Elder Tiantai was usually quite stern in the Skywolf tribe, so this sudden display of warmth left the wolf beastmen a bit at a loss. You're not intruding at all. I'm always happy to have guests from the wolf tribe, Changxia replied with a smile, inviting Elder Tiantai and the Jua chief to take a seat. Before Changxia could say more, Jen had already sat down and started helping to greet the wolf tribe guests. So you didn't say anything, but nodded politely to Elder Tiantai and the other wolf beastmen as a greeting. This roast whole cow smells amazing. And is that a whole roast sheep next to it? As everyone took their seats, the aroma of the roasting beef and mutton turning on the spit in the empty mountain air was impossible to ignore. The scent had reached them even outside the cave, making their mouths water. The elders sat at the pavilion table. The younger wolf beastmen gathered in the small living room. Without Elder Tiantai and Si present, the atmosphere immediately became lively. Maple Leaf and South Wind brought out plates of freshly steamed mung bean and red bean cakes, paired with sweet root juice and a small piece of fragrant fruit. The wolf beastmen stared in amazement. As expected of Changxia, so generous. Gulp. Some of the wolf beastmen couldn't help but swallow hungrily. Shen Rong, is all this really for us? Qing Xin asked nervously. Shen Rong chuckled. If it's on the table, it's for you. Don't be shy. These treats are rare, but they're meant to be eaten. With Shen Rong's reassurance, the wolf beastmen at the long table in the small living room cheered and eagerly reached out to taste the mung bean and red bean cakes. They saved the sweet root juice and fragrant fruit for last, not because they didn't want to eat them, but because they were reluctant to finish them too quickly. Once Qing Xin and the others were settled, Shen Rong left again. The roast beef needed another 10 minutes or so, but the roast mutton was ready. Shishing began carving the meat with a beast knife. Since the long table was too small to hold the whole roast beef or mutton, they simply carved the meat at the spit and brought it to the table in wooden bowls. These are golden stick grains. The Jua chief stared intently at the ceramic bowl before him, which was filled with golden stick millet porridge. He didn't recognize the millet, but he could never mistake golden stick grains. After a lifetime of eating golden sticks, he knew exactly what they looked like. Yes, this is golden stick millet porridge, Changxia said with a smile. She pointed to the freshly steamed buns in the sieve beside her and continued, these are golden stick buns, made by grinding dried golden stick grains into flour. They taste wonderful. Changxia, is this millet the one I'm thinking of? Elder Tianai asked, a bit more composed than the other wolf beastmen, though his slightly trembling voice betrayed his excitement. Elder Tianai, I named this millet myself. It's the new plant your tribe brought. Once shelled, it can be cooked into porridge with golden stick grains, or made into red bean and millet rice dumplings. Changxia smiled as she carefully introduced each dish on the table. Whether at the pavilion or in the small living room, all the wolf beast men were visibly excited and energized. These were all foods that could be stored for later. Gurgle. As they spoke, several stomachs rumbled with hunger. At the long table, Changxia paused. So you quickly picked up the conversation, smiling, Changxia, let's eat and talk. Come on, everyone, have a seat. Yes, let's eat and chat. The smell alone is making me hungry, let's dig in. Jen picked up his wooden chopsticks and was the first to take a piece of roast beef. With Jen leading the way, the other beastmen also picked up their bowls and chopsticks. Changxia and Shen Rong sat at the pavilion in the corridor. Maple Leaf and the others joined the wolf beastmen in the small living room. Golden stick millet porridge is so comforting, Elder Tiantai said contentedly. His gums had been inflamed lately, and nothing had tasted good, but now he was happily sipping from his bowl. Enjoying the food, he found himself more patient with the dishes on the table. He tried a bit of everything, growing happier with each bite. At his age, a little roast beef or mutton was fine, but too much was hard on his teeth. So Elder Tiandai especially enjoyed the millet and red bean dumplings and the steamed ribs with millet, both soft and sweet, just to his taste. Seeing this, Changxia pushed those two dishes closer to him and explained their preparation in detail. Elder Tiandai dipped his golden stick bun into the millet porridge, eating it with the steamed ribs, his usually stern face now showing rare warmth and affection. Chief Gawa, how much golden stick and millet does the Skywolf tribe have? Our tribe would like to trade for more so the elders can eat them regularly, Jen said, gnawing on roast beef, clearly getting addicted. Likewise, Chief Gawa was devouring the roast mutton. For them, roast beef, mutton, and barbecue were the most satisfying, though the steamed ribs with millet and the red bean millet dumplings were also excellent. Golden stick can be traded, but not millet, Gawa shook his head, explaining, all the millet we brought this time has been given to Changxia. The rest is still unharvested in the Clear Moon Forest. If the Heluo Tribe wants to trade, you'll have to wait for the next exchange. It's not that the Skywolf Tribe is being stingy. They really don't have any corn. Chief Jen, don't worry. There's plenty of corn in the Forest of Clear Moon. At first, our tribe thought corn was just a weed and didn't pay much attention to it. We only harvested it this time by accident, of course, thanks in large part to Changxia and the shaman's reminder. Elder Tianai broke apart a golden corn bun and tossed it into the corn porridge. He found that eating the bun this way made it even tastier. Seeing this, Changxia smiled gently, lips pressed together. Elder Tiantai was impressive. He didn't even need to be taught how to soak the bun in the porridge. The 5 grains all look very much like wild grasses, so Changxia wasn't at all surprised that the wolf tribe orcs mistook corn for weeds. In fact, Changxia was quite shocked that the Sky Wolf tribe managed to harvest so much corn. After all, it took courage and decisiveness. How many harvests of corn are there in a year? Jen asked nervously. Gawa replied, there are at least 2. Our tribe never paid much attention before, so I can't say for sure how many harvests there are in a year. But at least 2. Excellent. Jen clapped his hands and laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Changxia fell silent. No need to plan it, and there are at least 2 harvests a year. The beast god has blessed the beast tribes so much, yet the orcs are always hungry. For a moment, Changxia didn't even know how to complain. It's like having food right in front of your mouth and still starving to death, truly exasperating. After confirming the exchange of corn and golden corn buns, the orcs began discussing road construction. At the same time, Elder Tian'ai and Chief Gawa invited Changxia and Shen Rong to stay at the Skywolf tribe for a while. Changxia nodded happily and agreed. Seeing this, Elder Tian'ai and the other wolf tribe orcs were overjoyed. There was no alcohol, so the meal didn't last too long. The White Lake Commercial District was busy, so after the meal, Elder Tiantai and the others didn't linger. Still savoring the taste, they hurried back to the commercial district. The main purpose of their visit was to invite Changxia and Chenrong to the Forest of Clear Moon. They got the answer they wanted and enjoyed a delicious lunch. It was a win-win. I'm so full, Nan Feng said, rubbing her belly as she lounged on a bench, her face full of satisfaction. She was truly stuffed and very content. Maple Leaf sighed, if we ate like this every meal, I'd get fat and wouldn't be able to run in the forest. Don't overthink it. This meal was specially prepared to host the Skywolf tribe. Who would make so many dishes for a regular meal? Changxia retorted. This time, she wasn't about to indulge Nan Feng. Just this lunch had kept them busy all morning. She was exhausted, but thankfully Muqin and the others came to help. Changxia's right. No matter how much food we have, we can't eat like this every meal, Muqin agreed, her face showing the same satisfied look as Nan Feng. She'd never imagined she'd one day get to eat such delicious food. All her care for Changxia had truly paid off. This kid was amazing. The same ingredients, but in her hands. The taste was just extraordinary. If they really started building the road, they probably wouldn't get to eat Changxia's cooking for a while. Thinking of this, Muqin felt that road construction wasn't so wonderful after all. Heh. Sui chuckled softly but didn't say anything. Who wouldn't want to eat like this every day? But the circumstances just don't allow it. Chief, when does the exchange event end? Changxia asked. At this. Nanfeng perked up immediately. When the exchange event ended, she and Xixing would set off for the Heluo Tribe. If not for the road construction, Changxia would also be going with Shen Rong to the Skywolf Tribe in the Forest of Clear Moon. But because of the road project, Changxia's trip would be delayed a few days. The exact arrangements would depend on the tribe and the shaman. 3 days, Jen replied. 3 days, Changxia repeated twice, then asked, Grandma Suyi, should I scout the route first or go with Shen Rong to the Skywolf Tribe in the Forest of Clear Moon? Suyi was silent. After a moment, she looked up at Jen. Jen, what do you think? Suyi asked for his opinion. Although she valued Changxia, Changxia was still an orc of the Heluo Tribe. I'll follow the shaman's decision, Jen answered without hesitation. If you take the Heluo Tribe and the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall as the center, the Forest of Clear Moon is to the north of the Shaman Hall. Similarly, the Lion Tribe's Heavenly Lion Tribe is also to the north. The only difference is that one is northeast, the other northwest. But they're both in the north. To the west is the Heluo Tribe in the Wangwei Mountains. To the south is the Yuanhu Tribe, and to the east is the Bear Tribe of the Dadi Tribe. The remaining Beast tribes surround the 5 major tribes. The Heluo Tribe is right next to Kana Sacred Mountain, so the Leopard Tribe is a bit farther from the others. The Heluo Tribe will help Changxia prepare. She and Shen Rong will first go to the Skywolf Tribe in the Forest of Clear Moon for a few days to get familiar with the area. Then, starting from the Skywolf Tribe, they'll build a road to the Heavenly Lion Tribe, connecting with Baiqing. Siyu took out a blank sheet and wrote Skywolf Tribe, Forest of Clear Moon. Then, she slowly wrote Heavenly Lion Tribe. Then, clockwise, she wrote the names of the other beast tribes. Finally, she stopped her pen at Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall. Shaman, who should the tribe send with Changxia to the Forest of Clear Moon? Muqin asked hesitantly. If it were for road construction, the tribe would send 1 or 2 elders, but for a visit to the Forest of Clear Moon, that might not be appropriate. End of this chapter. According to the arrangements for surveying the road, select young orcs from the tribe to go along. This road survey will also be a kind of training, Siyu decided after careful thought. The western lands were unsettled. The eastern lands couldn't just sit and wait, they needed to train the younger generation. Is that okay? Muqin hesitated. Will the Skywolf Tribe misunderstand and think we're trying to show them up? Notes and website promotional text omitted for clarity. Who does the Heluo Tribe plan to send with Changxia on this trip? Suye's expression grew a little complicated as she glanced at Jen and Muqin. The younger ones like Maple Leaf and Nanfeng probably didn't know the details, but as the tribe chief, Jen definitely did. 1 or 2 elders, Jen replied. Siyu rubbed her forehead and complained, if I remember correctly, when the disaster struck the Twilight Forest years ago, the Heluo Tribe only sent 2 elders, right? Yes, Jen nodded, acknowledging Suye's statement. Changxia is just going out to survey a route for the new road, and the locations are the 5 major beast tribes. The other tribes will also send their people to participate in the survey. It's not just a task for the Heluo Tribe. I don't think there's any need for elders to tag along, is there? Siyu pressed her hand to her forehead, speechless as she looked at Jen and Muqin. Sending 2 elders along, wasn't that a bit much? Besides, Changxia's current weakness is due to her innate racial traits. It has nothing to do with her actual strength. No wonder Muqin kept asking about it. Her concern made sense. If 2 elders went along, outsiders might think the Heluo Tribe was trying to show off or intimidate the Wolf Tribe. Elder Tiantai came to the Heluo Tribe for Shen Rong's sake, after all. Which, do you think the tribe would feel comfortable letting Changxia leave without any elders? This isn't Mount Wei or Misty Ridge, Jen said, spreading his hands honestly. Even within Heluo's territory, the tribe isn't at ease letting Changxia go into the forest to hunt or forage. Now, with the witch sending her out to survey a route, the tribe would only feel at ease if elders accompanied her. Even trips to Mount Wei or Misty Ridge always included at least 1 elder in the party. Leaving Heluo's territory, having 2 elders along really isn't excessive. And that's only because the other tribes will be involved. Otherwise, Heluo would probably send even more totem warriors. Suya's mouth twitched. She turned to Changxia. Changxia, what do you think? I'll do as the tribe arranges, Changxia replied softly. She was afraid that if she refused the elders' company, the tribe wouldn't let her participate in the survey at all. Knowing her people, Changxia was sure they'd do exactly that. Xi was taken aback. After a moment's silence, she agreed with Zhen's decision. She could guess what Changxia was thinking. If things weren't done the Heluo tribe's way, the leopard tribe would really bar Changxia from joining the survey, or postpone the roadwork for a year or two, saying they'd wait until Changxia was stronger before letting her leave. Honestly, if Xi didn't have faith in the 6 major tribes, she wouldn't feel comfortable letting Changxia leave Heluo either. In the end, it all came down to caring for their own young, nothing to blame there. Once the discussion was over, Xi shooed Zhen and Muqin away, yawned, and went back to her room to rest. Changxia, want to go to the Baihu commercial district? Nanfeng asked excitedly. Changxia glanced up at the blazing sun, thought for a moment, and politely declined. I'm going to take a nap first. I'll head over to the Baihu commercial district this afternoon. You shouldn't just think about having fun, get your things packed up. Time will fly by in 2 or 3 days. The exchange event at Baihu Commercial District would end in 3 days. After that, they'd be leaving for the other beast tribes. Honestly, Changxia was a bit stressed about what to bring. There seemed to be so much she needed. She didn't even know where to start. Nefeng, listen to Changxia. You and Shixing should go back to your cave and pack your things now. Don't wait until the last minute, Maple Leaf reminded her. Since they'd be leaving with Changxia, Muqin might not remember to help Nanfeng pack. Of course, it was more likely the tribe would prepare things for everyone. After all, Bai Qing was also taking Milla back to the Heavenly Lion tribe, and after years of illness, his cave was empty. The tribe would definitely provide for him. With Elder Yami overseeing things, Bai Qing wouldn't have to worry. All right. Nanfeng pouted, but agreed. She knew that packing early meant she could add anything she forgot later. It was much better than scrambling at the last minute. Besides, the tribe was busy. Her mother might not have time to help her pack. After seeing Maple Leaf and Nanfeng off, Changxia yawned and headed back to her room to rest. At this time, Su Yi and Bai Qing also returned to their rooms for a nap, planning to visit the Baihu commercial district in the afternoon. Shen Rong, what should we bring to the wolf tribe? Changxia kicked off her vine sandals, wiggled her toes, and sat on the king bed, asking Shen Rong. Just bring what the other beast folk bring, Shen Rong replied. He didn't have much experience either, so when Changxia asked, he couldn't think of anything better. Based on Suya's previous arrangements, he thought it was fine. This trip to the wolf tribe in the Qinghui forest was mainly for introductions and getting to know the wolf beast folk. Beast folk value relationships, but they can also be distant. Adult beast folk are expected to be independent. There's not much coddling between tribes. Light grass, powder, maple sugar. Changxia dangled her legs off the bed and gave Shen Rong a playful kick. Hand me some paper and a pen. I'll make a list. Light grass was the main thing. It was unique in the Twilight Forest, one of a kind. She was sure that once they gave out light grass, all the beast tribes would start eyeing the single males and females of the Heluo tribe. Shen Rong climbed onto the bed after taking off his sandals and saw Changxia muttering to herself, filling the paper with writing, crossing things out, and writing again. She looked a bit stressed. So Shen Rong said, Changxia, take a nap first. You can think about it after you wake up. I'm sure the tribe will discuss what to bring. We don't need to worry too much. From what Shen Rong knew about the Heluo tribe, they'd probably use this opportunity to set some rules about betrothal gifts. Now that there was plenty of food, beast folk would multiply quickly. Important matters like betrothal gifts wouldn't be handled as casually as before. It would probably take a day or 2 to settle everything. Maybe, in the end, they'd have to ask Siyu to make the final decision. Shen Rong, what do you think? Changxia blinked, turned over, and lay on top of Shen Rong, scooting closer as she asked curiously. She'd picked up a different meaning from Shen Rong's words. Was there still some uncertainty about the gift list? This matter involves several tribes. From what I gather, the tribes probably want to set some rules. So, we don't need to worry about it. Once the tribes make a decision, we'll just follow along, Shen Rong explained gently, stroking Chang Xia's cheek and tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as he shared his guess. Chang Xia listened. She quickly understood what Shen Rong meant. After thinking for a moment, she got it. Shen Rong, you really are clever. Fine, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm going to sleep. Chang Xia muttered, tossing aside her pen and paper and rolled over for a nap. End of this chapter. Chang Xia, over here. That afternoon, after waking up from her nap, Siyu took Chang Xia and 3 other beastmen into the Baihu commercial district. As soon as they entered, Siyu left Bai Qing with Chang Xia to show him around, while she herself headed straight for the council house. Siyu understood that if she strolled around with them, the other tribes would get nervous. It was better for her to stay in the council house while at Baihu commercial district. Besides, Siyu wasn't interested in shopping anyway, so staying in the council house suited her just fine. There was food and drink, and she didn't have to tire herself out. Chang Xia, do you want to try some seaweed barbecue? As soon as Chang Xia approached, a Bear Tribe Beastman called out to her with an invitation. Chang Xia's mouth twitched in amusement as she glanced speechlessly at Nan Feng, who was standing nearby. Who would have thought this was actually a shop run by the Earth Tribe? Is that okay? Just a small piece, please, Chang Xia replied with a smile, stepping up to greet the Bear Tribe Beastman, a cute female bear beastman. Of course. If it's for Chang Xia, you can have as much as you want. The adorable bear girl was overjoyed, and her hands moved even faster as she sprinkled sugar over the barbecue. The sugar melted with a sizzle, sending a tempting sweetness wafting through the air. Chang Xia swallowed nervously, eyeing the seaweed barbecue on the grill. This overwhelming kindness was almost too much to bear. Emma, go easy on the sugar. Chang Xia isn't used to things that sweet. Give that piece to me. Daya came out from inside the shop, smiling as she spoke. Emma was startled. Daya, are there really beastmen who don't like sweets? Haha, Nan Feng burst out laughing and explained, Emma, we do love sweets. But if barbecue is too sweet, we can't handle it. It's like how the Lion Tribe loves spicy food. Lion beastmen can eat really spicy things, but other tribes can't handle it like they do. I see. Emma suddenly understood. She handed the sugary barbecue to Daya and started grilling a new piece for Chang Xia. This time, instead of sugar, she sprinkled on chili powder. Emma had spent several days in the Heluo Tribe and had watched beastmen from other tribes grill meat. She was talented and had picked up the techniques quickly. A moment later, Chang Xia accepted the freshly grilled barbecue from Emma and asked her to cut it into 3 pieces, handing them to Shen Rong and Bai Qing. Emma, your barbecue skills are amazing. It was rich but not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender inside. Honestly, Emma's barbecue ranked among the top 3 Chang Xia had ever tasted. The best was, of course, Shen Rong's, followed by Mu Qin's. Emma's barbecue was just a notch below theirs. She really was talented. Really? Emma was over the moon. Getting Chang Xia's approval was a huge and unexpected honor for her. The other bear beastmen and beastmen from other tribes in the Earth Tribe shop all looked over, now curious about Emma's barbecue too. The Earth Tribe's seaweed barbecue was famous on the street. After all, aside from the bear beastmen of the Earth Tribe, no other tribe made barbecue with sugar. Really, Chang Xia nodded seriously. Other tribes aren't used to sweet barbecue, so you can use chili powder or other seasonings and just wrap it in seaweed. Like Daya said, sweet barbecue is best suited to the bear tribe's taste. Got it, I'll remember that, Emma replied earnestly. Emma, I'd like to try the Earth Tribe's seaweed barbecue. Could you make one for me? Emma, please grill a seaweed barbecue for me too. After Chang Xia's praise, a crowd of beastmen gathered, eager to try the seaweed barbecue. Soon, Chang Xia was squeezed out of the crowd. Are these beastmen crazy? Nan Feng stared in shock at the scene, dumbfounded. If it hadn't been for Xixing's quick reflexes in protecting her, Nan Feng might have been squashed. Chang Xia smiled slightly. She looked up at Xixing and said, Xixing, can you take us to visit the Heluo Tribe's shop? Of course, Xixing replied. Unlike Shen Rong, Xixing was a more delicate and androgynous type of handsome male. However, his actions were anything but delicate, which Chang Xia appreciated. With Xixing leading the way, the group of beastmen headed toward the Heluo Tribe's shop. Dia and Yadong had wanted to come along, but with so many beastmen crowding the Earth Tribe's shop, they had to stay behind to help. Beastmen were enthusiastic and hospitable, and the Bear Tribe naturally wanted all the beastmen who came to try their seaweed barbecue to really experience its charm. Compared to the lively, bustling Earth Tribe shop, the Heluo Tribe's shop was much quieter. In fact, it was almost eerily quiet. Xixing, isn't it a bit too quiet at the Heluo Tribe's shop? Chang Xia frowned. Xixing looked a little embarrassed and whispered, "Our shop didn't prepare any barbecue, just mud beans and some roots." Mud beans and roots were considered wild vegetables by the beastmen. The Heluo Tribe, Qingqiu Tribe, and the three tribes' shops were all deserted, even less popular than some of the smaller tribes. The reason was simple. These three tribes hadn't prepared any barbecue. Their shops only offered various vegetables, and with beastmen's love for meat, who would linger at these shops? Xixing. Hearing Xixing's voice, the Snake Tribe beastmen from the Heluo Tribe's shop came out one after another, all looking dejected and unwilling. However, when people caught sight of Changxia, the snake beast folk all broke into smiles and laughter, calling out loudly, "Chief Shi, come out quick, Changxia is here." "Changxia, welcome." Chief Shi stepped out of the shop, beaming at Changxia. A young snake was coiled around her neck. The little snake, catching a familiar scent, immediately let out an excited hissing sound. Changxia looked up and saw the baby snake on Chief Shi's neck. "Hello, Chief Shi." Changxia smiled, took a deep breath to steel herself, and slowly reached out to take the little snake, who was bouncing on Chief Shi's shoulder. She gently stroked the cool, smooth body of the baby snake with her fingertips and said warmly, "Little one, it's been a while." Hiss hiss. The baby snake hissed, remembering that Changxia didn't like it wrapping around her neck. Carefully, it twined its tail around Changxia's finger instead and rubbed its head against her palm. Its big eyes squinted in delight. It was absolutely adorable. "He really likes you," Chief Shi said softly. Actually, the cub shouldn't have come to the exchange event. But he was too clever and snuck along, hiding in a vine basket. The Heluo Tribe had no choice but to bring him along. Chief Shi, worried about bothering Changxia, made sure the cub didn't go with them when the Heluo Tribe went to deliver gifts. Because of this, the little snake had been pestering Chief Shi nonstop these past 2 days. Holding the baby snake, Changxia said happily, "He's so well-behaved and smart. I really like him too." If only he weren't a snake beast cub, Changxia would have loved to keep him in the Heluo Tribe. That little rascal Yuan He, after being forced by Shen Rong to take a bath, was now hiding in the tribe. Too scared to go back to his cave, Changxia was speechless. Hiss hiss. The baby snake understood Changxia's praise and started rolling around in her palm. The cool sensation, thanks to the cub's small size, actually felt quite heartwarming. Nearby, Nanfeng leaned in, staring intently at the little snake. If Chief Shi hadn't been standing there, she probably would have tried to snatch the cub away to play with it. End of this chapter. Nanfeng. Xixing gently patted Nanfeng, signaling her to calm down. The Heluo Tribe's shop was too quiet, and Chief Shi was clearly in a bad mood. If she got angry, Xixing worried Nanfeng might get a beating. When it came to temper, Chief Shi was even more fiery than Mu Qin. Not wanting Nanfeng to get hit, Xixing had to look out for her. "Chief Shi, has the Heluo Tribe's shop gotten a bit quieter?" Changxia handed the reluctant baby snake back to Chief Shi, glanced around the shop, and softly asked what was going on. Chief Shi replied, troubled, "The beast folk don't like wild vegetables. The other tribes only traded for some mud beans. As for the turnips, yams, and kudzu, nobody's interested. These wild vegetables could be stored, but compared to things like golden corn, seaweed candy, and chili peppers, the Heluo Tribe's mud beans were clearly less popular. Most of what the Heluo Tribe traded away actually came from the Heluo Tribe. How could that be? Changxia's expression changed slightly in surprise. Mud beans can be pressed for oil, boiled, stir-fried, or made into candied beans. Turnips can be pickled, and yams and kudzu are all great ingredients. If it were the Qingqiu tribe's ginger, scallions, and garlic not being traded much, Changxia could understand. After all, the beast folk still knew very little about seasonings. But the Shiwa tribe's mud beans, turnips, and yams were all excellent for storage. Why weren't the other tribes interested? If she could, Changxia would have bought up all the Shiwa tribe's mud beans herself. Her eyes swept the shop and landed on some sweet potatoes, making her even more excited. Even something as precious as sweet potatoes couldn't attract the beast folks' attention? Thinking of this, Changxia hurried into the shop, grabbed a sweet potato, and asked excitedly, "Chief Shi, did the Shiwa tribe dig up these sweet potatoes too? These tubers are called sweet potatoes?" "Yes, they grow all over the mountains in the Shiwa tribe. We found they can be eaten raw or boiled, and they taste pretty good. But they don't seem to store very well," Chief Shi explained, noticing Changxia's excitement and staring at her intently. Recently, the Tianling tribe had discovered a new plant, millet. Changxia had identified it as a grain, just like golden corn, suitable as a staple food for the beast folk. Chief Shi was both envious and jealous. In private, she'd often complained to the other snake beast folk, why couldn't such good fortune come to the Shiwa tribe? Now, all the golden corn brought by the Tianling tribe had been traded away. If Chief Guo hadn't refused to take advance orders, the other tribes would have lined up to reserve the next batch of golden corn and millet from the Tianling tribe. Compared to them, the Shiwa tribe's situation was much bleaker. "Chief Shi, you're mistaken. As long as sweet potatoes aren't damaged when harvested, they can be stored for half a year. Just keep them in a cellar or pile them in sand. Sweet potatoes can be eaten as a staple, they're filling and keep well. You can eat them raw, boiled, roasted, or grind them into flour, just like ginkgo nuts." As soon as Changxia finished speaking, the snake beast folk in the shop were instantly thrilled. At the same time, the once quiet shop was suddenly flooded with beast folk, all drawn by Changxia's words. "Chief Shi, our tribe wants to trade for some sweet potatoes with the Shiwa tribe. We'd like to trade for not just sweet potatoes, but also mud beans, turnips, and yams, can we?" In an instant, it seemed like everyone wanted to buy out the Shiwa tribe stock. The voices of the beast folk rose one after another. For a moment, Chief Shi was too stunned to react. Luckily, Xixing responded quickly, calling out, "Everyone, please line up to trade. Shilin, get some paper and a pen to keep track. Nanfeng, come help out." With that, Xixing called Nanfeng over to help organize the line outside. With Changxia's personal endorsement, the Shiwa tribe's shop was soon packed with beast folk from all the tribes. "If you have time, Xixing, remember to turn the things I mentioned into finished products and display them in the Shiwa tribe's shop. That way, I think it'll be good for trading." Before leaving, Changxia gave Xixing a few instructions. She wasn't blind, she could see it clearly. Compared to the snake tribe's chief, Xixing was much more reliable. "All right, I'll remember." Xixing thanked Changxia, didn't say anything more, and quickly got back to work. As Changxia was leaving, Xixing grabbed a handful of mud beans and stuffed them into her hands. She figured that after today's trading event, the Shiwa tribe would probably offer more thanks. "Are these beast folk crazy?" Bai Qing muttered. He'd almost been shoved aside just now, and his feet had been stepped on several times. Luckily, Shen Rong was quick and pulled him over to protect him. "Crazy? Not really. They're just too excited. The more they trade, the more food their tribe will have, and they can also stock up in advance for the cold season. It's a win-win," Changxia patiently explained. "Come on, let's go check out the Qingqiu tribe and the 3 tribe shops next." The Qingqiu tribe had the freshest ginger, scallions, and garlic. Changxia really liked the seasonings sent by the Qingqiu tribe. They were much better than what she could grow herself. This season, the Heluo tribe didn't have any ginger or garlic. What they ate was all stockpiled before the cold season, and most of it was actually gifts from the Qingqiu tribe last time. Very rare. "The Qingqiu tribe and the 3 tribes are nearby," Shen Rong said, pointing to 2 shops not far from the Shiwa tribe's shop. Sure enough, just like before, the fronts of those shops were deserted. At this moment, News that Changxia had come to the Baihu commercial district was spreading. Other than the beast folk who went into the Heluo Tribe's shop to trade, even more beast folk sought out Changxia, hoping to visit the shops with her. Changxia, are the wild vegetables from the Heluo Tribe really edible? A curious beast folk couldn't help but ask. Clearly, they'd all overheard Changxia and Shen Rong's conversation. Hearing that Changxia was heading to the Heluo Tribe's shop, their curiosity only grew. The ginger, scallions, and garlic from the Heluo Tribe aren't wild vegetables. They're seasonings, Changxia explained, walking step by step toward the Heluo Tribe's shop. The Heluo Tribe's shop was about 100 meters from the Heluo Tribe's. Hearing the commotion, the fox beast folk from the Heluo Tribe came out to see what was going on. When they saw Changxia approaching, they were overjoyed. "Chief Huchi, it's Changxia. Changxia is here," Hu Duan called out loudly. Soon, there was a flurry of activity from the Heluo Tribe's shop. Chief Huchi, with a head full of scallions, stumbled out of the shop. "Changxia, welcome, welcome." Huchi was over the moon. If anyone had it tough, it was the Heluo Tribe and the 3 tribes. Their goods didn't keep well, so they participated in the trading event mostly to learn. But the dismal amount of trades at their shops, it was giving both the Heluo and 3 tribes a headache. If they couldn't trade away their own goods, they couldn't exchange for anything from the other tribes. Chief Huchi had complained to Chief Senlu of the 3 tribes more than once. If they weren't afraid of bothering Su Yi, they'd have gone to her to complain too. Life was just too hard. They couldn't trade away what they brought, and without that, they had nothing to exchange with the other tribes. When the trading event ended, how could they face their own tribe? End of this chapter. Next door. Chief Senlu of the 3 tribes looked just as excited. He'd heard the news about what happened at the Heluo Tribe's shop, and now he was watching Changxia standing in front of the Heluo Tribe's shop. Chief Senlu rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. "Chief, shouldn't we go over?" Mako whispered. Chief Senlu shook his head calmly. "Let our people go have a look." "I'm not going. I'll wait for Changxia at the 3 tribes shop. Remember, don't crowd around or bother her, just wait quietly." With that, he went back to his own shop and started reorganizing the goods he'd already organized. All the other tribes came to the 3 tribes asking about fragrant fruit, but all of it had already been given to Changxia, so they had nothing left to trade. As for purple fruit, white fur fruit, and other vegetables, the other tribes weren't interested in trading for them. Chief Senlu was worried sick, he couldn't even sleep at night. Luckily, the 3 tribes' shop was a gift from the Heluo Tribe. By trading purple fruit and white fur fruit, they could at least keep the shop, but the real problem was their living cave. Chief Senlu was worried that once the trading event ended, the 3 tribes wouldn't have anything left to pay their debts. But let's set aside Chief Senlu's worries for now. At the Heluo Tribe's shop, a crowd of beast folk had gathered. They curiously examined the goods in the shop, hoping Changxia would explain. After so many rounds of bombardment from Changxia, all the beast folk had unparalleled trust and respect for her. The ginger, scallions, and garlic from the Heluo Tribe are all excellent seasonings. Haven't any of you traded for them? Changxia said with a smile, her gaze shifting to the other items on the shop's shelves. She was already familiar with ginger, scallions, and garlic. But the other items on the shelves instantly caught her eye. Sichuan peppercorns, black pepper, star anise, bay leaves. When she saw what was on the shelves, Changxia's face flushed with excitement. "Changxia, calm down," Shen Rong said gently. He reached out, placed his hand on her shoulder, and gave it a gentle squeeze, snapping Changxia out of her excitement. She glanced over the shelves, some of the seasonings she'd seen before in her own kitchen. They were all essential for cooking. It seemed the Heluo Tribe had been very lucky. These seemingly ordinary little things were actually indispensable for making delicious food. Changxia loved experimenting with different dishes, so these seasonings were very important to her. No wonder she was so excited. "Chief Huchi, I'll take all the seasonings on your shelves. However you want to trade, just let me know," Changxia said boldly, then pointed to the slightly wilted ginger, scallions, and garlic outside. "I'll take all those too." After speaking, she felt it was a bit inappropriate. "So, Chief Huchi, All the goods the Qingqiu tribe brought this time, I'll take them all for the Heluo tribe. I'll make the decision. As soon as she finished speaking, the nearby orcs were stunned. At the same time, Chief Huchi and the fox orcs of the Qingqiu tribe were also dumbfounded. Heaven one moment, hell the next. That was the perfect way to describe what the Qingqiu tribe orcs were feeling. Changxia, can you really eat all those ginger, scallions, and garlic? While the others were still in shock, Chief Huchi came back to his senses. He didn't immediately agree to Changxia's proposal, but instead worried whether she could finish all the goods. Afraid the goods would spoil, the Qingqiu tribe hadn't brought that much. But compared to other tribes, it was still tens of thousands of jin, a considerable amount. Changxia, save some for our tribe. Yeah, our tribe wants to trade for some seasonings too. But Changxia, can you tell us how to use these ginger, scallions, and garlic? The things on the shelves smell great. Are they for repelling insects? Soon, the other orcs reacted. They all started to persuade Changxia to calm down. Ginger, scallions, garlic, these things grew in every tribe, just not in this season. If they really tasted good, they wouldn't mind trading with the Qingqiu tribe. All orcs, please step back and leave the shop. Give Changxia some space to talk about the uses of ginger, scallions, and garlic, Shen Rong said gently, persuading the orcs crowding into the Qingqiu tribe's shop to leave. He wanted to give Changxia more room to move around the shelves. I thought none of you wanted to trade with the Qingqiu tribe, so you weren't interested in seasonings, Changxia said with a smile, teasing the orcs. She spotted some familiar faces in the crowd and felt more at ease. She reached out and picked up some ginger, scallions, and garlic, weighing them lightly in her hand. Let's set aside the other seasonings for now. I'll tell you about the uses of these three in cooking. First, ginger. Most beast folk don't like fish, but I do. Fish is very cold in nature, so adding ginger not only removes the fishy smell, but also balances the coldness. Besides fish, things like crabs and shellfish, snails, clams, crabs, etc. also need ginger. Unfortunately, the Twilight Forest is far from the sea, but if you ever get seafood, remember to add ginger. Similarly, scallions add fragrance and remove odors. Scallion oil noodles, scallion pancakes, they're delicious. If I get the chance, I'll make some for everyone to try. Garlic enhances flavor and also disinfects and kills germs. When eating mushrooms, always add some garlic. If the mushrooms change color, remember not to eat them, they're poisonous. Changxia kept it simple, sharing what she knew as clearly as possible. She especially emphasized the importance of garlic. She also told everyone that if you get caught in the rain or get cold during the cold season, you can boil ginger in water to drive out the chill. Gradually, more and more orcs gathered in front of the Qingqiu tribe shop. Everyone listened quietly to Changxia's explanations. Some thoughtful ones even took out paper and pen to take notes. At the end of the street, in the council house, Su Yi and the other orcs sat quietly, smiles of satisfaction on their faces. It was obvious they were well aware of what was happening on Baihu Commercial Street. They knew everything Changxia had done. Jen, do you still mind that I let Changxia participate in route surveying and road building? Si asked with a smile, turning to look at Jen. Jen shook his head. I was too narrow-minded. Changxia needs a bigger stage. The Heluo tribe can't hold her back. If a fledgling eagle wants to learn to fly, we have to be ruthless enough to push her off the cliff. Without hardship, she can't become strong, Si said, her smile fading, a cold and determined look in her eyes. She doted on Changxia, but she didn't want to spoil her. So, sometimes, being tough was necessary. Elder Datong will go to Songhan to replace Elder Pukong. For this route survey, the tribe has decided to send Elder Pukong and Elder Senda with Changxia. Jen announced the Heluo tribe's decision. At first, they'd considered sending even more elders, but in the end, just Pukong and Senda would go. With these two elders, even the most dangerous Death Canyon in the Twilight Forest wouldn't be a problem. P.S. This chapter ends. Si looked expressionlessly at Jen and the others. The Heluo tribe sending out those two elders, did they want to wipe out the 5 great tribes? Tell Pukong and Senda to take it easy. Don't stir up too much trouble among the tribes, Or if the other tribes send out their elders, I won't be responsible, Siyu warned after a moment's thought. Once the other tribes heard that Pukong and Senda were going, they'd definitely be uneasy. So you could already imagine how lively Changxia's route survey trip would be. Ahem. Jen's face changed, looking a bit awkward. Neither of those two elders were people you could easily persuade. Jen wasn't stupid. Try to talk them out of it? What a joke. Besides, with Changxia in the group, the two elders probably wouldn't go overboard. That's what Jen thought anyway. Clearly, Siyu saw through Jen's thoughts. She shot him a look. Sending those two elders along was obviously to give Changxia a challenge. But considering their strength, Siyu couldn't bring herself to object. Back on Baihu Commercial Street. After Changxia finished explaining ginger, scallions, and garlic, she moved on to other seasonings like Sichuan pepper and black pepper, describing their uses while mentioning all sorts of delicious dishes. By the end, the orcs up and down the street were swallowing their saliva. The Heluo Tribe's shop shelves were instantly cleared out by the other tribes. At the end, the various tribes gathered to discuss the next exchange with Chief Huchi. After all, at the end of the commercial street stood a task board. If you couldn't place an order, you could always pre-order. It was clearly the same idea, but the orcs from each tribe insisted on saying it differently. After buying out the Heluo Tribe, everyone's gaze naturally shifted to the nearby three tribes. All the orcs knew that Changxia's next destination was the three tribes. Chief Senlu took a deep breath and stood in front of his shop. His expression was a mix of excitement, anticipation, and nervousness. Chief Senlu, Changxia she's coming, whispered Mauka. Inside the three tribes' shop, the orcs from the tribe were just as nervous and anxious as Chief Senlu, taking deep breaths to steady themselves. Mia, get some water ready for Changxia, Senlu said in a low voice. Then he stepped forward with a smile to greet her. Changxia, welcome to the three tribes shop. Did you try the fragrant fruit we sent you last time? Did you like the taste? If you did, when the next batch ripens, I'll have our people send you more. Chief Senlu, you're too kind. The fragrant fruit was delicious. But honestly, I think the purple fruit and white fuzz fruit taste even better than the fragrant fruit. Changxia replied with a smile. The fragrant fruit was known to be tasty. Countless orcs had vouched for it. Whether Changxia praised it or not didn't really matter. But the purple fruit and white fuzz fruit were different. With Changxia's recommendation, other tribes might be interested in trading for these vegetables. Changxia understood this even better than Chief Senlu. The orcs from the other tribes who had come along were here precisely to learn about this. They knew the purple fruit and white fuzz fruit were edible. But how to eat them and how to store them, those were the things they most wanted to know. The cooking methods of the three tribes weren't recognized by the other tribes. Really? Chief Senlu was so excited he could barely speak. With Changxia's endorsement, the vegetables from the three tribes wouldn't have to worry about finding trading partners. Our tribe is willing to trade for 1,000 caddies of purple fruit and white fuzz fruit. Our tribe also agrees to trade with the three tribes. Changxia, could you tell us how to eat the purple fruit and white fuzz fruit? And these wild vegetables spoil so easily, we're worried that by the time we bring them back to our tribe, they'll have all gone bad. The tribes had been hesitant to trade for vegetables and such. For two simple reasons. First, they didn't know how to eat them. Second, vegetables spoil easily and are hard to store. No need to worry, everyone. It's true that purple fruit and white fuzz fruit spoil quickly. For example, purple fruit can be dried for storage, or pickled to extend its shelf life. White fuzz fruit is even easier. You can add sugar to make white fuzz fruit candy, Changxia said with a gentle laugh, giving them the answers they wanted. Finally, when it came to how to eat these vegetables, Changxia told the orcs directly that she would personally prepare a vegetable feast for everyone to try later. However, there wasn't enough time today, so it would have to wait until tomorrow. Simple purple fruit or white fuzz fruit stews didn't require Changxia's help. She wanted to make several vegetable dishes so the orcs wouldn't always think of just eating meat. Vegetables could be delicious too. Ahem. Even though Changxia herself loved eating meat. But you have to eat some vegetables too, right? Changxia, have some more water, Mia said, bringing over a bowl. With Changxia's words today, The three tribes no longer had to worry about their vegetables not being traded. Changxia took the bowl and drank it all in one go. "Thank you," she said to Mia. The orcs in the three tribes shop were different from those Changxia had met before. They were more slender. It was obvious. They must be from the cat or rabbit tribes. Orcs could tell each other's tribe by height and build. The weaker tribes tended to be a bit shorter and slimmer. Their features were also softer. "Thank you, Changxia, thank you." Chief Senla kept expressing his gratitude. Even though the other tribes hadn't officially agreed to trade yet, he could see the interest on their faces. This was a good start. Changxia waved her hand and said, "No need to thank me yet, Chief Senlu. Just pick out 1 or 2 of each vegetable from your shop's shelves and have 2 orcs come back with me to the Baihu Cave. Tonight, I'll teach them how to cook. Tomorrow, you can make a few dishes in front of the three tribe shop." As Changxia explained, Chief Senla listened intently. "Mauka, pack things up and later you and Mia go with Changxia to the Baihu Cave," Senla said, helping to pack up himself. If it weren't for the need to keep someone at the shop, he'd have gone with Changxia himself. In the Twilight Forest, everyone knew Changxia's cooking was the best. What a pity. Even as he sighed, Chief Senla didn't slow down. Soon, he had packed a few of each vegetable from the shelves, and Mauka put them into a rattan basket to take to the Baihu Cave. "Changxia, do you want to keep shopping?" Shen Rong reached out to wipe the sweat from Changxia's forehead and asked. Changxia looked at the setting sun and shook her head. "No, not today. I'd better head back to the Baihu Cave early. I still have to teach Mia how to cook. There are 2 more days of trading, so I'll come back tomorrow to keep shopping." She was extremely glad she'd made a wise decision earlier. She'd organized all the gifts from the various tribes into a record. Otherwise, Changxia would be busy with far more than just a few tribal shops. If that were the case, she wouldn't have time to browse at all. She might not even get through a single shop. "Baiqing, do you want to keep shopping?" Shen Rong turned to Baiqing. Since Changxia was heading back to the Baihu Cave, he would naturally go with her. "I'm done too, heading home," Baiqing said. He'd come to the Baihu Commercial District to hang out, hoping to find Xiling and the others. But after wandering around, he hadn't run into them, and he didn't feel like shopping anymore. After all, nothing in the commercial street could compare to Changxia's cooking. End of this chapter. "Changxia, we're ready," Senla said, stepping out of the three tribes shop. Beside him were 2 rattan baskets, each filled with all kinds of vegetables. Common ones, uncommon ones, all packed tightly in the rattan baskets, not a single gap left. Changxia said goodbye to the other beast folk, telling everyone she planned to return to the White Lake Cave and would come back to the commercial street tomorrow to hang out. No one made things difficult for her. They all dispersed, heading back to their own shops to wrap up a long day's work. "All right," Changxia smiled, then asked, "Chief Senlu, are these 2 friends coming with me to the White Lake Cave?" "Yes," Senla replied. "This is Mauka from the cat tribe, and Mia is a rabbit beast folk. Mia is very skilled with her hands and especially good at cooking." The word cooking was something he learned after coming to the Heluo Tribe. For them, the most common dishes were stews and roasted meat. Cooking sounded so fancy. Every time Chief Senla said it, he felt a little more spirited, as if just saying the word made the food taste better. Unfortunately, Changxia couldn't hear what Chief Senlu was thinking. If she could, she'd definitely tell him that delicious food had nothing to do with whether or not you could say the word cooking. "Hello. Do you need any help?" Changxia asked. Mauka quickly shook his head. "No need. We're fine, Changxia," Mia said sweetly, 2 dimples appearing as she politely declined Changxia's offer. The rattan baskets from the 3 tribes were a bit smaller than those from other beastfolk tribes, so Mauka and Mia could easily carry them. Changxia didn't insist. She and Shen Rong led the way. Baiqing had said he'd go back to the White Lake Cave with them, but then turned and hurried off toward the council house. Just like the weather in June, changing in the blink of an eye. But Changxia didn't say anything. She let Baiqing go. After all, he wouldn't be much help at the cave anyway. "Is Baiqing just messing with us?" Changxia pouted. "Maybe the shaman needed him for something," Shen Rong replied. "Forget it," Changxia waved her hand, not dwelling on it. She led Mauka and Mia out of the White Lake Commercial District, through the walls, and back to the White Lake Cave. Wow! It's so beautiful here, Mia exclaimed, gazing in awe at White Lake and the cave dwellings. This was a world completely different from her own tribe, clean, tidy, and beautiful. She tried to use every positive word she could think of, but none of them could capture the scene before her eyes. Mauka was a bit more composed. He'd been to the White Lake Cave before with Chief Senlo to deliver gifts to Changxia. Even though he wasn't as shocked as the first time, the amazement in his heart hadn't lessened. When would the three-tribe settlement ever become as beautiful as the Heluo Tribe? That was a question all beast folk tribes wanted answered. Once you'd seen the Heluo Tribe, things were different. Gradually, the other beast folk tribes couldn't help but start comparing themselves. They longed for their own homes to be as nice as the Heluo tribes. Maybe that was one of the hidden goals behind Su Yi and the Heluo tribe organizing this exchange, to use the best side of the Heluo tribe to stir up a bit of envy and admiration, and to make the other beast folk truly desire change from the bottom of their hearts. Keeping clean, washing up regularly, these things seem trivial, but in practice, they're not easy. The Heluo tribe only got used to washing and using toilets because the tribe enforced it strictly, and even then, it took more than half a year. It only worked so smoothly because the tribe valued and indulged Changxia. But the same approach wouldn't work in other beast folk tribes. Beautiful, isn't it? Changxia lifted her chin proudly, beaming with happiness. That compliment made her feel very satisfied. At least, all her hard work and the Heluo tribes over the past few months had paid off. Mia's dimples appeared again as she said earnestly, "It's absolutely gorgeous." "Changxia, you're amazing." Hee. Changxia grinned. "I'm not as amazing as you say. If the three tribes want to build houses and roads, they can make their settlement just as beautiful as the Heluo tribes. It's not hard, really, it's quite simple." She wasn't lying. With the beast folk's physical strength, building houses and roads wasn't difficult at all. It just took some time, that's all. "Changxia, are you serious?" Mia's round apricot eyes widened as she stared at Changxia. Next to her, Mauka almost dropped his basket, clearly shocked by what Changxia had said. "I never lie." Changxia reached out and patted Mia's shoulder twice. Honestly, she found Mia pretty adorable, those dimples, those big eyes. Her smile was just too sweet. In that moment, Changxia suddenly understood why Nan Feng and the others liked her beast form so much. Who doesn't love a cute, cuddly pet? "Which mountain range do the three tribes live in?" Shen Rong asked. Mauka followed Changxia and Shen Rong through the courtyard gate, into the cave's yard, and set the rattan basket down on the steps under the eaves. "The Gray Mist Prairie. My tribe lives there, bordering the Sky Lion tribe and close to the Snake Mountain tribe." The three-tribe settlement was right next to two major beastfolk tribes in a prime location. Whenever dangerous beasts appeared nearby, the Sky Lion and Snake Mountain tribes would help clear them out. So life in the three tribes was relatively peaceful, without too much danger. Being neighbors with two big beastfolk tribes, the three tribes are really lucky, Shen Rong said, pausing in surprise as he looked at Mauka and Mia. He felt even more respect for Su Yi. If the three tribes had lived in the Western lands, things would be completely different. Forget about a peaceful life, they'd probably end up as vassals to a stronger tribe, unable to lift their heads. Mauka and Mia grinned happily. Every cold season, the Sky Lion and Snake Mountain tribes help us get through winter. Without their help, we'd lose a lot of people every year, Mia said, her words sad but her face full of life and hope. It was clear she was deeply grateful to those tribes. Mauka looked at Changxia with admiration and added, "Now, with the way Changxia taught us to eat white nuts, our tribe has gathered all the white nuts from the Gray Mist Prairie. This year, we won't need help from the Sky Lion or Snake Mountain tribes. Who knows, maybe we'll even be able to send them some white nuts or vegetables during the cold season. Website promo and navigation omitted. Let me know if you need the rest, or want any parts reworded." "Really? That's wonderful." Listening to the hopeful conversation between Mia and Mauka, Changxia's face also broke into a joyful smile. Let's work hard today and come up with more ways to cook vegetables. When the cold season comes, we can have the 3 tribes help the other beast tribes. Really? Our tribe can help the other beast tribes. Mia and Mauka were so happy they were practically ecstatic. All along, the 3 tribes had always been the ones receiving support and help from the other beast tribes. Now, hearing Changxia say that the 3 tribes could help others, Mia and Mauka looked at her in disbelief. We can, Changxia said confidently, pointing at the vegetables in the basket. Vegetables are precious. They're just as essential to the daily diet of beast folk as anything else. End of this chapter. Shen Rong, did you see Nanfeng when you came back just now? Changxia patted her head and asked. There was a lot to do, turning 2 big baskets of vegetables into dishes. Mauka and Mia were both new to this and couldn't help much, so it was just her and Shen Rong, and they were struggling to keep up. Shen Rong thought for a moment and replied, the Snake Mountain tribe's shop beast folk have already left, so Nanfeng should be done. Do you want her to come help? Following Changxia's gaze, Shen Rong looked over at the basket of vegetables and immediately guessed what she was thinking. Yeah, there are a lot of vegetables. Just the 2 of us might not be able to handle it all. Plus, we still need to go to the tribe to get some fresh meat. Changxia thought aloud. They'd finished the meat in the cellar at lunch, so she needed to go to the tribe to trade for more. Sorry. How about I go to the White Lake Market? Mauka suggested awkwardly, glancing at Changxia. At the White Lake Market, the Heluo Tribe would provide food, but it wasn't free, everything had to be traded. Right now, the 3 tribes' vegetables weren't worth much. Changxia smiled and shook her head, gently refusing Mauka's suggestion. Mauka, you and Mia don't need to feel awkward. Since I offered to help your tribe figure out how to cook and store vegetables, you don't need to worry about anything else. It's just a bit of meat, don't feel like you owe me. Don't forget, I've already accepted so many gifts from you. I can't just take advantage of you for nothing. Mauka and Mia weren't foolish. They could tell Changxia was looking out for them. That made them feel warm inside. Mauka, if you really want to help, why don't you go to the White Lake Market and ask Nanfeng and Maple Leaf to come over? Just tell them Changxia needs their help, Shen Rong said. Letting Mauka go find Nanfeng and Maple Leaf at the market, while he went to the tribe to trade for meat. Of course, the tribe would never actually ask Changxia for anything in return. Okay, I'll go to the White Lake Market right now, Mauka replied briskly. Shen Rong helped carry the baskets to the pavilion and asked, I'm heading to the tribe. Besides fresh meat, do you need anything else? I can't think of anything right now, just use your judgment, Changxia said, tilting her head in thought. Her cellar was pretty well stocked anyway. Normally, they didn't even lack fresh meat, since Su Yi and Bai Qing were living with her, and the tribe always sent plenty of supplies. At lunch, they'd hosted the wolf beast folk from the Sky Wolf tribe, so all the meat had been used for barbecue, which was why they were out. All right, I'll decide, Shen Rong replied. With that, he walked down the corridor and left the courtyard. Changxia, thank you. Mia didn't know what else to say. She could only keep thanking her, hoping to express her heartfelt gratitude. Changxia patted Mia's shoulder and then playfully pinched her round cheek, smiling. Mia, don't be so formal. There's no need to keep thanking me. Come on, let's empty out all the vegetables and lay them out so I can see what we've got. As she spoke, she went to the kitchen and brought out a bamboo sieve, while Mia fetched a wooden basin and set it on the ground. There were 2 big baskets of vegetables, hundreds of pounds in total. Some leafy greens were a bit wilted, but the rest looked very fresh. You could really tell how vigorous the plants and animals were in the twilight forest. Radishes, cabbage, cauliflower, broccoli, mustard greens, celery, carrots, tomatoes, purple fruit, cucumbers, pumpkins, white-furred fruit, bitter melon, chives, onions, daylilies, lilies. Some Changxia recognized, others she didn't. Mia, the vegetables from your 3 tribes are so fresh and beautiful. Changxia broke off a piece of cabbage and popped it in her mouth, crisp, sweet, and refreshing, without even a hint of bitterness. It tasted even better than the cabbage grown in the Heluo Tribe, so crunchy and delicious. Changxia thought of kimchi. Her gaze shifted to the radishes and cucumbers nearby, pickled radishes, pickled cucumbers, sweet or sour. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Changxia, the wild vegetables from the gray mist prairie are the tastiest in the whole twilight forest, Mia said confidently. Even the shamans acknowledged the quality of the prairie's wild vegetables. The 3 tribes were the only beast folk who regularly sent wild vegetables to the shaman hall on Mount Kana. The wild vegetables at the shaman hall on Mount Kana have always been supplied by our tribe. The Sky Lion and Snake Mountain tribes sometimes come to the Gray Mist Prairie to trade for wild vegetables, too. But unfortunately, our tribe doesn't know how to preserve them. Every cold season, when everything withers, we have a really hard time. At first, Mia sounded proud and confident. But as she spoke, her voice grew softer until it was almost trembling with tears. Changxia didn't try to comfort her with words. She knew that vegetables could be preserved by dehydrating or drying them. The only issue was that it affected the taste. She was certain the 3 tribes had tried drying them before, but there could be many reasons why it hadn't worked out. She'd invited the 3 tribes here precisely to help, to solve the storage problem, and to get more beast folk to enjoy eating vegetables. Changxia. As Changxia and Mia finished emptying one of the baskets and sorting the vegetables, they suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from outside the courtyard gate. Website promotional text omitted for clarity. Hearing the commotion, the footsteps sounded chaotic. It seemed that more than just Nan Feng and Maple Leaf had arrived. Sure enough, Nguyen Chun, Milu, and Daya were all here too. How come you all came together? Changxia asked with a smile. Nguyen Chun replied, when Cat Card came looking for Nan Feng, we all happened to be around. With all these wild vegetables, are you planning a vegetable feast? A vegetable feast? Nan Feng immediately jumped up and protested, a vegetable feast? What's so good about that? If we're going to eat, it should be a proper meat feast. Don't be ridiculous, Changxia chided, then explained, these vegetables were brought over from the shops in the 3 tribes. I want to experiment and see if I can make them taste better, so more beast folk will start liking vegetables. Beast folk eat meat all year round, and it's easy to get sick when they get older. Eating more vegetables is good for their health. Mia, is that you? Milu walked up the corridor and, spotting Mia squatting in the pavilion sorting vegetables, immediately ran over happily. The Heavenly Lion tribe wasn't far from the Gray Mist Prairie, so Milu had visited the 3 tribes before. She knew Mia, and the 2 of them got along quite well. However, Mia was from the Rabbit tribe. The Rabbit tribe was weak, so Mia didn't dare go to the Heavenly Lion tribe to visit Milu. Usually, it was Milu who went to the 3 tribes to play with Mia. Milu, is it true you're mated with Bai Qing? Mia looked at Milu in shock. She'd heard from her tribe that Milu from the Heavenly Lion tribe had paired up with Bai Qing from the Heluo Tribe, but she hadn't really believed it. She knew Milu always had a male she cared about and never paid attention to any others. How could she suddenly pair up with Bai Qing from the Heluo tribe? Bai Qing was very powerful. He was famous throughout the Twilight Forest. Mia knew all this. But, knowing Milu, she wouldn't compromise just because a male was strong. Was there some secret behind this? Thinking this, Mia looked at Milu with curiosity in her eyes. Milu pinched Mia's cheeks a few times, thoroughly enjoying herself, and whispered, Bai Qing, it's really him. At that, Mia's face instantly turned bright red. Mia, what naughty things are you thinking about? Milu hugged Mia tightly, rubbing their faces together. Just from her expression, you could tell Milu was up to no good. As she spoke, Milu's hands didn't stop moving. Mia's face was so red it looked like she might start steaming. She stammered, I wasn't thinking anything. Let go, let go. Don't pinch me, it hurts. You're definitely thinking naughty thoughts. Your face is so red you could cook a bird egg on it. Milu pouted, grabbed Mia's face, and gave her a couple of big smooches. Then she let out a weird, mischievous laugh, making Changxia and the others turn away in exasperation. Everyone already knew Milu was a handful, but they hadn't expected her to be this shameless. No wonder she gets along with Nan Feng, they're 2 of a kind. Milu. Changxia covered her eyes and called Milu's name softly. Aside from Bai Qing, no other beast folk could handle Milu. No wonder when the lion beast folk of the Heavenly Lion tribe heard about Milu and Bai Qing, they immediately agreed to let Milu move into the Heluo tribe. They'd probably suffered enough from Milu's antics themselves. Uh, Milu's face froze, stunned. She'd been so happy to see Mia that she'd forgotten where she was. This time, she'd really embarrassed herself. Hey, everyone's here. Have you eaten yet? Milu, are you crazy? Hearing Milu's nonsense, Nanfeng rolled her eyes and glared at her. Did Bai Qing know how shameless Milu could be? Don't just stand there, help sort the vegetables. Chang Xia clapped her hands, breaking the awkward atmosphere and getting everyone moving. With nightfall approaching, there was still a lot to do for tonight's vegetable feast. Wild vegetables, and more wild vegetables. Mia, is there anything else on the gray mist prairie besides wild vegetables? I feel like I've never seen so many wild vegetables in my life. Instantly, the pavilion and corridor were filled with complaints. Even among the females of the beast folk, few truly liked vegetables. The weaker tribes were a bit better. They didn't dislike them, but loving them was another story. There are plenty of wild chickens and rabbits on the gray mist prairie. Mia rubbed her sore cheek and thought for a moment, then added, and there are big-horned cattle. They taste great, but they're fierce and hard to hunt. Mia's right, the big-horned cattle from the gray mist prairie are delicious. Milu agreed. The lion beast folk loved eating big-horned cattle, but since the prairie belonged to the 3 tribes, the Heavenly Lion Tribe couldn't cross the border to hunt unless invited to help by the 3 tribes. Chang Xia tilted her head and smiled. If I get the chance, I'd love to try it. This time, the route survey should pass through the gray mist prairie, Nanfeng suddenly said. The gray mist prairie lay between the Muwatch Mountains of the Snaky Tribe and the enchanted forest of the Heavenly Lion Tribe. So you wanted to use this route to connect the 6 major tribes. The road would inevitably pass through other beastfolk tribes, and even if it didn't, any tribe that heard about it would definitely ask Siyu to route it through their territory. This path represents safety. Once it's made public, it's bound to set off an explosion throughout the entire Twilight Forest. Changxia, are you willing to go to the Ash Mist Prairie? Mia's eyes widened in excitement as she looked at Changxia, her expression serious as she spoke each word clearly. All the beastfolk of the 3 tribes are waiting for your decision. Malka didn't say anything, but his suddenly heavier breathing was obvious. At this moment, he was just as full of anticipation as Mia. The 3 tribes have delicious vegetables, why wouldn't I want to go? But it might not be possible right now. I need to make a trip to the Clear Moon Forest and survey the route first. Changxia smiled, promising, once my route survey reaches the Sky Lion Tribe, I'll definitely visit the 3 tribes. When the time comes, I hope you'll take good care of me, Mia. Okay. Mia was a little dizzy with happiness, her round cheeks showing off 2 cute dimples, and her almond-shaped eyes made her look absolutely adorable. Changxia, there are so many vegetables. How do you plan to eat them? Maple Leaf held her forehead, looking at the vegetables that filled most of the corridor, her face a little dark. At home, a single wild vegetable could last her a whole day. Now, seeing the corridor overtaken by vegetables, Maple Leaf just felt overwhelmed. The other beast folk present clearly shared her feelings. Mia and Malka seemed to sense the odd atmosphere and gave a couple of awkward laughs. So green! Nanfeng exclaimed in amazement. Changxia's mouth twitched. Thank goodness the beast folk didn't understand the other meaning of green. Otherwise, she'd have to wonder if Nanfeng was making a sly joke. Vegetables can be made into cold dishes, pickles, or dried. For example, radishes can be pickled or made sour, tomatoes can be eaten raw, stir-fried with bird eggs, or made into tomato sauce. Changxia picked out a few and asked Nanfeng and the others to help. Changxia, let's make tomato sauce, pumpkin cakes, and white hair fruit candy first. Nanfeng always knew what was important. Sour radish was fine, but nothing beat tomato sauce, pumpkin cakes, and white hair fruit candy. The 3 tribes hadn't named their vegetables yet. Relying on her memory, Changxia named them on the spot. The beast folk weren't sticklers, so they quickly adopted Changxia's names for the vegetables. These 3 need sugar, and since you have so much at home, Changxia, let us help you use some up, Warm Spring said with a smile, agreeing with Nanfeng's suggestion. Maple Leaf, standing to the side, neither agreed nor disagreed. But Mia and Malka looked nervous. Sugar was a precious thing, and the three tribes wanted to trade for it with the Earth Tribe. But since the three tribes didn't have much to offer in return, the Earth Tribe only agreed to exchange 1,000 jin of seaweed sugar. 1,000 jin sounded like a lot, but compared to the tens of thousands traded by other tribes, it was barely a drop in the bucket. Yet, the three tribes had the largest beastfolk population in the Twilight Forest. Once the 1,000 jin of seaweed sugar was brought back, unless it was boiled into water, most people wouldn't even get a taste. Using it to make tomato sauce, pumpkin cakes, or white hair fruit candy was something Mia and Mauka didn't even dare to dream of. Several times, they wanted to speak up, but both ended up holding their tongues. All right, we'll do as you say. Changxia nodded in agreement. Next to her, Mia bit her lip and whispered, "Changxia, I'm sorry." "What's wrong, Mia?" Changxia was a little surprised, looking at Mia in confusion. "Changxia, our tribe doesn't have sugar to experiment with the vegetables. This time, we only managed to trade 1,000 jin of seaweed sugar from the Earth Tribe." As Mia spoke, her head dropped lower and lower, her expression embarrassed and uneasy. "Silly." Changxia chuckled, reaching out to press down Mia's bowed head and ruffling her hair. "Didn't you hear Warm Spring say I have plenty of sugar at home? I'll provide all the sugar needed for making tomato sauce, pumpkin cakes, and white hair fruit candy. You and Mauka don't need to feel like you owe me anything. If you really feel bad, just give me a few more baskets of vegetables next time we trade." "Mia, if the three tribes are short on sugar, you can trade tomatoes, pumpkins, and white hair fruit with the Earth Tribe. The Bear Tribe doesn't lack seaweed sugar," Daya chimed in. Those three things were definitely valuable. The Earth Tribe lacked everything except sugar. End of this chapter. "Mia, you could also try the Skylion Tribe," Honeydew quickly responded with a smile. The Skylion Tribe traded for a lot of seaweed sugar from the Earth Tribe this time. If the three tribes need sugar, just have Chief Senla talk to Chief Tage. He's very easygoing and will definitely agree to trade sugar for your vegetables. Maple Leaf covered her mouth, hiding her twitching lips. Daya and Honeydew were really good at coaxing people. Mia and Mauka, both kind-hearted beastfolk, were deeply touched, not realizing Daya and Honeydew's real intentions. The two of them were clearly trying to secure a partnership between the Skylion Tribe, the Earth Tribe, and the three tribes before anyone else could. Never mind how the other vegetables would be eaten for now. At the moment, tomatoes, pumpkins, and white hair fruit were definitely hot commodities. Earlier, Changxia had also mentioned pickled radishes and such. It was obvious that the vegetables the three tribes' beastfolk once overlooked would soon become essential foods in daily life. "Really? Thank you so much." Mia was overwhelmed with gratitude. Mauka patted his chest and promised, "When I get back to the White Lake trading area, I'll tell Chief Senlo right away. No matter what happens with the three tribes in the future, our tribe will make sure to supply you with vegetables first. Mauka, don't forget, there's also the Heluo Tribe. We love the three tribes' vegetables too, so don't play favorites," Warm Spring said with a teasing smile. When her gaze swept over Daya and Honeydew, there was a hint of mischief. TSK. The Lion and Bear tribes were so confident, letting Honeydew and Daya stay at the Heluo Tribe. She'd have to find a chance to talk to Bai Qing and Yadong, can't let them side with outsiders. As soon as Warm Spring spoke, Daya and Honeydew's faces changed. "Changxia, sorry. I got a little worked up just now. From now on, they'll be orcs of the Heluo Tribe. If they keep looking out for their old tribes, it's bound to cause resentment among the Heluo people." Changxia waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's fine, you're just thinking of what's best for the orc race. As long as you have boundaries, it's all good. Besides, the Heluo Tribe couldn't possibly eat all the vegetables from the three tribes anyway. Looking out for your own tribe, it's instinct." Changxia didn't think Daomi or Milo had done anything wrong. An orc who doesn't know how to protect their own tribe? Now that would be worrying. "What are you two so nervous about? Our tribe even shares our baigua recipes and sugar-making techniques. Do you really think we'd mind you getting a little something for your own tribe?" Nanfeng teased. Nguyen Chun's earlier warning was just that, a warning. She just hoped the two of them wouldn't forget that, from now on, their honor and disgrace would be tied to the Heluo Tribe. That was all there was to it. Hee hee. Deami grinned sheepishly. And with that, the matter was dropped. They needed to make tomato sauce, but the 10 or so gene of tomatoes in the basket clearly wouldn't be enough. If they were going to make sauce, they needed a decent amount. So, Chang Xia told Mauka to head over to the Baihu commercial district and find Chief Senlu. She wanted to ask if he could send over another 100 gene or so of tomatoes. They also needed more pumpkins and baima fruit. After all, you can never have too many snacks. If they made too little, there wouldn't be enough to go around. Mauka left. Chang Xia asked Feng Yi and Nan Feng to go down to the cellar and bring up some sugar. Chang Xia, do we really need to bring up this much sugar? Nan Feng asked, putting down a ceramic jar, looking confused. She and Feng Yi had carried up 2 jars, each holding hundreds of gene of sugar. Wan Chun frowned. Did they really need to use that much sugar? It's fine, just bring it up. We'll need to crush the sugar, and it'll be more convenient when making tomato sauce and baima fruit candy, Chang Xia explained, reassuring them, don't worry, we've got plenty of sugar stored in the cellar. This is nothing. Once everything's ready, we'll send some to the other orc tribes too. After all, I've received a lot of help from the other tribes. Tonight, we're just borrowing the 3 tribes' vegetables to return the favor. Chang Xia knew. She had to make this clear. Otherwise, forget about Mia and the 3 tribes, even Wan Chun and the others probably wouldn't agree to let her do this. 1,000 gene of sugar was no small thing. Chang Xia, Mia's eyes were red, her feelings complicated. Feng Yi and the other orcs knew there was no point in arguing after hearing Chang Xia's explanation. So, they stopped worrying about it and started crushing the sugar blocks as Chang Xia had asked. Chang Xia took the tomatoes and washed them clean. Here, try some tomatoes, Chang Xia said. She handed the clean tomatoes to the others so everyone could have a taste. Mia happily took a tomato and said, these red tomatoes are the best. My tribe loves them. There aren't many wild fruits on the gray mist prairie, so we usually treat tomatoes and cucumbers as wild fruits. Fragrant fruit was delicious, but there was just too little of it. These are so sweet and tangy, really good. Nan Feng exclaimed in surprise. Feng Yi and Wan Chun nodded as they ate. Milla didn't have much of a reaction, but Deami was clearly excited. Mia, can I trade for some tomatoes? Deami asked. After finishing one, she still wanted more. She turned to Chang Xia and whispered, Chang Xia, can I have another? Go ahead. There's plenty more here. Chang Xia put the washed tomatoes in a sieve and pushed it over to Deami when she said she wanted more. Deami, do you want some sour fruit? Wan Chun suddenly asked. At that, Feng Yi and the others all gave Deami a strange look. Deami's face stiffened as she explained, don't get me wrong, I just really like tomatoes. Really, don't overthink it. Deami, when the shaman comes back, should we have her check you over? Chang Xia mused, looking up at Deami. Deami was a female bear orc, known for her sweet tooth, so her sudden craving for tomatoes was bound to make the others suspicious. Deami fell silent. She knew there was no point in refusing. But honestly, she just really liked the taste of tomatoes. Chang Xia, what's going on? Shen Rong walked into the courtyard, carrying a basket into the cave house yard. Noticing the odd looks on everyone's faces in the pavilion, he put down the basket and couldn't help but ask curiously. What kind of drama was going on now? Ahem. Deami cleared her throat and stared hard at Chang Xia, warning her not to say anything. If this blew up, she and Yadong would be the ones embarrassed. Chang Xia made a zipping her lips gesture. It's nothing, we're just eating tomatoes. Wanna try one? They're sweet and tangy, really tasty, Chang Xia said cheerfully, handing Shen Rong a tomato. Once the roads between the tribes are built, maybe we'll be able to eat tomatoes from the 3 tribes more often. Are they really that good? Shen Rong asked in surprise. He took the tomato but didn't eat it right away. He went to the water jar to wash his hands, then took a bite. They really are good. Have you thought about growing them? I have, but I'm not sure I can manage it. Still, it's worth a try. As they chatted, they washed and cut the vegetables as needed. Chang Xia fetched various clay jars and pots. The 3 tribes had sent her a lot of vegetables, and she'd sent plenty back to them, keeping some for herself. At the moment, Chang Xia planned to keep working on it. End of this chapter. Chang Xia. Chief Senlu's voice called from outside the courtyard. He sounded a bit excited. Looks like the tomatoes and pumpkins she'd been waiting for had arrived. Chief Senlu, what brings you here in person? Chang Xia put down her ironwood knife and smiled as she walked down the steps to greet Chief Senlu as he entered the cave house courtyard. And then, let me know if you need the next part or a more condensed version. The chief of the forest deer tribe arrived with 7 or 8 orcs from the 3 allied tribes, carrying vine baskets as they stepped through the courtyard gate. Besides the 3 vegetables Long Xia specifically mentioned, tomatoes, pumpkins, and white-furred fruit, the forest deer chief also brought along a generous amount of other vegetables. In his eyes, forging a good relationship with Long Xia was far more important than trading with other tribes. Since Long Xia had made a request, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. I'm fine, just came over to have a look, the forest deer chief replied. He looked up, his gaze falling on the vegetables arranged in the corridor's pavilion. That rascal Mauka hadn't lied to him. Long Xia really was experimenting with vegetables. He was quite curious about what could be made from tomatoes, pumpkins, and white-furred fruit, but he held back his questions. Welcome, Long Xia said with a smile, signaling for Mauka and the others to unload the baskets. After a brief chat, the forest deer chief left with his tribesmen, leaving only Mia and Mauka behind. Even so, as he departed, his eyes were full of reluctance and curiosity. But the forest deer chief was resolute. He didn't ask, didn't say much, just took a quick look. Just as he'd said, he was only here to have a look. Chief Forest Deer, you're really something, Long Xia said. Mia smiled, her dimples showing as she said earnestly, Long Xia's right. Chief Forest Deer is amazing. All the orcs in our tribe respect him deeply. Without him, the 3 tribes wouldn't be where they are today. That's true, Mauka added, not one for words. Of course, it might also be because there were too many females in the courtyard, making Mauka too shy to speak freely. Haha. Long Xia and the others chuckled, their laughter full of warmth. All right, let's get these tomatoes washed. Maple Leaf, could you help build up the stove? We'll need a big pot to make tomato sauce. The same goes for the white-furred fruit syrup. Pumpkin cakes will be last. We need to peel and steam the pumpkins. We've got a lot to do. Long Xia clapped her hands, making sure no one was idle. Meanwhile, the Baihu cave dwelling was bustling with activity. Su Yu and Bai Qing strolled back from the Baihu market district, accompanied by Yadong and a few other orcs. With Yadong in the group, the atmosphere was anything but dull. Joking and laughing, they soon arrived at the Baihu cave. Wow! Looks lively in there. Yadong exclaimed in surprise. Shankuan explained, Long Xia brought back a lot of vegetables from the 3 tribes' shop. Everyone's probably busy right now. Clearly, word of what happened at the Baihu market had spread throughout the Heluo Tribe. Wild greens don't taste great, Bai Qing muttered. Hearing this, the nearby orcs all nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Long Xia, anyone else making wild greens a staple would probably get beaten up. How could proud beast folk eat wild greens? To them, wild greens were no different from weeds. Should we go in? Kongshan hesitated, whispering. Xi rolled her eyes at Bai Qing and the others, speechless. She thought Long Xia should see their faces, just the mention of vegetables made them want to back out. Long Xia, we're back. Xi called out loudly. In an instant, Bai Qing and the others froze, bodies stiff. They exchanged glances, no escape now. Granny Suyi Long Xia was a little surprised, wondering what brought her here. She looked up at the gate and spotted Bai Qing and the others. A moment's thought, and she immediately understood why Xi had shouted. Milu, your brothers are here to pick you up, Long Xia said with a quirky smile, reminding Milu and the others. Immediately, Nan Feng and the others looked up. Serpentine, come help out. Yadong, help wash the tomatoes. Sure enough, Long Xia didn't even need to say anything. Nan Feng and the others started calling out names. No one was getting away. Besides, with Long Xia around, even the blandest vegetables would turn into a feast. Why run? Oh boy. Yadong walked in, eyes wide at the baskets piled up. Longxia, why did the three tribes send so many wild greens? Yadong asked in shock. Longxia explained, I'm helping them figure out new ways to cook vegetables. Don't just stand there, come help wash the tomatoes, slice the white-furred fruit, and peel the pumpkins. Tomorrow, they'd have to head back to the Baihu market. Tonight, they had to finish processing all the vegetables from the three tribes. Many hands make light work. Before long, the cave courtyard was transformed, several stoves were set up, pots placed, fires lit, and water boiled. To make tomato sauce, the tomatoes had to be boiled first to make them easier to peel. At this point, everyone paused their own tasks and watched Longxia's every move. The boiled tomatoes were fished out, peeled, then chopped and seeded. Next, the chopped tomatoes were mashed. For this part, Longxia had the male orcs like Shen Rong do it by hand. The mashed tomatoes were poured back into the pot, sugar added, and the mixture brought to a boil. Then it was simmered over low heat, stirred constantly with a wooden spoon to prevent sticking. Once it thickened, sour fruit was added. After simmering a bit longer, the delicious tomato sauce was done. This smells amazing. Daya gulped, staring at the stone pot in front of Longxia, craning her neck for a better look. Bai Qing, who didn't like sour flavors, hid to the side, quietly slicing white-furred fruit and trying not to draw attention. Daya, you want to try the tomato sauce? Yadong asked in surprise. To be honest, the sauce smelled a bit sour and so far none of the orcs seemed eager to try it, except for Daya. Nanfeng snickered, Yadong, Daya already snuck a bunch of tomatoes earlier. Longxia said we should have the shaman check her out. The shaman? Is Daya sick? Yadong asked, suddenly worried. I'm not sick. I just think tomatoes taste great. Daya rolled her eyes, glaring at Nanfeng for bringing it up. Everyone had almost forgotten, but now Nanfeng had reminded them. Siyu was peeling pumpkins and looked up when she heard the commotion. Note, I omitted the website promotional content at the end, as it's not part of the story. If you want that translated as well, let me know. Daya, what's wrong? Sui asked. As soon as she spoke, all the beastmen in the courtyard turned to look at Daya. Daya blushed bright red and mumbled, which, I'm fine. I just ate a couple more tomatoes, and Nanfeng was teasing me. Daya suddenly started craving tomatoes. Bearfolk usually love sweet things, so this change in appetite might mean she's not feeling well. Which, when you have time, could you check on her? Nwanchuan smiled as she explained. Some of the beastmen in the courtyard looked confused. But those who understood what Nwanchuan meant glanced at Yadong with a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. This guy, could he really be this lucky? Oh, is that so? A flash of joy crossed Suya's face. She waved Daya over eagerly. Daya, be good, come here and let me have a look. Daya stomped her foot and glared at Nanfeng and Nwanchuan, then walked over to Suyu. Which, I really am fine, Daya insisted. She couldn't figure out why Changxia and Nwanchuan insisted on having the witch check her. At this moment, it never occurred to Daya that she might be pregnant. Even among the same tribe, it was hard to conceive, let alone with someone from another tribe. Having children was even more difficult. End of this chapter. Yadong was completely bewildered. All the beastmen held their breath, eyes fixed on Suyi and Daya. What's wrong with me? Daya asked nervously. She looked around at the solemn faces of the others, and her anxiety grew. Suyi narrowed her eyes, silent for a long moment. Yadong swallowed hard, standing quietly by Daya's side in support. Yadong, take good care of Daya these days, Suyi said. At that, Nwanchuan, Changxia, and the others exchanged glances, joy flickering in their eyes. Yadong's face changed dramatically. He was about to ask what was going on when Daya suddenly went limp and collapsed. He quickly caught her in his arms. Suyu cleared her throat. Don't be nervous, it's good news, she said. Daya's sudden change in appetite might mean she's pregnant. But it's still early, so I can't say for sure yet. In half a month, I'll check her again. For now, take good care of her and don't let her run around. That immediately put an end to Daya's thoughts of going out. And Yadong's too. But at this moment, everyone's attention was on Daya. For a while, nothing else crossed their minds. Really? Daya's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared blankly, then turned to look at Nuanchuan and Changxia, meeting their beaming faces. Suddenly, she understood what they'd meant earlier. Daya touched her still flat belly, stammering, unable to get a full sentence out. Yadong was just as stunned. Was he really going to be a father? Congratulations, Yadong. Yadong, you're amazing. After a moment of silence, the courtyard erupted in cheers and congratulations. Kongshan tilted his head, sneaking glances at Fingya's flat stomach, his expression deep and unreadable, sending a chill down her spine. Shishing also stayed quiet, his gaze flicking toward Nanfeng. Only Shen Rong remained calm, showing no reaction at all. Compared to having cubs, he preferred having Changxia all to himself. The twin cubs at Nuanchuan and Shankuan's house were warning enough. Some blessings were better left unclaimed. Yadong, don't just stand there. Help Daya over here to sit down, Changxia said. Nanfeng, go to the kitchen and get a bowl and chopsticks. Scoop some tomato sauce for Daya and let her enjoy it slowly. The rest of you, get moving, it's almost dark, time to prepare dinner. We still need to make pumpkin cakes and white fir fruit candy tonight, there's work to do tomorrow. At her words, everyone snapped out of it. Still, their eyes kept sneaking glances at Yadong and Daya. Kongshan and Shishing were already thinking about asking Yadong for details later. Baiqing didn't have much to say, his mate was Milu, and he figured there might be a pleasant surprise waiting for him when they got home. Daya, sit down. I'll get you some tomato sauce. TSK, I have to hand it to Yadong. He might not be good at much, but when it comes to having cubs, he's quick. Nanfeng said, walking lightly as he teased, making Yadong feel both proud and embarrassed. Daya was still in a daze, not quite recovered from the shock. Clearly, the idea of being pregnant was a lot to take in. Yadong glared at Nanfeng and snapped, Nanfeng, if you can't say anything nice, just shut up. Hurry up. Nanfeng just chuckled and didn't argue. Mia the catfolk watched Changxia and the others joke around with envy. The Heluo Tribe really was harmonious. She also offered her congratulations to Daya. Cubs meant hope and a bright future. Nuanchuan, you're in charge of the tomato sauce from now on. I need to get dinner ready. We can't make the white fir fruit candy tonight. It'll have to wait until tomorrow. For now, let's focus on the pumpkin cakes. Changxia smacked her head, suddenly remembering that making white fir fruit candy required peeling and coring the fruit, then soaking it for several hours. The process was simple but time-consuming. It would take 2 or 3 days to finish. Changxia, why can't we make the white fir fruit candy tonight? Fingya asked. We need to peel and core the fruit, cut it into strips, and soak it overnight, Changxia explained, recalling the repeated soaking and chilling required. She was starting to regret promising to make it. It was way more time-consuming than she'd thought. Fingya immediately understood. It wasn't that they lacked ingredients, but that there wasn't enough time. Then let's start by peeling, coring, and cutting the white fir fruit into strips, Fingya suggested. Good idea. Changxia nodded. Even if we can't make the candy tonight, we can still make pumpkin cakes and pumpkin candy. Changxia, how do you make pumpkin candy? It's similar to mung bean cakes. Peel the pumpkin, slice and steam it, then mash it. Add sugar and fruit powder, mix it all together, roll it into balls, and fry them in oil. Maple leaf Nanfeng had made yam balls before. Pumpkin candy didn't sound much different from yam balls. She handed over her current task to Maple Leaf Nanfeng, while Changxia pondered what to make for dinner. With so many people, she decided on making flour dumplings and fruit pancakes. As for the dishes, of course, they'd be mostly vegetables. Shen Rong, can you help knead the dough? We'll be making dumplings and pan-fried fruit pancakes tonight. Changxia called Shen Rong over to help. With so many people, they'd need plenty of dumplings and pancakes, and kneading the dough was a heavy task. By the square table in the corridor, Yadong and Daya had woken up and were being affectionate. Changxia, let us help, Daya said. Beast folk weren't so delicate, and Daya had quickly come to terms with the possibility of being pregnant with a beast cub, which put her in a great mood. She also felt increasingly proud of having chosen Yadong as her mate. When they returned to the Great Earth Tribe in the future, she'd see who dared talk nonsense in front of her. Are you feeling okay? Changxia asked. Dia shook her head. I've always been super healthy. Alright, then have Yadong grab a few carrots, wash and chop them. We'll use them to stew with bones later. As for the other veggies, just wash and prep them as you see fit, Chang Xia instructed quickly. In the courtyard, besides peeling pumpkins, the beast folk were also peeling and de-sting the white-furred gourds. With so many hands, things went quickly. At the same time, they shooed the catfolk, Kaka and Mia, into the kitchen to learn to cook from Chang Xia. Tonight's main dishes were all vegetables, gifts from the 3 tribes. Chang Xia, what should Kaka and I do? Mia asked nervously, her eyes full of envy as she looked around the clean, tidy kitchen. Bring in some purple fruit, white-furred gourds, and bitter melon. I'm planning to make roasted purple fruit stuffed with meat, stir-fried white-furred gourd stewed with ribs, bitter melon with bird eggs, and bitter melon stuffed with meat, Chang Xia said after thinking for a moment. She decided on a few home-style dishes, simple and easy to make. Of course, she wouldn't attempt anything too complicated. The more Kaka and Mia listened, the more excited they became. They hurried out to fetch the vegetables and, following Chang Xia's instructions, prepped them for cooking. Chang Xia, will we have enough fresh meat? Shen Rong asked as he kneaded the dough. Hearing the long list of dishes, Shen Rong was a bit worried. He'd brought back a wild boar from the tribe that afternoon, enough for everyone for one meal. But with all those dishes, he wasn't so sure. 1 wild boar is plenty. Don't worry, all these dishes use meat, but not a lot. The real stars tonight are the vegetables, Chang Xia explained. End of this chapter. Tonight really is a vegetable feast. So colorful, it all looks delicious. Stop talking and hurry up, I'm starving. Looking at the bowls of dishes being set out on the long table, the beast folks' hearts burned with anticipation. Sure enough, even vegetables could become incredibly tasty in Chang Xiao's hands. In the courtyard, Shen Rong stood by the grill, turning skewers. Compared to the dishes on the long table, the skewers in front of him were even more tempting to the beast folk. The aroma drifted on the night breeze, wafting so far that half of Baihu's cave dwellings could smell it. Shen Rong, can I try one? Nan Feng asked quietly. The white-furred gourds had been peeled, de-stinged, and cut into strips, now soaking in a clay jar. Siyu was frying pumpkin candy and steaming pumpkin cakes with honey, stacking up finished treats nearby. At first, the beast folk eyed the pumpkin candy and cakes hungrily, but as the smell of Shen Rong's grilled skewers spread, everyone's attention was drawn to him. At that moment, they realized that even vegetables they thought were unappetizing could be grilled, and that they tasted even better than plain roasted meat. They're not done yet, wait a bit, Shen Rong said calmly. He never thought to alternate small pieces of vegetables and meat on the same skewer before. Looking at the fragrant veggie meat skewers, he felt as if a whole new world of grilling had opened up to him. Kaka, do you smell that? Mia whispered. Kaka nodded. Yeah, it smells amazing. Chang Xia is so clever. Who knew you could grill vegetables with meat? It makes the veggies tastier and saves meat, too, Mia marveled. The 3 tribes were made up of weaker groups, and hunting fierce beasts was difficult. Getting meat was hard for them, so if they could grill vegetables with a little meat, it would really ease the pressure on the hunting teams. Not to mention, the long table in Chang Xiao's courtyard was now covered with plates of stir-fried vegetables and meat, dishes that seemed tailor-made for the 3 tribes. Mia, I think life in the 3 tribes will get better and better from now on. Milu smiled, blessing Mia. Hunting was tough for the 3 tribes. Mila knew that well. Actually, it wasn't just the 3 tribes. All the weaker tribes in the Twilight Forest struggled with this. But as the Heluo Tribe's food spread, the problem of not having enough meat was gradually being solved. No wonder the shaman had been so cheerful lately, even speaking more gently. Yes, thank you, Chang Xia, Mia said earnestly. Seeing this, Mila reached out and pinched Mia's cheek again. This little beast cub was always so serious, it made people want to tease her. Shaman, take a break. Let's eat dinner first, we can finish the rest afterward, Chang Xia said, bringing out bowls and chopsticks and calling everyone to wash up and eat. Maple Leaf and Nan Fong were the first into the kitchen, helping to uncover the steamer and bring out the dumplings and fruit pancakes. They were worried about Daya's health and wouldn't let her carry anything, even though it wasn't heavy. Wash your hands, everyone. Warm Spring fetched water and brought out a wooden basin for everyone to wash up. After a busy afternoon, the smell of delicious food made everyone's stomachs rumble. They couldn't wait to sit down and dig in. Mia, Kaka, don't just stand there. Go wash up and get ready to eat. Oh, and I've saved a portion for the Senla chief. When you head back to the Baihu market later, help me take it over, Chang Xia said with a smile, calling Mia and Kaka over for dinner. They said to set aside a portion for the Senla chief. This portion is a bit much. Obviously, Changxia calculated the amount for all 3 tribes. This is the first time I found vegetables so delicious. Changxia, you're amazing. I used to think vegetables were always bitter and hated eating them. But the vegetables from the 3 tribes taste almost like meat to me. You liar. If you say the vegetables taste like meat, then eat the vegetables instead of just picking out the meat. You're just fooling yourself and lying through your teeth. Laughter and chatter filled the long table. Changxia, grilled meat dipped in tomato sauce is so good. Daya exclaimed excitedly. In front of her was a half-finished bowl of tomato sauce, and she was holding a vegetable skewer. Craving the tomato sauce, she dipped her skewer in it. With just one bite. Daya was instantly amazed. Hum. Daya nodded while eating. Nearby, Maple Leaf, South Wind, and the others nudged their partners playfully. Soon after, tomato sauce was placed right on the table. Even Bai Ching, who usually disliked anything sour, couldn't help but keep dipping her skewers in the tomato sauce, eating more and more. Before long, everyone was dipping things like steamed buns and pancakes into the sauce. The more they ate, the more addictive it became. Mia, I don't think our tribe's tomatoes will ever go to waste again, Mauka said excitedly. At first, he hadn't thought much of tomato sauce. Mia took a bite of pumpkin cake dipped in tomato sauce, then quickly grabbed another piece to try. Aside from the white fruit sugar she hadn't managed to make, she dutifully remembered her role and tasks. Mauka, you're wrong, Mia said, pointing excitedly at the table full of food. With Changxia's help, not only will our tribe's tomatoes never go to waste, but none of our vegetables will. We can trade them and everyone in the tribe will be able to eat seaweed candy. That's right. Mia was always thinking about seaweed candy. She'd tried other sweets at Changxia's house, but her favorite was still the seaweed candy from the Earth tribe. Maybe it was nostalgia. The first candy she ever tasted was seaweed candy. She thought nothing else compared. At the long table, Changxia and the other beast folk listened to Mia and Mauka's conversation, all smiling knowingly. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Changxia knew tonight's vegetable feast was a huge success. After dinner, Changxia asked Maple Leaf and the others to help change the water for the white fruit strips. She turned all the leftover pumpkin into pumpkin cakes and pumpkin fries. Any radishes or other vegetables that could be pickled were packed into clay jars for fermenting. While Changxia was busy, Su and Baiqing didn't rest either. They took out pen and paper and wrote down all the different ways to prepare and eat the vegetables. When Mauka and Mia returned to the Baihu market, they brought the food Changxia had set aside for them. At the same time, Yadong and Kongshan escorted them back. Maple Leaf, you all can stop now. Leave the rest for tomorrow morning, go home, wash up, and get some rest, Changxia said, yawning and rubbing her sore shoulders and back. She was exhausted after the busy afternoon. Maple Leaf and the others didn't argue. Even though they hadn't done much, they still felt strangely tired. Once everyone left for their own caves, Changxia and Sui went to the bathhouse to soak. They were so tired that they didn't even chat. After washing up, they went straight to bed. When Shen Rong and Baiqing finished washing and came in, Changxia was already fast asleep on the Kang bed, even snoring softly. Good night, Changxia. Shen Rong leaned over, kissed her on the cheek, wished her good night, and held her as they fell asleep together. End of this chapter. The next morning, at the Baihu market, crowds gathered in front of the 3 tribes shop. Quiet, everyone, please quiet down, the Senla chief shouted, trying to calm the excited beast folk gathered outside. Last night, after Mauka and Mia returned from the Baihu caves, the three tribes feasted, staying up all night with the Senla chief to study the menu Sui and Baiching had put together. They started cooking immediately, following the menu to make a vegetable feast. Of course, grilled vegetables were a must. It smells amazing. I never thought vegetables could smell this good. You're right, the aroma is making me so hungry. I see wild greens, peppers, and meat being grilled together. Does it taste good? There was a buzz of conversation and debate. The crowd in front of the three tribes' shop was a stark contrast to yesterday's emptiness. The place was bustling. However, this didn't attract the envy or prying eyes of other tribes. At most, the other tribes were quietly scheming about how to trade for more vegetables from the Senla chief. Now, instead of picking and choosing which vegetables to trade for, they wanted them all. With Changxia around, the beast folk had learned one thing. As long as a plant or animal isn't poisonous and can be eaten, it's a good thing. Look at the wolf tribe from the Tianling clan. They brought some unremarkable grass seeds. In no time, those seeds became millet, a grain as valuable as golden corn. Golden corn, millet, and white nuts. Thanks to these, even if the wolf tribe didn't hunt during the warm season, just gathering these three crops would be enough to get them through the harsh cold season. How lucky! Now, all the beast folk were eager to return to their territories and have their people search for new plants. Who knows, the next staple food might be right in their own land. Don't worry, everyone will get to try the grilled vegetable and meat skewers today. Please line up and don't crowd the shop, the Senla chief shouted, his voice hoarse, but his heart full of excitement. Let me know if you need the next part, or if you want this edited further. We've struck it rich, really struck it rich. Thanks to Wu, thanks to Changxia, and thanks to the Heluo Tribe. Early this morning, Zhen arranged for his people to deliver 3 wild boars to the 3 tribes. Zhen was, of course, aware of last night's vegetable feast at Changxia's place. That's why he sent meat to the 3 tribes at dawn. When the 3 tribes came to participate in the exchange event, they brought all sorts of vegetables. To save time and avoid danger on the road, they didn't send anyone out hunting. Now that they're staying in the Baihu commercial district, if they want meat, they have to trade with the Heluo Tribe. The Morndeer chief comes from a weaker tribe, but he's proud. He'd never beg from outsiders. Except for the portion given by the Heluo Tribe, he and the orcs of the 3 tribes have only eaten the vegetables they brought themselves. Life's been pretty tough for them. But with Changxia's help yesterday, those hard days are over. Chief Morndeer, can we try the tomato sauce? I heard there's also pumpkin cakes/candies and white fuzz fruit candy. Can we taste those too? Don't worry, we can trade something with the 3 tribes for them. The Heluo tribe didn't keep any of this secret. Likewise, the 3 tribes didn't try to keep anything for themselves. All the tribes heard the news, and from orcs like Yadong, they also heard how delicious these things were. As soon as the 3 tribes' shop opened in the morning, orcs from all the tribes swarmed in. We have tomato sauce and pumpkin cakes/candies. Thanks to Changxia's help last night, we made some for everyone to try. The white fuzz fruit candy takes time to make, so we don't have any yet, sorry. Chief Morndeer explained, letting Mia bring out 2 bowls, one half filled with tomato sauce, the other with sliced pumpkin cakes and candies. With so many people, they had to cut everything into small pieces to share. For the tomato sauce, once the veggie kebabs are ready, just dip them in. The pumpkin cakes and candies can be eaten directly, but there's not much, so please understand. Chief Morndeer stepped aside so Mia could bring the food forward for everyone to see. The stir-fried vegetables they made last night were all displayed on the shop shelves. All the vegetables on the shelves had been taken to Changxia's place yesterday. The rest of the vegetables were piled up in the cave dwellings where the 3 tribes were staying. Since today was all about showcasing different ways to eat vegetables, Chief Morndeer decided not to bring more over. Looking at the crowd of orcs outside the shop, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing we didn't bring more veggies, otherwise, it would have been impossible to stop people from fighting over them. The only problem was that there weren't many veggies left for the kebabs, so someone would have to go back to the cave to get more. Meanwhile, they'd already eaten 1.5 of the wild boars sent by the Heluo tribe. Huh. Stepping into Baihu Commercial Street, Changxia was surprised to find it unusually quiet, with hardly any orcs around. She found it odd. This should be the busiest time of day for Baihu Commercial Street. Where did all the orcs go? I bet they all went to the Three Tribes shop to join the fun, Xie said. Shen Rong nodded. Early this morning, the chief sent Bai Qing and some others to deliver a few wild boars to the Three Tribes. Veggie kebabs with a bit of meat taste even better. Last night, when Katka and Mia left, Shen Rong gave them a lot of barbecue seasoning, which he and Changxia had mixed together. Nanfeng and Maple loved it, and sometimes other tribe members would come by to get some too. Let's go check it out too, Changxia said happily. A little while later, their group stopped about 500 meters from the Three Tribes shop. The street ahead was packed with orcs, making it almost impossible to get through. Changxia, do you still want to go? Shen Rong asked hesitantly. Changxia shook her head quickly. No way. With so many orcs squeezed together, just thinking about it makes me nervous. Let's go visit some other tribes instead. You guys take your time. I'll take Baiqing to the council house. I need to discuss the Three Tribes vegetables with the other tribes, Xie said, patting Changxia's arm and letting go so she and Shen Rong could go explore. She had some things to discuss at the council house. Don't worry about us, Granny Xie. Shen Rong and I will go check out the smaller tribes, see if we find anything new, Changxia said with a smile. The day after tomorrow, they'd be setting out to survey the route for the new road, so things were especially busy in the tribe lately. Changxia didn't run into Nanfeng or the other orcs in the Baihu commercial district. She guessed they'd probably all been called back to the tribe for work. The closer you got to the Baihu cave dwellings, the bigger the shops got. The prime spots were all taken by the stronger tribes, while the smaller tribes had to rent shops farther from the main street, and their shops were smaller too. The commotion at the Three Tribes shop actually made things easier for Changxia. Unlike yesterday, when orcs followed her everywhere, making her uncomfortable. Still, since they meant no harm, she couldn't really tell them to leave. End of this chapter. Changxia. Orcs from all the tribes looked at Changxia excitedly, inviting her into their shops. Unfortunately, she didn't find any surprises in these shops. Still, she spent some time in each one, chatting with the owners. She taught them various cooking techniques and asked about the customs and cultures of their tribes. Since she'd soon be surveying the new road route, chatting with the orcs helped her learn more about the situation in the Twilight Forest tribes. Changxia, are we heading back to the cave for lunch? Shen Rong asked. They'd spent the whole morning wandering Baihu Commercial Street, meeting lots of orcs and being invited into various shops. They'd made some good discoveries, and Changxia had gained a deeper understanding of the Twilight Forest, which was nice. Yeah, let's go back, Changxia replied. There probably wouldn't be much more to gain from wandering around the commercial street. With departure time approaching, Changxia decided to head back to the cave and get ready. She also needed to finish making the white fuzz fruit candy, at least see it through to the end. As they chatted, the two beast folk walked out of the Baihu commercial district hand in hand. A short while later, Changxia returned to her own cave dwelling. With Shen Rong's help, she began making white fur fruit candy. After chilling the white fur fruit strips and washing them several times, they took on a translucent sheen. At this point, it was time to add sugar and start stir-frying to infuse the flavor. Changxia, should we bring some chicken essence on this trip? Shen Rong asked, as he stir-fried the fruit strips and discussed preparations for their upcoming journey. As for what to pack for the trip to the Sirius tribe, neither he nor Changxia planned to get involved. They decided to let the tribe handle it. Yes, and make sure to prepare plenty of barbecue seasoning. Our main goal this time is to scout out a suitable route for road construction, so we'll be spending most of our time in the forest. No matter what, we can't skimp on seasonings, Changxia said seriously. She was willing to save on everything else, but when it came to food, Changxia refused to cut corners. Don't worry, I've already traded with the Heluo Tribe and stocked up on all kinds of seasonings in advance, Shen Rong replied confidently. He wasn't in a rush to trade for anything else, but when it came to seasonings, he'd privately approached Chief Huchi of the Heluo Tribe and made plenty of exchanges. Smart move, Shen Rong, Changxia said with a smile, giving him a thumbs up. By noon, Chang Xia and Shen Rong had turned all the white fur fruit strips they'd soaked the night before into white fur fruit candy. Try some. Shen Rong picked up a piece of candy and held it to Chang Xia's lips for her to taste. Chang Xia tried it and said regretfully, "It's edible, but the flavor is just average." The soaking time was a bit too short. "If we make it again tomorrow, it'll taste even better. But tomorrow we'll be busy getting ready for the trip, so we won't have time to make more. I'll go to Baihu Commercial Street and deliver these candies to the 3 tribe shops," Shen Rong said. They were pressed for time and needed to focus on preparations for the journey. That was also why, when Chang Xia visited Baihu Commercial Street earlier, she mostly chatted instead of helping out. She simply didn't have the time. Similarly, news of Chang Xia's upcoming trip had already reached the Baihu Commercial District. None of the tribes tried to pester her. They were all waiting for her to scout the route. If she happened to pass by their tribe, they'd be more than happy. "All right, go quickly and come back soon," Chang Xia said. The white fur fruit candy didn't look great and tasted pretty ordinary, but it was edible. Shen Rong thought it was quite good. Chang Xia only called it ordinary because she'd had better before. But by the standards of the Twilight Forest, this candy was delicious, no worse than seaweed candy. After saving a few pieces for Nan Feng and the others, Chang Xia had Shen Rong take the rest to the 3 tribe shops in Baihu Commercial Street. Clearly, Chang Xia intended to do the 3 tribes another favor. The candies would be handed over to Chief Senlu of the Deer Tribe, who would distribute them for all the beast folk to taste. As a result, the beast folk would be even more eager to trade with the 3 tribes for white fur fruit. While wandering around in the morning, Chang Xia overheard some beast folk chatting that the 3 tribe shop was the only one accepting orders. The gray mist prairie lacked everything except vegetables, which was why the 3 tribes dared to take orders from the other tribes. However, while the 3 tribes accepted orders, due to their limited resources, they couldn't deliver. Tribes placing orders had to come pick up their goods themselves. The 3 tribes only prepared the vegetables. Once the roads were built, things would change. Even though construction hadn't started yet, all the tribes were already looking forward to it. This brought a sigh of relief to the shaman and the tribal chiefs. To be honest, when the shaman first suggested building roads, the chiefs were nervous and wanted to refuse. But since it was the shaman who brought it up, none of them dared say no. Fortunately, the whole process was transparent. The shaman said that if the beast folk weren't interested or were unwilling to build roads, the project could be postponed for a few years. But once the news got out, all the beast folk were in favor. Some even wished they could start right away. This was far beyond what the chiefs had expected. In fact, ever since the beast folk had set foot in the Heluo Tribe, they'd been captivated, full of admiration, envy, and longing. When they learned the shaman intended to build roads and improve everyone's living conditions, they were overjoyed. Who would refuse? "Chang Xia, is lunch ready?" Siyu pushed open the door and entered the cave. A delicious aroma wafted in. Bai Qing swallowed eagerly and ran excitedly to the kitchen. "Almost," Chang Xia replied. "What tasty dish are you making, Chang Xia?" Bai Qing peeked into the kitchen, curious. "Vegetable stew," Chang Xia answered. There were still plenty of vegetables left over from last night, and she didn't want to waste them, so she made a vegetable stew for lunch. Bai Qing, set the table, we'll eat soon. By the way, did you see Shen Rong on your way back? "No, I didn't run into him," Bai Qing said, grabbing the dishes and heading for the corridor pavilion. The weather was nice, and he thought it would be more pleasant to eat outside. "Where did Shen Rong go?" Sui asked. Chang Xia replied, "After we got back from Baihu Commercial Street, we made white fur fruit candy from the soaked fruit strips. I left some on the table. The rest were sent to the 3 tribe shops. There's some on the long table. Try it with Bai Qing." Hearing that Shen Rong had gone to Baihu Commercial Street, Siyu didn't ask further. Bai Qing rinsed the dishes and set them out on the long table in the corridor pavilion, his eyes fixed on the white fur fruit candy as he swallowed hungrily. "If you want to try it, go ahead," Siyu said, picking up a piece and popping it into her mouth. It was a bit soft and quite sweet. The soaking time wasn't enough, so this batch didn't turn out that well. "Next time, if we get the chance, I'll make it again," Chang Xia said regretfully as she brought the food to the table. "It's delicious," Bai Qing said. Siyi added, I think it tastes great too, even better than seaweed candy. Seaweed candy is too sweet for me, but the white-haired fruit candy is just right. End of this chapter. Grandma Siyi, you like it? Changxia asked in mild surprise. It was rare for Siyi to openly say she liked something, so Changxia was a little taken aback. White-haired fruit candy is soft, sweet, and delicious. It's really good, Siyi replied. In front of Changxia, she didn't hide her preferences and said, if you have time, make some more for me next time. I'll take them to the Wizard Hall on Mount Kana and enjoy them slowly. Of course, Changxia nodded, making a mental note of it. Just then, Shen Rong returned from the Baihu commercial district. What are you all talking about? You seem so happy, Shen Rong asked, having washed his hands and joined them in the pavilion, picking up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Changxia smiled slightly. Grandma Si likes white-haired fruit candy and asked me to make some for her when I have time, Changxia explained, then asked, how are things going with the shops for the 3 tribes? Very well. When I brought the white-haired fruit candy over, a lot of beast folk gathered around. Chief Senla shared the candy I brought with everyone, and the feedback was excellent. Shen Rong recounted the chief's gratitude toward Changxia, making her blush with embarrassment. The Gray Mist Prairie is abundant in produce, and the vegetables grow well, perfect for the beast folk of the 3 tribes. Now, with all the different ways you've taught them to prepare vegetables, even during the harsh cold season, they can store plenty in advance. That's a huge favor to the 3 tribes, and also to the Twilight Forest as a whole, Si said, smiling at Changxia. Taking Changxia in all those years ago was the best decision she'd ever made. I just like to eat. Changxia laughed, shaking her head, not daring to take credit. They chatted over their meal, sharing funny stories from the Baihu commercial district. After dinner, Shen Rong and Bai Qing cleared the table. With the exchange event at Baihu commercial district over, the Heluo Tribe has started road construction. They expect to finish the road from Heluo Tribe to the Wizard Hall on Mount Kana within 10 days, Si said, sipping her sweet root juice. This decision had already been announced. All the beastfolk tribes that participated in the exchange had received the news. When the other 5 major tribes heard about it, they all asked if they could also build roads connecting to the Wizard Hall on Mount Kana. Si put a stop to that. She informed the tribes that the roads for the other 5 major tribes would have to wait until Changxia's survey was complete. The shaman intended to use this road to connect as many beastfolk tribes in the Twilight Forest as possible. Because of this, the other tribes couldn't just build roads however they wanted. After Su Ye's explanation, the tribes understood and stopped insisting on immediate construction. So soon? Changxia asked in surprise. It's not that soon. The tribes just want to finish the road before the cold season sets in. The Twilight Forest is vast, and only if the 5 major tribes are connected by road can the network expand further. Like you said, once all the tribes are connected, if anything happens to one, the others can quickly come to their aid. Siyu was determined to improve life for the beastfolk of the Twilight Forest. Changxia's words gave her hope. So, Siyu encouraged all the beastfolk to get involved. Grandma Suyi, I'll try to finish surveying the route within a month, Changxia promised. A month to visit all 5 major tribes. It was a huge undertaking. Building the road itself wasn't hard for the strong beastfolk. The challenge was, where should the road go? How should it be built? Surveying and planning the route was the first big hurdle. 1 month, you don't need to push yourself too hard. The 5 major tribes cover a vast area, surrounded by dozens of smaller beastfolk tribes. Building this road won't be easy, Siyu said seriously, reminding her, your safety comes first. Don't rush the survey. The 5 major tribes will send their totem warriors to help with the survey and planning. If it were easy, the Heluo Tribe wouldn't have sent elders Pukong and Senda along. Clearly, this road would be hard to build. Crossing mountains and rivers would be the norm. Grandma Suyi, with help from the 5 major tribes, a month shouldn't be too hard, Changxia replied with a smile, analyzing the plan. First, the 5 tribes would propose possible routes. She would then pick the most suitable ones to survey in person. Instead of surveying everything herself and then confirming the route, this approach would save a lot of work. All right, you decide how to handle it. I won't interfere, Xi waved her hand casually. She would be busy with the road to the wizard hall for now. She didn't have time to worry about anything else. Besides, she still had to manage the affairs of each tribe every day, which was no easy task. Luckily, Bai Qing could help now. Otherwise, Xi would have to recruit more apprentices to the wizard hall to help with chores. Chang Xia, do you want to take a nap? Shen Rong asked. After cleaning the table, he and Bai Qing tidied up the kitchen as well. Shen Rong had Bai Qing bring over some pumpkin cakes and pumpkin candy for Su Yi and Chang Xia to snack on. There wasn't much left from last night, but it made a nice dessert. Chang Xia had just opened her mouth to reply when the courtyard gate swung open and Mu Qin hurried in. Shaman, Chang Xia. Mu Qin, have you had lunch yet? Chang Xia sat up, looking at her. Mu Qin waved her hand and said, Chang Xia, come with me to the tribe, and Shen Rong too. The tribe is helping you get things ready for your trip to the Tianling tribe, but there are some things you need to decide on yourselves. Go on. Xi waved them off, making it clear she wouldn't get involved. Mu Qin seemed to have guessed what Xi meant, so she simply didn't invite her along. After all, this was just a matter for the Heluo Tribe. If Xi got involved, it would definitely turn into a major event for the entire Twilight Forest. Mu Qin knew how to weigh the pros and cons and naturally kept quiet. All right, okay. Chang Xia quickly got up, letting Mu Qin pull her along toward the tribe. Shen Rong followed behind at a leisurely pace. In no time, the three beast folk arrived at the tribe's central square. Just like the Baihu commercial district, the Heluo Tribe's square was bustling with activity. Tribespeople crowded together, talking loudly and animatedly. Changxia. Nanfeng was squatting down. When she saw Changxia approach, she weakly waved hello, looking listless, very different from her usual self. Nearby, Xixing gave Changxia a small smile. Maple Leaf, what's going on? Changxia whispered. Mu Qin had brought her over, but then disappeared, leaving Changxia completely confused. We're preparing things for your journey, discussing what you'll need to bring. Maple Leaf pouted, glaring resentfully at Kongshan. Kongshan could only smile wryly. How could he have known that getting engaged would cause such a commotion? If he'd known it would be this much trouble, he would have settled things with Maple Leaf and gotten engaged much earlier. Now, the tribe was making such a big deal out of it. He figured that when he and Maple Leaf finally made things official, they'd have to go through the same ordeal. Just thinking about it gave Kongshan a headache. Seeing this, Changxia's mouth twitched hard. This, seriously? Making such a big deal, will the other beast tribes even agree to this? Changxia was at a complete loss, dark lines appearing on her forehead. End of this chapter. Pray? Isn't that a bit much? Shen Rong hesitated, speaking up. Xixing's expression stiffened. He opened his mouth to say something, but was so embarrassed he didn't know what to say. He'd come empty-handed, and now, looking at the betrothal gifts in the square, he felt both anxious and stifled. A saber-toothed tiger. A two-headed bear. A mammoth. Each of these beasts was an absolute king of the Twilight Forest. According to the tribespeople, the chief and elders intended to use them as betrothal gifts. In addition, there were other gifts like sugar, flour, and a pot of glowgrass. Every single item was impressive. Maple Leaf, who hunted these fierce beasts? Changxia asked curiously. Maple Leaf replied, the elders did it themselves, to congratulate you on your engagement. In the future, if any other tribespeople get engaged, they'll have to hunt the beasts themselves. Changxia, you've really done me in. Kongshan wailed, wanting to cry. Next time, when he and Maple Leaf got engaged, he'd have to go into the forest to hunt a fierce beast. Ordinary wild boars or cattle wouldn't cut it, it had to be something on the level of a saber-toothed tiger. Otherwise, he could forget about bringing his partner home. When did I do anything to you? Changxia looked innocent and confused, completely baffled by Kongshan's sudden complaint. Nanfeng chuckled and explained, the tribe just decided that from now on, anyone getting engaged has to personally hunt a fierce beast as a betrothal gift. Changxia was shocked. She pointed at the fierce beasts piled up under the glow trees in the square. Like these? Changxia asked. Exactly like these, Nanfeng grinned, showing off her white teeth. She slapped Xixing on the shoulder, excitedly saying, "Xixing, we really got lucky. If we'd been any later, it would have been a huge hassle. I'm telling you, the tribe spoils Changxia. Except for her, everyone else is treated the same." Using fierce beasts as betrothal gifts was clearly a sign of how much the tribe valued Changxia. This time, Changxia and Shen Rong were heading to the Tianlang tribe. The Heluo tribe sending fierce beasts as gifts was a clear statement. Not far away, Mila wiped the sweat from her face and pinched Baiqing's waist, whispering, "Baiqing, is what Nanfeng said really true?" "It's true," Baiqing replied. He definitely benefited from Changxia's good fortune this time. Yadong was equally relieved. Using fierce beasts as betrothal gifts, he really admired the elders' creativity. Fortunately, the tribe hadn't forbidden people from asking others for help. Fierce beasts were nothing like ordinary animals. Each one could easily hunt regular prey, but for ordinary animals to hunt a fierce beast was almost impossible. "Daya, do you think we dodged a bullet?" Yadong whispered. Daya stroked her belly and nodded. "You should thank me. From now on, you'd better listen to me and stop always trying to argue." "All right, I'll listen to you from now on," Yadong agreed without hesitation. "Changxia, come here." In the distance, Muqin waved at Changxia, signaling for her and Shen Rong to come over. Elder Yami and the others were all standing under the glow trees. The betrothal gifts were ready, but the problem was what to do with the fierce beasts. They called Changxia over to ask her opinion. Should they bring the whole beasts, or just the hides? With the warm season, bringing the whole beasts might lead to spoilage and bad smells, which would be troublesome. "Chief, Elder Yami." Changxia stepped forward, greeting the elders with Shen Rong. "Changxia, we just wanted to ask how you'd like to bring the prey. The journey to the Tianlang tribe is long, and bringing whole beasts might lead to spoilage and inconvenience," Jen explained, letting Changxia decide. "Let's not waste anything, skin them. Bringing just the hides will be easier and safer." "I think the Tianlang tribe will understand," Changxia said decisively. Since the tribe had helped hunt the beasts, she didn't stand on ceremony and gave her answer directly. "All right, we'll do as Changxia says." Elder Yami pointed at the 3 fierce beasts and asked, "Changxia, pick one. The other 2 can go to Baiqing and Nanfeng. How about we draw lots?" Changxia hesitated. She turned to look at Baiqing and Nanfeng. But Baiqing and Nanfeng immediately shook their heads, signaling for Changxia to choose first. They knew very well that these 3 fierce beasts were gifts from the elders to Changxia. If it had been them, they probably wouldn't have gotten anything more than a wild chicken or rabbit. The beastmen believe in tough love, literally. Even someone as strong as Baiqing got his fair share of beatings before coming of age. When the Heluo tribe's Jen educated Changxia, the difference in methods compared to how he taught other beast cubs was like heaven and hell. "Changxia, choose," Jen said directly, not bothering with small talk. Changxia stroked her chin, looked at Shen Rong and asked, "Shen Rong, what should we pick?" "You decide." "I don't mind," Shen Rong replied with a gentle smile, ruffling Changxia's hair. The Tianlang tribe had no shortage of animal pelts, so whatever Changxia chose was fine by him. "Chief, I'll pick the saber-toothed tiger," Changxia said. She planned to gift the tiger pelt to Elder Tianai of the Tianlang tribe. It would be perfect for keeping warm in winter. Hearing this, Shen Rong seemed to realize something. He reached out and squeezed Changxia's hand, his face full of joy. Once Changxia had made her choice, it was Baiqing and Nanfeng's turn. Baiqing gestured forward and said, "Nanfeng, you pick." "Snake Xing, is there anything you want?" Nanfeng didn't stand on ceremony with Baiqing. Now that Baiqing had recovered, hunting fierce beasts was no problem for him. Besides, Baiqing was like a big brother to Nanfeng and the others, so of course Nanfeng wouldn't be polite. Snake Xing smiled and said, "I'm easy. The tribe doesn't lack animal pelts. Pick whatever you like, it's up to you." "Baiqing, I'll take the 2-headed bear." The Heluo tribe has giant pythons, so mammoth tusks aren't much use to them, Nanfeng decided after thinking for a moment. Mammoth tusks are valuable, though. "Nanfeng, are you sure you don't want the mammoth?" Milu couldn't help but ask when she heard Nanfeng's choice. Nanfeng waved her hand dismissively. "Tusks? They're not much use to me. Every year, countless wandering beastmen sneak into the twilight forest just to hunt mammoths for their tusks. I've heard that Western nobles love ivory products, Heluo explained. She herself wasn't particularly fond of ivory, just stating the facts. Off to the side, Jen sneered. Once the roads are built, if those wandering beastmen dare enter the twilight forest again, we'll join forces with the other tribes and wipe them out. The beastmen had strict hunting rules: catch the big ones, let the small ones go, never kill pregnant females, no hunting during breeding season, and so on. These traditions had been passed down for generations. But wandering beastmen didn't follow any of these rules. For them, there was nothing but killing. So, when the Twilight Forest beastmen encountered wandering beastmen, there was only one word: kill. Wandering beastmen are disgusting. We should drive them all out of the Twilight Forest. As they spoke, the other beastmen chimed in, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Jen, let's get back to discussing the betrothal gifts. Don't get sidetracked, Muqin said with a smile, gently reminding Jen to focus on the matter at hand. Ahem. Jen coughed awkwardly, using it to cover his embarrassment. Following Muqin's lead, he brought the conversation back to the betrothal gifts. Now that you've all chosen your preferred gifts, let's discuss Chang Xia's upcoming trip. There wasn't much to say about Bai Qing and Nanfeng's matters. The main topic this time was Chang Xia surveying the route for the new road. Dad, aren't you and Mom going to see me off? Nanfeng pouted at Jen and Muqin, hoping her parents would escort her for a bit. Jen spread his hands helplessly. The tribe needs to build the road to the sacred mountains Witch Hall, so your mother and I can't leave. Besides, you're no stranger to the Heluo Tribe. Do you really need an escort? No, I want you to see me off, Nanfeng insisted, lips jutting out. Chang Xia tilted her head, wanting to speak, but since the Tianlang and Heluo tribes were in different directions, she felt too embarrassed to ask. Yadong, would you and Dia see Nanfeng off? Looking around, Jen's gaze landed on Yadong. Dia had some health issues. Yadong needed to take care of her, and there wasn't much for them to do in the tribe. Jen figured they might as well accompany Nanfeng to the Heluo tribe. Otherwise, the tribe would just have to spare people to look after them anyway. Chief, can I really leave the tribe? Dia asked excitedly. Yadong stayed silent, but he was clearly happy at the prospect of going out. Still, he worried about whether Dia's condition would allow her to travel. Our tribe isn't far from the Heluo tribe, and the road has been cleared several times. It's quite safe. I think Dia would rather not stay idle in the tribe, and since Nanfeng wants company, how about this? Heluo and I will escort Nanfeng and Snake Xing to the Heluo tribe, then head to the Tianzhi tribe, Bai Qing suggested after some thought. He turned to look at Heluo, who smiled and nodded. She wasn't in a hurry to return to the Tianzhi tribe, and accompanying Nanfeng and Snake Xing sounded nice. Plus, she was curious about the Heluo tribe, since the two tribes were close but rarely interacted. Heluo knew of the Heluo tribe, but had never actually set foot in the Wangwei Mountains. I'm fine with anything, Heluo said. Bai Qing also had Bai Linger with him, who was like a ticking time bomb. This trip to the Tianzhi tribe meant taking her along, so Black Meng and the others would probably go too. Nanfeng was upset about not having anyone to see her off. That was the real reason. If even Bai Qing had an escort, why shouldn't she? Great! Nanfeng cheered. Heluo, take me to the Heluo tribe first. Once I'm done, you and Bai Qing can head to the Tianzhi tribe. Snake Xing just smiled and said nothing. As long as Nanfeng was happy, that was enough for him. Whether she was sent off or not, he didn't care either way. Judging by how busy the Heluo tribe was, it was clear the shaman was making big moves this time. He figured that even after returning to the Heluo tribe, he wouldn't be able to stay long before he'd have to join the road construction effort. Fortunately, Chang Xia and the shaman had prepared in advance, organizing everything into books. Seeing that Nanfeng was no longer pouting, Jen and Muqin both breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't have time to see Nanfeng off, and they did feel a bit guilty about it. But the roadwork couldn't be delayed, so Nanfeng would just have to put up with it. Chang Xia, Nanfeng rubbed her hands together and looked up at Chang Xia with eager eyes. Chang Xia pressed down on Nan Feng's head as she tried to get closer and said, "Don't even think about it. The Tianlang and Shiwe tribes aren't in the same direction, so we're not going your way. Besides, I already promised the shaman I'd spend a month surveying the road route. It's a big job, I don't have time to mess around with you." With that, Nan Feng understood there was no way around it. A month? Bai Qing frowned, sounding worried. Jen and the others nearby all looked concerned too. Visiting all 5 major tribes in a month? That seemed a bit far-fetched. Except for the tribe elders, even most totem warriors couldn't manage that. Could Chang Xia really pull it off? The shaman asked each tribe to map out their section of the road, and I'll survey and adjust the routes they provide. That way, the task should be doable in a month, Chang Xia explained. This meant dividing the road into sections, with Chang Xia responsible for connecting them all together. Of course, the process also had to take into account the smaller tribes around the 5 main ones. A month. That might not actually be enough. Jen, is it enough to have Pukong and Senda go with her? Yami asked hesitantly. With such a heavy workload and so few people, it was bound to be tough. They'd agreed to let Chang Xia go out and gain experience, but they didn't want her to be overwhelmed. Elder Yami, having Elder Pukong and Elder Senda along is enough. Any more, and the tribes won't have enough people left. Qingshan, Songhan, and Weishan all need their own people to watch over them, Chang Xia reminded. The Heluo Tribe was working on all fronts. The benefits went without saying. But the downside was a shortage of manpower. Chang Xia didn't want the roadwork to interfere with the tribe's hunting and gathering. For a moment, the tribal square fell silent. Elder Yami, let's follow Chang Xia's plan. Elder Pukong and Elder Senda will go with her, and Maple Leaf and Kongshan can each pick 2 more beastmen. 6 beastmen in total. That's what I agreed on with the other tribes. Each major tribe will send 6 beastmen to help survey and plan the road, so we can get this done as soon as possible, Jen said. This matched the shaman's thinking. Every tribe wanted the road finished before winter. That way, during the cold season, the tribes could quickly pass on messages and help each other out. "Father, can we join in too?" Nan Feng whispered. Jen glanced at Nan Feng, nodded, and said, "As long as you finish your own tasks, you can go if you want." Immediately, Bai Qing and Mi Lu's eyes lit up with excitement. Hei Ming and the other beastmen were also visibly pleased. They were responsible for Bai Qing's safety and needed to escort Bai Qing and Mi Lu to the Tiancher tribe. They'd thought they wouldn't be able to help with Chang Xia's road survey, but after hearing Jen's words, they saw hope. Officially, each tribe was sending 6 beastmen. In reality, how many went was up to each tribe. During the warm season, the beast tribes were busy hunting and gathering. Setting the number at 6 was to avoid pulling too many people away from these essential tasks. If a tribe could spare more people, no one would interfere with how many joined the survey. After all, the sooner the route was finalized, the sooner construction could begin. No need to explain, every beastman understood. Jen arranged for the tribe to skin the wild beasts and tan the hides. At the same time, the marriage gifts for Chang Xia and the other 2 beastmen were laid out in a row, 3 meats and 6 vegetables/fruits. The 3 meats referred to 3 types of animal meat, and the 6 vegetables/fruits included sugar. This tradition came from the Twilight Forest. In the past, when there was no sugar, it wasn't included. Now that the beast tribes had plenty, the Heluo Tribe included sugar among the 6. Muchin Amu, do we need to prepare double portions of the 3 meats and 6 vegetables/fruits? Chang Xia blinked. She remembered that during the spring marriage at Nwanchuan Mountain, they only prepared single portions. But now, the basket seemed to have everything in pairs. In the past, the tribe was poor and couldn't afford double portions, so we only did singles. Now, the Heluo tribe can spare it, so from now on, marriage gifts will be in double portions, Muchin said grandly, waving her hand. End of this chapter. For a moment, the expressions of the tribe's people in the square were clearly divided. Those getting married were all smiles, those who weren't looked miserable, secretly regretting not tying the knot sooner. This time, all the marriage gifts for Chang Xia and the other beastmen were paid for by the tribe. But in the future, Anyone getting married would have to prepare their own gifts. Just thinking about it was a headache. Who'd want to get married now? Maple Leaf, are we still getting married? Kong Shan whispered. Maple Leaf's expression changed slightly. After thinking quietly for a long time, she replied, let's wait a bit longer. There was no rush to get married before, and there's no rush now. Changxia and the shaman's plans were ambitious and not easy to carry out. For the next few years, the tribe's focus would definitely be on those plans, and no one would have the time or energy to push for more marriages. If they could delay, they would. If not, they'd deal with it then. Compared to raising beast cubs after marriage, the preparations beforehand were even more of a headache. Hunting wild beasts, preparing the 3 meats and 6 vegetables/fruits. Good grief, oh. All these tasks could wear a beastman out. In the distance, Changxia overheard Maple Leaf and Kongshan's conversation, and her mouth twitched hard. To avoid all the hassle of marriage preparations, were Maple Leaf and Kongshan planning to just not get married? But is that even possible? So you wanted to develop the Beastman tribe, not just through farming and infrastructure. Growing the tribe's population was also an essential part. Once the road building was underway, the next step would be matchmaking and encouraging births. Maple Leaf Hollow might avoid it for a while, but not forever. Just wait. Once Suyu and the Beastman tribe have some free time, none of these beastmen will be able to escape. Changxia, remember to save me a pack of the seasonings you and Shen Rong prepared, Nanfeng said, catching up to Changxia. Chicken essence and barbecue spice, those 2 are a must. Changxia, I want a pack too. Mila chimed in, moving closer. You'd be better off asking Muqin Amu than me, Changxia said, spreading her hands. There's only a little chicken essence left at my place. The rest was sent to the Baihu marketplace. I really don't have any extra. As for barbecue spice, I can give you some. Muqin patted Nanfeng on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've already set aside chicken essence for all of you. Anyone who goes out hunting or foraging gets a share. Yours are all packed up with your betrothal gifts. The Heluo Tribe didn't trade chicken essence, they gave a free portion to each Beastman tribe. But this time, they weren't so generous with the recipe. The Heluo Tribe planned to keep chicken essence for their own use. After all, their resources like light trees, light grass, vine trees, and seasoning trees couldn't be easily monetized for now. Powdered goods could be traded, but there wasn't enough quantity. Changxia had made chicken essence with the intention of supporting the Heluo Tribe. Jen and the elders, of course, played along, acting generous again. Luckily, the other Beastman tribes understood and all expressed their desire to trade for chicken essence or shrimp powder with the Heluo Tribe. That's right, Jen included shrimp powder among the trade goods as well. Shrimp powder, like chicken essence, was a big hit with the Beastmen. With the end of this Heluo Tribe trading event, a storm was sure to sweep through the twilight forest, heading straight for the bird tribes of the Qinghai Plateau and the fish tribes of the Eastern Sea. That day, Changxia and the others were busy straight through to dusk before they finally finished. Xiaohei, are you finally willing to come back to the Baihu cave with me? Changxia teased, hugging Yuanhei. Ever since Shen Rong caught him and gave him a bath, the little rascal hadn't returned to the Baihu cave. Today, he clung to Changxia's leg, shamelessly insisting on going back with her. Ooh oh ah. Yuanhei gestured and kept making noises. What's he saying? Nanfeng stared at Yuanhei, but no matter how long she listened, she couldn't figure out what he meant. Changxia burst out laughing. He says he's been busy training in the tribe lately, super busy. He must have heard Changxia call him a little white-eyed wolf for staying in the tribe and not returning to the Baihu cave. Yuanhei understood and was trying to explain why he hadn't gone home. He's lying. Yeah, Yuanhei's totally lying. Lately, he and that bunch of beast cubs led by Mountain Sparrow have nearly turned the tribe upside down. All that training is just an excuse to fool the adults. Ooh oh yeah. Maybe because too many people called him out, Yuanhei started jumping around on Changxia and the others, trying to defend himself. The commotion carried them right to Changxia's front door. What are you all up to? Suyi asked in surprise, seeing the rowdy group. Changxia waved her hand and laughed, just playing around with Yuanhei. He's willing to come back here today? Siyu took Yuan He, ruffling his head with a smile. Yuan He drooped, not even trying to protest. After being ganged up on by Nanfeng and the others, he'd used up all his energy and couldn't fight back anymore. Shen Rong, go get them some barbecue spice, Changxia said. Judging by their faces, Nanfeng and the others were clearly here to mooch. If she didn't give them something, they'd probably try to stick around for dinner too. Changxia, give us some fried meat, soy sauce meat, and python meat too, Nanfeng said with a grin, hugging Changxia and whispering her request. Python meat. Changxia looked at Nanfeng's innocent face, then jerked her chin towards Xixing. You sure you want python meat? Aren't you afraid the snake tribe will hunt you down when you get to the Heluo Tribe? Forget the python meat then. Just give me the others. The soy sauce meat I make at home never tastes as good as yours. It's so weird. Nanfeng muttered. Even using the same recipe, hers just wasn't as tasty as Changxia's. Changxia rolled her eyes and rubbed her forehead. Go down to the cellar yourself and pick what you want. Hearing that, Milu perked up too. Changxia, can I pick some too? Milu asked. Changxia nodded. Go ahead. Anyone else who wants to, come along. The cellar was packed, and she and Shen Rong couldn't finish it all anytime soon. Since Nanfeng and the others were eyeing it, Changxia wasn't stingy. She let them go in and take whatever they wanted. Oh yeah, Nanfeng and Milu skipped off toward the cellar. Brother, you and Xixing come too. And remember to bring a vine basket or a backpack, Changxia said, turning to Bai Qing and Xixing. Don't be shy, my cellar's overflowing. You're welcome to take whatever you like. Each tribe had sent gifts by the basketful. Even Changxia's spare rooms were piled high with supplies. She'd lost all motivation to go into the forest lately. Even if she didn't hunt or forage this warm season, she wouldn't have to worry about going hungry or cold in the cold season. It was totally killing her drive. All right, Bai Qing agreed, calling Xixing and grabbing a basket as they headed for the cellar. Their own stores were pretty thin, so once things calmed down, they'd need to go hunting and foraging. Xixing and the other beastmen felt the same way. They didn't want to have to rely on the tribe for help during the cold season. That would be too embarrassing. Are all the betrothal gifts ready? Suyi asked. Changxia smiled, sat down next to Suyi, and replied, yep. The whole tribe helped get everything ready. Even the wild beasts were hunted by the elders. Oh, you even prepared fierce beasts. Now that sounds exactly like something Jen would do. Suyi nodded as she spoke. The beast tribes value strength, and the gift from the Tianlang tribe to Changxia was no small matter. Naturally, the Heluo tribe's return gift couldn't be too casual, either. End of this chapter. The next day, the various tribes began their journeys home. The Baihu commercial district gradually quieted down. The smaller tribes, grouped by region, chose to travel with the larger tribes from their area. It was safer and more reliable that way. The once bustling Baihu commercial district returned to its usual calm. Changxia stood in the courtyard of her family's cave dwelling, gazing out at the Baihu commercial district. Her expression was serene, betraying no hint of emotion. The tribe will soon organize a second exchange event. The Baihu commercial district will once again be lively and prosperous, Shen Rong said quietly. Tomorrow, they too would set out. When the Tianlang tribe heard that Changxia and Shen Rong would be visiting, they were overjoyed. Elder Tiantai personally invited Changxia to travel with them. Jen had originally wanted to refuse, but Changxia stopped him and accepted the Tianlang tribe's invitation. Traveling together was safer and would save time. Changxia shook her head slightly and said calmly, what I want isn't just bustle, but vitality. Shen Rong, do you think the other tribes would be willing to let their people settle in the Baihu commercial district? At those words, Shen Rong sensed Changxia's ambition. If the tribe settled in the Baihu commercial district, was Changxia planning to open up trade? He remembered that there was no commerce in the Twilight Forest. Merchants from the eastern land would form caravans to enter the Twilight Forest and trade goods with the beast tribes. However, the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest generally didn't think much of these traveling merchants. They treated them only slightly better than wandering beast folk. In the eyes of the beast tribes, the merchants were vampires, only there to exploit them. Because of this attitude, outside merchants didn't dare to enter and leave the Twilight Forest frequently. Any merchant wishing to enter needed a token from a shaman to move freely. Without such a token, the beast tribes had the right to kill any merchant who entered the forest. In other words, any merchant daring to enter the Twilight Forest needed not only courage, but also real skills and abilities. Otherwise, they could lose their lives at any moment. You want to start commerce? Commerce, maybe. What I need is for the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest to become active. Only when goods start flowing can we maximize benefits and promote the development and growth of all the tribes. Black cat, white cat, it doesn't matter, as long as it can revitalize the Twilight Forest, it's a good cat. If opening up trade can change the current situation for the beast tribes, why not do it? Siyu had once told Changxia to be bold and go for it. Even if she failed, Siyu would have her back. Then let's give it a try, Shen Rong said seriously. Changxia withdrew her gaze, turned around, tiptoed to wrap her arms around Shen Rong's neck, and nuzzled her head against his neck, saying happily, Shen Rong, thank you. Siyu took Bai Qing to the Heluo Tribe. They were discussing the matter of building a road from the Heluo Tribe to the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana. At home, only Changxia and Shen Rong were left. Shen Rong gently wrapped his arms around Changxia's waist, and they quietly leaned against each other. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was time to set out. Changxia changed into her beast folk clothes and fastened her medicine pouch and water skin. Shen Rong took care of packing the rest, while Changxia fiddled with the small basket on her back. The basket held nothing but seasonings, sugar, and other odds and ends. Changxia, be careful out there. Siyu patted Changxia's shoulder and reminded her a couple of times. Everything that needed to be said had already been said the night before. She was afraid that repeating herself would delay Changxia's departure. Outside the Baihu Commercial District's warehouse, the wolf beast folk from the Tianlang tribe were already waiting. The Heluo tribe had left even earlier. Nanfeng, Bai Qing, and the others had already departed. Now only Changxia and Shen Rong remained. Changxia nodded emphatically, wanting to say something, but her throat tightened. She took a long look at Siyi and her fellow tribespeople, then turned to leave. Don't worry, everyone. I'll be back soon. Wait for my good news. In the end, Changxia couldn't help but call out a couple more times. Hearing Changxia's words, Siyi and the beast folk of the Heluo tribe all broke into smiles. Please rest assured, Shaman Chief. I'll take good care of Changxia, Shen Rong said earnestly. With that, he gave a warrior's salute and hurried after Changxia. Soon, Elder Pukong and Elder Senda, along with Fingya and the others, waved their goodbyes. Before long, they arrived at the Baihu Commercial District's warehouse and joined up with the wolf beast folk from the Tianlang tribe. Step by step, they left the Heluo tribe. We're traveling in human form? Changxia asked in surprise. Chief Gowa turned and explained, once we're out of the Heluo tribe's territory, we'll shift to beast form for the journey. Unless you're invited by another beast tribe, you must revert to human form when entering their territory. Entering another tribe's land in beast form is always seen as a provocation. Little Changxia, you must remember this, Senda explained. Hee, Pukong laughed heartily. Changxia had just come of age and entered the forest. She hadn't visited other beast tribes' territories before. She only half understood some of the basic customs of the Twilight Forest. I see. Changxia nodded. Reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. If you want to broaden your horizons, you have to leave your tribe and see the wider world. The Heluo tribe was close to the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana. They were in the same direction. The Tianlang tribe was located in the Qinghua Forest, southeast of the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana. The Heluo tribe was in the Baiha River Basin, not too far from the Qinghua Forest. Of course, not too far was relative to the 6 great tribes. As powerful tribes, the 6 great tribes held the largest territories among all beast folk in the Twilight Forest. Among them, the Heluo tribe's territory was the most impressive. As the Black Panther tribe, they were the closest guardians to the shaman. The Baiha River Basin, among all the mountain ranges, wasn't the largest in area, but it was the safest and had the most distinct climate. Note: the last paragraph about the website and navigation is omitted as it's not part of the story. Chief Gawa, can you tell us about the Forest of Clear Moon? Changxia asked curiously. She wondered if all the mountain ranges in the Twilight Forest were the same. Changxia had been to Wei Mountain, entered the Misty Ridge, and climbed Song Mountain. In her eyes, all these places were filled with towering ancient trees, and apart from the different plants, everything else seemed quite similar. Changxia, are you curious about the Forest of Clear Moon? Elder Tianai smiled, jumping in to answer before Chief Gawa could speak. The Forest of Clear Moon is a region completely different from the 100 Rivers Basin. It's a vast, flat plain, without the rolling mountains you see elsewhere, just endless open land. A plain? Changxia exclaimed, staring at Elder Tiantai in astonishment. That's right, the Forest of Clear Moon is a plain. It's even more expansive than the gray mist prairie, with fertile soil and lush wild grasses. Elder Tiantai's wrinkled face softened into a gentle smile. He paused for a moment, then looked up at Changxia and said softly, "There's a rumor that at the very edge of the Forest of Clear Moon stands a snow-capped mountain. This mountain is said to be the birthplace of the Beast clans, the ancestral land of all beast folk. Every year, countless wandering beast folk enter the Forest of Clear Moon, hoping to find the legendary ancestral snow mountain." "Ah, really?" Changxia was stunned, not knowing what to think. He. Elder Pukong burst out laughing, rudely interrupting Elder Tiantai. "Little Changxia, don't listen to Tiantai's tall tales, he's pulling your leg. Even the shamans can't find the beast folk's ancestral snow mountain, so how could it be in the Forest of Clear Moon? P.S. End of this chapter. There is indeed such a rumor about the Forest of Clear Moon," Chief Gawa said calmly, not bothering to explain further, letting Changxia know that Elder Tiantai's words weren't baseless. "The Wolf Clan holds onto this legend and has passed it on to other beast folk. This rumor comes from the Skywolf Tribe," Senda said with a smile, echoing Chief Gawa's words, letting Changxia know that Elder Tiantai wasn't lying. This story really does circulate in the Twilight Forest. Whether it's true or not, no one can say. After all, no beast folk has ever found the Snow Mountain, let alone entered it. "The Snow Mountain, the ancestral land of the beast folk," Changxia murmured, making a mental note of this. There are all sorts of rumors in the Twilight Forest, some true, some false. But with the beast folk's laid-back nature, few ever bother to get to the bottom of things. Leaving the Heluo Tribe, heading northeast. There are no roads connecting the two tribes, they just travel by instinct. Changxia felt a bit helpless. They really need to build a road. Without one, she's afraid she'll get lost in the forest in the future. She can tell east from west, but still can't find her own tribe. Every beast folk tribe, even the smallest ones, has a mountain range as its territory. For a large tribe like the Heluo, their territory is as big as a province from Changxia's previous life. Without signposts, it's all too easy to get lost. "Maple Leaf, aren't you afraid of getting lost when you go hunting in the forest?" Changxia asked, rubbing her temples. Maple Leaf giggled, and the other beast folk around them burst out laughing. "Changxia, beast folk never worry about getting lost in the forest. Our sense of smell is sharp, we can easily tell our own people from others, so we never lose our way," Maple Leaf explained with a smile. "Don't worry, we won't get lost. The wind will tell us which way to go to reach the Skywolf Tribe." "That's right. You heard correctly. Beast folk navigate by wind and scent. Unless they're in a particularly strange forest, they almost never lose their way." "That's amazing," Changxia muttered. It all sounded so mysterious, but she herself wasn't sensitive to smells. After all, she'd never trained for it. That's also one reason why the tribe doesn't trust her to go into the forest alone. As dusk approached, the group still hadn't left the 100 Rivers Basin. But Chief Gawa stopped, planning for everyone to shift to their beast forms and hurry on, hoping to find a campsite before dark. "Why are we shifting to beast form now?" Changxia asked in confusion. "Wasn't it said that you can't shift into beast form when entering another tribe's territory? Doing so could be seen as a provocation and might spark conflict between tribes." "100 miles is enough," Maple Leaf said. Kongshan, worried Changxia wouldn't understand, explained, the territories of beast folk tribes are vast. If you had to revert to human form as soon as you entered, it would be too restrictive. The rule is, within 100 miles of a tribe's settlement, you must be in human form to approach. We've already traveled several hundred miles, so now we can shift and travel in our beast forms. Besides, it's getting dark, we need to find a good spot to camp, Qingxin added, gently explaining to Changxia. If it weren't for elders Pukong and Senda being with them, they would have shifted to beast form as soon as they left the Heluo Tribe's territory. The extra few hundred miles they walked was out of respect for the two elders. Changxia didn't feel too tired, since they took plenty of breaks along the way. In fact, she rather enjoyed it. The path had been recently traveled by the Heluo Tribe, so it was still in good condition. If they'd really had to climb over mountains and cross ridges, Changxia would have been exhausted. The male beast folk of the Heluo Tribe crouched down and shifted into their beast forms. Chief Gowa and a few others quickly took out vines and baskets, tying up their goods neatly and efficiently. By the time Changxia snapped out of her daze, the Heluo Tribe had already finished transforming. What should I do? Changxia asked awkwardly. This was her first time in this situation, and she felt a little out of place. Maple Leaf waved her hand. Just wait for Shen Rong to strap on the baskets and carry you. You don't need to do anything else, Elder Pukong and the others will handle it. Compared to the Heluo Tribe, the Heluo Tribe was traveling light. The only goods they brought were the betrothal gifts for Changxia and Shen Rong, 3 meats and 6 vegetables. It sounded impressive, but there wasn't actually much. It was more symbolic than anything. Most of the baskets were filled with food prepared by the tribe for the journey, like flour, melons, fruits, and vegetables. Changxia had asked for things to be kept simple, so the tribe didn't pack too much. Kongshan, Hesin, and a few others shifted into beast form and quickly tied up all the baskets. Shen Rong only had to tie on 2 baskets, and everything was ready. Elder Pukong, Elder Senda, tonight we'll be resting at Reed Flute Mountain. Gawa, now in beast form, turned to explain to the other beast folk. Reed Flute Mountain was a range near the Reed Flute River in the Hundred Rivers Basin. Compared to other forests in the basin, the terrain around Reed Flute Mountain was flatter and close to a water source, an ideal place to stop and rest. Of course, that was only if the beast folk in the group were of average strength. If that were the case, Chief Gowa would never have chosen to camp near water, since water sources often meant hidden dangers. But with 3 elders and dozens of totem warriors in their party, Chief Gowa didn't hesitate to choose Reed Flute Mountain as their resting place. Reed Flute Mountain is a good choice, Elder Senda nodded in approval. Hee. Elder Pukong laughed loudly, little Changxia, the wild pheasants at Reed Flute Mountain are just as tasty as the Song Mountain chickens. How about we have beggar's chicken tonight, what do you think? Reed Flute Mountain's wild pheasants can compare to Song Mountain chickens? Changxia exclaimed in surprise. Maple Leaf, sitting atop Kongshan's beast form, chimed in, I've never tried Reed Flute Mountain's wild pheasants, but if Elder Pukong says they're as good as Song Mountain chickens, I'm sure he's right. Everyone in the dusky forest beast folk knew Elder Pukong was both adventurous and discerning when it came to food. If he said the wild pheasants here were delicious, then they had to be. In the past, the beast folk never ate wild pheasant. It was only in the last few months, after Changxia's rise, that their diet expanded to include smaller prey. Before that, animals like wild pheasants and rabbits were mostly hunted by weaker tribes. Let's go, hurry up. Tonight we're having beggar's chicken, chicken soup, and roast chicken. Changxia called out. At her words, the wolf beast folk from the Heluo Tribe couldn't help but let out howls of excitement. Ever since they'd eaten at Changxia's home, the wolf beast folk had been obsessed with her cooking. Unfortunately, with Elder Tian Ai and Chief Gowa keeping them in check, Qingxin and the others didn't dare sneak off to White Lake Cave to mooch another meal. With the promise of a feast, everyone picked up the pace. Hee. Howl. Laughter and cries rang out, startling the birds returning to their nests. Changxia smiled, popped a green candy into her mouth, and sat cross-legged atop Shen Rong's beast form, already planning the evening's menu. They passed through towering ancient trees, and the mountains began to slope downward. The flowers, grass, and trees gradually thinned out, and the sound of rushing water reached their ears. It seemed they were nearing the Reed Flute River. "So much thatch," Maple Leaf exclaimed. "If our tribe saw this, they'd go crazy with joy." End of this chapter. So much thatch, crazy with joy. Maple Leaf, do you all really like thatch? Chingson from the warehouse stopped running, tilted his head, and looked at Maple Leaf, who was riding on Kongshan's beast form. He didn't understand why having a lot of thatch would make anyone happy. In the forest of Clear Moon, thatch was everywhere. They'd never thought much of it. "You can make sugar from thatch roots," Changxia explained directly. The fact that the Heluo tribe dug up thatch roots was no secret. Most tribes had guessed as much. The method for making seaweed sugar in the Earth Tribe came from Changxia of the Heluo Tribe, and everyone knew it. The Heluo Tribe had built a commercial district at White Lake and started trading activities. Everyone thought they'd trade thatch root sugar. But when the trading began, the Heluo Tribe never mentioned thatch root sugar at all. This made the other beast folk tribes admire them even more, praising the Heluo Tribe as truly worthy of the shaman's favor, so generous and broad-minded. "Hiding it was the right move," Elder Tianhai said with a sigh. The Earth Tribe produced lots of seaweed, and seaweed could be used to make sugar, a staple for the bear folk. If the Heluo Tribe had announced that thatch roots could also be used for sugar, the Earth Tribe's seaweed sugar would have faced stiff competition. By the time the Earth Tribe's seaweed sugar had established a market, even if the other tribes learned about thatch root sugar, they'd only make small batches for themselves and wouldn't produce it on a large scale to compete with the bear folk. The dusky forest beast folk are thriving under the shaman's guidance, and all the tribes live in harmony. Any potential threat to that harmony must be eliminated. The smaller tribes aside, the good relations among the 6 major tribes must never be undermined, Gawa said seriously. This was something the Heluo tribe understood well. And so did the other 5 major tribes. The tribes agreed to set up a trading post in the Heluo tribe, not just out of respect for the shaman, but also because they admired the fairness of the Heluo tribe's Black Panther clan. Of course, it also had to do with Changxia living in the Heluo tribe. Soon, Reed Flute Mountain came into view. The wide Reed Flute River shimmered in the dusk, with reeds growing thick along both banks. It looked a bit like White Lake, though the lake was broader and the reeds even denser. Reeds. Looking at the reeds along the riverbanks, Maple Leaf's tone was full of delight. Thinking of the wild pheasants, ducks, and geese in the White Lake reeds, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the Reed Flute River. Hee. Elder Pukong laughed. "Little Changxia, Grandpa Pukong wants to eat stone pot stewed goose tonight. How about it?" "Elder Pukong, if you want stone pot stewed goose, you'll have to catch one first." Maple Leaf laughed out loud. She'd hunted with Elder Pukong before and was considered his disciple, so she spoke freely. "Don't just stand there. Before it gets dark, let's find a campsite, then send a few beast folk into the reeds to catch some wild pheasants and ducks. If we're lucky and find a goose, Changxia can stew it for us tonight." At this, everyone's spirits soared. The wolf beast folk had never tasted stone pot stewed goose, but seeing how much Maple Leaf and the others were looking forward to it, even a fool could tell it must be delicious. Thinking it over, what else is there to consider? He stopped, set down his rattan basket. From the look on his face, he clearly intended to make camp right here on the ground beneath his feet. Plenty of beasts around, but he wasn't the least bit afraid of running into wild animals at night. "Changxia, you all set up camp," Jua called out loudly. No sooner had he spoken than Elder Tianhai shed his beast form and returned to human shape, saying, "I'll help too. I'm making stone pot stewed goose tonight, Pukong. Don't even think about fighting me for it." As he spoke, he raised his muscular arm high and strode boldly into the reeds. Seeing this, Elders Pukong and Senda exchanged a glance, perfectly in sync. In a flash, they too disappeared into the reeds. Changxia and the other beast folk looked at each other. Was this a showdown or a showdown? "Chief, should we still go?" Chingson whispered. Those 3 were seriously scary. Chingson and the others might dare to fight a saber-toothed tiger or a 2-headed bear, but they wouldn't dream of mouthing off to those elders. Getting beaten up would be the least of their worries. Chief Jua paused, his gaze shifting to the Lidi River before them. Let's fish. Changxia, could you help make fish balls? Jua said. The fish balls from the Heluo Tribe, once you've tasted them, you'll never forget. With that, Chief Jua turned to look at Changxia. Changxia smiled, met his gaze, and nodded. Sure, let's have fish balls tonight. Fish balls were a special thing between her and Shen Rong. Shen Rong would make them every few days. With plenty of seasonings now, the fish balls had been improved many times over and tasted much better than before. Still, Shen Rong would sometimes make the plain, unseasoned ones, just like in the beginning. Are we fishing too? Kongshan hesitated, quietly asking Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf set down her rattan basket, glanced at the three elders who'd vanished into the reeds, and said firmly, fishing. Don't even think about hunting. If you try, Elder Pukong and the others will wring your necks. Besides, it's been ages since we had fish. Let's ask Shen Rong to help us grill some. Shen Rong's grilled fish was legendary. Even if they couldn't get the wild chickens from Lidishan, eating Shen Rong's grilled fish was still a treat. Sure, Shen Rong agreed. He hadn't pinned any hopes on those three elders either. Rather than waiting, he preferred to take action. Kongshan, get in the river and fish. Go for the big ones. The small ones, Changxia, do you want the small ones? Shen Rong asked as he sent Kongshan and the others down to fish in the Lidi River, then turned to Changxia. Changxia replied, no need for the small ones. She didn't want to fry fish, better to let Shen Rong help grill some for dinner. No sooner had she spoken than a series of splashes sounded nearby. Kongshan, Hassan, Wanmu, and several Wolf Tribe beast folk had all jumped straight into the river. The way they dove in, they looked exactly like a bunch of mischievous huskies up to no good. Changxia and the others left on the bank exchanged glances. In unspoken agreement, they all gave polite, awkward smiles. Let's clear the campsite and find some rocks to build a stove. We'll need to grind 2 stone pots too. Chief Jua, could you help find some rocks? Shen Rong didn't wait any longer and asked Chief Jua for help. If they waited any longer, it would be dark soon. Shen Rong, could you bring me a clay pot? I need to boil some water, Changxia said. Clearing the campsite and building a stove were easy. The tricky part was finding good rocks to grind into stone pots. If the rock was too brittle, it couldn't be shaped and would crack when heated. Okay, just a moment, Shen Rong replied. The water in their flasks was long gone, and Changxia didn't like drinking raw water. If she was thirsty, she'd have to boil some. A short while later, the weedy ground had been cleared. A bonfire rack and 2 stoves were set up, and the blazing fire lit up the banks of the Lidi River, outshining even the glowgrass and glowstones Changxia had set aside in her rattan basket. Changxia, you don't drink raw water? Gemma asked curiously. Hearing this, Changxia looked up. Gemma, Changxia said, it's safer to drink boiled water, less chance of getting sick. Gemma was quiet by nature, a bit like the young beastling Fongling from the Heluo Tribe, introverted and soft-spoken. P.S. The story is being updated on a new platform. Some earlier chapters may be revised or have new scenes added, but don't worry, it won't affect your reading experience. Drink boiled water, wash your hands often, keep clean, and don't relieve yourself just anywhere. Gemma smiled shyly, repeating the rules from the Baihu market, word for word. Just a few days at Baihu market had taught Gemma more than 20 years of life experience. It was a world she'd never known in the Sirius tribe: clean, tidy cave dwellings, wide, orderly streets, and the handsome, well-groomed Black Panther beast folk. Gemma, I'm surprised you still remember. Maple Leaf teased with a laugh. Gemma, could you help rinse out this clay pot and fill it with water? Changxia took the pot Shen Rong handed her and asked Gemma to wash it out. She needed to check their supplies and get ready for dinner. Okay, Gemma replied. She stepped forward, took the pot, and went to the river to wash it. Then she filled it with water, hung it over the fire, and covered it with leaves to boil. Changxia, you and Shen Rong really brought a full set of seasonings. Maple Leaf rummaged through the rattan basket Shen Rong had set down and couldn't help but look surprised at all the supplies inside. To be continued.